He just held her and let her know she was safe.
"I'm so sorry, Richard. I feel like such a fool."
"No need. It's over now."
"You kept your promise," she said through her tears.
Richard smiled, happy that he had. Owen, his face tense with worry, looked like he couldn't help himself from asking a question. "But Jensen," he asked as he stepped forward, "why didn't you do magic to help yourself?"
"I can't do magic any more than you can."
He rubbed his palms on his hips. "You could if you let yourself. You are one who is able to touch magic."
"Other people might be able to do magic, but I can't. I don't have any ability for it."
"What others think is magic is only themselves tricking their senses and only blinds them to real magic. Our eyes blind us, our senses deceive us, as I explained before. Only those who have never seen magic, only those who have never used, sensed, perceived it, only those who do not have any ability or faculty for it can actually understand it, and therefore only they can be true practitioners of real magic. Magic must be based entirely on faith if it is to be real. You must believe, and then you truly can see. You are one who can do magic." Richard and Jensen stared at the man.
"Richard,"
Kalin said in an odd voice before he could say anything to Owen,
"what's that?"
Richard blinked at her. "What?"
She pointed. "That? There? Under your arm? What is it?"
"Oh," he said, "something I found wedged in the rock near Jensen, back in where she was stuck. In the dark I couldn't tell what it was, other than that it wasn't rock." He pulled it out to have a look. It was a statue. A statue in his likeness, wearing his war wizard's outfit. The cape was fixed in place as it swirled to the side of the legs, making the base wider than the waist. The lower portion of the figure was a translucent amber color, and through it could be seen a falling trickle of sand that had nearly filled the bottom half. The statue was not all amber, though, as Kalin's had been. Near the middle, obscuring the narrowing where the sand dribbled through, the translucent amber of the bottom began darkening. The higher up the figure, the darker it became. The top, the shoulders and head were as black as a nightstone. A nightstone was an underworld thing, and Richard remembered all too well what that wicked object had looked like. The top of the statue looked to be made of the same sinister material, all glossy and smooth and so black that it looked as if it might suck the light right out of the day. Richard's heart sank at seeing himself represented in such a way, as a talisman touched by death. "She made it," Owen said, shaking an accusatorial figure at Jensen still sheltered under Richard's right arm. "She made it with magic. I told you she could. She spun it of evil magic back in that cave when she wasn't thinking. The magic took over and came out of her then, when she wasn't thinking about how she couldn't do magic." Owen didn't have any idea what he was talking about. This was not a statue Jensen made. This was the second warning beacon, meant to warn the one who could seal the breach.
"Lord Rahl."
Richard looked up. It was Kara's voice. She was standing off a ways, her back to them, looking up at a small spot of sky off through the trees. Jensen turned in his arms to see what had put the odd tone in Kara's voice. Holding his sister close, he stepped up behind Kara and peered up through the trees where she was looking. Through a thin area in the canopy of pine, he could see the rim of the mountain pass above them. Silhouetted against iron-gray clouds stealing past was something man-made. It looked like a huge statue sitting atop the pass. Chapter 34. Icy wind tore at Richard's and Kalin's clothes as they huddled close together at the edge of a thick stand of spruce trees. Low, ragged clouds raced by as if to escape the colossal, dark, swirling clouds building above them. Fat flakes of snow danced in the cold gusts. Richard's ears burned in the numbing cold. "What do you think?" Kalin asked. Richard shook his head. "I don't know." He glanced behind them, back into the shelter of the trees. "Owen, are you sure you don't know what it is? You don't have any idea at all?" The roiling clouds made an ominous backdrop for the imposing statue sitting up on the ridge. "No, Lord Ral. I've never been here before. None of us ever traveled this route. I don't know what it could be. Unless..." His words trailed off into the moan of the wind. "Unless what?" Owen shrank back, twisting the button on his coat as he glanced to the moored Sith on one side of him and Tom and Jensen on the other. "There is a foretelling from the ones who gave us our name and protected us by sealing the pass. It is taught that when they gave our empire its name, they also told us that one day a savior would come to us." Richard wanted to ask the man just what exactly it was he thought they needed saving from, if they had lived in such an enlightened culture where they were safe from the unenlightened savages of the rest of the world. Instead, he asked a simpler question he thought Owen might be able to answer. "So you think that maybe that's a statue of him? Your savior?" Owen fidgeted, his shoulders finally working into a shrug. "He is not just a savior. The foretelling also says that he will destroy us." Richard frowned at the man, hoping this was not going to be another of his convoluted beliefs. "This savior of yours is going to destroy you? That makes no sense." Owen was quick to agree. "I know. No one understands it." "Maybe it's meant to say that someone will come to save your people," Jensen suggested, "but he will fail, and so only end up destroying them in the attempt." "Maybe." Owen's face twisted with the displeasure of having to contemplate such an outcome. "Maybe," Kara suggested in a grim tone, "it means this man will come, and after seeing your people decide they aren't worth saving." She leaned toward Owen, "and decide to destroy them instead." Owen, as he stared up at Kara, seemed to be considering her words as a real possibility, rather than the sarcasm Richard knew them to be. "I don't think that is the meaning," Owen finally told her after earnest consideration. He turned back to Richard. "The foretelling, as it has been taught to us, you see, says first that a man will come who will destroy us. It then goes on to say that he is the one who will save us. 'Your destroyer will come and he will redeem you,'" Owen quoted. "That is how we have been taught the words, how they were told to my people when we were put here beyond this pass. 'Your destroyer will come and he will redeem you,'" Richard repeated. He took a patient breath. "Whatever it originally said has probably been confused and all jumbled up as it's been passed down. It probably no longer resembles the original saying." Rather than disagree, as Richard expected, Owen nodded. "Some believe, as you say, that over the time since we were protected and given our name, maybe the true words have been lost or confused. Others believe that it has been passed down intact and must have important meaning. Some believe that the foretelling was meant to say only that a savior will come. Others think it means only that a destroyer will come." "And what do you believe?" Richard asked. Owen twiddled the button on his coat until Richard thought it might come off. "I believe that the foretelling is meant to say that a destroyer will come, and I believe that he is this man Nicholas of the Order, and then that a savior will come and save us. I believe that man is you, Lord Ral. Nicholas is our destroyer. You are our savior." Richard knew from the book that prophecy didn't function with these people, with pillars of creation. "What your people think is a foretelling," Richard said, "is probably nothing more than an old adage that people have gotten mixed up." Owen held his ground, if hesitantly. "We are taught that this is a foretelling. We are taught that those who named us told us this foretelling and that they wanted it passed down so all might know of it.
Richard sighed, the wind pulling out a long cloud of his breath.
So you think that up there is a statue of me, put there thousands of years ago by the ones who protected you behind the boundary? How would they know long before I was born what I would look like in order to make a statue of me? The true reality knows everything that will be, Owen said by rote.
He forced a half-smile as he shrugged again.
After all, it made that little statue that you found look like you.
Unhappy to be reminded of that, Richard turned away from the man. The small figure had been made to look like him by magic tied to the boundary, and possibly to a dead wizard in the underworld. Richard scanned the sky, the rocky slopes all around, the tree line. He didn't see any sign of life. The statue, they still couldn't quite make out what it was, sat distant up a treeless, rocky rise. It was yet quite a climb up to that rim of the pass, to that statue. Richard was not going to like it if it did indeed turn out to be a statue of him beneath the gathering gloom. He already didn't like it one bit that the second warning beacon was meant for him. It bound him to a responsibility, a duty he neither wanted nor could accomplish. He had no idea how to restore the seal on Bandakar. Zed had once created boundaries that were probably similar to the one that had been down here in the old world, but even Zed had used constructed magic he had found in the keep. Such constructed spells had been created by ancient wizards with vast power and knowledge of such things. Zed had told him that there were no more such spells. Richard certainly had no idea how to call forth a spell that could create such a boundary. More to the point, he didn't see how it would do any good even if he knew how. What had really been freed from Bandakar when the boundary failed was the trait of being born without any trace of the gift. That was why they had all been banished here in the first place. The Imperial Order was already breeding women from Bandakar in order to breed the gift out of mankind. There was no telling how far that trait had already spread. Breeding the women, as it sounded like they were doing now, would gain them more children who were pristinely ungifted, children who would be indoctrinated in the teachings of the Order. When they started using the men for breeding, the number of such children would vastly increase. A woman could have a child every year. In the same time, a man could sire a great number of children bearing his pristinely ungifted trait. Despite the Order's creed of self-sacrifice, they had not yet, it would seem, been willing to sacrifice their women to such an undertaking. Raping the women in Bandakar and proclaiming it for the good of mankind was fine with the men of the Order. For the men ruling the Imperial Order to give over their own women to be bred, however, was quite another matter. Richard had no doubt that they eventually would start using their own women to this purpose, but that would come later. In the meantime, the Order would probably soon start using all the women captured and held as slaves for this purpose, breeding them to men from Bandakar. The Order's conquest of the New World would provide them with plenty more women for breeding stock. Whereas in ancient times those in the New World tried to limit the trait from spreading in man, the Imperial Order would do whatever they could to accelerate it.
"Richard," Kalen asked in a low voice, so the others farther back in the trees wouldn't hear, "what do you think it means that the second warning beacon, the one for you, is turning black like the Nightstone? Do you think it means to show you the time you have left to get the antidote?" Since he had only just found it, he hadn't given it much thought. Even so, he could interpret it only as a dire warning. The Nightstone was tied to the spirits of the dead, to the underworld. It could be, as Kalen suggested, that the darkening was meant to show him how the poison was taking him, and that he was running out of time. For a number of reasons, though, he didn't believe that was the explanation. "I don't know for sure," he finally told her, "but I don't think it's a warning about the poison. I think that the way the statue is turning black is meant to represent, materially, how the gift is failing in me, how it's slowly beginning to kill me, how the underworld, the world of the dead, is slowly enshrouding me. Kalen's hand slipped up on his arm, a gesture of comfort as well as worry. That was my thought, too. I was hoping you would argue against it. This means that the gift might be more of a problem than the poison, if, after all, this dead wizard used the beacon to warn you about it. Richard wondered if the statue up on the ridge of the pass would hold any answers. He certainly didn't have any. To make it up there and see, they would have to leave the shelter of the forest and travel out in the open. Richard turned and signaled the others forward. "I don't think the races would be expecting us here," he said as they gathered around him. "If we really did manage to lose them, they won't know where we went, what direction, so they won't know to look for us here. I think we can make it up there without the races, and therefore Nicholas knowing." "Besides," Tom said, "with those low clouds hugging most of the mountains, they may not be able to search." "Maybe," Richard said. It was getting late. In the distant mountains, a wolf howled. On another slope across a deep cleft in the mountains, a second wolf answered. There would be more than two. Betty's ears perked toward the howls as she crowded against Jensen's legs. "What if Nicholas uses something else?" Jensen asked. Kara gripped the blonde braid lying over the front of her shoulder as she scanned the woods to the sides. "Something else?" Jensen pulled her cloak tighter around her as the wind tried to lift it open. "Well, if he can look through a race's eyes, then maybe he can look through the eyes of something else." "You mean a wolf?" Kara asked. "You think that wolf you heard might be him?" "I don't know," Jensen admitted. "For that matter," Richard said, "if he can look through the black eyes of the races, maybe he could just as easily look through the eyes of a mouse." Tom swiped his wind-blown blonde hair back from his forehead as he cast a wary glance at the sky. "Why do you think he always seems to use the races, then?" "Probably because they're better able to cover great distances," Richard said. "After all, he'd have a lot of trouble finding us with a mouse. More than that, though, I think he likes the imagery of being with such creatures, likes thinking of himself as being part of a powerful predator. He is, after all, hunting us." "So you think we only have to worry about the races, then?" Jensen asked. "I think he would prefer to watch through the races, but that isn't his end, only the means," Richard said. "He's after Kalen and me. Since getting us is his end, I think he will turn to whatever means he must if necessary. He very well might look through even the eyes of a mouse, if it would help him get us." "If his end is having you," Kara said, "then Owen is helping his ends by bringing you right to him." Richard couldn't argue with that. For the moment, though, he had to go along with Owen's wishes. Soon enough, Richard intended to start doing things his own way. "For now," Richard said, "he's still trying to find us, so I expect that he will stick to the races, since they can cover great distances. But since I've killed races with arrows, he must realize that we at least suspect someone is watching us through their eyes. As we get closer to him, I see no reason that in the future he might not use something else, so we won't know he's watching us." Kalen looked to be alarmed by the idea. "You mean something like a wolf, or I don't know, maybe an owl?" "Owl, pigeon, sparrow. If I had to guess, then I'd guess that at least until he finds us, he will use a bird." Kalen huddled close beside him, using his body to block the wind. They were up high enough in the mountains that they were just beginning to encounter snow. From what Richard had seen of the old world, it generally appeared too warm for snow. For there to be snow this time of year, it could only be in the most imposing of mountains. Richard gestured to the icy flakes swirling in the air. "Owen, does it get cold in winter in Bandakar? Do you get snow?" "Winds come down from the north, following down our side of the mountains, I believe. In winter, it gets cold. Every couple of years we get a bit of snow, but it does not last long. Usually in the winter it rains more. I do not understand why it snows here now when it is summer." "Because of the elevation," Richard answered idly as he studied the rising slopes to each side. Higher yet, the snowpack was thick, and in places where the wind blew drifts into overhangs, it would be treacherous. Trying to cross such precipitous snow-covered slopes would be perilous at best. Fortunately, they were nearing the highest point they would have to climb to make it over the pass, so they wouldn't have to traverse heavy snow. The bitterly cold wind, though, was making them all miserable. "I want to know what that thing is," Richard finally said, gesturing up at the statue on the rise. He looked around at the others to see if anyone objected. No one did. "And I want to know why it's there." "Do you think we should wait for dark?" Kara asked. "Darkness will hide us better." Richard shook his head. "The races must be able to see pretty well in the dark. After all, that's when they hunt. If given a choice, I'd rather be in the open during the daylight when I can see them coming." Richard hooked his bow under his leg and bent it enough to attach the bowstring. He drew an arrow from the leather quiver over his shoulder and nocked it, holding it at rest against the bow with his left hand. He scanned the sky, checking the clouds, and looking for any sign of the races. He wasn't entirely sure about the shadows among the trees, but the sky was clear of races. "I think we'd better be on our way." Richard's gaze swept across all their faces first, making sure they were paying attention. "Walk on the rocks, if at all possible. I don't want to leave a trail behind in the snow that Nicholas could spot through the eyes of the races." Nodding their understanding, they all followed after him in single file out onto the rocks. Owen, in front of the ever-watchful Mord Sith, kept a wary eye toward the sky. Jensen and Betty watched the woods to the sides. In the strong gusts, they all hunched against the wind, and the stinging bite of ice crystals hitting their faces. In the thin air, it was tiring climbing up the steep incline. Richard's legs burned with the effort. His lungs burned with the poison. By the look of the sheer walls of rock rising up into broken clouds to either side, Richard didn't see any way, other than the pass, for people to make it over the imposing mountains. At least not without a journey of tremendous difficulty, hardship, and probably a great loss of life. Even then, he wasn't really certain that it was even possible. In places, as they trudged up the edge of the steep rise, he could see back through gaps in the rock walls of the mountains, under the dark bottom of clouds, to sunlight beyond the pass. None of them spoke as they climbed. From time to time, they had to pause to catch their breath. They all kept an eye to the churning sky. Richard spotted a few small birds in the distance, but nothing of any size. As they approached the top, following a zigzagging course so they could more easily make it up without having to scale rock faces of jutting ledges, Richard caught glimpses of the statue sitting on a massive base of granite. From the high vantage point in the pass, he could now see that the rock on either side of the rise fell away in precipitous drops. The gorge at the bottom of either side dead-ended at vertical climbs of what would have to be thousands of feet. Whatever routes might have branched off lower down, they would have to converge before going up this rise. By the lay of the land, it became clear to him that this was the only way to make it through this entire section of the pass. He realized that anyone approaching Bandakar by this route would have to climb this ridge in the rise, and they would unavoidably come upon the monument. As he mounted the final cut between the snow-dusted boulders standing twice his height, Richard was able at last to take in the entire statue guarding the pass. And guarding the pass it was. This was a sentinel. The noble figure sitting atop a vast stone base was seated as he watchfully guarded the pass. In one hand, the figure casually held a sword at the ready, its point resting on the ground. He appeared to be wearing leather armor, with his cape resting over his lap. The vigilant pose of the sentinel gave it a resolute presence. The clear impression was this figure was set to ward what was beyond.
The stone was worn by centuries of weather, but that weathering failed to wear away the power of the carving. This figure was carved, and it was placed with great purpose. That it was out in the middle of nowhere, at the summit of a mountain pass no longer traveled, and a trail possibly abandoned after this was set here, made it, to Richard, all the more arresting. He had carved stone, and he knew what had gone into this. It was not what he would call fine work, but it was powerfully executed. Just looking at it gave him goosebumps.
"At least it doesn't look like you," Kaylin said.
At least there was that. But this thing being there all alone for what very well might have been thousands of years was worrisome. "What I'd like to know," Richard said to her, "is why this second beacon was down there, down the hill, in that cave, and not up here." Kaylin shared a telling look with him.
"If Jensen hadn't done what she did, you would never have found it."
Richard walked around the base of the statue, searching. For what, he didn't know. Almost as soon as he started looking, he saw on the front of the base, on the top of one of the decorative moldings, an odd void in the snow. It looked as if something had been sitting there and had then been taken away. It was a track of sorts, a telltale. Richard thought the barren spot looked familiar. He pulled the warning beacon from his pack and checked the shape of the bottom. His thought confirmed, he placed the figure of himself in the void in the snow collected on the rim of the base. It was a perfect fit. The little figure had been here with this statue. "How do you think it came to be down in the cave?" Kara asked in a suspicious voice.
"Maybe it fell," Jensen offered. "It's pretty windy up here. Maybe the wind blew it off and it tumbled down the hill."
"And just managed to roll through the woods without being stopped by a tree, and then, neat as can be," Richard said, "roll right into the small opening of the cave, and then just happened to come to be stuck in the rock right near where you, by coincidence, ended up stuck. Stuck, I might add, in a terrifying place you aren't terrified of."
Jensen blinked in wonder. "When you put it like that..."
Standing at the crown of the pass, in front of the statue right where the warning beacon would have rested and now again rested, Richard could see that the spot held a commanding view of the approach to Bandakar. The mountains blocking off the view to either side were as formidable as anything he'd ever seen. The rise where the sentinel sat overlooked the approach into the pass back between those towering snow-capped peaks. As high as they were still only at the foothills of those mountains. The statue was not looking ahead, as might be expected of a guardian, but rather its unflinching gaze was fixed a little to the right. Richard thought that was a bit odd. He wondered if maybe it was meant to show this sentinel keeping a vigilant eye on everything, on every potential threat. Standing as he was, directly in front of the statue's base, in front of where the warning beacon sat, Richard looked to the right, in the direction the man in the statue was looking. He could see the approach of the pass up through the mountains. Farther out in the distance, he could see vast forests to the west, and beyond that the low, barren mountains they had crossed. And he could see a gap in those mountains. The eyes of the man in the statue were resolutely fixed upon what Richard now saw.
"Dear spirits," he whispered.
"What is it?" Kaylin asked.
"What do you see?"
"The pillars of creation." Chapter 35. Kaylin, standing beside Richard, squinted into the distance. From the base of the statue they had a commanding view of the approaches from the west. It seemed as if she could see half a world away, but she couldn't see what he saw.
"I can't see the pillars of creation," she said.
Richard leaned close, having her sight down his arm where he pointed. "There. That darker depression in the expanse of flat ground." Richard's eyes were better at seeing distant things than were hers, It was all rather hazy looking, being so far away. "You can recognize where it lies by the landmarks there," he pointed off to the right, and then a little to the left, "and there. Those darker mountains in the distance that are a little higher than the rest have a unique shape. They serve as good reference points so you can find things." "Now that you point them out, I can see the land where we traveled from. I recognize those mountains." It seemed amazing, looking back on where they'd been, how high they were. She could see, spread out into the distance, the vast wasteland beyond the barren mountain range, and, even if she couldn't make out the details of the dreadful place, she could see the darker depression in the valley. That depression she knew to be the pillars of creation. "Owen," Richard asked, "how far is this pass from your men, the men who were hiding with you in the hills?" Owen looked baffled by the question. "But Lord Rull, I have never been up this portion of the pass before. I have never seen this statue. I have never been anywhere close to here before. It would be impossible for me to tell such a thing." "Not impossible," Richard said. "If you know what your home is like, you should be able to recognize landmarks around it, just as I was able to look out to the west and see the route we traveled to get here. Look around at those mountains back through the pass and see if you recognize anything." Owen, looking skeptical, walked the rest of the way up behind the statue and peered off to the east. He stood in the wind for a time, staring. He pointed at a mountain in the distance, through the pass. "I think I know that place." He sounded astonished. "I know the shape of that mountain. It looks a little different from this spot, but I think it's the same place I know." He shielded his eyes from the gusts of wind as he gazed to the east. He pointed again. "And that place! I know that place too!" He rushed back to Richard. "You were right, Lord Rull. I can see places I know." He stared off then as he whispered to himself, "I can tell where my home is even though I've not been here, just by seeing places I know." Kalin had never seen anyone so astounded by something so simple. "So," Richard finally prompted, "how far do you think your men are from here?" Owen looked back over his shoulder. "Through that low place, then around that slope coming from the right." He turned back to Richard. "We have been hiding in the land near where the seal on our empire used to be, where no one ever goes because it is near the place where death stalks near the pass. I would guess maybe a full day's steady walk from here." He suddenly turned hesitant. "But I am wrong to be confident of what my eyes tell me. I may just be seeing what my mind wants me to see. It may not be real." Richard folded his arms and leaned back against the granite base of the statue as he gazed out toward the pillars of creation, ignoring Owen's doubt. Knowing Richard as she did, Kalin imagined that he must be considering his options. Standing beside him, she was about to lean back against the stone of the statue's base, but instead paused to first brush the snow off from beside where the warning beacon rested. As she brushed the snow away, she saw that there were words carved in the top of the decorative molding. "Richard, look at this." He turned to see what she saw, and then started hurriedly brushing away more of the snow. The others crowded around, trying to see what was written in the stone of the statue's base. Kara, on the other side of Richard, ran her hand all the way to the end to clean off the entire ledge. Kalin couldn't read it. It was in another language she didn't know, but thought she recognized. "Haidaharan?" Kara asked. Richard nodded his confirmation as he studied the words. "This must be a very old dialect," he said, half to himself as he scrutinized it, trying to figure it out. "It's not just an old dialect, but one with which I'm not familiar. Maybe because this is so distant a place." "What does it say?" Jensen wanted to know as she peered around Richard between him and Kalin. "Can you translate it?" "It's difficult to work it out," Richard mumbled. He swiped his hair back with one hand as he ran the fingers of his other lightly over the words. He finally straightened and glanced up at Owen, standing to the side of the base, watching. Everyone waited while Richard looked down at the words again. "I'm not sure," he finally said. "The phraseology is odd." He looked up at Kalin. "I can't be sure. I've not seen Hi to Haran written this way before. I feel like I should know what it says, but I can't quite get it." Kalin didn't know if he really couldn't be sure, or if he didn't want to speak the translation in front of the others. "Well, maybe if you think it over for a while, it might come to you," she offered, trying to give him a way of putting it off for the time being if he wanted to. Richard didn't take her offer. Instead, he tapped a finger to the words on the left of the warning beacon. "This part is a little more clear to me. I think it says something like, 'Fear any breach of this seal to the Empire beyond.'" He wiped a hand across his mouth as he considered the rest of the words. "I'm not so sure about the rest of it," he finally said. "It seems to say, 'For beyond is evil, those who cannot see.'" "Of course," Jensen muttered in angry comprehension. Richard raked his fingers back through his hair. "I'm not at all sure I have it right. Something about it still doesn't make sense." "I'm not sure I have it right." "You have it perfectly right," Jensen said. "Those who cannot see magic. This was placed by the gifted who sealed those people away from the rest of the world because of how they were born." Her fiery eyes filled with tears. "Fear any breach of this seal to the Empire beyond, for beyond is evil. Those who cannot see magic. That's what it means. Those who cannot see magic." No one argued with her. The only sound was the rush of the wind across the open ground. Richard spoke softly to her. "I'm not sure that's it, Jen." She folded her arms and turned away, glaring out toward the pillars of creation. Kalin could understand how she felt. Kalin knew what it was like to be shunned by almost everyone except those who were like you. Confessors were thought of as monsters by many people. Given the chance, Kalin was sure that much of the rest of humanity would be happy to seal her away for being a confessor. But just because she could understand how Jensen felt, that didn't mean Kalin thought the young woman was right. Jensen's anger at those who banished these people was justified, but her anger at Richard and the rest of them for having the same spark of the gift, which made them in that way the same, was not. Richard turned his attention to Owen. "How many men do you have waiting in the hills for you to return?" "Not quite 100. Richard sighed in disappointment. "Well, if that's all you have, then that's all you have. We'll have to see to getting more later. For now, I want you to go get those men. Bring them here to me. We'll wait here for you to return. This will be our base from where we work a plan to get the order out of Vandakar. We'll set up a camp down there in those trees where it's well protected." Owen looked down the incline to where Richard pointed, and then off toward his homeland. His confused frown returned to Richard. "But, Lord Rahl, it is you who must give us freedom. Why not just come with me to the men, if you want to see them?" "Because I think this will be a safer place than where they are now, where the Order probably knows they're hiding." "But the Order does not know that there are men hiding, or where they are." "You're deluding yourselves. The men in the Order are brutal, but they aren't stupid." "If they really know where the men are, then why hasn't the Order come to call them in?" "They will," Richard said. "When it suits them, they will. Your men aren't a threat, so the men of the Order are in no hurry to expend any effort to capture them. Sooner or later they will, though, because they won't want anyone to think they can escape the Order's rule. I want your men away from there to a place they've not been, here. I want the Order to think they're gone, to think they've run away, so they won't go after them." "Well," Owen said, thinking it over, "I guess that would be all right." Tom stood watch near the far corner of the statue's base, giving Jensen room to be alone. She looked angry, and he looked like he thought it best just to leave her be. Tom looked as if he felt guilty for having been born with the spark of the gift that allowed him to see magic, that same spark possessed by those who had banished people like Jensen. "Tom," Richard said, "I want you to go with Owen." Jensen's arms came unfolded as she turned toward Richard. "Why do you want him to go?" She suddenly sounded a lot less angry. "That's right," Owen said. "Why should he go?" "Because," Richard said, "I want to make sure that you and your men get back here. I need the antidote, remember? The more men I have back here with me who know where it is, the better. I want them safely away from the Order for now. With blonde hair and blue eyes, Tom will fit in with your people. If you run into any soldiers from the Order, they will think he's one of you. Tom will make sure you all get back here." "But it could be dangerous," Jensen objected. Richard fixed her in his challenging stare. He didn't say anything. He simply waited to see if she would dare to attempt to justify her objections. Finally, she broke eye contact and looked away. "I guess it makes sense, though," she finally admitted. Richard turned his attention back to Tom. "I want you to see if you can bring back some supplies. And I'd like to use your hatchet while you're gone, if that's all right." Tom nodded and pulled his hatchet from his pack. As Richard stepped closer to take the axe, he started ticking off a list of things he wanted the man to look for. Specific tools: yew wood, hide glue, pack thread, leather, and a list of other things Kalen couldn't hear. Tom hooked his thumbs behind his belt. "All right? I doubt I'll find it all right off. Do you want me to search out what I can't find before I return?" "No. I need it all. But I need those men back here more. Get what's readily available, and then get back here with Owen and his men as soon as possible." "I'll get what I can. When do you want us to leave?" "Now. We don't have a moment to lose." "Now?" Owen sounded incredulous. "It will be dark in an hour or two." "Those couple of hours may be hours I need," Richard said. "Don't waste them." Kalen thought that he meant because of the poison, but he could have had the gift in mind. She could see how much pain he was in because of the headache caused by the gift. She ached to hold him, to comfort him, to make him better. But she couldn't make it all just go away. They had to find the solutions. She glanced at the small figure of Richard standing on the base of the statue. Half of that figure was as dark as a night stone, as dark and dead as the deepest part of the underworld itself. Tom swung his pack up over his shoulder. "Take care of them for me, will you, Kara?" he asked with a wink. She smiled her agreement. "I'll see you all in a few days, then." He waved his farewell, his gaze lingering on Jensen, before shepherding Owen around the statue and toward the man's homeland. Kara folded her arms and leveled a look at Jensen. "You're a fool if you don't go kiss him a good journey." Jensen hesitated, her eyes turning toward Richard. "I've learned not to argue with Kara," Richard said. Jensen smiled and ran over the ridge to catch Tom before he was gone. Betty, at the end of a long rope, scampered to follow after. Richard stuffed the small figure of himself into his pack before picking up his bow from where it leaned against the statue. "We'd better get down into the trees and set up a camp." Richard, Kalen, and Kara started down the rise toward the concealing safety of the huge pines. They had been long enough out in the open, as far as Kalen was concerned. It was only a matter of time before the races came in search of them, before Nicholas came looking for them. As cold as it was up in the pass, Kalen knew they didn't dare build a fire. The races could spot the smoke and then find them. They needed instead to build a snug shelter. Kalen wished they could find a wayward pine to protect and hide them for the night, but she had not seen any of those down in the old world, and wishing wasn't going to grow one. As she stepped carefully on dry patches of rock, avoiding the snow so as not to leave tracks, she checked the dark clouds. It was always possible that it might warm just a little, and that the precipitation could turn to rain. Even if it didn't, it still would be a miserably cold night. Jensen, Betty following behind, returned, catching up with them as they zigzagged down through the steep notches of ledge. The wind was getting colder, the snow a little heavier. When they reached a flatter spot, Jensen caught Richard's arm. "Richard, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be angry with you. I know you didn't banish those people.
I know it's not your fault. She gathered up the slack on Betty's rope, looping it into coils. It just makes me angry that those people were treated like that. I'm like them, and so it makes me angry. The way they were treated should make you angry, Richard said as he started away, but not because you share an attribute with them. Taken aback by his words, even looking a little hurt, Jensen didn't move. What do you mean? Richard paused and turned back to her. That's how the Imperial Order thinks. That's how Owen's people think. It's a belief in granting disembodied prestige or the mantle of guilt to all those who share some specific trait or attribute. The Imperial Order would like you to believe that your virtue, your ultimate value, or even your wickedness arises entirely from being born a member of a given group, that free will itself is either impotent or non-existent. They want you to believe that all people are merely interchangeable members of groups that share fixed, preordained characteristics, and they are predestined to live through a collective identity, the group will, unable to rise on individual merit because there can be no such thing as independent individual merit, only group merit. Nekad Empire by Terry Goodkind, continuing on page 359. They believe that people can only rise above their station in life when selected to be awarded recognition because their group is due an indulgence, and so a representative, a stand-in for the group, must be selected to be awarded the badge of self-worth. Only the reflected light off this badge, they believe, can bring the radiance of self-worth to others of their group. But those granted this badge live with the uneasy knowledge that it's only an illusion of competence. It never brings any sincere self-respect because you can't fool yourself. Ultimately, because it is counterfeit, the sham of esteem granted because of a connection with a group can only be propped up by force. This belittling of mankind, the Order's condemnation of everyone and everything human, is their transcendent judgment of man's inadequacy. When you direct your anger at me for having a trait borne by someone else, you pronounce me guilty for their crimes. That's what happens when people say I'm a monster because our father was a monster. If you admire someone simply because you believe their group is deserving, then you embrace the same corrupt ethics. The Imperial Order says that no individual should have the right to achieve something on his own, to accomplish what someone else cannot, and so magic must be stripped from mankind. They say that accomplishment is corrupt, because it is rooted in the evil of self-interest. Therefore, the fruits of that accomplishment are tainted by its evil. This is why they preach that any gain must be sacrificed to those who have not earned it. They hold that only through such sacrifice can those fruits be purified and made good. We believe, on the other hand, that your own individual life is the value and its own end, and what you achieve is yours. Only you can achieve self-worth for yourself. Any group offering it to you or demanding it of you comes bearing chains of slavery. Jensen stared at him for a long moment. A smile finally overcame her. That's why, then, I always wanted to be accepted for who I was, for myself, and always thought it unfair to be persecuted because of how I was born? That's why, Richard said. If you want to be proud of yourself because of what you accomplish, then don't allow yourself to be chained to some group, and don't in turn chain other individuals to one. Let your judgment of individuals be earned. This means I should not be hated because my father was evil, nor should I be admired because my grandfather is good. I have the right to live my own life, for my own benefit. You are Jensen Rahl, and your life is what you alone make of it. They made the rest of the way down the hill in silence. Jensen still had a faraway look as she thought about what Richard had said. When they reached the trees, Kalin was relieved to get in under the sheltering limbs of the ancient pines, and even more so when they entered the secluded protection of the lower, thicker balsam trees. They made their way through dense thickets into the quiet solitude of the towering trees, and farther down the slope to a place where an outcropping of rock offered protection from the elements. It would be easier to construct a shelter in such a place by leaning boughs against it in order to make a relatively warm shelter. Richard used Tom's hatchet to cut some stout poles from young pines in the understory, which he placed against the rock wall. While he lashed the poles together with wiry lengths of pine roots he pulled up from the mossy ground, Kalen, Jensen, and Kara started collecting boughs to make dry bedding and to cover over the shelter.
"Richard," Jensen asked as she dragged a bundle of balsam close to the shelter, "how do you think you are going to rid Bandakar of the Imperial Order?"
Richard laid a heavy bough up high on the poles and tied it in place with the length of the wiry pine root. "I don't know that I can. My primary concern is to get to the antidote."
Jensen looked a bit surprised. "But aren't you going to help those people?"
He glanced back over his shoulder at her. "They poisoned me. No matter how you dress it up, they're willing to murder me if I don't do as they wish, if I don't do their dirty work for them. They think we're savages and they're above us. They don't think our lives are worth as much because we are not members of their group. My first responsibility is to my own life, to getting that antidote."
"I see what you mean." Jensen handed him another balsam bough. "But I still think that if we eliminate the order there and this Nicholas, we'll be helping ourselves."
Richard smiled. "I can agree with that, and we're going to do what we can. But to truly help them, I need to convince Owen and his men that they must help themselves." Kara snorted a derisive laugh. "That would be a good trick, teaching the lambs to become the wolves." Kalen agreed. She thought that convincing Owen and his men to defend themselves would be more difficult than the 5 of them ridding Bandakar of the Imperial Order by themselves. She wondered what Richard had in mind.
"Well," Jensen said, "since we're all in this, all going to face the Order up in Bandakar, don't you think that I have a right to know everything? To know what you two are always making eyes at each other about and whispering about?"
Richard stared at Jensen a moment before he looked back at Kalen. Kalen laid her bundle of branches down near the shelter.
"I think she's right."
Richard looked unhappy about it, but finally nodded and set down the balsam bough he was holding. Almost 2 years ago, Jagang managed to find a way to use magic to start a plague. The plague itself was not magic, it was just the plague. It swept through cities, killing people by the tens of thousands. Since the firestorm had been started with a spark of magic, I found a way to stop the plague using magic. Kalen did not believe that such a nightmare could be reduced to such a simple statement, and even begin to adequately convey the horror they had gone through, but by the look on Jensen's face, she at least grasped a little bit of the terror that had gripped the land.
"In order for Richard to return from the place where he had to go to stop the plague," Kalen said, leaving out terrible portions of the story, "he had to take the infection of plague. Had he not, he would have lived, but lived alone for the rest of his life, and died alone without ever seeing me or anyone else again. He took the plague into himself so that he could come back and tell me he loved me."
Jensen stared, wide-eyed.
"Didn't you know he loved you?"
Kalen smiled a small, bitter smile.
"Don't you think your mother would come back from the world of the dead to tell you she loves you, even though you know she does?" "Yes, I suppose she would. But why would you have to become infected just to return? And return from where?"
"It was a place called the Temple of the Winds that was partially in the underworld." Richard gestured up the pass. "Something like that boundary was part of the world of the dead, but was still here in this world. You might say that the Temple of the Winds was something like that. It was hidden within the underworld. Because I had to cross a boundary of sorts through the underworld, the spirit set a price for me to return to the world of life."
"Spirits? You saw spirits there?" Jensen asked.
When Richard nodded, she asked,
"Why would they set such a price?"
"The spirit who set the price of my return was Darkenral." Jensen's jaw dropped. "When we found Lord Ra," Kara said, "he was almost dead. The Mother Confessor went on a dangerous journey through the Sliff, all alone to find what would cure him. She succeeded in bringing it back, but Lord Ra was moments away from death. I used the magic I recovered, Kalin said. It was something that had the power to reverse the plague that the magic had given him. The magic I invoked to do this was the 3 chimes. 3 chimes? Jensen asked. What are they? The chimes are underworld magic. Summoning their assistance keeps a person from crossing over into the world of the dead. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, at the time I didn't know anything else about the chimes. It turns out that they were created during the Great War to end magic. The chimes are beings of sorts, but without souls. They come from the underworld. They annul magic in this world. Jensen looked confused. But how can they accomplish such a thing? I don't know how they work exactly. But their presence in this world, since they are part of the world of the dead, begins the destruction of magic. Can't you get rid of the chimes? Can't you find a way to send them back?
I already did that, Richard said. But while they were here in this world, magic began to fail.
Apparently, Kalin said, what I began that day when I called the chimes into the world of life began a cascade of events that continues to progress, even though the chimes have been sent back to the underworld.
We don't know that, Richard said, more to Kalin than to Jensen.
Richard is right, Kalin told Jensen. We don't know it for sure. But we have good reason to believe it's true. This boundary locking away Bandakar failed. The timing would suggest that it failed not long after I freed the chimes. One of those mistakes I told you about before, remember?
Jensen, staring at Kalin, finally nodded.
But you didn't do it to hurt people. You didn't know it would happen. You didn't know how this boundary would fail, how the Order would go in there and abuse those people. Doesn't really make any difference, does it? I did it. I caused it. Because of me, magic may be failing. I accomplished what the Order is working so hard to bring about. As a result of what I did, all those people in Bandakar died, and others are now out in the world where they will once again do as they did in ancient times. They will begin breeding the gift out of mankind. We stand at the brink of the end times of magic, all because of me, because of what I did.
Jensen stood frozen.
And so you regret what you caused? That you may have done something that will end magic?
Kalin felt Richard's arm around her waist.
I only know a world with magic, she finally said. I became the Mother Confessor in part to help protect people with magic who are unable to protect themselves. I, too, am a creature of magic. It's inextricably bound into me. I know profoundly beautiful things of magic that I love. They are a part of the world of life. So you fear you may have caused the end of what you love most? Not love most, Kalin smiled. I became the Mother Confessor because I believe in laws that protect all people, give all individuals the right to their own life. I would not want an artist's ability to sculpt to be stopped, or a singer's voice to be silenced, or a person's mind to be stilled, nor do I want people's ability to achieve what they can with magic to be stripped from them. Magic itself is not the central issue, not what this is about. I want all the flowers in all their variety to have a chance to bloom. You are beautiful too, Jensen. I would not choose to lose you either. Each person has a right to life. The idea that there must be a choice of one over another is counter to what we believe. Jensen smiled at Kalin's hand on her cheek. Well, I guess that in a world without magic, I could be queen.
On her way by with balsam boughs, Kara said, Queens, too, must bow to the Mother Confessor. Don't forget it.
Chapter 36.
Light flooded in as the lid of the box suddenly lifted. The rusty hinges groaned in protest of every inch the lid rose. Zed squinted at the abrupt, blinding light of day. Beefy arms flipped the hinged lid back. If there had been any slack in the chain around his neck, Zed would have jumped at the booming bang when the heavy cover flopped back, showering him in dirt and rusty grit. Between the bright light and the dust swirling through the air, Zed could hardly see. It didn't help either that the short chain around his neck was bolted to the center of the floor of the box, leaving only enough slack for him to be able to lift his head a few inches. With his arms bound in iron behind his back, he could do little more than lie on the floor. While Zed was forced to lie there on his side, his neck near the iron bolt, he at least could breathe in the sudden rush of cooler air. The heat in the box had been sweltering. On a couple of occasions, when they had stopped at night, they had given him a cup of water. It had not been nearly enough. He and Addie had been fed precious little, but it was water he needed more than food. Zed felt like he might die of thirst. He could hardly think of anything but water. He had lost track of the number of days he had been chained to the floor of the box, but he was somewhat surprised to find himself still alive. The box had been bouncing around in the back of a wagon over the course of a long, rough, but swift journey. He could only assume that he was being taken to Emperor Jagang. He was also sure that he would be sorry if he was still alive at the end of the journey. There had been times in the stifling heat of the box when he had expected that he would soon fade into unconsciousness and die. There were times when he longed to die. He was sure that falling into such a fatal sleep would be far preferable to what was in store for him. He had no choice, though. The control the sister exerted through the Rada Han prevented him from strangling himself to death with the chain, and it was pretty hard, he had discovered, to will himself to die. Zed, his head still held to the floor of the box by the stub of chain, tried to peer up, but he could see only sky. He heard another lid bang open. He coughed as another cloud of dust drifted over him. When he heard Addie's cough, he didn't know if he was relieved to know that she too was still alive, or sorry that she was, knowing what she, like he, would have to endure. Zed was, in a way, ready for the torture he knew he would be subjected to. He was a wizard, and had passed tests of pain. He feared such torture, but he would endure it until it finally ended his life. In his weakened condition, he expected that it wouldn't take all that long. In a way, such a time under torture was like an old acquaintance come back to haunt him. But he feared the torture of Addie far more than his own. He hated above all else the torture of others. He hated to think of her coming under such treatment. The wagon shuddered as the front of the other box dropped open. A cry escaped Addie's throat when a man struck her. "Move, you stupid old woman, so I can get at the lock." Zed could hear Addie's shoes scraping the wooden crate as, hands bound behind her back, she tried to comply. By the sounds of fists on flesh, the man wasn't happy with her efforts. Zed closed his eyes, wishing he could close his ears as well. The front of Zed's confining box crashed open, letting in more light and dust. A shadow fell across him as a man approached. Because his face was pinned to the floor by the chain, Zed couldn't see the man. A big hand reached in, fitting a key to the lock. Zed kept his head stretched as far away as possible to give the man all the room available to let him do his work. Such effort earned Zed a heavy punch in the side of his head. The blow left his ears ringing. The lock finally sprang open. The man's big fist seized Zed by the hair and dragged him like a sack of grain out of the box and toward the rear of the wagon. Zed pressed his lips together to keep from crying out as his bones bumped over protruding wooden runners in the wagon bed. At the back edge of the wagon, he was summarily dumped off the back to slam down onto the ground. Ears ringing, head spinning, Zed tried to sit up when he was kicked, knowing it was a command. He spat out dirt. With his hands tied behind his back, he was having difficulty complying. After 3 kicks, a big man grabbed him by the hair and lifted him upright. Zed's heart sank to see that they sat among an army of astounding size. The dark mass of humanity blighted the land as far as he could see. So, it would seem, they had arrived. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Addie sitting in the dirt beside him, her head hanging. She had a livid bruise on her cheek.
She didn't look up when a shadow fell across her. A woman in a long, drab skirt moved in before them, distracting him from his appraisal of the enemy forces. Zed recognized the brown wool dress. It was the sister of the dark who had put the collar around their necks. He didn't know her name. She'd never offered it. In fact, she hadn't spoken to them since they were chained in their boxes. She stood over them now, like the strict governess of incorrigible children. The ring through her lower lip, marking her as a slave, in Zed's mind irrevocably tarnished her air of authority. The ground was covered with horse manure, most but not all old and dried. Out beyond the sister, horses stood picketed seemingly without any order among the soldiers. Horses that looked like they might belong to the cavalry were well kept. Workhorses were not so healthy. Among the horses and men, wagons and stacks of supplies dotted the late-day landscape. The place had the foul stink of shallow latrines, horses, manure, and the filthy smell of crowded human habitation failing to meet common sanitary needs. Zed blinked when acrid wood smoke from one of the thousands of cook fires drifted across him, burning his eyes. The air was also thick with mosquitoes, gnats, and flies. The flies were the worst. The mosquito bites would itch later, but the flies stung the instant they bit, and with his arms bound behind his back, there wasn't much he could do about it other than shake his head to try to keep them out of his eyes and nose. The two soldiers who had freed Zed and Addie from their boxes stood patiently to the sides. Beyond the woman's skirts, a vast encampment spread out as far as the eye could see. There were men everywhere, men engaged in work, at rest, and at recreation. They were dressed in every variety of clothing, from leather armor, chain mail, and studded belts, to hides, dirty tunics, and trousers in the process of rotting into rags. Most of the men were unshaven, and all were as filthy as feral recluses living in mad seclusion. The mass encampment generated a constant din of yells, whistles, men hollering and laughing, the jangle and rattle of metal, the ring of hammers or rhythm of saws, and piercing through it all, the occasional cry of someone in agonizing pain. Tents by the thousands, tents of all sorts, like leaves after a big wind, lay littering the gently rolling landscape at the foothills of towering mountains to the east. Many a tent was decorated with loot. Gingham curtains hung at an entrance. A small chair or table sat before a tent. Here and there an item of women's personal clothing flew as a flag of conquest. Wagons and horses and gear were all jammed together among the rabble in no seeming plan. The ground had been churned to a fine dust by the masses in this mock city devoid of skeletal order. The place was a nightmare of humanity reduced to the savagery of a mob on the loose. The scope of their goals no more than the impulse of the moment. Though their leaders had ends, these men did not. "His Excellency has requested you both," the sister said down to them. Neither Zed nor Addie said anything. The men hauled them both to their feet. A sharp shove started them moving behind the sister after she marched away. Zed noticed then that there were more soldiers, close to a dozen, escorting them. The wagon had delivered them to the end of a road of sorts that ran a winding course through the sprawling encampment. The end of the road, where wagons sat in a row, appeared to be the entrance to an inner camp, probably a command area. The regular soldiers, outside a ring of heavily armed guards, ate, played dice, gambled, bartered loot, joked, talked, and drank as they watched the prisoners being escorted. The thought occurred to Zed that if he called out, proclaiming that he was the one who was responsible for the light spell that had killed or wounded so many of their chums, maybe the men would riot, set upon them, and kill them before Jagang had a chance to do his worst. Zed opened his mouth to try out his plan, but saw the sister glance back over her shoulder. He discovered that his voice was muted through her control of the collar around his neck. There would be no speaking unless she allowed it. Following the sister, they walked past the standing row of wagons in front of the one that had brought them.
There were well over a dozen freight wagons all lined up before the cordoned-off area with the larger tents. None of the wagons were empty, but all were loaded with crates. With sinking realization, Zed understood. These were wagons with goods looted from the wizard's keep. These were all wagons that had made the journey with them. They were all full of the things those ungifted men, at the sisters' orders, had taken out of the keep. Zed feared to think what priceless items of profound danger sat in these crates. There were things in the keep that became hazardous to anyone should they be removed from the shields that guarded them. There were rare items that, if removed from their protective environment, such as darkness for even a brief time, would cease to be viable. Guards in layered hides, mail, leather, and armed with pikes set with long steel points flanked by sharpened winged blades, huge crescent axes, swords, and spiked maces prowled the restricted area. These grim soldiers were bigger and more menacing-looking than the regular men out in the camp, and those were fearsome enough. While the special guards patrolled, ever watchful, the unconcerned regular soldiers just outside the perimeter carried on with their business. The guards led the sister, Zed, and Addie through an opening in a line of spiked barricades. Beyond were the smaller of the special tents. Most were round and the same size. Zed thought that these were probably the tents of the staff the Emperor would keep close, his attendants and personal slaves. Zed wondered if the sisters were all held within the Emperor's compound. Up ahead, the palatial vision of the grand tents of an emperor and his entourage rose up in the late afternoon night. No doubt some of these comfortable tents set about the center compound within the ring of tents for servants and attendants were accommodations for high-ranking officers, officials, and the Emperor's most trusted advisers. Zed wished he had a light spell and the ability to ignite it. He could probably decapitate the Imperial Order right then and there. But he knew that such confusion and turmoil would only be a temporary setback for the Imperial Order. They would provide another brute to enforce their message. It would take more than killing Jagang to end the threat of the Order. He wasn't even sure anymore just what it would take to free the world of the oppression and tyranny of the Imperial Order. Despite the seductively simplistic notions held by most people, the Emperor Jagang was not the driving force of this invasion. The driving force was a vicious ideology. To exist, it could not permit successful lives to be lived in sight of the suffering masses produced as a result of the beliefs and dictates of the Imperial Order. The freedom and resulting success of the people living in the New World put the lie to all the Order preached. It was blasphemy to succeed on your own, since the Order taught that it could not be done. It could only be sinful. Sin had to be eliminated for the greater good. Therefore, the freedom of the New World had to be crushed. "These the ones?" a guard with short-cropped hair asked. The rings hanging from his nose and ears reminded Zed of a prized pig decorated for the summer fair. Of course, prized pigs would have been washed and clean and would have smelled better. "Yes," the sister said, both of them as instructed. With deliberate care, the man's dark-eyed gaze took in Addie and then Zed. By his scowl, he apparently thought himself a righteous man who was displeased with what he saw. Evil. After noting the collars they both wore, showing that they would be no danger to the Emperor, he stepped aside and lifted a thumb, directing them through a second barricade, beyond the tents of the attendants, servants, and slaves. The guard's glare followed the sinners on their way to meet their proper fate. Other men from inside the inner compound swept in to surround them. Zed saw that these men wore more orderly outfits. They were layered in similar leather and mail, wearing heavy leather weapon belts, their chests crisscrossed with studded straps. There was a uniformity to them, a sameness, that showed these were special guards. The weapons hung on those wide belts were better made, and they carried more of them. By the way they moved, Zed knew that these were not typical men rounded up to be soldiers. but trained men with highly developed talents for warfare. These were the Emperor's elite bodyguards. Zed looked longingly at the nearly full water bucket set out for the men standing guard in the heat. It wouldn't do, if you were an emperor, to have your elite guards falling over from lack of water. Knowing what the response was likely to be, Zed didn't ask for a drink. A sidelong glance showed Addie licking her cracked lips, but she too remained silent. Up a slight rise sat by far the largest and grandest of the tents among the impressive but lesser quarters of the Emperor's retinue. The Emperor's tent appeared more a traveling palace, actually, than a tent. It boasted a tri-peaked roof pierced by high poles bearing colorful standards and flags. Brightly embroidered panels adorned the exterior walls. Red and yellow banners flapped lazily in the hot, late-day air. Tassels and streamers all around it made it look like a central gathering tent at a festival. A guard flanking a doorway met Zed's gaze before he lifted aside the lambskin covered with shields of gold and hammered medallions of silver, allowing them entrance. One of the other guards stiff-armed Zed's shoulder, nearly knocking him sprawling. Zed staggered through the doorway into the dimly lit interior, Addie stumbling in after him. Inside, the raucous noise of the encampment was muted by layers of rich carpets placed haphazardly. Hundreds of silk and brocade pillows lined the edge of the floor. Colorfully decorated hangings divided up the murky interior space and covered the outer walls. Openings overhead, screened with gauzy material, let in little light but did allow some air to move through the quiet gloom of the grand tent. It was so dim, in fact, that lamps and candles were needed. In the middle of the room, toward the back, sat an ornate chair draped with rich red silks. If this was Emperor Jagang's throne, he was not in it. While guards surrounded Zed and Addie, keeping them restricted in place, one of the men went off behind the fabric walls from where a glow of light came. The guards standing close around Zed stank of sweat. Their shoes were caked with manure. For all the sumptuous surroundings doing their best to simulate a reverent aura, a sacred setting, an abiding barnyard stench permeated the place. The horse manure and human sweat of the men who had entered the tent with Zed and Addie were only making it worse. The man who had gone behind the walls poked his head back out, signaling the sister forward. He whispered to her, and then she, too, disappeared behind the walls. Zed stole a look at Addie. Her completely white eyes stared ahead. He shifted his weight as an excuse to lean toward her and stealthily touched her shoulder with his, a message of comfort where there could be none. She returned a slight push, message received and appreciated. He longed to embrace her, but knew he probably never would again. Muffled words could be heard, but the heavy wall hangings muted them so that Zed couldn't understand any of it. Had he access to his gift, he would have been able to hear it all, but the collar cut him off from his ability. Even so, the nature of the sister's report, the words were short and businesslike. Those slaves working in the tent at brushing carpets, or polishing fine vases, or waxing cabinets, paid no attention to the people the guards had brought in, but the sudden low tone of menace that came from beyond the wall caused them all to put markedly more attention into their work. While no doubt prisoners were brought before the Emperor often enough, Zed was sure that it would not be wise for those working in the grand tent to pay any notice to the Emperor's business. From beyond the walls composed of woven scenes also came the warm smell of food. The variety of scents Zed was able to detect was astonishing. The stink of the place, though, tended to make the fragrant aromas of meats, olive oil, garlic, onions, and spices somewhat repugnant. The sister stepped out from behind the wall of colorful hangings. The ring through her lower lip stood out in stark relief against her ashen skin. She gave a slight nod to the men to either side of the prisoners. Powerful fingers gripping their arms, Zed and Addie were ushered toward the opening and the glow of light beyond. Chapter 37. Dragged to an abrupt halt, Zed at last stood shackled before the intent glower of the dream-walker himself, Emperor Jagang. Enthroned in an ornately carved high-backed chair behind a grand dining table, Jagang leaned on both elbows, a goose leg spanning his fingers as he chewed. Points of candlelight reflecting off the sides of his shaved head danced as the tendons all the way up through his temples rippled with his chewing. A thin mustache, growing down from the corners of his mouth and at the center under his lower lip, moved rhythmically in time with his jaw, as did the fine chain connected to gold loops in his ear and nose. Greasy goose fat covering his meaty, ringed fingers glistened in the candlelight and ran down his bare arms. From his place behind his table, Jagang casually studied his latest captives. Despite the candles set about the table and on stands to either side, the inside of the tent had the murky feel of a dungeon. To each side of him on the broad table sat plates of food, goblets, bottles, candles, bowls, and here and there books and scrolls. There being no room for all of the silver platters among the multitude, some of them had to be strategically balanced atop small decorated pillars. There looked to be enough food for a small army. For all the Order's talk of sacrifice for the betterment of mankind being their noble cause, Zed knew that such abundance at the Emperor's table was meant to send a contradictory message, even when there was no one but the Emperor himself to see it. Slaves stood lined up along the wall behind Jagang, some holding additional platters, some in stiff poses, all awaiting command. Some of those in back were young men, young wizards from what Zed had heard, dressed in loose-fitting white trousers and nothing else. This was where wizards in training at the Palace of the Prophets had ended up, along with the captured sisters who had been their teachers. All were now captives of the Dreamwalker. The most accomplished of men, men with enormous potential, were used as houseboys to perform menial tasks. This, too, was a message sent by the Emperor of the Imperial Order to show everyone that the best and brightest were to be used to clean chamber pots, while brutes ruled them. The younger women, sisters of both the dark and the light, Zed assumed, wore outfits that ran from neck to wrist to ankle, but were so transparent that the women might as well have been naked. This, too, was meant to show that Emperor Jagang thought little of these women's talents and valued them only for his pleasure. The older, less attractive women standing off to the sides wore drab clothes. These were probably sisters who served the Emperor in other menial ways. Jagang delighted in having under his control as slaves some of the most gifted people in the world. It suited the nature of the Order to demean those with ability rather than to celebrate them. Jagang watched Zed taking in the house slaves, but showed no emotion. The Dreamwalker's bull neck made him look almost other than human. The muscles of his chest, as well as his massive shoulders, were displayed by an open, sleeveless lamb's wool vest. He was as powerful and brawny a man as Zed had seen, an intimidating presence, even at rest. As Zed and Addie stood mute, Jagang's teeth tore off another chunk of meat from the goose leg. In the tense silence, he watched them as he chewed, as if deciding what he might do with his newest plunder. More than anything, it was his inky black eyes, devoid of any pupils, irises, or whites, that threatened to halt the blood in Zed's veins. The last time he had seen those eyes, Zed had not been shackled, but that ungifted girl had prevented Zed from finishing the man. That was going to turn out to be the missed opportunity that Zed would most regret. His chance to kill Jagang had slipped through his fingers that day, not because of the vast power of all the skilled sisters and troops arrayed against him, but all because of a single ungifted girl. Those black eyes, the eyes of a mature dreamwalker, glistened in the candlelight. Across their dark voids, dim shapes shifted, like clouds on a moonless night. The directness of the dream-walker's gaze was as obvious as was Addie's when she looked at Zed with her pure white eyes. Under Jagang's direct glare, Zed had to remind himself to relax his muscles and remember to breathe. The thing about those eyes that most terrified him, though, was what he saw in them. A keen, calculating mind. Zed had fought against Jagang long enough to have come to understand that one underestimated this man at great peril. "Jagang the Just," the sister said, holding an introductory hand out to the nightmare before them. "Excellency, this is Zedicus Zul Zarander, first wizard, and a sorceress by the name of Addie."
"I know who they are," Jagang said in a deep voice as heavy with threat as with distaste. He leaned back, hanging one arm over the back of the chair and one leg over a carved arm. He gestured with the goose leg. "Richard Rawl's grandfather, as I hear told." Zed said nothing. Jagang tossed the partially eaten leg on a platter and picked up a knife. With one hand he sawed a chunk of red meat off a roast and stabbed it. Elbow on the table, he waved the knife as he spoke. Red juice ran down the blade. "Probably not the way you had hoped to meet me." He laughed at his own joke, a deep resonating sound alive with menace. With his teeth, Jagang drew the chunk of meat off the knife and chewed as he watched them, as if unable to decide on a wealth of delightfully terrible options parading through his thoughts. He washed the meat down with a gulp from a jeweled silver goblet, his gaze never leaving them. "I can't tell you how pleased I am that you have come to visit me." His grin was like death itself. "Alive." He rolled his wrist, circling the knife. "We have a lot to talk about." His laugh died out, but the grin remained. "Well, you do anyway. I'll be a good host and listen." Zed and Addie remained silent as Jagang's black-eyed gaze went from one to the other. "Not so talkative just yet. Well, no matter. You will be babbling soon enough." Zed didn't waste the effort telling Jagang that torture would gain him nothing. Jagang would not believe any such boast, and even if he did, it would hardly stay his wish to see it done. Jagang fingered a few grapes from a bowl. "You are a resourceful man, Wizard Zorander." He popped several grapes in his mouth and chewed as he spoke. "All alone there in Aidendrill, with an army surrounding you, you managed to gull me into thinking I had trapped Richard Rawle and the Mother Confessor. Quite a trick. I must give you credit where credit is due. And the light spell you ignited among my men, that was remarkable." He put another grape in his mouth. "Do you have any idea how many hundreds of thousands of them were caught up in your wizardry?" Zed could see the corded muscles in the man's hairy arm draped over the back of the chair stand out as he flexed the fist. He relaxed the hand then, and leaned forward, using his thumb to gouge out a long chunk of ham. He waved the meat as he went on. "It's that kind of magic I need you to do for me, good wizard. I understand, from the stupid bitches I have who call themselves the Sisters of the Light or the Sisters of the Dark, depending on whom they've decided can offer better favors in the afterlife, that you probably didn't conjure that little bit of magic on your own, but rather you used a constructed spell from the wizard's keep and simply ignited it among my men with some kind of trick or trigger, probably some small curiosity that one of them picked up, and in the act of having a look, they set it off." Zed was somewhat alarmed that Jagang had been able to learn so much. The Emperor took a big bite off the end of the piece of ham as he watched them. His indulgent look was beginning to wear thin. "So, since you can't do such marvelous magic yourself, I've had a few items brought from the keep so you can tell me how they work, what they do. I'm sure there must be a great number of intriguing items among the inventory.
I'd like to have some of those conjured spells so they can blow open a few of the passes into Dahara for us. It would save me some time and trouble. I'm sure you can understand my eagerness to be into Dahara and have this petty resistance finally over with."
Zed heaved a deep breath and finally spoke. "For most of those items you could torture me to the end of time, and I still wouldn't be able to tell you anything because I don't have any knowledge of them. Unlike you, I know my own limits. I simply don't know what such a spell might look like. Even if I did, that doesn't mean I would know how to work it. I was simply lucky with that one I used."
Maybe, but you do know about some of the items. You are, after all, as I hear told, first wizard. It is your keep. To claim ignorance of the things in it is hardly credible. Despite your claim of luck, you managed to know enough about that constructed light web to ignite it among my men, so you obviously have knowledge about the most powerful of the items.
"You don't know the first thing about magic," Zed snapped. "You have a head full of grand ideas, and you think all you have to do is command they be done. Well, they can't. You're a fool who doesn't know the first thing about real magic or its limits." An eyebrow lifted over one of Jagang's inky eyes.
"Oh, I think I know more than you might think, wizard. You see, I love to read, and I have the advantage of perusing some of the most remarkably gifted minds you can imagine. I probably know a great deal more about magic than you give me credit for."
"I give you credit for bold self-delusion."
"Self-delusion?" He spread his arms. "Can you create a slide, Wizard Zorander?"
Zed froze. Jagang had heard the name, that was all. The man liked to read. He'd read that name somewhere. "Of course not, and neither can anyone else alive today."
"You can't create such a being, Wizard Zorander, but you have no idea how much I know about magic. You see, I've learned to bring lost talents back to life. Arts that have long been believed to be dead and vanished."
"I give you the grandiosity of your dreaming, Jagang, but dreaming is easy. Your dreams can't be made real just because you dream them and decide that you wish them to come alive."
"Sister Tahira here knows the truth of it."
Jagang gestured with his knife.
"Tell him, darling. Tell him what I can dream and what I can bring to life."
The woman hesitantly stepped forward several paces. "It is as His Excellency says." She looked away from Zed's frown to fuss with her wiry gray hair. "With His Excellency's brilliant direction, we were able to bring back some of the old knowledge. With the expert guidance of our Emperor, we were able to invest in a wizard named Nicholas an ability not seen in the world for 3,000 years. It is one of His Excellency's greatest achievements. I can personally assure you that it is as His Excellency says. A slide again walks the world. It is no fancy, Wizard Zorander, but the truth. The spirits help me," she added under her breath. "I was there to see the slide born into the world."
"You created a slide?"
Fists still bound behind his back, Zed took an angry stride toward the sister.
"Are you out of your mind, woman?"
She retreated to the back wall. Zed turned his fury on Jagang.
"Slides were a catastrophe. They can't be controlled. You would have to be crazy to create one."
Jagang smiled.
"Jealous, wizard? Jealous that you are unable to accomplish such a thing? Can't create such a weapon against me, while I can create one to take Richard Rahl and his wife from you?"
"A slide has powers you couldn't possibly control."
"A slide is no danger to a dream walker. My ability is quicker than his. I am his better."
"It doesn't matter how quick you are. It isn't about being quick. A slide can't be controlled, and he isn't going to do what you want."
"I seem to be controlling him just fine."
Jagang leaned in on his elbow.
"You think magic is necessary to control those you would master, but I don't need magic. Not with Nicholas, nor with mankind. You seem to be obsessed with control. I am not. I managed to find a people, those like you didn't want to walk freely among their fellow man. A people cast out by the gifted. A people reviled for not having any spark of your precious gift of magic. A people hated and banished because your kind wasn't able to control them. That was their crime, being outside the control of your magic.
Jagang's fist slammed the table. The slaves all jumped with the platters.
This is how your kind wants mankind's future to be. Your kind wants only those with a spark of the gift to be allowed to walk free. This, so you can use your gift to control them. Like that collar around your neck, your lust is to collar all of mankind with magic. I found those outcast, ungifted people, and have brought them back into the fold of their fellow man. Much to your disapproval and the loathing of your kind, they can't be touched by your vile magic.
Zed couldn't imagine where Jagang had found such people.
And so now you have a slide to control them for you.
Your kind condemned and banished them. We have welcomed them among us. In fact, we wish to model man himself after them. Our cause is theirs by their very nature, purity of mankind without any taint of magic. In this way, the world will be one and at last at peace. I have the advantage over you, wizard. I have right on my side. I don't need magic to win, you do. I have mankind's best future in mind, and have set our irreversible course. With the help of these people, I took your keep. With their help, I have recovered invaluable treasures from within. You couldn't do a thing to stop them now, could you? Man will now set his own course, without the curse of magic darkening his struggle. I now have a slide to help us to that noble end. He is working with those people for the benefit of our cause. In doing so, Nicholas has already proved invaluable. What's more, that slide, which your kind could never control, has vowed to deliver to me the two I want most, your grandson and his wife. I have great things planned for them. Well, for her, anyway.
His red-faced rage melted into a grin.
For him, not so great things.
Zed could hardly contain his rage. Were it not for the collar stifling his gift, he would have reduced the entire place to ash by now.
Once this Nicholas becomes adept at what he can do, you will find that he will want revenge of his own, and a price you may find far too high.
Jagang spread his arms.
There you are wrong, wizard. I can afford whatever Nicholas wants for Lord Ral and the Mother Confessor. There is no such thing as a price too high. You may think me greedy and selfish, but you would be wrong. While I enjoy the spoils, I most relish the role I play in bringing heathens to heel. It is the end that truly concerns me, and in the end, I will have mankind bow as they should to our just cause and the Creator's ways.
Jagang seemed to have spent his flash of intensity. He leaned back and scooped walnuts from a silver bowl.
Zed be wrong, Addy finally spoke up. You have shown us that you know what you be doing. You will be able to control your slide just fine. May I suggest you keep him close to aid you in your efforts?
Jagang smiled at her.
You too, my dried-up old sorceress, will be telling me all you know about what is in those crates.
Bah, Addy scoffed. You be a fool with worthless treasures. I hope you pull a muscle carrying them with you everywhere. Addy's right, Zed put in. You are an incompetent oaf, who is only going to—
Oh, come, you two. Do you think you will throw me into a fit of rage, and I'll slaughter the both of you on the spot?
His wicked grin returned.
Spare you the proper justice of what is to come.
Zed and Addy fell silent.
When I was a boy,
Jagang said in a quieter tone as he stared off into the distance,
I was nothing. A street tough in Alto Rang, a bully, a thief. My life was empty. My future was the next meal. One day, I saw a man coming down the street. He looked like he might have some money, and I wanted it. It was getting dark. I came up silently behind him, intending to bash in his head. But just then he turned and looked me in the eye. His smile stopped me in my tracks. It wasn't a kindly smile or a weak smile, but the kind of smile a man gives you when he knows he can kill you where you stand if it pleases him. He pulled a coin from his pocket and flipped it to me, and then without a word turned and went on his way. A few weeks later, in the middle of the night, I woke up in an alley where I slept under old blankets and crates, and I saw a shadowy form out by the street. I knew it was him before he flipped me the coin and moved off into the darkness. The next time I saw him, he was sitting on a stone bench at the edge of an old square that some of the less fortunate men of Alturang frequented. Like me, no one would give these men a chance in life. People's greed had sucked the life out of these men. I used to go there to look at them, to tell myself I didn't want to grow up to be like them, but I knew I would. A nobody, human refuse, waiting to pass into the shadow of oblivion in the afterlife. A soul without worth. I sat down on the bench beside the man and asked him why he'd given me money. Instead of giving me some answer that most people would give a boy, he told me about mankind's grand purpose, the meaning of life, and how we are here only as a brief stop on the way to what the Creator has in store for us, if we are strong enough to rise to the challenge. I'd never heard such a thing. I told him that I didn't think that such things mattered in my life, because I was only a thief. He said that I was only striking back from the injustice of my lot in life. He said that mankind was evil for making me the way I was, and only through sacrifice and helping those like me could man hope to be redeemed in the afterlife. He opened my mind to man's sinful ways. Before he left, he turned back and asked me if I knew how long eternity was. I said no. He said that our miserable time in this world was but a blink before we entered the next world. That really made me think, for the first time, about our greater purpose. Over the next months, Brother Narav took the time to talk to me, to tell me about creation and eternity. He gave me a vision of a possible better future, where before I had none. He taught me about sacrifice and redemption. I thought I was doomed to an eternity of darkness until he showed me the light. He took me in return for helping him with life's chores. For me, Brother Narav was a teacher, a priest, an advisor, a means to salvation.
Jagang's gaze rose to Zed.
And a grandfather, all rolled into one. He gave me the fire of what mankind can and should be. He showed me the true sin of selfish greed and the dark void of where it would lead mankind. Over time, he made me the fist of his vision. He was the soul, I was the bone and muscle. Brother Narav allowed me the honor of igniting the revolution. He placed me at the fore of the rise of mankind over the oppression of sinfulness. We are the new hope for the future of man, and Brother Narav himself allowed me to be the one to carry his vision in the cleansing flames of mankind's redemption.
Jagang leaned back in his chair, fixing Zed with as grim a look as Zed had ever seen.
And then, this spring, while carrying Brother Narav's noble challenge to mankind, to those who had never had a chance to see the vision of what man can be, of the future without the blight of magic and oppression and greed and groveling to be better than others, I came to Aidendrill, and what do I find? Brother Narav's head on a pike, with a note, compliments of Richard Rowell. The man I admired most in the world, the man who brought to us all the hallowed dream of mankind's true purpose in this life, as charged by the Creator himself, was dead, his head stuck on a pike by your grandson. If ever there was a greater blasphemy, a greater crime against the whole of mankind, I don't know of it."
Sullen shapes shifted across Jagang's black eyes.
"Richard Rall will be dealt justice. He will suffer such a blow before I send him to the Keeper. I just wanted you to know your fate, old man. Your grandson will know something of that kind of pain, and the additional torment of knowing that I have his bride, and will make her pay dearly for her own crimes."
A ghost of the grin returned.
"After he has paid this price, then I will kill him."
Zed yawned.
"Nice story. You left out all the parts where you slaughter innocent people by the tens of thousands because they don't want to live under your vile rule or Narev's sick, twisted vision. On second thought, don't bother with the sorry excuses. Just cut off my head, put it on a pike, and be done with it."
Jagang's smile returned in its full glory.
"Not as easily as that, old man. First, you have some talking to do."
Chapter 38.
"Ah, yes," Zed said. "The torture. I almost forgot."
"Torture?"
With 2 fingers, Jagang signaled a woman to the side. The older sister, standing, wringing her hands, flinched at seeing his gaze on her and immediately rushed off behind a curtain of wall hangings. Zed could hear her whispering urgent instructions to people beyond, and then the thump of feet rushing across the carpets and out of the tent. Jagang went back to his leisurely meal while Zed and Addie stood before him, starving, dying of thirst. The dream-walker finally set his knife across a plate. Seeing this, the slaves sprang into action, clearing away the variety of dishes, most having been tasted, but that hardly made a dent in them. In a matter of moments, the entire table was emptied of the food and drink, leaving only the books, the scrolls, the candles, and the silver bowl of walnuts. Sister Tahira, the sister who had captured Zed and Addie at the keep, stood to the side, her hands clasped before her as she watched them. Despite her obvious fear of Jagang and her servile fawning over the man, the knowing smirk at Zed and Addie betrayed the pleasure she was deriving from what was to come. When 6 grisly men entered the room and stood off to the side, Zed began to understand what it was that pleased Sister Tahira. They were unkempt, brawny, and as merciless-looking as any men Zed had ever seen. Their hair was wildly tangled and greasy. Their hands and forearms were spattered with sooty smears, their fingernails ragged and foul. Their filthy clothes were stained dark with dried blood from the labor of their profession. These men worked at torture. Zed looked away from the sister's steady gaze. She hoped to see fear, panic, or perhaps sobbing. Then a group of men and women were ushered into the dim room in the Emperor's tent. They looked to be farmers or humble working folk, probably picked up by patrols. The men embraced their wives as children huddled around the women's skirts like chicks around hens. The people were herded over to the side of the room opposite the line of torturers. Zed's eyes suddenly turned to Jagang. The dream-walker's black eyes were watching him as he chewed a walnut. "Emperor," said the sister who had brought the families in, "these are some of the local people from the countryside, as you requested." She held an introductory hand out. "Good people, this is our revered Emperor, Jagang the Just. He brings the light of the imperial order to the world, guided by the Creator's wisdom, that we might all lead better lives and find salvation with the Creator in the afterlife." Jagang surveyed the cluster of Midlanders as they awkwardly bowed and curtsied. Zed felt sick at seeing the timid terror on their faces. They would have had to walk through the encampment of Order soldiers. They would have seen the size of the force that had overrun their homeland. Jagang lifted his arm toward Zed. "Perhaps you know this man.
This is First Wizard Zorander. He is one who has ruled you with his command of magic. As you can see, he is now shackled before us. We have freed you from the wicked rule of this man and those like him."
The people's eyes darted between Zed and Jagang, unsure of their role in the Emperor's tent or what they were supposed to do. They finally bobbed their heads, mumbling their thanks for their liberation.
The gifted, like these two, could have used their ability to help mankind. Instead, they used it for themselves. Where they should have sacrificed for those in need, they were selfish. It is criminal to behave as they have, live as they have, with all they have. It makes me angry to think of all they could do for those in need, those like your poor people, were it not for their selfish ways. People suffer and die without the help they could have had, without the help these people could have given, were they not so self-centered. This wizard and his sorceress are here because they have refused to help us free the rest of the people of the New World by telling us the function of the vile things of magic we had captured along with them. Things of magic they scheme to use to slaughter untold numbers of people. This selfish wizard and sorceress do this out of spite, that they could not have their way.
All the wide eyes turned to Zed and Addy.
I could tell you people of the vast numbers of deaths this man is responsible for, but I fear you would be unable to fathom it. I can tell you that I simply cannot allow this man to be responsible for tens of thousands more deaths.
Jagang smiled at the children then and gestured with both hands, urging them to come to him. The children, a dozen or so, from 6 or 7 to maybe 12, clung to their parents. Jagang's gaze rose to those parents as he again motioned the children to come to him. The parents understood, and reluctantly urged their children to do as the Emperor bid of them. The clump of innocents haltingly approached Jagang's outstretched arms and wide grin. He embraced them woodenly as they shuffled in close around him. He tousled the blonde hair of a boy, and then the straight sandy hair of a girl. Several of the younger ones peered pleadingly back at parents before cringing at Jagang's meaty hand on their backs, his jovial pat on their cheek. Silent terror hung thick in the air. It was as frightening a sight as Zed had ever witnessed.
"Well now," the smiling Emperor said, "let me get to the reason I have called upon you people."
His powerful arms gathered the children before him. As a sister blocked a boy wanting to return to his parents, Jagang put his huge hands on a young girl's waist and set her upon his knee. The girl's wide eyes stared up at the smiling face, the bald head, but mostly at the nightmare void of the dream-walker's inky eyes. Jagang looked from the girl back to the parents.
"You see, the wizard and sorceress have refused to offer their help. In order to save a great many lives, I must have their cooperation. They must answer honestly all my questions. They refuse. I'm hoping you good people can convince them to tell us what we need to know in order to save the lives of a great many people and free a great many more from the oppression of their magic."
Jagang looked toward the row of men standing silently against the opposite wall. With a single tilt of his head, he commanded them forward. "What are you doing?" a woman asked, even as her husband tried to restrain her. "What do you intend?"
"What I intend," Jagang told the crowd of parents, "is for you good people to convince the wizard and the sorceress to talk. I'm going to put you in a tent alone with them so that you can persuade them to do their duty to mankind. Persuade them to cooperate with us."
As the men began seizing the children, they finally burst out in frightened crying. The parents, seeing their red-faced children bawling in terror, cried out themselves and rushed forward to retrieve them. The big men, each holding 1 or 2 little arms in a fist, shoved the parents back. The parents fell to hysterical screaming for the children to be freed.
"I'm sorry, But I can't do that,
Jagang said over the wails of the children. He tilted his head again, and the men started carting the twisting, screaming children out of the tent. The parents were wailing as well, trying to reach in past big, filthy arms to touch what was to them most precious in the world. The parents were bewildered and horrified, fearing to cross a line that would bring wrath down on their children, yet not wanting them to be carted away. Against their urgent pleading, the children were swiftly whisked away. As the children were taken out, the sisters immediately blocked the doorway behind them, keeping the parents from following. The tent fell to pandemonium. With the single word,
"Silence!"
from Jagang and his fist on the table, everyone fell silent.
"Now," Jagang said, "these 2 prisoners are going to be confined to a tent. All of you are going to be in there alone with them. There will be no guards, no watchers."
"But what about our children?"
a woman in tears begged, caring nothing about Zed and Addie. Jagang pulled a squat candle toward him on the table.
"This will be the tent, with these 2, and you good people."
He circled a finger around the candle.
"All around this tent with you and the criminals, there will be other tents close."
Everyone stared at his ringed finger going round and round the candle.
"Your children will be close by, in these tents."
Jagang scooped up a handful of walnuts from the silver bowl. He dribbled some onto the table around the candle and put the rest into his mouth. The room was silent as they all stared at him, watching him chew the walnuts, afraid to ask a question, afraid to hear what he might say next. Finally, a woman could no longer hold her tongue.
"Why will they be in there in those tents?"
Jagang's black eyes took them all in before he spoke, making sure none would miss what he had to tell them.
"Those men who took your children to those tents will be torturing them."
The parents' eyes widened. Blood drained from their faces. One woman fainted. Several others bent to her. Sister Tahira squatted beside the woman and touched a hand to the woman's forehead. The woman's eyes popped open. The sister told the women to get her to her feet. When Jagang was satisfied that he had everyone's attention, he circled a finger around the candle again, over the walnuts around it.
"The tents will be close around so you can all clearly hear your children being tortured, to be sure that you understand that they will not be spared the worst those men can do."
The parents stood frozen, staring, seemingly unable to believe the reality of what they were hearing.
"Every few hours, I will come to see if you good people have convinced the wizard and the sorceress to tell us what we need to know. If you have not succeeded, then I will go off to other business, and when I have the time, I will return again to check if those 2 have decided to talk. Just be sure that this wizard and sorceress do not die while you convince them to be reasonable. If they die, then they can't answer our questions. Only when and if they answer questions will the children be released."
Jagang turned his nightmare eyes on Zed.
"My men have a great deal of experience at torturing people. When you hear the screams coming from the tents all around, you will have no doubt as to their skill or their determination. I think you should know that they can keep their guests alive under torture for days, but they cannot work miracles. People, especially such young, tender souls, cannot survive indefinitely. But should these children die before you agree to cooperate, there are plenty more families with children who can take their place."
Zed could not halt the tears that ran down his face to drip off his chin as Sister Tahira took his arm and pulled him toward the doorway. The crowd of parents fell on him, clawing at his clothes, screaming and crying for him to do as the Emperor asked. Zed dug in his heels and struggled to a stop before the table. Desperate hands clutched at his robes. As he looked around at their tear-stained faces meeting the eyes of each, they fell silent.
I hope you people can now understand the nature of what it is we are fighting. I am so sorry, but I cannot dull the pain of this darkest hour of your lives. If I were to do as this man wants, countless more children would be subjected to this tyrant's brutality. I know that you will not be able to weigh this against the precious lives of your children, but I must. Pray the good spirits take them quickly, and take them to a place of eternal peace."
Zed could not say more to them, to their desperate gazes. He turned his watery eyes to Jagang.
"This will not work, Jagang. I know you will do it anyway, but it will not work."
Behind the heavy table, Jagang slowly rose.
"Children in this land of yours are plentiful. How many are you prepared to sacrifice before you allow mankind to be free? How long are you willing to persist in your stubborn refusal to allow them to have a future free from suffering, want, and your uninspired morals?"
The heavy gold and silver chains around his neck, the looted medallions and ornaments resting against his muscled chest, and the rings of kings on his fingers all sparkled in the candlelight. Zed felt the numb weight of a hopeless future under the yoke of the monstrous ideals of this man and his ilk.
"You cannot win in this, wizard. Like all those who fight on your side to oppress mankind, to allow the common people to be left to cruel fate, you are not even willing to sacrifice for the sake of the lives of children. You are brave with words, but you have a cold soul and a weak heart. You don't have the will to do what must be done to prevail. I do."
Jagang tilted his head, and the sisters shoved Zed toward the door. The screaming, crying, begging crowd of people closed in around Zed and Addie, clawing and pawing at them in wild desperation. In the distance, Zed could hear the horrifying screams of their terrified children. Chapter 39. "They aren't far," Richard said as he stepped back in among the trees. He stood silently watching as Kaelin straightened the shoulders of her dress. The dress showed no ill effects from its long confinement in their packs. The almost white, satiny, smooth fabric glistened in the eerie light of the churning overcast. The flowing lines of the dress, cut square at the neck, bore no lace or frills, nothing to distract from its simple elegance. The sight of Kaelin in that dress still took his breath away. She looked out through the trees when they heard Kara's whistle. The warning signal Richard had taught Kara was the plaintive, high, clear whistle of a common wood pewee, although Kara didn't know that's what it was. When he'd first told Kara that he wanted to teach her a pewee bird call as a warning signal, she said she wasn't going to learn the call of any bird named a pewee. Richard gave in and told her that he would instead teach her the call of the small, fierce, short-tailed pine hawk, but only if she would be willing to work hard at getting it right, since it was more difficult. Satisfied to have her way, Kara had agreed and readily learned the simple whistle. She was good at it, and used it often as a signal. Richard never told her that there was no such thing as a short-tailed pine hawk, or that hawks didn't make whistles like that. Out through the screen of branches, the dark form of the statue stood guard over an area of the pass that for thousands of years had been deserted. Richard wondered again why the people back then would have put such a statue in a pass no one was likely to ever again visit. He thought about the ancient society that had placed it, and at what they must have thought, sealing people away for the crime of not having a spark of the gift. Richard brushed pine needles off the back of the sleeve of Kaelin's dress. "Here, hold still. Let me look at you." Kaelin turned back, arms at her sides, as he smoothed the fabric at her upper arms. Her unafraid green eyes, beneath eyebrows that had the graceful arch of a raptor's wings in flight, met his gaze. Her features seemed to have only grown more exquisite since he had first met her. Her look, her pose, the way she gazed at him as if she could see into his soul, struck a chord in him. Clearly evident in her eyes was the intelligence that had from the first so captivated him. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Despite everything, he couldn't hold back his smile. Standing there like that, in that dress, your long hair so beautiful, the green of the trees behind you, it just suddenly reminded me of the first time I saw you. Her special smile, the smile she gave no one but him, spread radiantly through her bewitching eyes. She put her wrists on his shoulders and locked her fingers behind his neck, pulling him into a kiss. As it always did, her kiss so completely consumed him with his need of her that he momentarily lost track of the world. She melted into his embrace. For that moment, there was no imperial order, no Bandakar, no Daharan Empire, no sword of truth, no chimes, no gift turning its power against him, no poison, no warning beacons, no black-tipped races, no Jagang, no Nicholas, no Sisters of the Dark. Her kiss made him forget everything but her. In that moment, there was nothing but the two of them. Kalin made his life complete. Her kiss reaffirmed that bond. She pulled back, gazing up into his eyes again. "Seems like you've had nothing but trouble ever since that day you found me." Richard smiled. "My life is what I've had since that day I found you. When I found you, I found my life." Holding her face in both hands, he kissed her again. Betty nudged his leg and bleated. "You two about ready?" Jensen called down the hill. "They'll be here soon. Didn't you hear Kara's whistle?" "We heard," Kalin called up to Jensen. "We'll be right there." Turning back, she smiled as she looked him up and down. "Well, Lord Rahl, you certainly don't look the way you did the first time I saw you." She straightened the tooled leather baldric lying over the black tunic banded in gold. "But you look exactly the same, too. Your eyes are the same as I saw that day." She cocked her head as she smiled up at him. "I don't see the headache of the gift in your eyes." "It's been gone for a while, but after that kiss it would be impossible to have a headache." "Well, if it comes back," she said with intimate promise, "just tell me, and I'll see what I can do to make it go away." Richard ran his fingers through her hair and gazed one last time into her eyes before slipping his arm around her waist. Together they walked through the cathedral of trees that was their cover off to the side near the crown of the ridge and out toward the open slope. Between the trunks of the pines he could see Jensen running down the hill, leaping from rock to rock, avoiding the patches of snow. She rushed in to meet them just within the small cluster of trees. "I spotted them," she said breathlessly. "I could see them down in the gorge on the far side. They'll be up here soon." A grin brightened her face. "I saw Tom leading them." Jensen took in the sight of both of them then, Kalin in the white dress of the Mother Confessor, and Richard in the outfit he had in part found in the keep that had once been worn by war wizards. By the surprise on Jensen's face, he thought she might curtsy. "Wow," she said. "That sure is some dress." She looked Richard up and down again. "You two look like you should rule the world." "Well," Richard said, "let's hope Owen's people think so." Kara pushed a spruce bough aside as she ducked in under the limbs of trees. Dressed again in her skin-tight red leather outfit, she looked as intimidating as she had the first time Richard had seen her in the grand halls of the People's Palace in Dahara. "Lord Rahl once confided in me that he intended to rule the world," Kara said, having heard Jensen's pronouncement. "Really?" Jensen asked. Richard sighed at her awe. "Ruling the world has proven more difficult than I thought it would be." "If you would listen more to the Mother Confessor and to me," Kara advised, "you would have an easier time of it." Richard ignored Kara's cockiness. "Would you get everything together? I want to be up there with Kalin before Tom arrives with Owen and his men." Kara nodded and started collecting the things they'd been working so hard to make, stacking some and taking account of others. Richard laid a hand on Jensen's shoulder. "Tie Betty up so that she'll stay here for now, all right? We don't need her in the way." "I'll see to it," Jensen said, as she fussed with ringlets of her red hair. "I'll make sure she won't be able to bother us or wander off." It was plainly evident how eager she was to see Tom again. "You look beautiful," Richard assured her. Her grin returned to overpower the anxious expression. Betty's tail was a blur as she peered up at them, eager to go wherever the rest of them were going. "Come on," Jensen said to her friend. "You're staying here for a while." Jensen snatched Betty's rope, holding her back as Richard, with Kalin close at his side, made his way out past the last of the trees and onto the open ledge. Somber clouds hung low against the face of surrounding mountains. With the towering snow-capped peaks hidden by the low, ominous clouds, Richard thought it felt like they were near the roof of the world. The wind down at the ground had died, leaving the trees motionless and, by contrast, making the boiling movement of the cloud masses seem almost alive. The flurries of the day before had ended, and then the sun had made a brief appearance to shrink the patches of snow on the pass. He didn't think there was much chance of seeing the sun this day. The towering stone sentinel waited at the top of the trail, watching forever over the pass and out toward the pillars of creation. As they approached it, Richard scanned the surrounding sky, but saw only some small birds, flycatchers and white-breasted nuthatches, flitting among the nearby stand of spruce trees. He was relieved that the races had remained absent ever since they had taken this ancient trail up through the pass. The first night up in the pass, farther back down the slope in the heavier forests, they had worked hard to build a snug shelter, just managing to get it done as darkness had settled into the vast woods. Early the next day, Richard had cleared snow off the statue and all around the ledges of the base. He had discovered more writing. Page 397. He now knew more about this man whose statue had been placed there in the pass. Another small flurry had since dusted snow over the writing, burying again the long-dead words. Kalin placed a comforting hand on his back. "They will listen, Richard. They will listen to you." With every breath, pain pulled at him from deep inside. It was getting worse. "They'd better, or I'll have no chance to get the antidote to this poison." He knew he couldn't do it alone. Even if he knew how to call upon his gift and command its magic, he still would not be able to wave a hand or perform some grand feat of conjuring that would cast the Imperial Order out of the Bandakaran Empire. He knew that such things were beyond the scope of even the most powerful magic. Magic, properly used, properly conceived, was a tool, much like his sword, employed to accomplish a goal. Magic was not what would save him. Magic was not a panacea. If he was to succeed, he had to use his head to come up with a way to prevail. He no longer knew if he could even depend on the magic of the Sword of Truth, nor did he know how long he had before his own gift might kill him. At times it felt as if his gift and the poison were in a race to see which could do him in first. Richard led Kalin the rest of the way up and around to the back of the statue, to a small prominence of rock at the very top of the pass, where he wanted to wait for the men. From that spot they could see through the gaps in the mountains and back into Bandakar. Out at the edge of the level area, Richard spotted Tom down below, leading the men through the trees and up the switchback trail. Tom peered up as he ascended the trail and spotted Richard and Kalin. He saw how they were dressed, where they stood, and gave no familiar wave, realizing that doing so would be inappropriate. Through breaks in the trees, Richard could see men following Tom's gaze up above them. Richard lifted his sword a few inches, checking that it was clear in its scabbard. Overhead, the dark, towering clouds all around seemed to have gathered, as if they were all crowding into the confines of the pass to watch. Standing tall as he gazed off to the unknown land beyond, to an unknown empire, Richard took Kalin's hand. Hand in hand, they silently awaited what would be the beginning of a challenge that would change forever the nature of the world, or would be the end of his chance at life. Chapter 40. As the men following Tom emerged from the trees below and into the open, Richard was dismayed to see that their numbers were far less than Owen said had been hiding with him in the hills. Rubbing the furrows on his brow with his fingertips, Richard stepped back up to the short plateau where Kalin waited. His own brow drew down with concern. "What's wrong?" "I doubt they brought 50 men." Kalin took up his hand again, her voice coming in gentle assurance. "That's 50 more than we had." Kara came up behind them, dropping her load off to the side. She took up station behind Richard to his left, on the opposite side from Kalin. Richard met her grim gaze. He wondered how the woman always managed to look as if she fully expected everything to happen just as she wished it to happen, and that was the end of it. Tom stepped up over the edge of the rock, the men following. He was sweating from the exertion of the climb, but a tight smile warmed his face when he saw Jensen just coming up the other side of the rise. She returned the brief smile, and then stood in the shadows beside the base of the statue, back out of the way. When the unkempt band of men caught sight of Richard in his black pants and boots, black tunic trimmed in a band of gold around the edge, the broad leather belt, the leather-padded silver wristbands with ancient symbols circling them, and the gleaming silver and gold-wrought scabbard, they seemed to lose their courage. When they saw Kalin standing beside him, they cowered back toward the edge, bowing hesitantly, not knowing what they were supposed to do. "Come on, then," Tom told them, prompting them all to come up onto the expanse of flat rock in front of Richard and Kalin. Owen whispered to the men as he moved among them, urging them to come forward as Tom was gesturing. They complied timidly, shuffling a little closer, but still leaving a wide safety margin between themselves and Richard. As the men all gazed about, unsure as to what they were supposed to do next, Kara stepped forward and held an arm out toward Richard. "I present Lord Rahl," she said in a clear tone that rang out over the men gathered at the top of the pass. "The seeker of truth and wielder of the sword of truth, the bringer of death, the master of the Nekad Empire, and husband to the Mother Confessor herself." If the men had looked timid and unsure before, Kara's introduction made them all the more so. When they looked from Richard and Kalin back to Kara's penetrating blue eyes, seeing her waiting, they all went to a knee in a bow before Richard. When Kara stepped deliberately to the fore in front of the men, turned and went to her knees, Tom got the message and did the same. Both bent forward and touched their foreheads to the ground. In the silent late morning air, the men waited, still unsure what it was they were to do. "Master Rahl, guide us," Kara said in a clear voice so the men could all hear her. She waited. Tom looked back over his shoulder at all the blond-headed men watching. When Tom frowned with displeasure, the men understood that they were expected to follow the lead. They all finally went to both knees and bowed forward, imitating Tom and Kara, until their foreheads touched the cold granite. "Master Rahl, guide us," Kara began again, never lifting her forehead from the ground. This time, led by Tom, the men all repeated the words after her. "Master Rahl, guide us," they said with a decided lack of unity. "Master Rahl, teach us," Kara said when they all had finished the beginning of the oath. They followed her lead again, but still hesitantly and without much coordination. "Master Rahl, protect us," Kara said. The men repeated the words, their voices coming a little more in union. "In your light we thrive." The men mumbled the words after her. "In your mercy we are sheltered." They repeated the line. "In your wisdom we are humbled." Again they spoke the words after her. "We live only to serve." When they finished repeating the words, she spoke the last line in a clear voice. "Our lives are yours." Kara rose up on her knees when they finished and glared back at the men all still bowed forward, but peeking up at her. "Those are the words of the devotion to the Lord Rahl. You will now speak it together with me 3 times, as is proper in the field." Kara again put her forehead to the ground at Richard's feet.
Master all guide us, Master all teach us, Master all protect us. In your light we thrive, in your mercy we are sheltered, in your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve, our lives are yours. Richard and Kalin stood above the people as they spoke the second and third devotion. This was no empty show put on by Kara for the benefit of the men. This was the devotion as it had been spoken for thousands of years, and Kara meant every word of it. "You may rise now," she told the men. The men cautiously returned to their feet, hunched in worry, waiting silently. Richard met all their eyes before he began. "I am Richard Rawle. I am the man you men decided to poison so as to enslave me and thus force me to do your bidding. What you have done is a crime. While you may believe that you can justify your action as proper, or think of it as merely a means of persuasion, nothing can give you the right to threaten or take the life of another who has done you no harm nor intended none. That, along with torture, rape, and murder, is the means by which the imperial order rules." "But we meant you no harm," one of the men called out in horror that Richard would accuse them of such a ghastly crime. Other men spoke up in agreement that Richard had it all wrong. "You think I am a savage," Richard said in a tone of voice that silenced them and put them back a step. "You think yourselves better than me, and so that somehow makes it all right to do this to me, and to try to do it to the Mother Confessor, because you want something, and like petulant children you expect us to give it to you. The alternative you give me is death. The task you demand of me is difficult beyond your imagination, making my death from your poison a very real possibility, and likely. That is the reality of it. I already came close to dying from your poison. At the last possible instant, I was granted a temporary stay of my execution when one of you gave me a provisional antidote. My friends and loved ones believed I would die that night. You were the cause of it. You men consciously decided to poison me, thereby accepting the fact that you might be killing me." "No," a man insisted, his hands clasped in supplication. "We never intended to harm you." "If there was not a credible threat to my life, then why would I do as you wish? If you truly mean me no harm and are not committed to killing me if I don't go along with you, then prove it and give me the antidote so that I can have my life back. It's my life, not yours." This time no one spoke up. "No? So you see then, it is as I say. You men are committed to either murder or enslavement. The only choice I have in it is which of those two it will be. I will hear no more of your feelings about what you intended. Your feelings do not absolve you of your very real deeds. Your actions, not your feelings, speak the truth of your intent." Richard clasped his hands behind his back as he paced slowly before the men. "Now, I could do as you people are fond of doing and tell myself that I can't know if any of it is true. I could do as you would do, declare myself inadequate to the task of knowing what's real and refuse to face reality. But I am the seeker of truth, because I do not try to hide from reality. The choice to live demands that the truth be faced. I intend to do that. I intend to live. You men must decide today what you will do, what will be the future of your lives and the lives of the ones you love. You are going to have to deal with reality the same as I must if you are to have a chance at life. Today, you will have to face a great deal of the truth if you are to have that which you seek." Richard gestured to Owen. "I thought you said there were more men than this. Where are the rest?" Owen took a step forward. "Lord Rawle, to prevent violence, they turned themselves over to the men of the Order." Richard stared at the man. "Owen, after all you've told me, after all those men have seen from the Order, how could they possibly believe such a thing?" "But how are we to know that this time it will not stop the violence? We can't know the nature of reality or—" "I told you before, with me you will confine yourself to what is,
and not repeat meaningless phrases you have memorized. If you have real facts, I want to hear them. I'm not interested in meaningless nonsense." Owen pulled his small pack off his back. He fished around inside and came up with a small canvas pouch. Tears welled up in his eyes as he gazed at it. "The men of the Order found out that there were men hiding out in the hills. One of those men hiding with us had 3 daughters. In order to prevent a cycle of violence, someone in our town told the men of the Order which girls were his daughters. Every day the men of the Order tied a rope to a finger of each one of these 3 girls. One man held the girl while another pulled on the rope until her finger tore off. The men of the Order told a man from our town to go to the hills and give the 3 fingers to our men. Every day he came." Owen handed the bag to Richard. "These are the fingers from each of his daughters. The man who brought them to our men was in a daze. They said he no longer seemed human. He talked in a dead voice. He repeated what he had been bidden to say. He had decided that since nothing was real, he would see nothing and do as he was told. He said that the men of the Order told him that some of the people from our town had given the names of the men in the hills, and that they had the children of those other men as well. They said that unless the men returned and gave themselves up, they would do the same to the other children. A little more than half the men hiding in the hills could not stand to think of themselves being the cause of such violence, and so they went back to our town and gave themselves over to the men of the Order." "Why are you giving me this?" Richard asked. "Because," Owen said, his voice filled with tears, "I wanted you to know why our men had no choice but to turn themselves in. They could not stand to think of their loved ones suffering such terrible agony because of them." Richard looked out at the mournful men watching him. He felt his anger boiling up inside, but he kept it in check as he spoke. "I can understand what those men were trying to do by giving themselves up. I can't fault them for it. It won't help, but I couldn't fault them for desperately wanting to spare their loved ones from harm." Despite his rage, Richard spoke in a soft voice. "I'm sorry that your people are suffering such brutality at the hands of the Imperial Order. But understand this. It is real, and the Order is the cause of it. Those men of yours, if they did as the Order commanded, or if they failed to, were not the cause of violence. The responsibility for causing violence is entirely the Order's. You did not go out and attack them. They came to you, they attacked you, they enslave and torture and murder you." Most of the men stood in slumped poses, staring at the ground. "Do any of the rest of you have children?" A number of the men nodded or mumbled that they did. Richard ran his hand back through his hair. "Why haven't the rest of you turned yourselves in, then? Why are you here and not trying to stop the suffering in the same way the others did?" The men looked at one another, some seeming confused by the question, while others appearing unable to put their reasons into words. Their sorrow, their distress, even their hesitant resolve were evident on their faces, but they could not come up with words to explain why they would not turn themselves in. Richard held up the small canvas bag with the gruesome treasure, not allowing them to avoid the issue. "You all knew about this. Why did you not return as well?" Finally, one man spoke up. "I sneaked to the fields at sunset and talked to a man working the crops and asked what happened to those men who had returned. He said that many of their children had already been taken away, others had died. All the men who had come in from the hills had been taken away. None were allowed to return to their homes, to their families. What good would it do for us to go back?" "What good indeed," Richard murmured. This was the first sign that they grasped the true nature of the situation. "You have to stop the Order," Owen said. "You must give us our freedom. Why have you made us make this journey?" Richard's initial spark of confidence dimmed. While they might have in part grasped the truth of their troubles, they certainly weren't facing the nature of any real solution. They simply wanted to be saved. They still expected someone to do it for them. Richard. The men all looked relieved that Owen had at last asked the question. They were apparently too timid to ask it themselves. As they waited, some of the men couldn't help stealing glances at Jensen, standing to the rear. Most of the men also appeared troubled by the statue looming behind Richard. They could only see the back of it, and didn't really know what it was meant to be. "Because," Richard finally told them, "in order for me to do as you want, it's important that you all come to understand everything involved. You expect me to simply do this for you. I can't. You are going to have to help me in this, or you and all of your loved ones are lost. If we are to succeed, then you men must help the rest of your people come to understand the things I have to tell you. You have gone this far. You have suffered this much. You have made this much of a commitment. You realize that if you do the same as your friends have been trying to do, if you apply those same useless solutions, you too will be enslaved or murdered. You are running out of options. You all have made a decision to at least try to succeed, to try to rid yourselves of the brutes killing and enslaving your people. You men here are their last chance, their only chance. You must now hear the rest of what I have to tell you, and then make up your minds as to what will be your future." The haggard, ragtag men, all dressed in worn and dirty clothes, all looking like they'd had a very difficult time of living in the hills, either spoke up or nodded that they would hear him out. Some even looked as if they might be relieved by how directly and honestly he spoke to them. A few even looked hungry for what he might say. Chapter 41. 3 years ago from the coming autumn, Richard began, I lived in a place called Heartland. I was a woods guide. I had a peaceful life in a place I loved, among those I loved. I knew very little about the places beyond my home. In some ways, I was like you people before the order came, so I can understand some of what you felt about how things changed. Like you, I lived beyond a boundary that protected us from those who would do us harm. The men broke out in excited whispering, apparently surprised and pleased that they could relate to him in this way, that they had something so basic in common with him. "What happened then?" one of the men asked. Richard couldn't help himself. He couldn't hold back the smile that overwhelmed him. "One day in my woods," he held his hand out to the side, "Kaylin showed up. Like you, her people were in desperate trouble. She needed help. Rather than poison me, though, she told me her story and how trouble was coming our way. Much like you, the boundary protecting her people had failed, and a tyrant had invaded her homeland. She also came bearing a warning that this man would soon come to my homeland, too, and conquer my people, my friends, my loved ones." All the faces turned toward Kaylin. The men stared openly, as if seeing her for the first time. It looked to be astonishing to them that this statuesque woman before them could be a savage, as they thought of outsiders, and have the same kind of trouble they'd had. Richard was leaving out vast chunks of the story, but he wanted to keep it simple enough to be clear to these men. "I was named the Seeker of Truth and given this sword to help me in this important struggle." Richard lifted the hilt clear of the scabbard by half the length of the blade, letting the men all see the polished steel. Many grimaced at seeing such a weapon. Together, side by side, Kaylin and I struggled to stop the man who sought to enslave or destroy us all. In a strange land, she was my guide, not only helping me to fight against those who would kill us, but helping me to come to understand the wider world I had never before considered. She opened my eyes to what was out there, beyond the boundary that had protected me and my people. She helped me to see the approaching shadow of tyranny and know the true stakes involved, life itself. She made me live up to the challenge. Had she not, I would not be alive today, and a great many more people would be dead or enslaved. Richard had to turn away then, at the flood of painful memories, at the thought of all those lost in the struggle, at the victories so hard won. He put his hand to the statue for support as he remembered the gruesome murder of George Cypher, the man who had raised him, the man who, until that struggle, Richard had always believed was his father. The pain of it, so distant and far away, came rushing back again. He remembered the horror of that time, of suddenly realizing that he would never again see the man he dearly loved. He had forgotten until that moment how much he missed him. Richard gathered his composure and turned back to the men. In the end, and only with Kalen's help, I won the struggle against that tyrant I had never known existed until the day she came into my woods and warned me. That man was Darken Ral, my father, a man I had never known. The men stared in disbelief. "You never knew?" one asked in an astonished voice. Richard shook his head. "It's a very long story. Maybe another time I will tell you men all of it. For now I must tell you the important parts that are relevant to you and those you love back there in your homes." Richard looked at the ground before him, thinking as he paced in front of the disorderly knot of men. "When I killed Darken Ral, I did it to keep him from killing me and my loved ones. He had tortured and murdered countless people, and that alone earned him death. But I had to kill him, or he would have killed me. I didn't know at the time that he was my real father, or that in killing him, since I was his heir, I would become the new Lord Ral. Had he known who I was, he might not have been trying to kill me, but he didn't know. I had information he wanted. He intended to torture it out of me and then kill me. I killed him first. Since that time I have come to learn a great deal. What I learned connects us." Richard gestured to the men, and then placed the hand on his own chest as he met their gazes, "in ways you must come to understand as well if you are to succeed in this new struggle. The land where I grew up, Kalen's land, and the land of Dahara, all make up the New World. As you have learned, this vast land down here outside where you grew up is called the Old World. After I became Lord Ral, the barrier protecting us from the Old World failed, much as your own boundary failed. When it did, Emperor Jagang of the Imperial Order down here in the Old World used the opportunity to invade the New World, my home, much as he invaded your home. We've been fighting him and his troops for over 2 years, trying to defeat them, or at least to drive them back to the Old World. The barrier that failed had protected us from the Order, or men like them, for around 3,000 years, longer even than you were protected. Before that barrier was placed at the end of a great war, the enemy at the time, from the Old World, had used magic to create people called Dream Walkers. The men fell to whispering. They had heard the name, but they didn't really understand it, and speculated on what it could mean. Dream Walkers, Richard explained when they had quieted, could enter a person's mind in order to control them. There was no defense. Once a dream walker took over your mind, you became his slave, unable to resist his commands. The people back then were desperate. A man named Ulrich Ral, my ancestor, came up with a way to protect people's minds from being taken over by the dreamwalkers. He was not only the Lord Ral who ruled Dahara at the time, but he was also a great wizard. Through his ability he created a bond that, when spoken earnestly or given in a more simple form with heartfelt sincerity, protected people from dreamwalkers entering their minds. Ulrich Ral's link of magic to his people through this bond protected them. The devotion you men all gave is the formal declaration of that bond. It has been given by the Daharan people to their Lord Ral for 3,000 years. Some of the men in front stepped forward, their faces etched with anxiety. "Are we protected then from the dreamwalkers, Lord Ral, because we gave this oath? Are we protected from the dreamwalkers entering our minds and taking us?" Richard shook his head. "You and your people need no protection. You are already protected in another way." Relief swept through the crowd of men. Some gripped the shoulder of another, or placed a hand in relief on a friend's back. They looked as if they feared that dream-walkers were stalking them, and they had just been spared at the last instant. "But how is it that we can be protected?" Owen asked. Richard took a deep breath, letting it out slowly. "Well, that's the part that in a way connects us. You see, as I understand it, magic needs balance in order to function." There were knowing nods all around, as if these pristinely ungifted men all had an intimate understanding of magic. "When Ulrich Rahl used magic to create this bond in order to protect his people," Richard went on, "there needed to always be a Lord Rahl to complete the bond, to maintain its power. Not all wizards bear children who also possess this gifted ability, so part of what Ulrich Rahl did when he created this bond was to make it so that the Lord Rahl would always bear one son who had magic, who had the gift, and could complete this bond with the people of Dahara. In this way they would always be protected." Richard held up a finger to make his point as he swept his gaze over the crowd of men. What they didn't know at the time was that this magic inadvertently created its own balance. While the Lord Rahl always produced a gifted heir, a wizard like him, it was only discovered later that he also occasionally produced offspring who were entirely without any magic. Richard could see by the blank looks that the men didn't grasp what he was telling them. He imagined that for people living such isolated lives, his story must seem rather confusing, if not far-fetched. He remembered his own confusion about magic before the boundary had come down and he'd met Kalin. He hadn't been raised around magic, and he still didn't understand most of it himself. He'd been born with both sides of the gift, and yet he didn't know how to control it. "You see," he said, "only some people have magic, are gifted, as it's called. But all people are born with at least a very tiny spark of the gift, even though they can't manipulate magic. Until just recently, everyone thought of these people as ungifted, you see. The gifted, like wizards and sorceresses, can manipulate magic, and the rest of the people can't, so they were believed to be ungifted. But it turns out that this isn't accurate, since there is an infinitesimal spark of the gift in everyone born. This tiny spark of the gift is actually what allows people to interact with the magic in the world around them, that is, with things and creatures that have magical properties, and with people who are gifted in a more comprehensive sense, those who do have the ability to manipulate magic." "Some people in Bandakar have magic too," a man said. "True magic. Only those who have never seen—" "No," Richard said, cutting him off. He didn't want them losing track of his account. "Owen told me about what you people believe is magic. That's not magic. That's mysticism. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about real magic that produces real results in the real world. Forget what you've been taught about magic, about how faith supposedly creates what you believe in and that is real magic. It's not real. It's just the fanciful illusion of magic in people's imaginations." "But it is real," someone said in a respectful but firm voice. "More real than what you see and feel." Richard turned a harsh look on the men. "If it's so real, then why did you have to use a known poison on me that was mixed by a man who had worked his whole life with herbs? Because you know what's real, that's why. When it was vital to your self-interest, to your lives, you resorted to dealing in reality, to what you know really works." Richard pointed back at Kalin. "The Mother Confessor has real magic. It's no fanciful curse put on someone, and when they die 10 years later, people believe the curse was the cause. She has real magic that is in elemental ways linked to death, so it affects even you. She can touch someone with this real magic, and in an instant they will be dead. Not 10 years from now, right now, on the spot." Richard stood resolutely in front of the men, gazing from eye to eye. "If someone doesn't believe that is real magic, then let's have a test. Let them perform their faith-based magic and put a spell on me to kill me right here and now. After they've done that, Then they will come forward and be touched by the Mother Confessor's very real lethal power. Then everyone else will be able to see the results and judge for themselves. He looked from face to face. Anyone willing to take up the test? Any magicians among all you ungifted people willing to try it? When the men remained silent, no one moving, Richard went on. So it would seem that you men do have some understanding of what's real and what isn't. Keep that in mind. Learn from it. Now, I told you how the Lord Rahl always bore a son with magic, so he could pass on the rule of Dahara and his gifted ability in order to make the bond work. But as I said, the bond that Ulrich Rahl created may have had an unintended consequence. Only later was it discovered that the Lord Rahl, possibly as a means of balance, also sometimes produced offspring that were entirely without any magic. Not just ungifted in the way most people are, but unlike any people ever born before. They were pristinely ungifted. These pristinely ungifted people had absolutely no spark of the gift whatsoever. Because of that, because they were pristinely ungifted, they were unable to interact with the real magic in the world. They were unable to be touched by magic at all. For them, magic might as well not exist, because they were not born with the ability to see it or to interact with it. You might say they were like a bird that could not fly. They looked like a bird, they had feathers, they ate bugs, but they couldn't fly. Back then in that time, 3,000 years ago, after the bond had been created to protect people from dreamwalkers in the war, the wizards finally succeeded in placing a barrier between the old and the new world. Because those in the old world could no longer come to the new world to wage war, the Great War ended. Peace finally came. The people of the new world discovered, though, that they had a problem. These pristinely ungifted offspring of the Lord Rahl passed this trait on to their children. Every offspring of a marriage with at least one of these pristinely ungifted partners bears pristinely ungifted children. Always. Every time. As these offspring married, and had children, and then grandchildren, and then great-grandchildren, as there were more and more of them, that pristinely ungifted trait began spreading throughout the population. People at the time were frightened because they depended on magic. Magic was part of their world. Magic was what had saved them from the dreamwalkers. Magic had created the barrier that protected them from the horde from the old world. Magic had ended the war. Magic healed people, found lost children, produced beautiful creations of art that inspired and brought joy. Magic could help guide people in the course of future events. Some towns grew up around a gifted person who could serve people's needs. Many gifted people earned a living performing such services. In some things, magic gave people control over nature, and thus made the lives of everyone better. Things accomplished with the aid of magic improved the living conditions of nearly everyone. Magic was a force of individual creation and thus individual accomplishment. Nearly everyone derived some benefit from it. This is not to say that magic was or is indispensable, but that it was a useful aid, a tool. Magic was like their right arm, yet it's the mind of man, not his magic, that is indispensable. Much like you could survive without your right arm, but you couldn't survive without your mind. But magic had become intertwined in the lives of everyone, so many believed that it was absolutely indispensable. The people came to feel that this new threat, the pristinely ungifted trait spreading through the population, would be the end of everything they knew, everything that they thought was important, that it would be the end of their most vital protection, magic. Richard gazed out at the faces, waiting to make sure that the men had grasped the essence of the story, that they understood how desperate the people must have been and why. "So what did the people do about these new, pristinely ungifted people among them?" a man in the back asked. In a quiet tone, Richard said, "Something terrible." He pulled the book from a leather pouch on his belt and held it up for all the men to see as he again paced before them. The clouds, laden with storms of snow, rolled silently through the frigid valley pass, bound for the peaks above them. This book is called The Pillars of Creation. That's what the wizards back then called these pristinely ungifted people, pillars of creation, because they had the power, with this trait that they passed along to their offspring, to alter the very nature of mankind. They were the foundation of an entirely new kind of people without any connection to magic. I only just a short time ago came across this book. It's meant for the Lord Rahl and others, so that they will know about these pristinely ungifted people who are unaffected by magic. The book tells the history of how these people came about, through those born to the Lord Rahl, along with the history of what was discovered about them. It also reveals what the people back then, thousands of years ago, did about these pillars of creation. Men rubbed their arms in the cold air as Richard slowly paced before them. They all looked caught up in the story.
"So," Owen asked, "what did they do?"
Richard came to a stop and stood watching their eyes before he spoke. "They banished them." Astonished whispering broke out among the men. They were stunned to hear the final solution. These people understood banishment. They understood it all too well, and they could sympathize with these banished people of so long ago.
"That's terrible," a man in front said, shaking his head. Another frowned and held up a hand. "Weren't these pillars of creation related to some of the other people? Weren't they part of the towns? Didn't the people feel sorrow at banishing these ungifted people?"
Richard nodded. Yes, they were friends and family. Those banished people were intimately intertwined in the lives of nearly everyone. The book tells how heavy-hearted the people felt at the decision that had been reached about these pristinely ungifted people. It must have been an awful time, a dreadful choice that no one liked. But those in charge at the time decided that in order for them to preserve their way of life, to preserve magic and all it meant to them, to preserve that attribute of man rather than value the lives of individuals for who they are, they had to banish these pristinely ungifted people. What's more, they also decreed that all future offspring of the Lord Rahl, except his gifted heir, should be put to death, to ensure that no pillar of creation ever again came among them. This time there was no whispering. The men looked saddened by the story of these mysterious people and the terrible solution of how to deal with them. Heads hung as the men thought about what it must have been like back in such a grim time. Finally, a man's head came up. His brow twitched. He finally asked the question Richard expected to be asked, the question he had been waiting for.
"But where were these pillars of creation banished to? Where were they sent?"
Richard watched the men as other eyes turned up, curious about the historic mystery, waiting for him to go on. These people were not affected by magic, Richard reminded them, and the barrier holding back the old world was a barrier created of magic.
"They sent them through the barrier?"
a man guessed aloud. Richard nodded. Many wizards had died and given their power into that barrier, so that their people would be protected from those in the old world who wanted to rule them and to end magic. That was a large part of what the war had been fought over. Those in the old world had wanted to eradicate magic from mankind. So those people in the new world sent these pristinely ungifted people, these people without any magic, through the barrier to the old world. They never knew what became of them, those friends and family and loved ones they had banished, because they had been sent beyond a barrier that none of them could cross. It was thought that they would establish new lives, would make a new beginning. But because the barrier was there and it was enemy territory beyond, the people of the new world never knew what became of those banished people. Finally, a few years ago, that barrier came down. If these banished people had made a life for themselves in the old world, they would have had children and spread this pristinely ungifted attribute. Richard lifted his arms in a shrug. But there is no trace of them. The people down here are just the same as the people up in the New World, some born gifted, but all born with at least that tiny spark of the gift that enables them to interact with magic.
Those people from ancient times seemed just to have vanished.
So now we know, Owen reasoned as he stared off in thought, that all those people sent to the old world so long ago tragically died out, or maybe were killed. I had thought as much myself, Richard said. He turned and faced the men, waiting until all eyes were on him before going on. But then I found them. I found those long-lost people.
Excited whispering broke out again. The men appeared inspired by the prospect of such people surviving against all odds.
"Where are they then, Lord Rall?" a man asked. "These people with whom you share ancestry. These people who had to endure such cruel banishment and hardship." Richard leveled a cutting gaze at the men. "Come with me, and I will tell you what became of these people." Richard led them around the statue to the front, where for the first time they could see the full view of the sentinel in stone. The men were awestruck at finally seeing the statue from the front. They talked excitedly among themselves about how real it looked, about how they could clearly see the stalwart features of the man's face. By the utter shock in their voices, and by what the men were saying, Richard got the distinct impression that they'd never seen a statue before, at least no statue as monumental as this one. It appeared that for these men the statue must be something akin to a manifestation of magic, rather than, as Richard knew it to be, a manifestation of man's ability. Richard placed a hand on the cold stone of the base. "This is an ancient statue of an old-world wizard named Kajarang. It was carved in part as a tribute to the man because he was a great and powerful wizard." Owen lifted a hand to interrupt. "But I thought the people in the old world wanted to be without magic. Why would they have a great wizard? And why especially would they pay a tribute to such a man of magic?" Richard smiled at Owen catching the contradiction. People don't always act in a consistent manner. What's more, the more irrational are your beliefs, the more glaring the inconsistencies. You men, for example, try to gloss over incongruities in your behavior by applying your convictions selectively. You claim that nothing is real, or that we cannot know the true nature of reality, and yet you fear what the order does to you. You believe firmly enough in the reality of what they're doing that you want it to stop. If nothing were real, then you would have no reason to want to stop the imperial order. In fact, it's counter to your professed beliefs to try to stop them, or to even feel that their presence is real, much less detrimental, since you assert that man is inadequate at the task of knowing reality. Yet you grasp the reality of what's happening at the hands of the men of the order, and know very well that it's abhorrent. So you selectively suspend the precepts of your beliefs in order to send Owen to poison me in an attempt to get me to rid you of your very real problem." Some of the men looked confused by what Richard said, while others looked to be embarrassed. A few looked astonished. None looked willing to challenge him, so they let him go on without interrupting. The people in the old world were the same way. They still are. They claimed they didn't want magic, and yet when faced with that reality, they didn't want to do without it. The imperial order is like this. They've come to the new world claiming to be a champion of freeing mankind of magic, proclaiming themselves to be noble for holding such a goal, and yet they use magic in the pursuit of this professed goal. They contend that magic is evil, and yet they embrace it. Their leader, Emperor Jagang, uses those with magic to help accomplish his ends, among which, he claims, is the eradication of magic. Jagang is a dream walker, descended from those dream walkers of so long ago. His ability as a dream walker is magic, yet he does not disqualify himself from leading his empire. Even though he has magic, which he claims makes people unfit to have any say in the future, he calls himself Jagang the Just. Despite what they declare they believe, their goal is to rule people, plain and simple. They seek power, but dress it up in noble-sounding robes. Every tyrant thinks he is different. They are all the same. They all rule by brute force. Owen was frowning, trying to grasp it all. So those in the old world did not live by their word? By what they claimed they believed? They lived in conflict. They preached that man was better without magic, but they continued to want to use magic. That's right. Owen gestured up at the statue. What of this man, then? Why is he here if he is against what they preached? Dark clouds roiled above the towering statue. The still air hung cold, heavy, and damp. It felt as if a storm were holding back its onslaught, waiting to hear the rest. This man is here because he fought to save the people of the old world from something they feared more than magic itself, Richard said. He gazed up at the resolute face, with its eyes fixed forever on the place called the Pillars of Creation. This man, Richard said in a quiet voice, this wizard, Kajarang, collected all of those pristinely ungifted people, those pillars of creation who had been banished down here from the New World, along with any people who, while they lived here, had joined with them, and he sent them all here. Richard pointed off into the distance behind the statue. He put all those people in that place, protected by the mountains all around, and then he placed a boundary of death before them, across this pass, so that they could never again come out to be among the rest of the people of the world. Kajarang gave these people their name, the Bandakar. The name, Bandakar, is from a very old language called High Daharan. It means the banished. This man, Kajarang, is the one who sealed them in and saved his people from the pristinely ungifted, from those without magic. You, Richard said to the men before him, are the descendants of those banished people. You are the descendants of Ulrich Rahl, of the people sent into exile in the old world. You are all descendants of the house of Rahl. Your ancestors and mine are the same men. You are the banished people. The top of the pass before the statue of Kajarang was dead silent. The men stared in shock. And then pandemonium broke out. Richard made no effort to stop them, to bring them to be quiet. Rather, he stood close beside Kalin as he let them take it in. He wanted to give them the time they needed to come to grasp the enormity of what he had told them. Arms in the air, some men cried out with the outrage at what they'd heard. Others wailed with the horror of the story. Some wept in sorrow. Many argued. A few protested various points that others answered, while yet others repeated key elements to one another almost as if to hear the words again so they could test them, agreeing finally that it might very well be so. But through it all, they all slowly began to grasp the enormity of what they'd heard. They all began to hear the ring of truth in the story. Chattering like magpies, all talking at once, they expressed disbelief, outrage, wonder, and even fear, as they came to the heady comprehension of who they really were. At the whispered urging of some among the group, after having gotten over the initial shock, the men all quieted, and at last turned back to Richard, hungry to know more. You are this gifted man, the favored heir, the Lord Rahl, and we are the ones banished by your kind, one of the men said, expressing what looked to be a common fear, the unspoken question of what this would mean for them. That's right, Richard said. I am the Lord Rahl, the leader of the Nekad Empire, and you are the descendants of the Pillars of Creation who were banished. I am gifted, as have been my ancestors, every Lord Rahl before me. You are ungifted, as were your ancestors. Standing before the statue of Kajarang, the man who had banished them, Richard looked out at all the tense faces. That banishment was a grievous wrong. It was immoral. As Lord Rahl, I denounce the banishment and declare it forever ended. You are no longer the Empire of Bandakar, the banished ones. You are now once again, as you once were, Daharans, if you choose to be. Every man seemed to hold his breath, waiting to see if he meant it, or would add more, or if he might even recant it. Richard put his arm around Kalin's waist as he calmly gazed out at all the hopeful expressions. Richard smiled. Welcome home. And then they were all falling at his feet, kissing his boots, his pants, his hands, and for those who couldn't crowd in close enough, the ground before him. In short order, they were kissing the hem of Caelin's dress. They had found a relation, and were in turn welcoming him among them. Chapter 42. As the men crowded around their feet, openly offering their gratitude for ending their sentence of banishment, Richard shared a sidelong glance with Caelin. Kara looked decidedly displeased by the display, but didn't interfere. Trying to bring a halt to the tearful tribute, Richard gestured for the men to get up. "There is much more to tell you. Listen to me now." The smiling, tearful men drew back, hands clasped while gazing at him as if he were a long-lost brother. There were a few older men among the crowd and some of middle age, but most ranged from young, like Owen, to a little older, like Richard. They were all men who had been through terrible times. The most difficult part still lay ahead. Richard had to make them face up to what was to come. Looking over at Jensen, standing alone off to the side, he gestured for her to come forward. Jensen emerged from the shadows of the statue, catching the attention of all eyes as she made her way toward Richard. The men all watched her coming into the light. She looked so beautiful that Richard couldn't help smiling as she stepped across the rocks. Pulling on a red ringlet, she cast a shy glance at the men. When Richard held an arm out, she sought protection under the shelter of that arm as she gazed nervously out at men who were like her in one important way. "This is my sister, Jensen Rahl," Richard said. "She was born pristinely ungifted, just like all of you. Our father tried to kill her, as had been done for thousands of years with ungifted offspring." "And you?" a man asked, still skeptical. "You will not reject her?" Richard hugged Jensen with the one arm. "For what?" "For what crime should I reject her? Because she was born a woman instead of a man like me? Because she isn't as tall as me? Because she has red hair instead of hair like mine? Because her eyes are blue and not gray? Because she is ungifted?" The men shifted their weight to the other foot or folded their arms. Some, after all he had already said, averted their eyes, looking embarrassed to have even asked the question. "She's beautiful, smart, and uses her head. She, too, fights for her right to live and does so through reasoned means. She is, as you men, pristinely ungifted. Because she shares an understanding of the value of life, I embrace her." Richard heard the bleat and turned. Betty, her rope trailing behind, trotted up the rise. Jensen rolled her eyes as Betty came close, peering up, her tail wagging in a blur. Jensen snatched up the rope, inspecting the end. Richard could see that it had been chewed through. "Betty," she scolded, shaking the end of the rope at the unrepentant goat. "What did you do?" Betty bleated her answer, clearly proud of herself. Jensen heaved a sigh as she shrugged an apology at Richard. The men had all taken several steps back, murmuring their dread to one another. "I'm not a witch," Jensen told them in a heated tone. "Just because I have red hair, that doesn't mean I'm a witch." The men looked thoroughly unconvinced. "I've had dealings with a very real witch woman," Richard told them. "I can assure you red hair is no mark of a witch. It just isn't true." "It is true," one of the men insisted. He pointed at Betty. "There is her attendant spirit." Richard's brow wrinkled. "Attendant spirit?" "That's right," another told him. "A witch always has a familiar with her. She called her attendant spirit, and it came to her." "Called her?" Jensen brandished the frayed end of the rope at the men. "I tied her to a tree, and she chewed through her rope." Another man shook his finger at her. "You called her with magic, and she came." Fists at her sides, Jensen took a step toward the men. They took a collective step back. "You men all had family and friends, a community of people. I had no friends, and could have none because my mother and I had to run from my father my whole life to keep from being caught. He would have tortured and murdered me had he caught me, the same as he would have done with you. I could have no childhood friends, so my mother gave me Betty. Betty was just newborn. We grew up together. Betty chewed through her rope because I'm the only family she's ever known, and she simply wanted to be close to me. I was banished from everyone for my crime of birth, just like your ancestors. You all know the injustice of such banishment, and you know its pain. And now you foolish men would banish me from your acceptance because I have red hair and a goat as a pet? You are spineless cowards and hypocrites. First you poison the only person in the world brave enough to end our banishment from the rest of mankind, and now you fear me and reject me because of silly superstitions. If I did have magic, I'd burn you all to a cinder for your cruel attitudes." Richard put a hand on her shoulder and drew her back. "It will be all right," he whispered to her. "Just let me talk to them." "You tell us that you're a wizard," an older man in the back called out, "and then you expect us to believe it's so, on faith, because you say it is, while you claim that we should not hold to our beliefs, such as our fear that she could be a witch with her familiar, because it's held only on faith." "That's right," another man said. "You claim your belief is in real magic while you dismiss our belief. A lot of what you say makes sense, but I don't agree with all of it." There could be no partial agreement. To reject part of the truth was to reject it all. Richard considered his options, how he could convince people without magic who could not see magic that real magic existed. From their perspective, he seemed guilty of the same error he was telling them they were making. How could he demonstrate a rainbow of color to the blind? "You have a point," Richard said. "Give me a moment, and I will show you the reality of the magic I talk about." He motioned Kara closer. "Get me the warning beacon," he said in a confidential tone. Kara immediately took off down the hill. He saw that Jensen's angry blue eyes were filled with tears, but she didn't cry. Kalen pulled her back farther as Richard addressed the men. "There is more I must tell you, some things you need to understand. I have ended the banishment, but that does not mean that I unconditionally accept you back as one of our people." "But you said that we were welcomed home," Owen said. "I'm stating the obvious, that you have a right to your own life. Out of goodwill, I welcome you all to be part of Dahara if you wish, part of what Dahara now stands for. But by welcoming you back, that does not mean that I welcome people unconditionally. All men should be free to live their own lives, but make no mistake, there is a vast difference between that freedom and anarchy. If we triumph in our struggle, you are welcome to be free people of a Daharan empire which holds a belief in specific values. For example, you can think whatever you wish and try to persuade others of the value of your beliefs, but you cannot act on a view that those who fight to gain that freedom are savages or criminals, even though you expect to enjoy the fruits of their struggle. At minimum, they have earned your respect and gratitude. Their lives are no less than yours and are not expendable for your benefit. That is slavery." "But you have savage ways and engage in violence for a land we have never even seen," one of the younger men said. He pointed an arm back toward Bandakar. "The only land we have ever known is here, and we unconditionally reject your love of violence." "Land?" Richard spread his arms. "We do not fight for land. We are loyal to an ideal of liberty wherever man lives. We do not guard territory, bleed for a piece of dirt. We don't fight because we love violence. We fight for our freedom as individuals to live our own lives, to pursue our own survival, our own happiness. Your unconditional rejection of violence makes you smugly think of yourselves as noble, as enlightened. But in reality it is nothing less than abject moral capitulation to evil. Unconditional rejection of self-defense because you think it's a supposed surrender to violence leaves you no resort but begging for mercy or offering appeasement. Evil grants no mercy, and to attempt to appease it is nothing more than a piecemeal surrender to it. Surrender to evil is slavery at best, death at worst. Thus, your unconditional rejection of violence is really nothing more than embracing death as preferable to life. You will achieve what you embrace. The right, the absolute necessity of vengeance against anyone who initiates force against you is fundamental to survival. The morality of people's self-defense is in its defense of each individual's right to life. It's an intolerance of violence, made real by an unwavering willingness to crush any who would launch violence against you. The unconditional determination to destroy any who would initiate force against you is an exaltation of the value of life. Refusing to surrender your life to any thug or tyrant who lays claim to it is in fact embracing life itself. If you are unwilling to defend your right to your own lives, then you are merely like mice trying to argue with owls. You think their ways are wrong? They think you are dinner. The imperial order preaches that mankind is corrupt and evil, and therefore life is of little value. Their actions certainly bear this out. They moralize that you can only win salvation and happiness in some other world, and then only by sacrificing your life in this one. Generosity is fine, if it's by your free choice, but a belief in the primacy of self-sacrifice as a moral requisite is nothing less than the sanctioning of slavery. Those who tell you that it is your responsibility and duty to sacrifice are trying to blind you to the chains they are slipping around your neck. As Daharans, you will not be required to sacrifice your life to another, and by the same token, you cannot demand that others sacrifice themselves to you. You may believe as you wish. You may even feel that you cannot take up arms and fight directly for our survival, but you must help support our cause, and you may not contribute materially or spiritually to the destruction of our values, and therefore our lives. That is treason, and will be treated as such. The imperial order has violently invaded innocent lands like yours. They have enslaved, tortured, raped, and murdered in order to seize rule. They have done no less in the New World. They have forfeited their right to be heard. There is no moral dilemma involved, no ethical question open to debate. They must be ground into dust. A man stepped forward. But common decency in dealing with our fellow man requires that we must show them mercy for their misguided ways. There is no greater value than life, and that's what you partially recognize by your confused notion of granting mercy. Their conscious, deliberate act of murder takes the irreplaceable value of life from another. A murderer, by his own choice to kill, forfeits the right to his own life. Mercy for such evil is nothing short of excusing it, and thus allowing evil to prevail. It codifies the taking of innocent life by not making the murderer forfeit their own guilty life. Mercy grants value to the life of a killer, while at the same time it strips away the value of the life of the innocent victim. It makes the life of a killer more important than the life of an innocent. It is thus a trade of the good to the evil. It is the victory of death over life. So, Owen wondered aloud, because the Order has attacked your land and murdered its people, you intend to try to kill every living person in the Old World? No. The Order is evil, and from the Old World. That does not mean that the people of the Old World are evil simply because they happen to have been born on a patch of ground ruled by evil men. Some actively support these rulers and therefore embrace evil, but not everyone does. Many of the people in the Old World are also the victims of the rule of the imperial order and suffer greatly under its brutality. Many struggle against this evil rule. As we speak, many risk their lives to rid themselves of these evil men. We fight for the same thing, liberty. Where those who seek liberty were born is irrelevant. We believe in the value of the individual's life. That means that where someone lives does not make them evil. It's their beliefs and actions that matter. But make no mistake, many people are an active part of the imperial order and its murderous ways. Actions must have consequences. The order must be eradicated. "Surely you would allow some compromise," one of the older men said. "If, hoping to appease it, you willingly compromise with unrepentant evil, you only allow such evil to sink its fangs into you. From that day on, its venom will course through your veins until it finally kills you." "But that's too harsh a sentiment," the man said. "It's just being stubborn and obstructing a constructive path. There is always room for compromise." Richard tapped his thumb against his chest. "You men decided to give me poison. That poison will kill me. That makes it evil. How would you suggest I compromise with poison?" No one had an answer. In trade between willing parties who share moral values and who deal fairly and honestly with one another, Compromise over something like price is legitimate. In matters of morality or truth, there can be no compromise. Compromising with murderers, which is precisely what you are suggesting, grants them moral equivalence where none can rightfully exist. Moral equivalence says that you are no better than they. Therefore, their belief that they should be able to torture, rape, or murder you is just as morally valid as your view, that you have the right to live free of their violence. Moral compromise rejects the concept of right and wrong. It says that everyone is equal, all desires are equally valid, and all action is equally valid, so everyone should compromise to get along. Where could you compromise with those who torture, rape, and murder people? In the number of days a week you will be tortured? In the number of men to be allowed to rape your loved ones? In how many of your family are to be murdered? No moral equivalence exists in that situation, nor can it exist. So there can be no compromise, only suicide. To even suggest compromise can exist with such men is to sanction murder. Most of the men appeared shocked and startled to hear someone speaking to them in such a straightforward manner. They seemed to be losing interest in their supply of empty adages. Some of the men looked to be moved by Richard's words. A few even looked inspired by their clarity. He could see it in their eyes, as if they were seeing things for the first time. Kara came up behind Richard and handed him the warning beacon. Richard wasn't sure, but it seemed as if the inky black had taken over more of the surface of the small figure than the last time he'd seen it. Inside, the sand continued to trickle down onto the accumulated pile in the bottom. Kajarang placed the boundary across this pass to seal your people in. He is the one who named you. He knew your people shunned violence, and he feared you might end up being prey to criminals. He is the one who gave you a way to banish them from your land, so that you could continue to have the kind of life you wanted. He told your people of the passage through the boundary, so that you could rid yourselves of criminals if you rallied the will. Owen looked troubled. If this great wizard Kajarang didn't want our people among the population of the old world, because we would mix with them and spread our pristinely ungifted trait, as you call it, then what about the criminals we banish? Sending those men out into the world would cause the thing they feared. Making this pass through the boundary and telling our ancestors about it would seem to defeat the whole purpose of the boundary. Richard smiled. Very good, Owen. You are beginning to think for yourself. Owen smiled. Richard gestured up at the statue of Kajarang. You see where he's looking? It's a place called the Pillars of Creation. It's a deathly hot place where nothing lives, a land stalked by death. The boundary that Kajarang placed had sides to it. When you sent people out of your land through the boundary, the walls of death to the sides prevented those banished people from escaping into the world at large. They had only one way they could go, the Pillars of Creation. Even with water and supplies and knowing where you must go to get past it, trying to go through the valley known as the Pillars of Creation is almost certain death. Without water and supplies, without knowing the land, without knowing how to travel it, and where you must go to escape such a place, those you banished faced certain death. The men stared, wide-eyed. Then when we banished a criminal, we were actually executing them, one of the men said. That's right. This Kajarang tricked us then, the man added. Tricked us into what was actually the killing of those men. You think that a terrible trick? Richard asked. You people were deliberately setting known criminals loose on the world to prey on unsuspecting people. You were knowingly setting free violent men and condemning unsuspecting people outside your land to be victims of violence. Rather than put murderers to death, you were, as far as you knew, had you given it any thought, knowingly assisting them in going on to kill others. In the blind attempt to avoid violence at all cost, you actually championed it. You told yourselves that those people didn't matter because they weren't enlightened like you, that you were better than they because you were above violence, that you unconditionally rejected violence. If you even thought about it, you considered these people beyond the boundary to be savages, their lives unimportant. For all intents and purposes, you were sacrificing their innocent lives for all the lives of those men you knew to be evil. What Kajarang was doing, besides keeping the pristinely ungifted from being at large in the world, was executing those criminals you banished before they could harm other people. You think yourselves noble in rejecting violence, but your actions would have fostered it. Only Kaja Rang's actions prevented it.
Dear Creator, it is far worse than that.
Owen sank down, sitting heavily.
Far worse than you even realize.
Other men, too, looked to be stricken with horror. Some had to lower themselves to the ground as Owen had. Others, their faces in their hands, turned away or walked off a few paces.
What do you mean? Richard asked.
Owen looked up, his face ashen.
The story I told you about our land, about our town and the other great cities. How in my town we all lived together and were happy with our lives?
Richard nodded.
Not all were.
Kaelin crossed her arms and leaned toward Owen.
What do you mean, not all were?
Owen lifted his hands in a helpless gesture.
Some wanted more than our simple, joyful life. Some people, well, they wanted to change things. They said they wanted to make things better. They wanted to improve our life, to build places for themselves, even though this is against our ways.
Owen is right, an older man said in a grim tone. In my time, I have seen a great many of these people who were unable to endure what some called the chafing principles of our empire.
And what happened when people wanted to make these changes, or could not endure the principles of your empire? Richard asked.
Owen looked to each side, to the other dispirited faces. The great speakers renounced their ideas. The wise ones said they would only bring strife among us. Their hopes for new ways were turned aside and they were denounced.
Owen swallowed.
So these people decided they would leave Bandakar. They went out of our land, taking the path through the opening in the boundary to find a new life for themselves. Not a single one ever returned to us.
Richard wiped a hand across his face. Then they died looking for their new life, a better life than what you had to offer.
But you don't understand. Owen rose to his feet. We are like those people.
He swept his arm back at his men.
We have refused to go back and give ourselves over to the men of the Order, even though we know that people are being tortured because we hide. We know it will not stop the Order, so we don't go back. We have gone against the wishes of our great speakers and the wise one to try to save our people. We have been denounced for what we choose to do. We have gone out of the past to seek information, to find a way to rid ourselves of the Imperial Order. Do you see? We are much the same as those others throughout our history. Like those others, we chose to leave and try to change things rather than to endure the way things were.
Then perhaps you are beginning to see, Richard said, that everything you were taught showed you only how to embrace death, not life. Perhaps you see that what you called the teaching of enlightenment was no more than blinders pulled over your eyes. Richard put his hand on Owen's shoulder. He gazed down at the statue of himself in his other hand, and then looked around at the tense faces. You men are the ones left after all the rest have failed the tests. You alone got this far. You alone have started to use your minds to try to find a solution for you and your loved ones. You have much more to learn, but you have at least started to make some of the right choices. You must not stop now. You must meet with courage what I will call upon you to do, if you are to truly have a chance to save your loved ones. For the first time, they looked at least a little proud. They had been recognized, not for how well they repeated meaningless sayings, but for the decisions they reached on their own. Jensen was frowning in thought.
Richard, why couldn't people get back in through the passage out through the boundary? If they wanted to go off and have a new life, but then discovered that they would have to go through the pillars of creation, why wouldn't they go back? At least to get supplies, to get what they needed, so they could make it through. That's right, Kaelin said. George Cypher went through the boundary at Kingsport and then returned. Addie said that the boundary had to have a passage, a vent, like where these people banished criminals. So why couldn't people come back in? There was a pass out. So why did they never return?
The men nodded, curious to hear why no one ever came back.
From the first I've wondered the same thing.
Richard rubbed a thumb along the glossy black surface of the statue of himself. I think that the boundaries in the Midlands had to have an opening through them because they were so big, so long. This boundary here is nothing compared to those. I doubt that the same kind of vent would be needed. Because it was just one bent section of a boundary and not very long, I suspect that Kajarang was able to put in a pass that allowed criminals to be banished through it, but would not allow passage back in. After all, if a criminal was banished and found he couldn't escape, he would return. Kajarang wouldn't have wanted that to happen. How could such a thing work? Jensen asked. Richard rested his left hand on the hilt of his sword. Certain snakes can swallow prey much larger than themselves. Their teeth are angled back so that as the prey is devoured, it's impossible for it to come back out to escape. I suppose that the pass through the boundary could have been somehow like that, only able to be traversed in one direction. Do you think such a thing is possible? Jensen asked. There is precedent for such safeguards, Kalen said. Richard nodded his agreement. The Great Barrier between the New and the Old World had defenses to allow certain people, under specific conditions, one passage through and back, but not two. He pointed the warning beacon up at the statue. A wizard of Kajarang's ability would surely have known how to craft a pass through the boundary that did not allow any return. After all, he called it up out of the underworld itself, and it remained viable for nearly 3,000 years. So then anyone who went out of this boundary died, Owen said. Richard nodded. I'm afraid so. Kajarang appeared to have made elaborate plans that functioned as he intended for all this time. He even made contingencies, should the boundary fail. That's something I don't understand, a young man said. If this wizard was so great, and his magic was so powerful, that he could make a wall of death to keep us separated from the world for 3,000 years, then how could it possibly fail? In the last 2 years it simply went away. Why? I believe it was because of me, Kalen said. She took a step closer to the men. Richard didn't try to stop her. At this point it wouldn't do to appear as if he were withholding information from them. A couple of years ago, in a desperate act to save Richard's life, I inadvertently called forth underworld power that I believe may be slowly destroying magic in our world. Richard banished this evil magic, but it had been here in the world of life for a time, so the effects may be irreversible. Worried looks passed among the men. This woman before them had just admitted that because of something she'd done, their protection had failed. Because of her, horrifying violence and brutality had befallen them. Because of her, their way of life had ended. Chapter 43. You still have not shown us your magic, one of the men finally said. Richard's hand slipped away from the small of Kalen's back as he stepped toward the men. Kajarang devised a facet to his magic linked to the boundary he placed here to help protect it. Richard held up the small figure of himself for all the men to see. This was sent to warn me that the boundary to your land had failed. Why is the top part of it that strange black? Asked a man standing in the front. I believe that it's an indication of how I'm running out of time, how I may be dying. Worried whispering swept through the group of men. Richard held up a hand, urging them to listen to him as he went on. This sand inside. Can you all see this sand? Stretching their necks, they all tried to get a look, but not all were close enough, so Richard walked among them, holding up the statue so that they could all see that it looked like him and see the sand falling inside. This is not really sand, he told them. It's magic. Owen's face twisted with skepticism. But you said we couldn't see magic. You are all pristinely ungifted and aren't touched by magic, so you can't see regular magic. The boundary, however, still prevented you from going out into the world, didn't it? Why do you suppose that was so? It was a wall of death, an older man spoke up, seeming to think that it was self-evident. But how could it harm people who are not affected by magic? Going into the boundary itself meant death for you the same as anyone else. Why? Because the boundary is a place in this world where the underworld also existed. The underworld is the world of the dead. You may be ungifted, But you are mortal. Since you are linked to life, so too are you linked to death. Richard again held the statue up. This magic as well is tied to the underworld. Since you are all mortal, you have a connection to the underworld, to the Keeper's power, to death. That's why you can see the sand that shows how my time trickles away. I don't see anything magical about sand trickling down, a man grumbled. Just because you say it's magic or that it's your life trickling away, that doesn't seem to prove anything. Richard turned the statue sideways. The sand continued to flow, but sideways. Gasps and astonished whispering broke out among the men as they watched the sand flowing laterally. They crowded in close like curious children to see the statue as Richard held it up on its side so they could see magic. Some reached out and tentatively touched the inky black surface as Richard held the figure of himself out for them to inspect. Others leaned close, peering in to see the sand flowing askew in the lower part where the figure was still transparent. The men spoke of what a wonder it was, but they weren't sure about his explanation of underworld magic. But we all see this, one of the men said. This doesn't show us that we're really different from you or anyone else, as you say we are. This shows us only that we are all able to see this magic the same as you. Maybe we aren't this pristinely ungifted people you seem to think we are. Richard thought about it a moment, thought about what he could do to show them the true aspects of magic. Even though he was gifted, he didn't know a great deal about controlling his own gift, except that it was in part powered by anger linked to need. He couldn't simply demonstrate some bit of magic the way Zed could, and besides, even if he could do something magical, they wouldn't be able to see it. Out of the corner of his eye, Richard saw Kara standing with her arms folded. An idea came to him. The bond between the Lord Rahl and his people is a bond of magic, Richard said. That same magic powers other things besides the protection that the bond affords against the Dreamwalker. Richard gestured for Kara to come forward. In addition to being my friend, Kara is also a Mord Sith. For thousands of years, Mord Sith have been fierce protectors of the Lord Rahl. Richard lifted Kara's arm for the men to see the red rod hanging from the fine gold chain at her wrist. This is an Aegil, the weapon of a Mord Sith. The Aegil is powered by a Mord Sith's connection to the Lord Rahl, to me. But it has no blade on it, a man said as he looked closely at the Aegil swinging on the end of the gold chain. It has nothing of any use as a weapon. Page 436. Take a closer look at it, Richard suggested, as he held Kara's elbow and guided her forward among the men. Look at it closely to satisfy yourself that what this man has observed, that it has no blade, that it is nothing more than this slender rod, is true. The men leaned in close as Kara walked among them, holding her arm up, letting the men touch and inspect her Aegil as it dangled from its chain. When they had all had a look, inspecting the length of it, looking at the end, hefting it to see that it wasn't heavy and couldn't really be used as a club, Richard told Kara to touch it to the men. The Aegil spun up into her fist. Men flinched back at the grim look on her face as she came at them with the thing that Richard had told them was a weapon. Kara touched her Aegil to Owen's shoulder. "She touched me with this red rod before," he assured his men. "It does nothing." Kara pressed the Aegil to every man close enough for her to reach. A few cringed back, fearful of being harmed, even though it had harmed none of their fellows. Many of the men, though, felt the touch of her Aegil and were satisfied that there was no ill effect. Richard rolled up his sleeve. "Now I will show you that this really is a powerful weapon of magic." He held his arm out to Kara. "Draw blood," he said in a calm voice that did not betray what he really thought of being touched by an Aegil. Kara stared at him. "Lord Rahl, I don't—" "Do it," Richard commanded as he held his arm out. "Here," Tom said, thrusting his bared arm in front of her. "Do it to me instead." Kara immediately saw this as a preferable test. "No," Jensen objected, but too late. Tom cried out as Kara touched the end of her Aegil to his arm. He staggered back a step, a trickle of blood running down his arm. The men stared, unsure what they were seeing. "It must be a trick of some kind," one suggested. As Jensen comforted Tom, Richard held his arm out again. "Show them," he told Kara. "Show them what a moored Sith's Aegil can do with magic alone." Kara looked into his eyes. "Lord Ral—" "Do it. Show them so they understand." He turned to the men. "Gather around closer so you can see that it does its terrible task with no visible means. Watch closely so that you can all see that it's magic alone doing its grisly work." Richard clenched his fist as he held the inside of his arm up for her to touch. "Do it so that they can clearly see what it will do, otherwise it will be for nothing. Don't make me do this for nothing." Kara pressed her lips tight with the displeasure of his command. She looked once more at the resolve in his eyes. When she did, he could see in her blue eyes the pain it gave her to hold the Aegil. He clenched his teeth and nodded that he was ready. With an iron visage, she laid the Aegil against the inside of his forearm. It felt like lightning hit him. The touch of the Aegil was out of all proportion to what it would appear it should feel like. The thunderous jolt of pain shot up his arm. The shock of it slammed into his shoulder. It felt like the bones in his entire arm shattered. Teeth gritted, he held his trembling arm out as Kara slowly dragged the Aegil down toward his wrist. Blood-filled blisters rose in its wake. Blood gushed down his arm. Richard held his breath, kept his abdominal muscles tight as he went to one knee, not because he intended to, but because he couldn't remain standing under the weight of pain as he held his arm up for Kara as she pressed the Aegil to it. The men gasped as they watched, shocked at the blood, the obvious pain. They whispered their astonishment. Kara withdrew the weapon. Richard released the rigid tension in his muscles, bending forward as he panted, trying to catch his breath, trying to remain upright. Blood dripped off his fingers. Kaelin was there beside him with a small scarf Jensen pulled from a pocket. "Are you out of your mind?" she hissed heatedly as she wrapped his bleeding arm. "Thanks," he said in response to her care, not wanting to address her question. He couldn't make his fingers stop trembling. Kara had held little back. He was sure that she hadn't broken any bones, but it felt as if she had. He could feel tears of pain running down his face. When Kaelin finished, Kara put a hand under his arm and helped him to his feet. "The Mother Confessor is right," she growled under her breath. "You are out of your mind." Richard didn't argue the need of what he'd had her do, but instead turned to the men. He held his arm out. A wet crimson stain slowly grew along the length of the scarf bandage. "There is powerful magic for you. You can't see the magic, but you can see the results. That magic can kill, should Kara wish it." The men cast worried glances her way, viewing her with newfound respect. "But it could not harm you men, because you have no inability to interact with such magic. Only those born with the spark of the gift can feel the touch of an Aegil." The mood had changed. The sight of blood had sobered everyone. Richard paced slowly before the men. "I've given you the truth in all that I've told you. I've kept nothing important or relevant from you, nor will I. I've told you who I am, who you are, and how we've come to this point. If there is anything you wish to know, I'll give you my truthful answer." When Richard paused, the men looked around at one another, seeing if anyone would ask a question. No one did. "The time has come," Richard said, "for you men to decide your future and the future of your loved ones. Today is the day upon which that future hinges." Richard gestured toward Owen. "I know that Owen had a woman he loved, Marilee, who was taken away by the Order. I know that each of you has suffered great loss at the hands of the men of the Imperial Order. I don't know all your names yet, or the names of the loved ones taken from you, but please believe me when I tell you that I know such pain. While I understand how you came to the point where you thought you had no options but to poison me, it wasn't right for you to have done so." Many men looked away from Richard's gaze, casting their own downward. I'm going to give you a chance to set the proper course for yourselves and your loved ones." He let them consider this a moment before going on. "You men have passed many tests to make it this far, to have survived this long in such a brutal situation as you have all faced, but now you must make a choice." Richard rested a hand on the hilt of his sword. "I want to know where you've hidden the antidote to the poison you've given me." Worried looks spread through the crowd. Men glanced to the side, trying to judge the feelings of their fellows, trying to see what they would do. Owen, too, tried to gauge the reaction of his friends, but being just as uncertain as he, they offered no firm indication of what they wanted to do. Finally, he licked his lips and timidly asked a question. "If we say that we will tell you where the antidote is, will you agree to first give us your word that you will help us?" Richard resumed his measured pacing. The men nervously waited for his answer as they watched blood drip off his fingers, leaving a trail of crimson drops on the stone. "No," Richard said. "I will not allow you to link two separate issues. It was wrong to poison me. This is your chance to reverse that wrong. Linking it to any concession perpetuates the fallacy that it can somehow be justified. Telling me where you've hidden the antidote is the only proper thing for you to do now, and must be without condition. This is the day you must decide how you will live your future. Until you give me your decision, I will tell you nothing more." Some of the men looked on the verge of panic, some on the verge of tears. Owen prodded them all back away from Richard so that they could discuss it among themselves. "No," Richard said, his pacing coming to a halt. The men all fell silent and turned back toward him. "I don't want any of you coming to a decision because of what another says. I want each of you to give me your own personal decision." The men stared. A number spoke up all at once, wanting to know what he meant. "I want to know, without any preconditions, what each individual chooses to do. To free me of the poison, or to use it as a threat on my life to gain my cooperation. I want to know each man's choice." "But we must reach a consensus," one man said. "For what purpose?" Richard asked. "In order for our decision to be correct," he explained. "No proper decision about the right course of action in any important situation can be made without a consensus." "You are attempting to give moral authority to mob rule," Richard said. "But a consensus points to the proper moral judgment," another man insisted, "because it is the will of the people." "I see," Richard said. "So what you're saying is that if all of you men decide to rape my sister here, then it's a moral act because you have a consensus to rape her, and if I oppose you, I'm immoral for standing alone and failing to have a consensus behind me. That about the way you men see it?" The men shrank back in confused revulsion. One spoke up. "Well, no, not exactly." "Right and wrong are not the product of consensus," Richard said, cutting him off. "You are trying to make a virtue of mob rule. Rational moral choices are based on the value of life, not a consensus. A consensus can't make the sun rise at midnight, nor can it change a wrong into a right or the other way around. If something is wrong, it matters not if 1,000 other men are for it, you must still oppose it. If something is just, no amount of popular outcry should stay you from your course. I'll not hear any more of this empty gibberish about a consensus. You are not a flock of geese, you are men. I will know the mind of each of you." He gestured to the ground at their feet. "Everyone, pick up 2 pebbles." Richard watched as the bewildered men hesitantly bent and did his bidding. "Now," Richard said, "you will put either one or both pebbles in a closed fist. Each of you will come up to me, to the man you poisoned, and you will open your fist so that I can see your decision but the others can't. 1 pebble will mean no. You will not tell me where the antidote is located unless I first pledge to try to free your people. 2 pebbles in your 1 fist will mean yes. You agree to tell me, without any precondition, where to find the antidote to the poison you've given me." "But what will happen if we agree to tell you?" one of the men asked. "Will you still give us our freedom?" Richard shrugged. "After each of you has given me your answer, you will all find out mine. If you tell me the location of the antidote, I may help you. Or, once I'm free of your poison, I may leave you and return to taking care of my own urgent problems. You will only find out after you've given me your answer. Now, turn away from your friends and put either 1 pebble in your fist for no or 2 pebbles to agree to reveal the location of the poison. When you've finished, come forward one at a time and open your hand to show me your own individual decision. The men milled around, casting sidelong glances at one another, but as he'd instructed, they refrained from discussing the matter. Each man finally set about privately slipping pebbles into his fist. As the men were occupied, Kara and Kalin moved in close around Richard. It looked like the 2 of them had been reaching conclusions of their own. Kara seized his arm.
"Are you crazy?"
she whispered in an angry tone. "You've both already asked me that today."
"Lord Ral, need I remind you that you once before called for a vote and it only got you into trouble? You said you would not do such a foolish thing again."
"Kara is right," Kalin argued in a low voice so the men couldn't hear. "This time is different."
"It's not different," Kara snapped. "It's trouble."
"It's different," he insisted. "I've told them what's right and why. Now they must decide if they will choose to do the right thing or not."
"You're allowing others to decide your future," Kalin said. "You're placing your fate in their hands."
Richard let out a deep breath as he gazed into Kalin's green eyes, and then the icy blue eyes of the moored Sith. "I have to do this. Now let them come up and show me their decision." Kara stormed off to stand back by the statue of Kaja Rang. Kalin gave his arm a squeeze, offering her silent support, accepting his decision even if she didn't understand his reasons. A brief smile of appreciation was all he could manage before she turned and walked back to stand by Kara, Jensen, and Tom. Richard turned away, not wanting to let Kalin see how much pain he was in. The ache from the poison was slowly creeping back up his chest. Every breath hurt. His arm still trembled with the lingering ache of being touched by an Aegil. The worst, though, was the headache. He wondered if Kara could see it in his eyes. After all, the business of moored Sith was pain. He knew he couldn't wait until after helping these men fight off the Order before getting the antidote to the poison. He had no idea how to rid their empire of the Imperial Order. He couldn't even rid his own empire of the invaders. Worse, though, he could feel that he was running out of time. His gift was giving him the headaches and, if not attended to, would eventually kill him. But worse, it was weakening him, allowing the poison to work faster. With each passing day, he was having more and more difficulty working past the poison. If he could get these men to agree to do this, to tell him where they'd hidden the antidote, then he might be able to recover it in time. If not, then his chance to live was as good as over. Chapter 44. The men milled around the top of the pass, some staring off into their own thoughts, some gazing up at the statue of Kaja Rang, the man who had banished their people. Some of the men snatched glimpses at their companions. Richard could see that they were aching to ask friends what they would do, but they kept to Richard's orders and didn't speak. Finally, when Richard stepped up before them, one of the younger men came forward. He had been one of the men eager to hear Richard's words. He'd looked as if he had listened carefully and considered the things Richard had told them. Richard knew that if this man said no, then there was no chance that any of the others would agree. When the young blonde-headed man opened his fist, 2 pebbles lay in his palm. Richard let out an inner sigh that at least one of the men had actually chosen to do the right thing. Another man came forward and opened his fist, showing 2 pebbles sitting in his palm. Richard nodded in acknowledgement without showing any reaction and let him move aside. The rest of the men had lined up. Each stepped forward in turn and silently opened his hand. Each showed him 2 pebbles, showing that he would recant their death threat, and then moved off so that the next man could show his choice. Owen was the last in line. He looked up at Richard, pressed his lips tight, and then thrust out his hand. "You have done us no harm," he said, as he opened his fist. There in his palm lay 2 pebbles. "I don't know what will happen to us now," Owen said, "but I can see that we must not cause you harm because we are desperate for your help." Richard nodded. "Thank you." The sincerity in his voice brought smiles to many of the faces watching. "You have all showed 2 pebbles. I'm encouraged that you've all chosen to do the right thing. We now have common ground upon which to find a future course." The men looked around one another in surprise. They each cheerfully gathered in close to their friends, talking excitedly to one another about how they had all made the same decision. They looked gleeful that they were united in their decision. Richard moved back to where Kalin, Kara, Jensen, and Tom stood. "Satisfied?" he asked Kalin and Kara. Kara folded her arms. "What would you have done had they all chosen to keep the antidote's location a secret until after you helped them?" Richard shrugged. "I'd be no better off than I was, but no worse off either. I'd have to help them, but at least I would know that I dare not trust any of them." Kalin still didn't look pleased. And what if most of them would have said yes, but some stuck to their ways and said no? Richard looked into her resolute green eyes. "Then after the ones who agreed had told me where to find the antidote, I would have had to kill those who said no." Understanding the seriousness of his explanation, Kalin nodded. Kara smiled her satisfaction. Jensen looked shocked. "If any would have said no," he explained to Jensen, "then they would have been choosing to continue to enslave me, to hold a sentence of death over my head in order to manipulate my life to get what they wanted from me. I would never be able to trust them in what I must ask the rest of them to do. I couldn't trust our lives to such treachery, but now that's one less problem we have to worry about." Richard turned to the waiting men. "Each of you has decided to return my life to me." The faces watching him turned serious as they waited to hear what he would do now. Richard gazed down at the small figure of himself, at the sand trickling down, at the eerie black surface that had already descended over the top of the statue, like the underworld itself slowly claiming his life. His fingers left smears of blood across the surface of the figure. The clouds had lowered in around them, thickening so that the afternoon light seemed more like the gloom of dusk. Richard lowered the statue and looked back up at the men. "We will do our best to see if we can help you get rid of the Order." A cheer rose into the thin, cold air. The men hooted their excitement as well as their relief. He hadn't yet seen any of them smile quite this broadly before. Those smiles, more than anything, revealed the depth of their wish to be free of the men of the Order. Richard wondered how they would feel about it when he finally told them their part. He knew that as long as Nicholas the Slide was able to seek them out through the eyes of the races, he would remain a threat that would haunt them wherever they went and endanger all of their work to get the old world to rise up and overthrow the Imperial Order. More than that, though, Nicholas would be able to direct killers to find them. The thought of Nicholas seeing Kalin and knowing where to find her gave Richard chills. He had to eliminate Nicholas. It was possible that in doing so, in eliminating their leader, he would also help these people drive the Order from their homes. Richard gestured for the men to gather in closer. "First, before we get to the matter of freeing your people, you need to show me where you've hidden the poison." Owen squatted down and selected a stone from nearby. With it, he scratched a chalky oval on the face of a flat spot in the rock. "Say that this line is the mountain surrounding Bandakar." He set the stone at the end of the oval closest to Richard. "Then this is the pass into our land, where we are now." He plucked 3 pebbles from the ground. "This is our town, Witherton, where we lived," he said, as he set the first pebble down not far from the rock that represented the pass. "There is antidote there." "And this is where all of you men were hiding?" Richard asked as he circled a finger over the first pebble. "In the hills surrounding Witherton?" "Mostly to the south," Owen said, pointing to the area. He placed the second pebble near the middle of the oval. "Here there is another vial of antidote in this city here, called Houghton." He placed the third pebble near the edge of the oval. "Here is the third vial, in this city, Northwick." So then, Richard summed up, I just need to go to one of those 3 places and recover the antidote. Since your town is the smallest, that would probably be our best chance." Some of the men shook their heads, others looked away. Owen, looking troubled, touched each of the 3 pebbles. "I'm sorry, Lord Ralph, but one of these is not enough. Too much time has passed. Even 2 will be insufficient by now. The man who made the poison said that if too much time had passed, all 4 would be necessary to ensure a remedy. He said that if you did not immediately take the first antidote I brought, then it would only halt the poison for a while. He said that then the other 3 vials would all be needed. He said that in this case the poison would possibly go through 3 states. If you are to be free of the poison, you must drink all of the 3 remaining antidotes. If you don't, you will die." 3 states? What does that mean? "The first state will be pain in your chest. The second state will be dizziness that makes standing difficult." Owen looked away from Richard's gaze. "In the third state, the poison makes you blind." He looked up and touched a hand to Richard's arm as if to dispel his worry. "But taking 3 vials of the antidote will cure you, make you well." Richard wiped a weary hand across his brow. The pain in his chest told him that he was in the poison's first state. "How much time do I have?" Owen looked down as he straightened his sleeve. "I'm not sure, Lord Ralph. We have already taken a lot of time traveling this far since you had that first vial. I think we have no time to lose." "How much time?" Richard asked, in as calm a voice as he could manage. Owen swallowed. "To be truthful, Lord Ralph, I'm surprised that you are able to stand the pain from the first state of the poison. From what I was told, the pain would grow as time passed." Richard simply nodded. He didn't look up at Kalin. With soldiers of the Imperial Order occupying Bondakar, getting in to recover the antidote from one place sounded difficult enough, but retrieving it from all 3 places sounded beyond difficult. "Well, since time is short, I have a better idea," Richard said. "Make me more of the antidote. Then we won't have to worry about getting what you've hidden, and we can simply worry about how to best take on the men of the Order." Owen shrugged one shoulder. "We can't." "Why not?" Richard leaned in. "You made it before. You made the antidote that you hid. Make it again." Owen shrank back. "We can't." Richard took a patient breath. "Why not?" Owen pointed off at the small bag he'd brought, now lying to the side, the bag containing the fingers of 3 girls. "The father of those girls was the man who made the poison and made the antidote. He is the only one among us who knew how to make such complex things with herbs. We don't know how. We don't even know many of the ingredients he used. There may be others in the city who could make an antidote, but we don't know who they are, or if they are still alive. With men of the Order in those places, we wouldn't even be able to find these people. Even if we could, we don't know what was used to make up the poison, so they would not know how to make an antidote. The only chance you have to live is to recover the 3 vials of antidote." Richard's head was hurting so much that he didn't know if he could stand much longer. With only 3 vials in existence, and all 3 needed if he was to live, he had to get to them before anything happened to any one of them. Someone could find one and throw it out. They could be moved. They could be broken, the antidote draining away into the ground. With every breath he felt stitches of pain pull inside his chest. Panic gnawed at the edges of his thoughts. When Kalin rested her hand on his shoulder, Richard laid a grateful hand over hers. "We will help you get the antidote, Lord Ralph," one of the men said. Another nodded. "That's right. We will help you get it." The men all spoke up then, saying that they would all help to get the antidote so that Richard could rid himself of the poison. "Most of us have been to at least 2 of these places," Owen said. "Some of us have been to all 3. I hid the antidote, but I told the others the places, so we all know where it is. We know where we have to get in to recover it. We will tell you, too." "Then that's what we'll do." Richard squatted down as he studied the stone map. "Where is Nicholas?" Owen leaned in and tapped the pebble in the center. "Here in Houghton is this man Nicholas." Richard looked up at Owen. Don't tell me. You hid the antidote in the building where you saw Nicholas. Owen shrugged self-consciously. At the time it seemed like a good idea. Now I wish I had thought better of it. Standing behind Richard, Kara rolled her eyes in disgust. I'm surprised you didn't hand it to Nicholas and ask him to hold on to it for you. Appearing eager to change the subject, Owen pointed at the pebble representing Northwick. In this city is where the Wise One is hiding. Maybe we can get help from the great speakers. Maybe the Wise One will give us his blessing, and then people will help us in our effort to rid our land of the Imperial Order. After all he'd learned about the people who lived beyond the boundary in Bandakar, Richard didn't think he could count on any meaningful help from them. They wanted to be free of marauding brutes, but condemned their only real means to be free. These men had at least proven a degree of resolve. These men would have to work to change other people's attitudes, but Richard had his doubts that they would garner much immediate help. In order to accomplish what you men rightfully want, to eradicate the Order, or at least make them leave your homes, you are going to have to help. Kalen, Kara, Jensen, Tom, and I aren't going to be able to do it alone. If it's to work, you men must help us. What is it you wish us to do? Owen asked. We already said we will take you to these places where the antidote is hidden. What more can we do? You are going to have to help us kill the men of the Order. Instantly, heated protests erupted. All of the men talked at once, shaking his head, warding the notion with his hands. Although Richard couldn't make out all their words, their feelings about what he said were obvious enough. What words he did hear were all objections that they couldn't kill. Richard rose up. You know what these men have done, he said in a powerful voice that brought them to silence. You ran away so you wouldn't also be killed. You know how your people are being treated. You know what's being done to your loved ones in captivity. But we can't harm another, Owen whined. We can't. It's not our way, another man added. You banished criminals through the boundary, Richard said. How did you make them go through if they refused? If we had to, one of the older men said, a number of us would hold him so that he could harm no one. We would tie his hands and bear him to the boundary. We would tell such a banished man that he must go out of our land. If he still refused, we would carry him to a long, steep place in the rock where we would lay him down and push him feet first, so that he would slide down the rock and go beyond. Once we did this, they weren't able to return. Richard wondered at the lengths these people went to not to harm the worst animals among them. He wondered how many had to suffer or die at the hands of such criminals before the people of Bandakar were sufficiently motivated to take what were to them extreme measures. We understand much of what you have told us, Owen said, but we cannot do what you ask. We would be doing wrong. We have been raised not to harm another. Richard snatched up the bag with the girl's fingers and shook it at the men. Every one of your loved ones back there is thinking of nothing but being saved. Can any of you even imagine their terror? I know what it's like to be tortured, to feel helpless and alone, to feel like you will never escape. In such a situation, you want nothing more than for it to stop. You would do anything for it to stop. That's why we needed you, an older man said. You must do this. You must rid us of the Order. I told you I can't do it alone. With an arm wrapped in a bloody bandage, Richard gestured emphatically. Surrendering your will to the men of the Order who would do such things as this solves nothing. It simply adds more victims. The men of the Order are evil. You must fight back. But if only you would talk to those men like you talk to us, they would see their misguided ways. They would change then. No, they won't. Life doesn't matter to them. They've made their choice to torture, rape, and kill. Our only chance to survive, our only chance to have a future is to destroy them. We can't harm another person, one of the men said. It's wrong to harm another, Owen agreed. It's always immoral to hurt, much less kill another person, a middle-aged man said to the mumbled agreement of his fellows. Those who do wrong are obviously in pain and need our understanding, not our hate. Hate will only invite hate. Violence will only begin a cycle of violence that never solves anything." Richard felt as if the ground he had gained with these men was slipping away from him. He was about to run his fingers back through his hair when he saw that they were covered in blood. He dropped his arm and shifted his approach. "You poisoned me to get me to kill these men. By that act, you've already proven that you accept the reality that it's sometimes necessary to kill in order to save innocent lives. That's why you wanted me. You can't hold a belief that it's wrong to harm another and at the same time coerce me to do it for you. That's simply killing by proxy." "We need our freedom," one of them said. "We thought that maybe because of your command as a ruler you could convince these men, for fear of you, to leave us be." "That's why you have to help me. You just said it. For fear of me. You must help me in this so that the threat, the fear, is credible. If they don't believe the threat is real, then why would they leave your land?" One of the others folded his arms. "We thought you might rid us of the order without violence, without killing. But it is up to you to do such killing if that is your way. We cannot kill. From our very beginning our ancestors have taught us that killing is wrong. You must do this." Another, nodding his agreement, said, "It's your duty to help those who cannot bring themselves to do what you can do." Duty. The polite name put to the chains of servitude. Richard turned away, closing his eyes as he squeezed his temples between fingers and thumb. He'd thought that he was beginning to get through to these men. He'd thought he would be able to get them to think for themselves, in their own best interest, rather than to function spontaneously according to the rote dictates of their indoctrination. He could hardly believe that after all he'd told them, these men would still rather have their loved ones endure torture and brutal murder than harm the men committing the crimes. By refusing to face the nature of reality, these men were willingly giving the good over to evil, life over to death. He realized then that it was even more basic than that. In the most fundamental sense, they were willingly choosing to reject the reality of evil. Deep inside him, every breath pulled a stitch of pain. He had to get the antidote. He was running out of time. But that alone would not solve his problems. His gift was killing him just as surely as the poison. He felt so sick from the pounding pain of his headache that he thought he might throw up. Even the magic of his sword was failing him. Richard feared the poison, but in a more central way, he feared the encroaching death from within, from his gift. The poison, as dangerous as it was, had a clearly defined cause and cure. With his gift, he felt lost. Richard looked back into Kalen's troubled eyes. He could see that she had no solution to offer. She stood in a weary pose, her arm hanging straight with the weight of the warning beacon that seemed to tell him only that he was dying but offered no answers. Its whole reason for being was to call him to a proclaimed duty to help replace the boundary, as if his life was not his own, but belonged to anyone who laid claim to it by shackling him with a declaration of duty. That concept, duty, was no less a poison than that which these men had given him, a call to sacrifice himself. Richard took the small statue from Kalen's hand and stared down at it. The inky black had already enveloped half the length of the figure. His life was being consumed. The sand continued to trickle away. His time was running out. The stone figure of Kajarang, the long-dead wizard who had summoned him with the warning beacon and charged him with an impossible task, loomed over him as if in silent rebuke. Behind him, the men huddled close, affirming to one another their beliefs, their ways, their responsibility to their ancient ideals, that the men of the order were acting as they were because they were misguided and could still be reformed. They spoke of the Wise One and all the great speakers who had committed them to the path of peace and nonviolence. They all reaffirmed the belief that they must follow the path that had been laid down for them from the very beginning by their land's founders, their ancestors, who had given them their customs, their beliefs, their values, their way of living. Trying to elevate these men to understand what was right and necessary seemed as difficult as trying to lift them by a slender thread. That thread had broken. Richard felt trapped by the deluded convictions of these people, by their poison, by the headaches, by Nicholas hunting them, and by a long-dead wizard who had reached out from the underworld to try to enslave him to a long-dead duty. Anger welling up inside him, Richard cocked his arm and heaved the warning beacon at the statue of Kajarang. The men ducked as the small figure shot by just above their heads to shatter against the stone base of the statue. Amber fragments and inky black shards flew in every direction. The sand from inside splattered in a stain across the front of the granite pedestal. The cowering men fell silent. Overhead, wisps trailing from the sullen clouds drifted by, almost close enough to reach up and touch. A few icy flakes of snow floated along in the still air. All around, a frigid fog had moved in to envelop the surrounding mountains, leaving the top of the pass with the stone sentinels seeming isolated and otherworldly, as if this were all there was to existence. Richard stood in the dead quiet at the center of everyone's attention. The words written in Haidaharan on the statue's base echoed through Richard's mind. "Fear any breach of this seal to the empire beyond, for beyond is evil, those who cannot see." The Haidaharan words streamed again and again through his mind. The translation of those words just didn't feel right. "Dear spirits," Richard whispered in sudden realization, "I had it wrong. That's not what it says." Chapter 45. Kaylin felt as if her heart were being crushed by the ordeal these men were putting Richard through. Just when she'd thought he had gotten them to understand the truth of what was needed, it seemed to have slipped away as the men reverted to their willful blindness. Richard, though, seemed almost to have forgotten the men. He stood staring at where the warning beacon had shattered against the statue. Kaylin stepped closer to him and whispered, "What do you mean you had it wrong and that's not what it says? What are you talking about?" "The translation," he said, in what sounded like startled comprehension. He stood motionless, facing the towering statue of Kajarang. "Remember how I told you that it was an odd way to phrase what it said?" Kaylin glanced to the statue and then back to Richard. "Yes." "It wasn't odd at all. I just had it wrong. I was trying to make it say what I thought it would say, that those beyond couldn't see magic instead of just seeing what was before me. What I told you before isn't what it says." When his voice trailed off, Kaylin reached up and gripped his arm to draw his attention. "What do you mean that's not what it says?" Richard gestured toward the statue. "I see what I did wrong with the phrasal sequence, why I was having trouble with it. I told you I wasn't sure of the translation. I was right to have doubts. It doesn't say, 'Fear any breach of the seal to the empire beyond, for beyond is evil, those who cannot see.'" Jensen leaned in close beside Kaylin. "Are you sure?" Richard looked back at the statue, his voice distant. "I am now." Kaylin pulled on his arm, making him look at her. "So what does it say?" His gray eyes met her gaze briefly before turning to the eyes of the statue of Kajarang staring off at the pillars of creation, at his final safeguard protecting the world from these people. Instead of answering her, he started away. The men parted as Richard strode toward the statue. Kaylin stayed close on his heels, Kara following in her wake. Jensen gathered up Betty's rope and pulled her along. The men, already backing out of the way for Richard, kept a wary eye on the goat and her mistress as they passed. Tom stayed where he was, keeping a careful but unobtrusive watch over all the men. At the statue, Richard swiped the dusting of snow off the ledge, revealing again the words carved in Haidaharan. Kaylin watched his eyes moving along the line of words, reading them to himself. He had a kind of excitement in his movements that told her he was racing after an important quarry. For the moment, she could also see that his headache was gone. She couldn't understand the way it ebbed from time to time, but she was relieved to see strength in the way he moved. Hands spread on the stone, leaning on his arms, he looked up from the words. Without the headache, there was a vibrant clarity in his gray eyes. "Part of this story has been puzzling," he said. "I understand now. It doesn't say, 'Fear any breach of this seal to the empire beyond, for beyond is evil, those who cannot see.'" Jensen's nose wrinkled. "It doesn't? You mean it wasn't meant to be about these pristinely ungifted people?" "Oh, it was about them, all right, but not in that respect." Richard tapped a finger to the carved words. "It doesn't say, 'For beyond is evil, those who cannot see,' but something profoundly different. It says, 'Fear any breach of this seal to the empire beyond, for beyond are those who cannot see evil.'" Kalen's brow drew down. Those who cannot see evil. Richard lifted his bandaged arm up toward the figure towering over them. That's what Kajarong feared most. Not those who couldn't see magic, but those who could not see evil. That's his warning to the world. He aimed a thumb back over his shoulder, indicating the men behind him. That's what this is all about. Kalen was taken aback and a little perplexed. "Do you think it might be that because these people can't see magic, they also can't recognize evil?" she asked. "Or that because of the way they're different, they simply don't have the ability to conceive of evil? In much the same way they can't conceive of objective magic as having nothing to do with mysticism?" "That might in part be what Kajarong thought," Richard said, "but I don't." "Are you so sure?" Jensen asked. "Yes." Before Kalen could make him explain, Richard turned to the men. "Here in stone, Kajarong left a warning for the world. Kajarong's warning is about those who cannot see evil. Your ancestors were banished from the New World because they were pristinely ungifted. But this man, this powerful wizard, Kajarong, feared them for something else, their ideas. He feared them because they refused to see evil. That's what made your ancestors so dangerous to the people of the Old World." "How could that be?" a man asked. "Thrown together and banished to a strange place, the Old World, your ancestors must have clung desperately to one another. They were so afraid of rejection, of banishment, that they avoided rejecting one of their own. It developed into a strong belief that no matter what, they should not try to condemn anyone. For this reason, they rejected the concept of evil for fear they would have to judge someone. Judging someone as evil meant they would have to face the problem of removing them from their midst. In their flight from reality, they justified their practices by settling on the fanciful notion that nothing is real, and so no one can know the nature of reality. That way, they wouldn't have to admit that someone was evil. Better to deny the existence of evil than have to eliminate the evildoer in their midst. Better to turn a blind eye to the problem, ignore it, and hope it went away. If they admitted the reality of evil, then eliminating the evildoer was the only proper action. So, by extension, since they had been banished, they thought that they must have been banished because they were evil. Their solution was to simply discard the entire concept of evil. An entire belief structure developed around this core. Kajarong may have thought that because they were pristinely ungifted and couldn't see magic, they also couldn't see evil. But what he feared was the infection of their beliefs spreading to others. Thinking requires effort. These people offered beliefs that needed no thought, but merely adopting some noble-sounding phrases. It was, in fact, an arrogant dismissal of the power of man's mind, an illusion of wisdom that spurned the requirement of any authentic effort to understand the world around them or the nuisance of validation. Such simplistic solutions, such as unconditionally rejecting all violence, are especially seductive to the undeveloped minds of the young, many of whom would have eagerly adopted such disordered reasoning as a talisman of enlightenment. When they began fanatically espousing these empty tenets to others, it probably set off the alarm for Kajarong. With the spread of such ideas, with the kind of rabid hold it has over some people, such as it has over you men, Kajarong and his people saw how, if such beliefs ran free, It would eventually bring anarchy and ruin by sanctioning evil to stalk among their people, just as it leaves you men defenseless against the evil of the imperial order now come among you. Kaja Rong saw such beliefs for what they were, embracing death rather than life. The regression from true enlightenment into the illusion of insight spawned disorder, becoming a threat to all of the old world, raising the specter of a descent into darkness. Richard tapped his finger on the top of the ledge. There is other writing up here around the base that suggests as much, and what became the eventual solution. Kaja Rong had those who believed these teachings collected, not only all the pristinely ungifted banished from the New World, but also the rabid believers who had fallen under their delusional philosophy and banished the whole lot of them. The first banishment from the New World down to the Old was unjust. The second banishment, from the Old World to the land beyond here, had been earned. Jensen, twiddling the frayed end of Betty's rope, looked dubious. "Do you really think there were others banished along with those who were pristinely ungifted? That would mean there were a great many people. How could Kaja Rong have made all these people go along? Didn't they resist? How did Kaja Rong make them all go? Was it a bloody banishment?" The men were nodding to her questions, apparently wondering the same thing. "I don't believe that High Daharan was a common language among the people, not down here anyway. I suspect that it was a dying language only used among certain learned people, such as wizards." Richard gestured to the land beyond. "Kaja Rong named these people Bandakar, the Banished. I don't think the people knew what it meant. Their empire was not called the Pillars of Creation or some name referring only to the ungifted. The writing here suggests that it was because it was not only the pristinely ungifted who were banished, but all those who believed as they did. They all were Bandakar, the Banished. They thought of themselves, of their beliefs, as enlightened. Kaja Rong played on that, flattering them, telling them that this place had been set aside to protect them from a world not ready to accept them. He made them feel that, in many ways, they were being put here because they were better than anyone else. Not given to reasoned thinking, these people were easily beguiled in this fashion and duped into cooperating with their own banishment. According to what's hinted at in the writing here around the statue's base, they went happily into their promised land. Once confined to this place, marriage and subsequent generations spread the pristinely ungifted trait throughout the entire population of Bandakar. "And Kaja Rong really believed they were such a terrible threat to the rest of the people of the Old World?" Jensen asked. Again, men nodded, apparently in satisfaction that she had asked the question. Kalin suspected that Jensen might have asked the question on behalf of the men. Richard gestured up at the statue of Kaja Rong. "Look at him. What's he doing?" "He's symbolically standing watch over the boundary he placed here. He's guarding this pass, watching over a seal keeping back what lies beyond. In his eternal vigilance his hand holds a sword, ever at the ready, to show the magnitude of the danger." The people of the Old World felt such gratitude to this important man that they built this monument to honor what he had done for them, in protecting them from beliefs they knew would have imperiled their society. The threat was no trifling matter. Kaja Rong watches over this boundary even in death. From the world of the dead, he sent me a warning that the seal had been breached. Richard waited in the tense silence until all the men looked back at him before he quietly concluded. "Kaja Rong banished your ancestors not only because they couldn't see magic, but more importantly because they couldn't see evil." In restless disquiet, the men glanced about at their companions. "But what you call evil is just a way of expressing an inner pain," one of them said, more as a plea than as an argument. "That's right," another told Richard. "Saying someone is evil is prejudiced thinking. It's a way of belittling someone already in pain for some reason. Such people must be embraced and taught to shed their fears of their fellow man, and then they will not strike out in violent ways." Richard swept his glare across all the watching faces. He pointed up at the statue. "Kaja Rong feared you because you are dangerous to everyone, not because you are ungifted, but because you embrace evil with your teachings. In so doing, in trying to be kind, to be unselfish, in trying to be non-judgmental, you allow evil to become far more powerful than it otherwise would. You refuse to see evil, and so you welcome it among you. You allow it to exist. You give it power over you. You are a people who have welcomed death and refused to denounce it. You are an empire naked to the shadow of evil. After a moment of thick silence, one of the older men finally spoke up.
This belief in evil, as you call it, is a very intolerant attitude, and is far too simplistic a judgment. It's nothing less than an unfair condemnation of your fellow man. None of us, not even you, can judge another.
Calen knew that Richard had a great deal of patience, but very little tolerance. He had been very patient with these men. She could see that he had reached the end of his tolerance. She half expected him to draw his sword. He walked among the men, his raptor glare moving individuals back as he passed. Your people think of themselves as enlightened, as above violence. You are not enlightened. You are merely slaves awaiting a master, victims awaiting killers. They have finally come for you. Richard snatched up the small bag and stood before the last man who had spoken aloud. Open your hand. The man glanced to those at his sides. Finally, he held his hand out. Richard reached into the bag and then placed a small finger, its flesh withered and stained with dried blood, in the man's hand. The man obviously didn't want the little finger sitting in the palm of his hand, but after he looked up into Richard's withering glower, he said nothing and made no attempt to rid himself of the gory trophy. Richard walked among the men, ordering random men to open their hands. Calen recognized the ones he selected as men who had objected to the things he was trying to do to help them. He placed a finger in each upturned hand until the bag was empty. What you hold in your hand is the result of evil, Richard said. You men all know the truth of it. You all knew evil was loose in your land. You all wanted that to change. You all wanted to be rid of evil. You all wanted to live. You all wanted your loved ones to live. You all had hoped to do it without having to face the truth. I have tried to explain things to you so that you could understand the true nature of the battle we all face. Richard straightened the baldric over his shoulder. I am done explaining. You wanted me brought to your land? You have accomplished your goal. Now you are going to decide if you will follow through with what you know to be right. Richard again stood before them, his back straight, his chin held high, his scabbard gleaming in the gloomy light, his black tunic trimmed in gold standing out in sharp contrast against the fog-shrouded mountains behind him. He looked like nothing so much as the Lord Rahl. He was as commanding a figure as Calen had ever seen. After Richard and Calen's beginning so long ago, when they had struck out from those secluded woods of his, Richard had turned the world upside down. From the beginning he had always been at the heart of their struggle, and was now the ruler of an empire, even if that endangered empire was largely a mystery to him, as was his gift. His cause, though, was crystal clear. Together, Calen and Richard were at the center of the storm of a war that had engulfed their world. It had now engulfed these men and their land. Many people saw Richard as their only salvation. Richard seemed forever trying to prove them wrong. For many others, though, he was the single most hated man alive. For them, Richard sought to give them cause. He told people that their life was their own. The Imperial Order wanted him dead for that, more than for any blow he had dealt them. This is the way things are going to be, Richard finally said, in a voice of quiet authority. You will surrender your land and your loyalty to the Daharan Empire, or you will be the subjects of the Imperial Order. Those are your only two choices. There are no others. Like it or not, you must choose. If you refuse to make a choice, events will decide for you, and you will likely end up in the hands of the Imperial Order. Make no mistake, they are evil hands. With the Order, if you are not murdered, you will be slaves and treated as such. I think you know very well what that entails. Your lives will have no value to them except as slaves, called upon to help them spread their evil. As part of the Daharan Empire, your lives will be your own. I will expect you to rise up and live them as the individuals you are, not as some speck of dirt in a pit of filth you have dug yourselves into. The seal to your hiding place, to the Bandakaran Empire, has failed. I don't know how to repair it, nor would I if I could. There is no more Empire of Bandakar. There is no way to allow you to be who you were and to protect you. Maybe the order can be thrown out of your land, but they cannot be effortlessly kept out, for it is their ideas that have come to destroy you. So choose, slaves or free men. Life as either will not be easy. I think you know what life as slaves will be like. As free men, you will have to struggle, work, and think, but you will have the rewards that brings, and those rewards will be yours and no one else's. Freedom must be won, but then it has to be guarded, lest those like the order come again to enslave those wishing for someone else to do their thinking. I am the Lord Rahl. I intend to go get the antidote to the poison you've given me. If you men choose to be part of this struggle, to rid yourselves and your loved ones of evil, then I will help you. If you choose not to stand with us, then you may go back and let the order do with you what they will, or you can run. If you run, you may survive for a time, as you have been doing, but because that is not the way you wish to live, you will die as frightened animals, never having lived what life has to offer. So choose. But if you choose to stand with me against evil, then you will have to relinquish your self-imposed blindness and open your eyes to look around at life. You will have to see the reality of the world around you. There is good and bad in the world. You will have to use your minds to judge which is which, so that you can seek the good and reject the bad. If you choose to stand with me, I will do my best to answer any honest question and try to teach you how to triumph against the men of the order and those like them. But I will not suffer your mindless teachings that are nothing more than a calculated rejection of life. Take a look at the bloody fingers you and your friends hold. Look at what was done to children by evil men. You should hate such men who would do this. If you don't or can't, then you have no business being with those of us who embrace life. I want each of you to think about those children, about their terror, their pain, their wish not to be hurt. Think of what it was like for them to be alone and in the hands of evil men. You should rightfully hate the men who would do such things. Hold tight to that righteous hatred, for that is the hatred of evil. I intend to recover the antidote so that I can live. In the process, I also intend to kill as many of those evil men as I can. If I go alone, I may succeed in getting the antidote, but alone I will not succeed in liberating your homes from the imperial order. If you choose to go with me, to help in this struggle, we may have a chance. I don't know what I face there, so I can't honestly tell you that we have a good chance. I can only tell you that if you don't help me, then there is likely no chance. Richard held up a finger. Make no mistake. If you choose to join us, and we take up this struggle, some of us will probably die. If we do not, all of us will die, not necessarily in body, but in spirit. Under such rule as the order has shown you, no one lives, even though their bodies might for a time endure the misery of life as slaves. Under the order, every soul withers and dies. The men were silent as Richard paused to meet their gazes. Most could not look away, while some seemed shamed, and so they stared at the ground. If you choose to side with me in this struggle, Richard said with deliberate care, you will be called upon to kill men of the order, evil men. If you once thought that I enjoyed killing, let me assure you that you are very wrong. I hate it. I do it to defend life. I would never expect you to relish killing. It is a necessity to do it, not to enjoy doing it. I expect you to relish life and do what is necessary to preserve it. Richard picked up one of the items lying off to the side that they had made while waiting for Tom and Owen to bring the men up into the pass. It looked like little more than a stout stick. It was, in fact, made of oak limbs. It was rounded at the back to fit the hand, narrow at a point in the middle, and pointed at the other end. "You men don't have weapons. While we waited for you to arrive, we've made some." He waggled his fingers, requesting Tom to come forward. "Men of the Order won't recognize these as weapons, at first anyway. If questioned, you should tell them that they're used to make holes in the ground to plant crops." With his left hand, Richard seized Tom's shirt at his shoulder to hold him and demonstrated the weapon's use by slowly showing how it would be thrust upward toward a man's middle just under his ribs to stab him. Some faces among the men twisted with revulsion. "This can most easily be driven up into a man's soft part, up in under his ribs," Richard told them. "Once you thrust it in, give it a quick sideways twist to break it off at the narrow point. That way the man won't be able to pull it out. With such a thing lodged in his insides, if he can even stand, he won't be running after you or trying to wrestle you. You'll be better able to get away." One of the men lifted a hand. "But a piece of wood like that will be wet and wouldn't break. Many of the wood fibers will just bend over, leaving the handle end attached." Richard tossed the weapon to the man. After he caught it, he said, "Look at the middle, where it's cut to a narrow neck. You'll see that it's been held over a fire and dried for that very reason. Notice the pointed end, too. You'll see that it's been cut and split into 4 sections, with the points bent open like a flower bud, so that as it's thrust into an enemy, it has a good chance to break open, the 4 sides going in different directions to do more damage. With that one thrust, it will be like stabbing him 4 times. When you snap it off in him, he won't be able to fight you, because every move he makes will wrench those long oak splinters through his vulnerable insides. If it doesn't hit something vital and kill him immediately, he's certainly likely to die within the day. While he's dying, he'll be screaming in agony and fear. I want such evil men to know that the pain and death they inflict on others will be coming for them. That fear will cause them to begin to think of running. It will make them lose sleep, wear them down, so that when we do get to them, they'll be easier to kill." Richard picked up another item. "This is a small crossbow." He held it high for the men to see as he pointed out its features. "As you can see, the bowstring is locked back on this nut. A stout bolt is laid in this groove here. Pulling this lever rotates the nut, releasing the string and firing the bolt. It isn't fancy, and you men aren't experienced at using such weapons, but at close range you don't have to be all that good a shot. I've started a number of crossbows, and have a whole pile of stocks and parts made. With the items that you men brought back, we can finish making them. They're rather crude, and, as I said, they won't be good at much of a distance, but they are small, and you can hide them under a cloak. No matter how big and strong the enemy is, the smallest of you can kill him. Not even his chain-mail armor will protect against such a weapon fired at close range. I can promise you that they will be very deadly." Richard showed the men hardwood clubs they would stud with nails. Such weapons could also be concealed. He showed them a simple cord with a small wooden handle at each end that was used to strangle a man from behind when stealth was paramount. "As we take these men, we'll be able to get other weapons, knives, axes, maces, swords." "But, Lord Rahl," Owen said, looking beside himself with worry, "even if we were to agree to join you in this, we are not fighters. These men of the Order are brutes who are experienced at such things. We would stand no chance against them." The others voiced their worried agreement. Richard shook his head as he held up his hands for them to be quiet. "Look at those fingers you hold. Ask yourselves what chance those little girls had against such men. Ask yourselves what chance your mothers, your sisters, your wives, your daughters have. You are the only hope for these people. You are the only hope for yourselves. Most likely, You men would not stand a chance against such men either. But I have no intention of fighting them as you're thinking. That's a good way to get killed." Richard pointed at one of the younger men. "What is it we want? The reason you came to get me?" The man looked confused. "To get rid of the men of the Order?" "Yes," Richard said. "That's right. You want to be rid of murderers. The last thing you want is to fight them." The men gestured at the weapons Richard had shown them. "But these things—" "These men are murderers. Our task is to execute them. We want to avoid fights. If we fight them, we risk being hurt or killed. I am not saying that we won't have to fight them, but that isn't our goal. There will be times when there may be limited numbers of them, and we can be sure that with surprise we can take them out before a fight has a chance to erupt. Keep in mind that these men have been conditioned to none of your people putting up any resistance. We hope to kill them before it occurs to them to draw a weapon. But if we don't have to face them, all the better. Our goal is to kill them, to kill every one of them we can. Kill them when they sleep, when they are looking the other way, when they are eating, when they are talking, when they are drinking, when they are out for a stroll. They are evil. We must kill them, not fight them." Owen threw up his hands. "But Lord Rall, if we were to start killing them, they would take revenge on all the people they have." Richard watched the men, waiting until he was sure everyone was paying attention. "You have just recognized the reality that they are evil. You're right. They will probably start killing captives as a way to convince you to surrender. But they are killing them now. Over time, if left to do as they will, the killing they do will be on a vast scale. The faster we kill them, the sooner it's over, and the sooner the murder will stop. Some people will lose their lives because of what we do, but in doing it we will free all the rest. If we do nothing, then we condemn those innocent people to the mercy of evil, and evil grants no mercy. As I've said before, you can't negotiate with evil. You must destroy it." A man cleared his throat. "Lord Rall, some of our people have sided with the men of the Order, believed their words. They will not want us to harm the men of the Order." Richard let out a heavy breath. He turned away for a moment, gazing off into the gloom, before turning his attention once more to the men. "I've had to kill people I knew my whole life because they sided with the Order, much the same as you are saying. They came to believe the men of the Imperial Order, and because I was opposed to the Order, they tried to kill me. It's a terrible thing to have to kill someone like that, someone you know. I believe the alternative is worse." "The alternative?" the man asked. "Yes, letting them murder me. That's the alternative. Losing your life and losing the cause for which you fight, the lives of your loved ones." Richard's expression had turned grave. "If some of your people have joined with the Order, or work to protect them, then it may be that you could end up facing them. It will be their life or yours. It could even mean the lives of the rest of us. If they side with evil, then we must not allow them to stop us from eliminating evil. This is part of what you must weigh in your decision to join us or not. If you take up this struggle, you must accept that you may have to kill people you know. You must weigh this in the choice you will make." The men no longer seemed shocked by his words. They looked solemn as they listened. Calen saw small birds flitting past, looking to roost for the night. The sky, the icy fog, was getting darker. She scanned the sky, ever watchful for black-tipped races. With the weather in the pass so dreadful, she doubted they would be around. The fog, at least, was comforting for that reason. Richard looked exhausted. She knew how hard it was for her to breathe in the high, thin air, so it had to be far worse for him. She feared now, because of the poison, the thin air robbed Richard of his strength. They needed to be down out of the high pass. "I have told you the truth and all I can for now," Richard told the men. "Your future is now up to each of you." He quietly asked Kara, Jensen, and Tom to collect their things. He put a gentle hand on Calen's back as he turned to the men and gestured down the hill. We're going back down to our camp in those woods. You men decide what you will do. If you are with us, then come down there in the protection of the trees, where the races won't be able to spot us when the weather lifts. We will need to finish making the weapons you will carry. If any of you choose not to join us, then you're on your own. I plan not to be here at this camp for long. If the Order captures you, they will likely torture you, and I don't want to be anywhere nearby when you scream your lungs out as you reveal where our camp was." The forlorn men stood huddled in a group.
"Lord Ral," Owen asked, "you mean we must choose now?"
"I've told you all I can. How much longer can those being tortured, raped, and murdered wait for you? If you wish to join us and be part of life, then come down to our camp. If you choose not to be on our side, then I wish you luck. But please don't try to follow us or I'll have to kill you. I was once a woods guide. I will know if any of you follow us." One of the men, the one who had been the first to show Richard 2 pebbles to say that he would reveal the location of the antidote, stepped forward, away from the rest of the men.
"Lord Ral, my name is Anson."
Tears filled his blue eyes.
"I wanted you to know that, to know who I am. I am Anson."
Richard nodded. "All right, Anson."
"Thank you for opening my eyes. I've always had some of the thoughts that you explained. Now I understand why, and I understand the darkness kept over my eyes. I don't want to live like that anymore. I don't want to live by words that don't mean anything, and I don't want the men of the Order to control my life. My parents were murdered. I saw my father's body hanging from a pole. He never hurt anyone. He did nothing to deserve such a murder. My sister was taken. I know what those men are doing to her. I can't sleep at night thinking about it, thinking about her terror. I want to fight back. I want to kill these evil men. They've earned death. I want to grind them into dust, as you have said. I choose to join with you and fight to gain my freedom. I want to live free. I want those I love to live free."
Kaelin was stunned to hear one of them say such things, especially without first consulting with the rest of the men. She had watched the eyes of the other men as Anson spoke. They all listened keenly to everything Anson said. Richard smiled as he placed a hand on the young man's shoulder. "Welcome to Dahara, Anson. Welcome home. We can use your help." He pointed off at Kara and Tom picking up the weapons they'd brought to show the men. "Why don't you help them take those things back down to our camp?" Anson grinned his agreement. The soft-spoken young man had broad shoulders and a thickly muscled neck. He was genial, but looked determined. If she were in the Imperial Order, Kaelin would not want to see such a powerfully built man coming after her. Anson eagerly tried to take the load from Kara's arms. She wouldn't relinquish it, so he picked up the rest of the things and followed Tom down the hill. Jensen went along too, pulling Betty behind by her rope, tugging for the first few steps because Betty wanted them to stay with Richard and Kaelin. The other men watched as Anson started down the hill with Kara, Tom, and Jensen. Then they moved off to the side, away from the statue, while they whispered among themselves, deciding what they would do. Richard glanced at the figure of Kajarang before starting down the hill. Something seemed to catch his eye. "What's the matter?" Richard pointed. "That writing on the face of the pedestal below his feet." Kaelin knew there had been no writing in that spot before, and she was still too far away to really tell if she could see writing in the flecked granite. She glanced back to see the others making their way down the hill, but instead followed Richard when he started toward the statue. The men were still off to the side, busily engaged in their discussion. She could see the spot on the face of the pedestal where the warning beacon had shattered. The sand from inside the statue representing Richard was still splattered across the face of the pedestal. As they got closer, she could hardly believe what she was beginning to see. It looked as if the sand had eroded the stone to reveal lettering. The words had not been there before. That much she was sure of. Kaelin knew a number of languages, but she didn't know this one. She recognized it, though. It was High Daharan. She hugged her arms to herself in the chill wind that had come up. The somber clouds stirred restlessly. She peered around at the imposing mountains, many hidden by a dark shroud of fog. Swirling curtains of snow obscured other slopes in the distance. Through a small, brief opening in the wretched weather, the valley she could see off through the pass offered the promise of green and warmth. And the Imperial Order. Kalin, close beside Richard, wished he could put a warm arm around her. She watched as he stared at the faint letters in the stone. He was being far too quiet for her peace of mind. "Richard," she whispered, leaning close to him, "what does it say?" Transfixed, he ran his fingers slowly, lightly over the letters, his lips soundlessly pronouncing the High Daharan words. "Wizard's 8th rule," Richard whispered in translation. "Talga Vasternich." Chapter 46. Following behind the messenger, Verna stepped aside as a tight pack of horses raced by. Their bellies were caked with mud, their nostrils flared with excitement. The eyes of the cavalry soldiers bent over their withers showed grim determination. With the constant level of activity of recent weeks, she had to maintain a careful vigil whenever she stepped out of a tent, lest she be run down by one thing or another. If it wasn't horses charging through camp, it was men at a run. "Just up ahead," the messenger said over his shoulder. Verna nodded to his young face as he glanced back. He was a polite young man. His curly blonde hair and his mannerly behavior combined to remind her of Warren. She was defenseless against the wave of pain that cut through her with the memory of Warren being gone, at the emptiness of each day. She couldn't remember this messenger's name. There were so many young men it was hard to recall all their names. Though she tried her best, she couldn't keep track of them. At least for a while now, they hadn't been dying at a terrifying rate. As harsh as the winters were up in Dahara, such weather had at least been a respite from the battles of the previous summer, from the constant fighting and dying. With summer again upon them, she didn't think that the relative quiet was going to last much longer. For now, the passes held against the Imperial Order. In such narrow and confined places, the enemy's weight of numbers didn't mean so much. If only one man would fit through a narrow hole in a stone wall, it meant little that there were 100 waiting behind him to go through, or 1,000. Defending against one man, as it were, was not the impossible task that it was trying to fight the onslaught of Jigang's entire force. When she heard the distant thunder, felt it rolling through the ground, she glanced up at the sky. The sun had not made an appearance in 2 days. She didn't like the looks of the clouds building against the slopes of the mountains. It looked like they could be in for a nasty storm. The sound might not have been thunder. It was possible that it was magic the enemy hammered against the shields across the passes. Such battering would do them no good, but it made for uneasy sleeping. So, if for no other reason, they kept at it. Some of the men and the officers passing in the other direction gave her a nod in greeting, or a smile, or a small wave. Verna didn't see any Sisters of the Light. Many would be at the passes tending shields, making sure none of the Imperial Order soldiers could get through. Zed had taught them to consider every possibility, no matter how outlandish, and guard against it. Day and night, Verna ran every one of those places through her mind, trying to think if there was anything they had overlooked, anything they had missed, that might allow the enemy forces to flood in upon them. If that happened, if they broke through, then there was nothing to stop their advance into Dahara except the defending army, and the defending army was no match for the numbers on the other side of those mountains. She couldn't think of any chink in their armor, but she worried constantly that there might be one. It seemed that the final battle might be on them at any moment. And where was Richard? Prophecy said that he was vital in the battle to decide the future course of mankind. With it appearing that they very well could be one battle from the end of it all, of freedom's final spark, the Lord Rahl ran the very real risk of missing the moment of his greatest need. She could hardly believe that for centuries prophecy foretold of the one who would lead them, and when the time finally arrives, he's off somewhere else. A lot of good prophecy was doing them. Verna knew Richard's heart. She knew Kalen's heart. It wasn't right to doubt either of them, but Verna was the one staring into the eyes of Jagang's horde, and Richard was nowhere to be found. From what little information Verna had gleaned from Anne's messages in the journey book, there was trouble afoot. Verna could detect in Anne's writings that the woman was greatly troubled by something. Whatever the cause, Anne and Nathan were racing south, back down through the old world. Anne avoided explaining, possibly not wanting to burden them with anything else, so Verna didn't press. She had enough trouble conceiving of why Anne would have joined with the prophet rather than collaring him. Anne said only that a journey book was not a good place to explain such things. Despite the good work the man sometimes did, Verna considered Nathan dangerous in the extreme. A thunderstorm brought life-giving rain, but if you were the one struck by its lightning, it didn't do you much good. For Anne and Nathan to join forces, as it were, must be indicative of the trouble they were all in. Verna had to remind herself that not everything was going against them. Not everything was hopeless and dismal. Jagang's army had, after all, suffered a stunning blow at the hands of Zed and Adi, losing staggering numbers of soldiers in an instant and suffering vast numbers of casualties. As a result, the Imperial Order had turned away from Aidendril, leaving the Wizard's Keep untouched. Despite the Dreamwalker's covetous hands, the keep remained out of his reach. Zed and Adi had the defense of the keep well in hand, so it was not all trouble and strife. There were valuable assets on the side of the Daharan Empire. The keep might yet prove decisive in helping to stop the Imperial Order. Verna missed that old wizard, his advice, his wisdom, though she would never admit it aloud. In that old man she could see where Richard got many of his best qualities. Verna halted when she saw Rika striding across in front of her. Verna snatched the Mord Sith's arm. "What is it, Prelate?" Rika asked. "Have you heard what this is about?" Rika gave her a blank look. What's about?" The messenger stopped on the other side of the intersection of informal roads. Horses trotted past in both directions, one pulling a cart of water barrels. Fully armed men crossed on the side road. The encampment, one of several, surrounded by a defensive berm, had evolved into a city of sorts, with byways through its midst for men, horses, and wagons. "Something is going on," Verna said. "Sorry, I haven't heard anything. Are you busy?" "Nothing urgent." Nekad Empire by Terry Goodkind. Continuing on page 475. Verna took a good grip on Rika's arm and started her walking. "General Meifert sent for me. Maybe you'd best come along. That way, if he wants you too, we won't have to send someone looking for you." Rika shrugged. "Fine by me." The Mord Sith's expression turned suspicious. "Do you have any idea what's wrong?" As Verna kept an eye on the messenger ahead of her, weaving his way among men, tents, wagons, horses, and repair stations, she glanced over at Rika. "Nothing that I know of." Verna's expression contorted a bit as she tried to put her queasy mood into words. "Did you ever wake up and just feel like there was something wrong, but you couldn't explain why it seemed like it was going to be a bad day?" "If it's to be a bad day, I see to it that it's someone else's, and I'm the cause of it." Verna smiled to herself. "Too bad you're not gifted. You would make a good sister of the light." "I would rather be Mord Sith and be able to protect Lord Ral." The messenger stopped at the side of the camp road. "Back there, Prelate. General Meifert said to bring you to that tent by the trees." Verna thanked the young man and made her way across the soft ground, Rika at her side. The tent was away from the main activity of the camp, in a quieter area where officers often met with scouts just back from patrols. Verna's mind raced, trying to imagine what news scouts could have brought back. There was no alarm, so the passes still held. If there was trouble, there would be a flurry of activity in the camp, but it seemed about the same as any other day. Guards saw Verna coming and ducked into the tent to announce her arrival. Almost immediately, the general stepped out of the tent and rushed to meet her. His blue eyes reflected iron determination. The man's face, though, was ashen. "I saw Rika," Verna explained as General Meifert dipped his head in a hurried greeting. "I thought I ought to bring her just in case you needed her, too." The tall, blonde-headed Daharan glanced briefly at Rika. "Yes, that's fine. Come in, please, both of you." Verna snatched his sleeve. "What's this about? What's going on? Is something wrong?" The general's eyes moved to Rika and back to Verna. "We've had a message from Jagang." Rika leaned in, her voice taking on an edge. "How did a messenger from Jagang get through without someone killing them?" It was standard practice that no one came through for any reason. They didn't want so much as a mouse making it through. There was no telling if it might be some kind of trick. "It was a small wagon pulled by a single horse." He tilted his head toward Verna. "The men thought the wagon was empty. Remembering your instructions, they let it through." Verna was somewhat surprised that Anne's warning to let an empty wagon through had been so correct. "A wagon came of its own accord? An empty wagon drove itself in?" "Not exactly. The men who saw it thought it was empty. The horse appears to be a workhorse that is used to walking roads, so it plodded along the road as it had been trained." General Meifert pressed his lips together at the confusion on Verna's face and then turned away from the tent. "Come on and I'll show you." He led them to the third tent down the line and held the flap aside. Verna ducked in, followed by Rika and the general. On a bench inside sat a young novice, Holly, with her arm around a very frightened-looking girl no more than 10 years old. "I asked Holly to stay with her," General Meifert whispered. "I thought it might make her less nervous than a soldier standing over her." "Of course," Verna said. "Very wise of you. She's the one who brought the message, then?" The young general nodded. "She was sitting in the back of the wagon, so the men seeing it coming at first thought it was empty." Verna now understood why such a messenger got through. Soldiers weren't nearly so likely to kill a child, and the sisters could test her to ensure she was no threat. Verna wondered if Zed would have something to say about that. Threat often came in surprising packages. Verna approached the pair on the bench, smiling as she bent down. "I'm Verna. Are you all right, young lady?" The girl nodded. "Would you like something to eat?" Trembling slightly as her big brown eyes took in the people looking at her, she nodded again. "Prelate," Holly said. "Valerie already went to get her something." "I see," Verna said, holding the smile in place. She knelt down and gently patted the girl's hands in her lap to reassure her. "Do you live around here?" The girl's big brown eyes blinked, trying to judge the danger of the adult before her. She calmed just a little at Verna's smile and kind touch. "A bit of travel to the north, ma'am." "And someone sent you to see us?" The big brown eyes filled with tears, but she didn't cry. "My parents are back there, down over the pass. The soldiers there have them. As guests, they said. Men came and took us to their army. We've had to stay there for the last few weeks. Today, they told me to take a letter over the pass to the people here. They said that if I did as I was told, they would let my mother and father and me go home." Verna again patted the girl's small hands. "I see. Well, that's good of you to help your parents." "I just want to go home." "And you shall, child." Verna straightened. "We'll get you some food, dear, so you have a full tummy before you go back to your parents." The girl stood and curtsied. "Thank you for your kindness. May I go back after I eat, then?" "Certainly," Verna said. "I'll just go read the letter you brought while you have a nice meal, and then you can return to your parents." As she sat back up on the bench, squirming her bottom back beside Holly, she couldn't help keeping a wary eye on the moored Sith. Trying not to show any apprehension, Verna smiled her goodbye to the girl before leading the others out of the tent. She couldn't even imagine what Jagang was up to. "What's in the letter?" Verna asked as they hurried to the command tent. General Meifert paused outside the tent, his thumb burnishing a brass button on his coat as he held Verna's gaze. I'd just as soon you read it for yourself, Prelate. Some of it is plain enough. Some of it I'm hoping you can explain to me." Stepping into the tent, Verna saw Captain Zimmer waiting off to the side. The square-jawed man was absent his usual infectious smile. The captain was in charge of the Daharan Special Forces, a group of men whose job it was to go out and spend their days and nights sneaking around in enemy territory, killing as many of the enemy as possible. There seemed to be an endless supply. The captain seemed determined to use up the supply. The men in Captain Zimmer's corps were very good at what they did. They collected strings of ears they took from the enemies they killed. Kalin used to always ask to see their collection whenever they returned. The captain and his men dearly missed her. They all glanced up at a flash of lightning. The storm was getting closer. After a moment's pause, the ground shook with the rolling rumble of thunder. General Meifert retrieved a small folded paper from the table and handed it to Verna. "This is what the girl brought." Looking briefly to the two men's grim expressions, Verna unfolded the paper and read the neat script. "I have Wizard Zorander and a sorceress named Addy. I now hold the Wizard's Keep in Aidendrill and all it contains. My slide will soon present me with Lord Rahl and the Mother Confessor. Your cause is lost. If you surrender now and open the passes, I will spare your men. If you do not, I will put every one of them to death. Signed, Jagang the Just." The arm holding the paper in her trembling fingers lowered. "Dear Creator," Verna whispered. She felt dizzy. Rika snatched the paper from her hand and stood facing away as she read it. She cursed under her breath. "We have to go get him," Rika said. "We have to get Zed and Addy away from Jagang." Captain Zimmer shook his head. "There is no way we could accomplish such a thing." Rika's face went red with rage. "He saved my life before. Yours too. We have to get him out of there." In contrast to Rika's anger, Verna spoke softly. "We all feel the same about him. Zed has probably saved all of our lives more than once. Unfortunately, Jagang will do all the worse to him for it." Rika shook the message before their faces. "So we are just going to let him die there? Let Jagang kill him? We sneak in or something." Captain Zimmer rested the heel of his hand on a long knife at his belt. "Mistress Rika, if I told you that I had a man hidden somewhere in this camp, in one of the hundreds of thousands of tents, and no one would bother you or ask you any questions, but would allow you to freely go about a search, how long do you think it would take you to find such a hidden man?" "But they won't be in just any tent," Rika said. "Look at us here. This message came. Did it go to just any random tent in the whole camp? No. It went to a place where such things are handled." "I've been to the Imperial Order encampment too many times to count," Captain Zimmer said, as he cast his arm out toward the enemy over the mountains to the west. "You can't even imagine how big their camp is. They have millions of men there. Their encampment is a quagmire of cutthroats. It's a place of chaos. That disorder allows us to slip in, kill some of them, and get out fast. You don't want to be there very long. They recognize outsiders, especially blonde outsiders. Moreover, there are layers of different kinds of men. Most of these soldiers are little more than a mob of thugs that Jagang turns loose from time to time. None of them are allowed beyond a certain point within their own camp. The men guarding the areas with higher security are not nearly so stupid and lazy as the common soldiers. The men in those protected areas aren't as numerous as the common soldiers, but they are trained professionals. They are alert, vigilant, and deadly. If you could somehow manage to get through the sea of misfits to reach the island at the core where the torture and command tents are, those professional soldiers would have you on the end of a pike in no time. Even they are not all the same. The outer ring of this corps, besides having these professionals guarding it, is where the sisters are. They both live there and use magic to watch for intruders. Beyond them are further rings, starting with the elite guards, And then, finally, the Emperor's personal guards. These are men who have been fighting with Jagang for years. They kill anyone, even the elite guard officers, if they become at all suspicious of them. If they even hear word of someone saying disparaging things about the Emperor, they hunt them down and have them tortured. After being tortured, if they live through it, they are then put to death. I'm not saying that my men and I would be unwilling to risk our lives trying to get Zed out of there. I'm saying that we would be giving our lives up for nothing. The mood in the tent could not have been more hopeless. The general gestured with the paper when Rika handed it back.
Any idea what a slide is, prelate?
Verna met his blue-eyed gaze. A soul stealer. The general frowned.
What?
In the Great War, 3,000 years ago, the wizards of that time created weapons out of people. Dreamwalkers, like Jagang, were one such weapon. The best way I can explain it to you is that a slide is in some ways like a dreamwalker. A dreamwalker can enter a person's mind and seize control of them. A slide, I believe, is something like that, only he seizes your spirit, your soul.
Rika made a face. Why? Verna lifted her hands in frustration. I don't really know. To control their victim, perhaps. Altering gifted people was an ancient practice. They sometimes changed gifted people with magic to suit a specific purpose. With subtractive magic, they took away traits they didn't want, and then they used additive magic to add to or enhance a trait they did want. What they created were monsters. I'm not really well versed in the subject. When I became prelate, I had access to books I had never seen before. That's where I saw the reference to slides. They were used to slip into another person's being and steal the essence of who they were, their spirit, their soul. Altering people in such a way as to create these slides is a long-dead art. I'm afraid that I don't know a great deal about the subject. I do remember reading that the ones called slides were exceedingly dangerous.
Long-dead art, the general muttered. He looked like he was making a great effort to restrain himself. Those wizards of that time made such weapons as slides. But how could Jagang? He's no wizard. Could it be that he's lying?
Verna thought about the question a moment. He has gifted people under his direct control. Some are able to use underworld magic. As I said, I don't know a great deal about it, but I suppose it's possible that he was able to do it.
How? The general demanded. How could Jagang do such things? He's not even a wizard.
Verna clasped her hands before herself. He has Sisters of the Light and the Dark. In theory, I suppose he has what he needs. He is a man who studies history. I know from personal experience that he puts great value in books. He has an extensive and quite valuable collection. Nathan the prophet was very concerned about this very thing and destroyed a number of important volumes before they could fall into Jagang's possession. Still, the Emperor possesses a great many others. In fact, he has a huge collection. Now that he has captured the keep, he has access to important libraries. Those books are dangerous, or they wouldn't have been sealed away in the wizard's keep in the first place.
And now Jagang has control of them.
General Meifert ran his fingers back through his hair. He gripped the back of the chair set before the small table and leaned his weight on his arms.
Do you think he really has Zed and Adi?
The question was a plea for some thread of hope. Verna swallowed as she carefully considered the question. She answered in an honest voice, not wanting to be the founder of a false faith. Since she'd read the message from Jagang, she herself had been searching for that same thread of hope. I don't think he's a man who would find any satisfaction in bragging about something he hadn't actually accomplished. I think he must be telling us the truth and wants to gloat over his accomplishment. The general released his grip on the chair and turned as he considered Verna's words. Finally, he asked a question worse yet.
Do you think he's telling the truth that this slide has Lord Rawl and the Mother Confessor? Do you think this terrible creation, this slide, will soon deliver the two of them to Jagang? Verna wondered if this was the reason for Anne and Nathan's headlong rush down through the old world. Verna knew that Richard and Kalin were down there somewhere. There could be no more urgent reason for Anne and Nathan to race south. Was it possible that this slide had already captured them, or captured their souls? Verna's heart sank. She wondered if Anne already knew that the slide had Richard, and that was why she wasn't saying much about her mission. "I don't know," Verna finally answered. "I think Jagang just made a mistake," Captain Zimmer said. Verna lifted an eyebrow. "Such as?" "He has just betrayed to us how much trouble he's having with the passes. He's just told us how well our defenses are working and how desperate he is. If he doesn't get through this season, his whole army will have to sit out another winter. He wants us to let him through. The Haren winters are hard, especially on men such as his, men not used to the conditions. I saw with my own eyes good indications of how many men he lost last winter. Hundreds of thousands of men died from disease." "He has plenty of men," General Meifert said. "He can afford the losses. He has a steady supply of new troops to replace the ones who died from the fevers and sickness last winter." "So you think the captain is wrong?" Verna asked. "No, I agree that Jagang would like very much to get it over with. I just don't think he cares how many of his men die. I think he's eager to rule the world. Patient as he generally is, he sees the end at hand, the goal within his grasp. We're the only thing standing in his way, keeping his prize from falling to him. His men, too, are impatient for the plunder. His choice to split the New World first by driving up to Aidendril has left him close to his goal, but in some ways even more distant from it. If he can't make it through the passes, he may decide to pick up his army and make a long march back south again to the Kern River Valley, to where he can then come over and up into the Hara. Once his army takes to the open ground down south, there's no way for us to stop him. If he can't break through the passes now, it means a long march and a long delay, but he will still have us in the end. He would rather have us now, and is willing to offer the lives of our men to close a deal." Verna stared off. "It's a grave mistake to try to appease evil." "I agree," General Meifert said. "Once we opened the passes, he would slaughter every last man." The mood in the tent was as gloomy as the sky outside. "I think we should send him back a letter," Rika said. "I think we should tell him that we don't believe him that he has Zed and Addy. If he expects us to believe him, he should prove it. He should send us their heads." Captain Zimmer smiled at the suggestion. The general tapped a finger on the table as he thought it over. "If it's as you say, Prelate, and Jagang really does have them, then there's nothing we can do about it. He will kill them. After what Zed did to Jagang's force back in Aidendril, to say nothing of all the havoc he caused the Imperial Order last summer when the Mother Confessor was with us. I know it won't be an easy death, but he will kill them in the end." "Then you agree that nothing else can be done," Verna said. General Meifert wiped a hand across his face. "I hate admitting it, but I'm afraid they're lost. I don't think we should give Jagang the satisfaction of knowing how we truly feel about it." Verna's head spun at the thought of Zed and Addy being put to torture, of them being in the hands of Jagang and his Sisters of the Dark. She quailed at the thought of the Daharan forces losing Zed. There simply was no one with his experience and knowledge. There was no one who could replace him. "We write Jagang a letter then," Verna said, "and tell Jagang we don't believe he has Zed and Addy." "The only thing we can do," Rika said, "is to deny Jagang what he wants most. What he wants is for us to give up." General Meifert pulled out the chair at the table, inviting Verna to sit and write the letter. "If Jagang is angered by such a letter, he just might send us their heads. If he did, that would spare them terrible suffering. That's the only thing we can do for them. The best we could do for them." Verna took stock of the grim faces and saw only resolve at what had to be done. She sat in the chair the general held for her, wiggled the stopper out of the ink bottle, and then took a piece of paper from a small stack in a box to the side. She dipped the pen and stared at the paper for a moment, trying to decide how to phrase the letter. She tried to imagine what Calen would write. As it came to her, she bent over the table and began writing. I don't believe you are competent enough to capture Wizard Zorander. If you were, you would send us his head to prove it. Don't bother me any more with your whining for us to open the passes for you because you are too inept to do it yourself. Reading over Verna's shoulder, Rika said, I like it. Verna looked up at the others. How should I sign it? What would make Jagang the most angry or worried? Captain Zimmer asked. Verna tapped the back of the pen against her chin as she thought. Then it came to her. She put pen to paper. Signed, the Mother Confessor. Chapter 47. Richard scanned the site off in the broad green valley, watching for any sign of troops. He looked over to Owen. That's Witherton? Hands pressed against the rich forest floor at the crown of a low ridge, Owen pulled himself closer to the edge. He stretched his neck to see over the rise, and finally nodded before pulling back. Richard had thought it would be bigger. I don't see any soldiers. Owen crawled back away from the edge. In the shadowed cover, among ferns and low scrub, he stood and brushed the moist crumbles of leaves from his shirt and trousers. The men of the Order mostly stay inside the town. They have no interest in helping to do the work. They eat our food and gamble with the things they have taken from our people. When they do these things, they are interested in little else. His face heated to red. At night, they used to collect some of our women. Since the reason was obvious enough, Owen didn't put words to it. In the daytime, they sometimes come out to check on our people who work in the fields, or watch to see that they come back in at night. If the soldiers had once camped outside the city walls, they no longer did. Apparently, they preferred the more comfortable accommodations within the town. They had learned that these people would offer no resistance. They could be cowed and controlled by words alone. The men of the Imperial Order were safe, sleeping among them. The wall around Witherton blocked much of Richard's view of the place. Other than through the open gates, there wasn't much to see. The wall was constructed of upright posts not a great deal taller than the height of a man. The posts, a variety of sizes no bigger around than a hand width, were bound tightly together, top and bottom, with rope. The wavy wall snaked around the town, leaned in or out in places. There was no bulwark or even a trench before the wall. Other than keeping out grazing deer or maybe a roaming bear, the walls certainly didn't look strong enough to withstand an attack from the Imperial Order soldiers. The soldiers had no doubt made a point of using the gate into the town for reasons other than the strength of the wall. Opening the gates for soldiers of the Imperial Order had been a symbolic sign of submission. Broad swaths of the valley were clear of trees, leaving fields of grain to grow alongside row crops in communal gardens. Tree limbs knitted into fencing kept in cows. There the wild grasses were chewed low. Chickens roamed freely near coops. A few sheep grazed on the coarse grass. The smells of rich soil, wildflowers, and grasses carried on a light breeze into the woods where Richard watched. It was a great relief to have finally descended from the pass. It had been getting difficult to breathe in the thin air up on the high slopes. It was considerably warmer, too, down out of the lofty mountain pass, although he still felt cold. Richard checked the sweep of open valley one last time, and then he and Owen made their way back into the dense tangle of woods toward where the others waited. The trees were mostly hardwoods, maple and oak, along with patches of birch, but there were also stands of towering evergreens. Birds chirped from the dense foliage. A squirrel up on the limb of a pine chattered at them as they passed. The deep shade below the thick forest crown was interrupted only occasionally by mottled sunlight. Some of the men, swatting at bugs, stood in a rush when Richard led Owen into the secluded forest opening. Richard was glad to stand in the warmth of sunlight, slanting in at a low angle. It appeared that the open area in the dense woods had been created when a huge old maple had been hit by lightning. The maple split and fell in two directions, taking other trees down with it. Kaylin hopped down off her seat on the trunk of the fallen monarch. Betty, her tail wagging in a blur, greeted Richard, eagerly looking for attention or a treat. Richard scratched behind her ears, the goat's favorite form of attention. More of the men came into the open from behind upturned roots that had been turned silver by years of exposure to the elements. A crop of spruce, none more than chest high, had sprung up in the sunny spot created when the old maple had died such a sudden and violent death. Spread among Kaylin, Kara, Jensen, and Tom were the rest of the men, his army. Back up in the pass, Anson's saying that he wanted to help rid his people of the Imperial Order soldiers seemed to have galvanized the rest of the men, and the balance had finally tipped. Once it had, a lifetime of darkness and doubt gave way to a hunger to live in the light of truth. The men all declared, in a breathtaking moment of determination, that they wanted to join with Richard to be part of the Daharan Empire and fight the soldiers of the Imperial Order to gain their freedom. They had all decided that the men of the Order were evil and deserved death, even if they themselves had to do the killing. When Tom glanced down to see Betty going back to browsing on weeds, Richard noticed that the man's brow was beaded with sweat. Kara fanned herself with a handful of big leaves from a mountain maple. Richard was about to ask them how they could be sweating when it was such a cool day, when he realized that it was the poison making him cold. With icy dread, he recalled how the last time he had gotten cold, the poison had nearly killed him that awful night. Anson and the other man, John, took off their packs. They were the ones planning to slip in among the field workers returning to town at nightfall. Once they sneaked into town, the two men planned to recover the antidote. "I think I'd better go with you," Richard said to Anson. "John, why don't you wait here with the others?" John looked surprised. "If you wish, Lord Rahl, but there is no need for you to go." It wasn't supposed to be a foray that would result in any violence, only the recovery of the antidote. The attack on the Imperial Order soldiers was to be after the antidote had been safely recovered and they had assessed the situation, the number of men, and the layout. "John is right," Kara said. "They can do it." Richard was having difficulty breathing. He had to make an effort not to cough. "I know. I just think I had better have a look myself." Kara and Kaylin cast sidelong glances at each other. "But if you go in there with Anson," Jensen said, "you can't take your sword." "I'm not going to start a war. I just want to get a good look around at the place." Kaylin stepped closer. "The two of them can scout the town and give you a report. You can rest. They will only be gone a few hours." "I know, but I don't think I want to wait that long." By the way she appraised his eyes, he thought she must be able to see how much pain he was in. She didn't argue the point further, but instead nodded her agreement. Richard pulled the baldric and sword belt off over his head. He slipped it all over Kaylin's head, laying the baldric across her shoulder. "Here, I pronounce you seeker of truth." She accepted the sword and the honor by planting her fists on her hips. "Now don't you go starting anything while you're in there. That's not the plan. You and Anson will be alone. You wait until we're all together." "I know. I just need to get the antidote, and then we'll be back in no time." Beside getting the antidote, Richard wanted to see the enemy forces, how they were placed, and the layout of the town. Having the men draw a map in the dirt was one thing, seeing it for himself was another. These men didn't know how to evaluate threat points. One of the men took off his light coat, something a number of the men wore, and held it out to Richard. "Here, Lord Rahl, wear this. It will make you look more like one of us." With a nod of thanks, Richard drew the coat on. He had changed out of his war wizard's outfit into traveling clothes, so he didn't think he would look out of place with the way the men from the town of Witherton looked. The man was nearly Richard's size, so the coat fit well enough. It also hid his belt knife. Jensen shook her head. "I don't know, Richard. You just don't look like one of them. You still look like Lord Rahl." "What are you talking about?" Richard held out his arms, looking down at himself. "What's wrong with the way I look?" "Don't stand up so straight," she said. "Hunch your shoulders and hang your head a little," Kalin offered. Richard took their advice seriously. He hadn't thought about it, but the men did tend to hunch a lot. He didn't want to stand out. He had to blend in if he didn't want to raise the suspicions of the soldiers. He bent over a little. "How's that?" Jensen screwed up her mouth. "Not much different." "But I'm bending down." "Lord Ral," Kara said in a soft voice as she gave him a meaningful look. "You remember how it was to walk behind Denna when she held the chain to the collar around your neck? Make yourself like that." Richard blinked at her. The mental image of his time as a captive of a moored Sith hit him like a slap. He pressed his lips tight, not saying anything, and conceded with a single nod. The memory of that forsaken time was depressing enough that he would have no trouble using it to fall into the role. "We had better be on our way," Anson said. "Now that the sun is falling behind the mountains, darkness comes quickly." He hesitated, then spoke again. "Lord Ral, the men of the Order will not know you. I mean, they probably will not realize you aren't from our town. But our people do not carry weapons. If they see that knife, they will know you are not from our town, and they will send up an alarm." Richard lifted open the coat, looking at the knife. "You're right." He loosened his belt and removed the sheath holding the knife. He handed it to Kara for safekeeping. Richard cupped a hand quickly to the side of Kalin's face as a way of saying his goodbye. She seized the hand in both of hers and pressed a quick kiss to the backs of his fingers. Her hands looked so small and delicate holding his. He sometimes kidded her that he didn't see how she could possibly get anything done with such small hands. Her answer was that her hands were a normal size and perfectly adequate, and his were simply outsized. The men all noticed Kalin's gesture of affection. Richard was not embarrassed that they did. He wanted them to know that other people were the same as they in important human ways. This was what they were fighting for, the chance to be human, to love and cherish loved ones, to live their lives as they wanted. The light faded quickly as Richard and Anson made their way through the woods running beside fields of wild grasses. Richard wanted to work around to where the forest came in closer to the men out weeding in the gardens and tending to animals. With the nearby mountains to the west being so high, the sun vanished behind them earlier than what would normally be sunset, leaving the sky a swath of deep bluish-green and the valley in an odd golden gloom. By the time he and Anson had reached the place where they would leave the woods, it was still a little too light, so they waited a short while Richard felt the murky light in the fields was dim enough to hide them. The town was some distance away, and since Richard couldn't make out any men outside the gates, he reasoned that if soldiers were watching, then they couldn't see him either. As they moved quickly through the field of wild grass, staying low and out of sight, Anson pointed. "There! Those men going back to town. We should follow them." Richard spoke quietly back over his shoulder. "All right. But don't forget, we don't want to catch up with them or they might recognize you and make a fuss. Let them stay a good distance ahead of us." When they reached the town walls, Richard saw that the gates were no more than 2 sections of the picket walls. A couple of posts no bigger than Richard's wrist had been tied sideways to stiffen 2 sections of wall and make them into gates. The ropes that tied the posts together served as the hinges. The sections were simply lifted and swung around to open or close them. It was far from a secure fortification. In the murky light of twilight, the 2 guards milling around just inside the gates and watching workers return couldn't really see much of Richard and Anson. To the guards, they would appear to be 2 more workers. The Order understood the value of workers. They needed slaves to do the work so that the soldiers might eat. Richard hunched his shoulders and hung his head as he walked. He remembered those terrible times as a captive when, wearing a collar, he walked behind Denna, devoid of all hope of ever again being free. Thinking of that inhuman time, he shuffled through the open gates. The guards didn't pay him any attention. Just as they were nearly past the guards, the closest one reached out and snatched Anson's sleeve, spinning him back around. "I want some eggs," the young soldier said. "Give me some of the eggs you collected." Anson stood wide-eyed, not knowing what to do. It seemed ludicrous that these two young men were allowed to serve their cause by being bullies. Richard stepped up beside Anson and spoke quickly, remembering to bow his head so that he wouldn't loom over the man. "We have no eggs, sir. We were weeding the bean fields. I'm sorry. We will bring you eggs tomorrow if it pleases you." Richard glanced up just as the guard backhanded him, knocking him flat on his back. He instantly took a firm grip on his anger. Wiping blood from his mouth, he decided to stay where he was. "He's right," Anson said, drawing the guard's attention. "We were weeding beans. If you wish it, we will bring you some eggs tomorrow, as many as you want." The guard grunted a curse at them and swaggered off, taking his companion with him. They headed for a nearby long, low structure with a torch lashed to a pole outside a low door. In the flickering light of that torch, Richard couldn't make out what the place was, but it appeared to be a building dug partway into the ground so that the eaves were at eye level. After the two soldiers were a safe distance away, Anson offered Richard a hand to help him up. Richard didn't think he'd been hit that hard, but his head was spinning. As they started out, faces back in doorways and around dark corners peeked out to watch them. When Richard looked their way, the people ducked back in. "They know you are not from here," Anson whispered. Richard didn't trust that one of those people wouldn't call the guards. "Let's hurry up and get what we came here for." Anson nodded and hurriedly led Richard down a narrow street with what looked like little more than huts huddled together to each side. The single torch burning outside the long building where the soldiers had gone provided little light down the street. The town, at least what Richard could see of it in the dark, was a pretty shabby-looking place. In fact, he wouldn't call it a town so much as a village. Many of the structures appeared to be housing for livestock, not people. Only rarely were there any lights coming from any of the squat buildings, and the light he did see looked like it came from candles, not lamps. At the end of the street, Richard followed Anson through a small side door into a large building. The cows inside mooed at the intrusion. Sheep rustled in their pens. A few goats in other pens bleated. Richard and Anson paused to let the animals settle down before making their way through the barn to a ladder at the side. Richard followed Anson as he climbed quickly to a small hayloft. At the end of the loft, Anson reached up over a low rafter to where it tied into the wall behind a cross brace. "Here it is," he said, as he grimaced, stretching his arm up into the hiding place. He came out with a small, square-sided bottle and handed it to Richard. "This is the antidote. Hurry and drink it, and then let's get out of here." The large door banged open. Even though it was dark outside, the torch down the street provided just enough light to silhouette the broad shape of a man standing in the doorway. By his demeanor, he had to be a soldier. Richard pulled the stopper from the bottle. The antidote had the slight aroma of cinnamon. He quickly downed it, hardly noticing its sweet, spicy taste. He never took his eyes off the man in the doorway.
"Who's in here?"
the man bellowed.
"Sir," Richard called down, "I'm just getting some hay for the livestock."
"In the dark? What are you up to? Get down here right now."
Richard put a hand against Anson's chest and pushed him back into the darkness.
"Yes, sir, I'm coming,"
Richard called to the soldier as he hurried down the ladder. At the bottom of the ladder, he turned and saw the man coming toward him. Richard reached for his knife under the coat he was wearing, only remembering then that he didn't have his knife. The soldier was still silhouetted against the open barn door. Richard was in the darkness, and the man probably wouldn't be able to see him. He silently moved away from the ladder. As the soldier passed near him, Richard stepped in behind him and reached to his side, seizing the knife sheathed behind the axe hanging on his belt. Richard gingerly drew the knife just as the man stopped and looked up the ladder to the hayloft. As he was looking up, Richard snatched a fistful of hair with one hand and reached around with the other, slicing deep through the soldier's throat before he realized what was happening. Richard held the man tight as he struggled, a wet gurgling the only sound coming from him. He reached back, frantically grabbing at Richard for a moment before his movements lost their energy and he went limp. "Anson," Richard whispered up the ladder as he let the man slip to the ground.
Come on, let's go.
Anson hurried down the ladder, coming to a halt as he reached the bottom and turned around to see the dark shape of the dead man sprawled on the ground.
What happened?
Richard looked up from his work at undoing the weapon belt around the dead weight of the soldier.
I killed him.
Oh. Richard handed the knife in its sheath to Anson. Here you go. Now you have a real weapon, a long knife. Richard rolled the dead soldier over to pull the belt the rest of the way out from under the man. As he tugged it free, he heard a noise and turned just in time to see another soldier running in toward them. Anson slammed the long knife hilt deep into the man's chest. The man staggered back. Richard shot to his feet, bringing the weapon belt with him. The soldier gasped for breath as he clutched at the knife handle. He dropped heavily to his knees. One hand clawed at the air above him as he swayed. Pulling a final gasp, he toppled to his side. Anson stood staring at the man lying in a heap, the knife jutting from his chest. He bent then and pulled his new knife free. "Are you all right?" Richard whispered when Anson stood. Anson nodded. "I recognize this man. We called him the Weasel. He deserved to die." Richard gently clapped Anson on the back of the shoulder. "You did well. Now let's get out of here." As they made their way back up the street, Richard asked Anson to wait while he checked down alleyways and between low buildings, searching for soldiers. As a guide, Richard often scouted at night. In the darkness, he was in his element. The town was a lot smaller than he had expected. It was also much less organized than he thought it would be, with no apparent order to where the simple structures had been built. The streets through the haphazard town, if they could be called streets, were in most cases little more than footpaths between clusters of small single-room buildings. He saw a few hand carts, but nothing more elaborate. There was only one road through the town, leading back to the barn where they had recovered the antidote and run into the two soldiers, that was wide enough to accommodate a wagon. His search didn't turn up any patrolling soldiers. "Do you know if all the men of the order stayed together?" Richard asked when he returned to Anson waiting in the shadows. "At night they go inside. They sleep in our place, by where we came in." "You mean that low building where the first two soldiers went?" "That's right. That's where most people used to gather at night, but now the men of the order use it for themselves." Richard frowned at the man. "You mean you all slept together?" Anson sounded mildly surprised by the question. "Yes. We were together whenever possible. Many people had a house where they could work, eat, and keep belongings, but they rarely slept in them. We usually all slept in the sleeping houses where we gathered to talk about the day. Everyone wanted to be together. Sometimes people would sleep in another place, but mostly we slept there together so we can all feel safe. Much like we all slept together at night as we made our way down out of the pass with the statue." "And everyone just lay down together?" Anson diverted his eyes. "Couples often slept apart from others by being with one another under a single blanket, but they were still together with our people. In the dark, though, no one could see them, together under a blanket." Richard had trouble imagining such a way of life. The whole town fit in that sleeping building? There was enough room? "No, there were too many of us to all sleep in one sleeping house. There are two." Anson pointed. "There is another on the far side of the one you saw." "Let's go have a look then." They moved quickly back toward the town gates, such as they were, and toward the sleeping houses. The dark street was empty. Richard didn't see anyone on the paths between buildings. What people were left in the town had apparently gone to sleep or were afraid to come out in the darkness. A door in one of the small homes opened a crack, as if someone inside were peering out. The door opened wider, and a thin figure dashed out toward them. "Anson!" came the whispered voice. It was a boy in his early teens. He fell to his knees and clutched Anson's arm, kissing his hand in joy to see him. "Anson, I am so happy that you are home. We've missed you so much. We feared for you, feared that you were murdered." Anson grabbed the boy by his shirt and hauled him to his feet. "Bernie, I'm well, and I'm happy to see you well, but you must go back in now. The men will see you. If they catch you outside—" "Oh, please, Anson, come sleep at our house. We're so alone and afraid." "Who?" Just me and my grandfather now. Please come in and be with us."
"I can't right now. Maybe another time." The boy peered up at Richard then, and when he saw that he didn't recognize him, shrank back. "This is a friend of mine, Bernie, from another town." Anson squatted down beside the boy. "Please, Bernie, I will return, but you must go back inside and stay there tonight. Don't come out. We fear there might be trouble. Stay inside. Tell your grandfather my words. Will you now?" Bernie finally agreed and ran back into the dark doorway. Richard was eager to get out of the town before anyone else came out to pay their respects. If he and Anson weren't careful, they would end up attracting the attention of the soldiers. They moved quickly the rest of the way up the street, using buildings for cover. Pressing up against the side of one at the head of the street, Richard peered around the corner at the squat Daub and Wattle sleeping house where the guards had gone. The door was open, letting soft light spill out across the ground. "In there?" Richard whispered. "You all slept in there?" "Yes, that is one of the sleeping houses, and beyond it the other one." Richard thought about it for a moment. "What did you sleep on?" "Hay. We put blankets over it usually. We changed the hay often to keep it fresh, but these men do not bother. They sleep like animals in dusty old hay." Richard looked out through the open gates at the fields. He looked back at the sleeping house. "And now the soldiers all sleep in there?" "Yes. They took the place from us. They said it was to be their barracks. Now our people, the ones still alive, must sleep wherever they can." Richard made Anson stay put while he slipped through the shadows out of the light of the torch to survey the area beyond the first building. The second long structure also had soldiers inside laughing and talking. There were more men than there were needed to guard such a small place, but Witherton was the gateway into Bandakar and the gateway out. "Come on," Richard said as he came up beside Anson. "Let's get back to the others. I have an idea." As they made their way to the gate, Richard looked up, as he often did, to check the starry sky for any sign of black-tipped races. He saw instead that the pole to each side of the gate held a body hanging by the ankles. When Anson saw them, he paused, held frozen by the horror of the sight. Richard laid a hand on the man's shoulder and leaned close. "Are you all right?" Anson shook his head. "No, but I will be better when the men who come to us and do such things are dead."
Where dreams consume a tapestry of moments in vibrant hue, memories of crimson forever true. Oh, memories of crimson in your funky light, underneath the crimson sky shining bright, with every petal's fall, a story unfolds, memories of crimson, tales untold, the memories of crimson.
Chapter 48. Richard didn't know if the antidote was supposed to make him feel better, but if it was, it hadn't yet done its work. As they crept through the pitch-black fields, his chest hurt with every breath he took. He paused and closed his eyes briefly against the pain of the headache caused by his gift. He wanted nothing more than to lie down, but there was no time for that. Everyone started out once more when he did, quietly making their way through the fields outside of Witherton. It felt good, at least, to have his sword back, even if he dreaded the thought of having to draw it for fear of finding its magic was no longer there for him. Once they recovered the other 2 bottles of the antidote and he was rid of the poison, then maybe they could make it back to Nietzsche so that she could help him deal with his gift. He tried not to worry if a sorceress could help a wizard once his gift had gone out of control, as his had. Nietzsche had vast experience. As soon as he reached her, she could help him. Even if she couldn't help him, he felt confident that she would at least know what he had to do in order to get the help he needed. After all, she was once a sister of the light.
The purpose of the Sisters of the Light had been to help those with the gift to learn to control it. "I think I see the outer wall," Kaylin said in a quiet voice. "Yes, that's the place," Richard pointed. "There's the gate. See it?" "I think so," she whispered back. It was a dark night with no moon. While the others were having difficulty seeing much of anything as they made their way through the dark, Richard was glad for the conditions. The starlight was enough for him to see by, but he didn't think it was enough to give the soldiers any help in seeing them. As they crept closer, the sleeping house came into view through the open gate. The torch still burned outside the door to the building where the soldiers slept. Richard signaled everyone to gather around close. They all crouched low. He grabbed the shoulder of Anson's shirt and pulled him up closer yet, then did the same with Owen. Both now carried battle axes. Anson also carried the knife he'd earned. The rest of the men carried the weapons they had helped finish making. When Richard and Anson had returned to the forest clearing, Anson had told the waiting men everything that had happened. When he said that he had killed the man called the Weasel, Richard held his breath, not sure exactly how the men would react to hearing that one of their own had actually killed a man. There was a brief moment of astonished silence, and then spontaneous joy at the accomplishment. Every man wanted to shake Anson's hand to congratulate him, to tell him how proud they were. At that moment, any lingering doubts Richard harbored had vanished. He had allowed the men to celebrate briefly while he waited for the night to darken, and then they had started making their way through the fields. This was the night that Witherton gained its freedom. Richard looked around at all the dark shapes. "All right, now, remember all the things we've told you. You must stay quiet and hold the gate steady while Anson and Owen cut the rope where they hinge. Be careful not to let the gates fall once the ropes are cut." In the dim starlight, Richard could just make out the men nodding to his instructions. Richard carefully checked the sky, looking for any sign of black-tipped races. He didn't see any. It had been a long time since they'd seen any races. It seemed that the trick of taking to the forests just before they changed their expected route, and being careful to stay out of sight from the sky, had worked. It was possible that they had succeeded in slipping out from under Nicholas the Slide's surveillance. If they really had escaped his observation, then he wouldn't know where to begin looking for them. Richard briefly squeezed Kaylin's hand, and then started for the opening in the town wall. Kara crouched close at his other side. Tom was bringing up the rear, along with Jensen, making sure there were no surprises from behind. They had left Betty not only tied up, but confined to a makeshift pen to be sure she didn't follow after them and give them away at the wrong moment. The goat had been unusually distraught to be left behind, but with lives at stake, they couldn't risk Jensen's goat causing trouble. She would be happy enough after they returned. When they reached the fields close to the town gates, Richard motioned for everyone to get down and stay where they were. Along with Tom, Richard moved up to the gates, taking cover in the shadow of the wall. There was a soldier just inside the gate, pacing slowly in his lonely nighttime sentry duty. He wasn't being very careful, or he would not be doing such duty in the light of the torch. As the soldier turned to walk away from them, Tom slipped up behind the man and swiftly silenced him. As Tom dragged the dead man through the gates to hide him in the darkness outside the wall, Richard moved in through the gates, staying in the shadows and away from the torch burning outside the sleeping house. The door to the sleeping house stood open, but no light or sound came from inside. This late, the men were bound to be asleep. He moved past the first long building to the second, and there came upon another guard. Quickly, silently, Richard seized the man and cut his throat, holding him tight as he struggled. When he finally went limp, Richard laid him in the darkness at the head of the second sleeping house, around the corner from the torchlight. In the distance, the men had already swarmed over the gates, holding them up while Anson and Owen moved quickly at cutting the ropes that acted as hinges. In moments, both sections of gate were freed. Richard could hear the soft grunts of effort as the heavy gates were manhandled around by the two gangs of men. Jensen handed Richard his bow, the string already strung. She handed him one of the special arrows, holding the rest at the ready for him. Kalen slipped up to the torch on the pole outside the first building and lit several small torches, handing each of them off to the men. She kept one for herself. Richard knocked the arrow, and then glanced around at the faces seeming to float before him in the wavering torchlight. In answer to the unspoken question, they all nodded that they were ready. He checked the men balancing the two gates, and saw their nod. The bow in one hand, with his fist holding the arrow in place, Richard gave hand signals to the men, starting them moving. What had been a slow, careful approach from the woods into the town suddenly transformed into a headlong rush. Richard held the head of the arrow knocked in his bow in the flame of the torch Kalen held out for him. As soon as it caught, he ran to the open door of the sleeping house, leaned into the darkness, and fired the arrow toward the back. As the blazing arrow flew the length of the building, it illuminated row upon row of men sleeping on the bed of straw. The arrow landed at the far end, spilling flame across the straw. A few heads lifted at the confusing sight. Jensen handed Richard another. He immediately drew string to cheek, and the arrow shot toward the middle of the interior. As Richard pulled back from the doorway, two men with torches, dripping flaming drops of pitch, heaved them just inside. They hissed as they flew through the air, landing amid the sleeping men, bouncing and tumbling through the straw, igniting a wall of flame. In a matter of only a few heartbeats since the attack started, the first sleeping house was set afire from one end to the other. The largest blaze, by design, was the fire spread by the pitch-laden torches at the end of the building nearest the door. Confused cries came from inside, muted by the thick walls. The sleeping soldiers scrambled to their feet. Richard checked that the men with the heavy gates were coming. Then he ran around the sleeping house to the second building. Jensen, following close behind, handed him an arrow, the flames around its head wrapped in oil-soaked cloth making a whooshing sound as she ran. One of his men pulled the torch from the stand outside the building where the guard Richard killed had been patrolling. Richard leaned in the doorway, only to see a big man charging at him out of the dark interior. Richard pressed his back against the door jamb and kicked the man squarely in the chest, driving him back. Richard drew the bowstring back and shot the flaming arrow off into the interior. As it lit the interior in its flight through the building, he could see that some of the men had been awakened and were getting up. Turning to take the second flaming arrow from Jensen, he saw smoke pouring up from the first building. As soon as he drew string to cheek and loosed the second arrow, he leaned away and men heaved the torches in. One torch fell back out of the doorway. It had bounced off the chest of a man rushing for the doorway to see what was happening. The pitch from the torch caught his greasy beard afire. He let out a blood-curdling scream. Richard kicked him back inside. In an instant, men by the dozens were racing for the door, not only to escape the burning building, but to meet the attack. Richard saw the flash of weapons being drawn. He sprang back from the doorway as the men carrying the heavy section of gate rushed in. They turned the gate sideways and rammed it in under the eaves. But before they could bring the bottom down to wedge it against the ground, the weight of bellowing men inside crashed into the section of gate and drove it back. The men carrying it fell back, the weight knocking them from their feet, the gate landing atop them. Suddenly, men were pouring from the doorway. Richard's men were ready and fell on them, driving the wooden weapons into their soft underbellies and snapping the handles off as man after man spilled out of the doorway. Standing to the side of the door, others used their maces to bash in the skulls of soldiers who emerged. When one soldier came out with his sword raised, the man to the side clubbed his arm as another rushed in and drove a wooden stake in up under his ribs. The more men who fell at the doorway, the more those trying to get out were slowed and could be dispatched. The soldiers were so stunned to see these people fighting that in some cases they fought back only ineffectually. As a soldier leaped over the bodies in the doorway and lifted a sword, a man jumped on his back and seized his arm while another stabbed him. Another, crying orders, charged Jensen, only to have the bolt of a crossbow fired into his face. A few soldiers escaped the burning building and managed to slip past Richard's men only to meet Kara's Agile. Their screams, worse than the cries of men on fire, briefly brought the gaze of every man from both sides of the battle. Fallen knives and swords were scooped up by the men of the town and turned on the men from the Imperial Order. Richard fired an arrow into the center of the chest of a man emerging from the smoke that rolled out of the doorway. As he was falling, a second arrow felled the man behind him. As more men rushed out, they fell over those piled around the doorway and were hacked to death with commandeered axes or stabbed with confiscated swords. Since they could emerge only one at a time, the soldiers couldn't mount a coordinated attack, but those waiting could. As Richard's men fought back those struggling to get out of the doorway of the burning building, other men rushed to help lift the gate so those under it could get up and get control of it. Once the gate was lifted, the men swung it around and, with a cry of joint effort, ran with it toward the building. They drove the top up under the eaves first, but when they brought the bottom edge down, the bodies piled in the doorway prevented them from getting the bottom down so they could wedge it in place. Richard called out orders. Some of his men rushed in and seized an arm or a leg of a dead man and dragged the body aside so the others could finally bring the bottom of the gate down against the building to close off the opening. One man from inside squeezed through just before they had the gate in place. The weight of the door pinned him against the building. Owen leaned in, and with the sword he'd picked up decisively stabbed the man through the throat. As men inside pounded at the gate covering the doorway and threw their weight against it, men on the outside piled around to push it down and hold it in place. Other men fell to their knees and drove stakes into the ground to lock the gate section in place, trapping the soldiers inside. Behind, streamers of flame leaked out from under the eaves of the first building and leaped up into the night sky. The roof of the building ignited all at once, explosively engulfing the entire sleeping house in sparks and flames. Screams of men being burned alive ripped the night. The waves of heat coming off the massive fire as the first building was consumed by the flames began to carry the heavy aroma of cooking meat. It reminded Richard that for the killing he did, his gift demanded the balance of not eating meat. After all the killing of this night, since his gift was already spinning out of control, he would have to be even more careful to avoid eating any meat. His head was already hurting so much that he was having trouble focusing his vision. He couldn't afford to do anything that would further unbalance his gift. If he was not careful, the poison wouldn't get the chance to be the first to kill him. Heavy black smoke billowed out from around the edges of the gate covering the doorway of the second sleeping house. Screams and pleas came from inside. The men of the town moved back, watching, as smoke began rolling up from under its eaves. The battle seemed to have ended as quickly as it had started. No one spoke as they stood in the harsh glare from the roaring fires. Flames ate through the second building. With a loud whoosh, it was engulfed in fire. The heat drove everyone back away from the two sleeping houses. As they moved back from the burning buildings, they encountered the rest of the people of the town, all gathered in the shadows, watching in stunned silence. One of the older men took a step forward. "Speaker Owen, what is this? You have committed violence?" Owen stepped away from the men he was with to stand before the people of his town. He held an arm back, pointing toward Richard. "This is Lord Rahl of the Nekad Empire. I went in search of him to help us be free. We have much to tell you, but for now you must know that tonight, for the first time in many seasons, our town is free. Yes, we have helped Lord Rahl to kill the evil men who have terrorized us. We have avenged the deaths of our loved ones. We will no longer be victims. We will be free." Standing silently, the people seemed able only to stare at him. Many looked confused. Some looked quietly jubilant, but most just looked stunned. The boy, Bernie, ran up to Anson, peering up in astonishment. "Anson, you and our other people have freed us? Truly?" "Yes." He laid a hand on Bernie's shoulder. "Our town is free now." "Thank you." He broke into a grin as he turned back to the townspeople. "We are free of the murderers!" A sudden, spontaneous cheer rose into the night, drowning out the sound of the crackling flames. The people rushed in around men they had not seen for months, touching them, hugging them, all asking questions of the men. Richard took Kalen's hand as he stepped back out of the way, joining Kara, Jensen, and Tom. These people who were so against violence, who lived their whole life avoiding the truth of what their beliefs caused, were now basking in the tearful joy of what it really meant to be freed from terror and violence. People slowly left their men to come and look at Richard and those standing with him. He and Kalen smiled at their obvious joy. They gathered in close before him, smiling, staring, as if Richard and those with him were some strange creatures from afar. Bernie had attached himself to Anson's arm. Others had the rest of the men firmly embraced. One by one, though, the men started pulling away so that they could stand behind Richard and Kalen.
"We are so happy that you are home now," people were telling the men. "We have you back at last." "Now we are all together again," Bernie said.
"We can't stay," Anson told him. Everyone in the crowd fell silent. Bernie, like many of the others, looked heartbroken.
"What?"
Buzzing, worried whispers spread through the crowd. Everyone was shaken by the news that the men were not home to stay. Owen lifted a hand so they would listen. When they went silent, he explained. "The people of Bandakar are still under the cruel power of the men from the Order. Just as you have become free tonight, so must the rest of the people of Bandakar be free. Lord Ral and his wife, the Mother Confessor, as well as his friend and protector Kara, his sister Jensen and Tom, another friend and protector, have all agreed to help us. They cannot do it alone. We must be part of it, for this is our land, but more importantly, our people, our loved ones."
"Owen, you must not engage in violence," an older man said.
In view of their sudden freedom, it was not an emphatic statement. It seemed to be an objection more out of obligation than anything else.
"You have begun a cycle of violence. Such a thing is wrong. We will speak with you before we go, so that you might come to understand as we have why we must do this to be truly free of violence and brutality. Lord Ral has shown us that a cycle of violence is not the result of fighting back for your own life, but is the result of a shrinking back from doing what is necessary to crush those who would kill you. If you do as you must in duty to yourself and your loved ones, then you will eradicate the enemy so completely that they can no longer do you any harm. Then there is no cycle of violence, but an end to violence. Then and only then will true peace and freedom take root." "Such actions can never accomplish anything but to start violence," an old man objected.
"Look around," Anson said. "The violence has not begun tonight, but ended. Violence has been crushed, as it should be, by crushing evil men who bring it upon us." People nodded to one another, the heady relief of being suddenly freed from the grip of the terror brought by the soldiers of the Imperial Order plainly overcoming their objections. Joy had taken over from fear. The reality of having their lives returned had opened their eyes. "But you must understand, as we have come to understand," Owen said, "that nothing can ever again be the way it once was. Those ways are in the past." Richard noticed that the men weren't slouching anymore. They stood with their heads held high. "We have chosen to live," Owen told his people. "In so doing, we have found true freedom."
"I think we all have," the old man in the crowd said.
Chapter 49. Zed frowned with the effort of concentrating on what it was Sister Tahira had placed on the table before him. He looked up at her, at the way her scowl pinched in around her humped nose. "Well?" she demanded. Zed looked down, squinting at the thing before him. It looked like a leather-covered ball painted with faded blue and pink zigzagged lines all around it. What was it about it that seemed so familiar, yet so distant? He blinked, trying to better focus his eyes. His neck ached something fierce. A father, hearing his young son in the next tent screaming in appalling agony, had grabbed Zed by the hair and yanked him away from other parents who, pulling and pawing at him, made desperate demands of their own. Because of the torn muscles in his neck, it was painful to hold up his head. Compared to the torture he'd heard, though, it was nothing. The dim interior of the tent, lit by several lamps hanging from poles, felt as if it were detached from the ground and swirling around him. The foul place stank. The heat and humidity only made the smell and the spinning worse. Zed felt as if he might pass out. It had been so long since he'd slept that he couldn't even remember the last time he had actually lain down. The only sleep he got was when he fell asleep in the chair while Sister Tahira was seeing to another object being unloaded from the wagon, or when she went to bed and the next sister hadn't yet arrived to take the next stint in their laborious cataloging of the items brought from the keep. The catnaps he got were rarely longer than a few precious minutes at a time. The guards had orders not to allow him or Addie to lie down. At least the screams of the children had ended. At least as long as he cooperated, those cries of pain had stopped. At least as long as he went along, the parents had hope. A violent crack of pain suddenly hammered the side of his head, knocking him back. The chair toppled over, spilling him to the ground. With his arms bound behind his back, he couldn't do anything to break the fall, and he hit hard. Zed's ears rang, not only from the fall, but with the aftermath of the blow of the sister's power delivered through the collar around his neck. He hated that wicked instrument of control. The sisters were not shy about exercising that control. Because the collar locked him away from the use of his own gift, he could not use his ability to defend himself. Instead, they used his power against him. It took little or no provocation to send one of the sisters into a fit of violence. Many of these women had once been kindly people, devoting their lives to helping others. Jagang had enslaved them to a different cause. Now they did his bidding. Though they might have once been gentle, they were now, he knew, trying to keep one step ahead of the discipline Jagang meted out to them. That discipline could be excruciating beyond endurance. The sisters were expected to get results. Jagang would not be interested in the excuse that Zed was being difficult. Zed saw that Addie, too, had been knocked to the ground. Any punishment he received, she, too, endured. He felt more agony for her than for himself. Soldiers standing to the side moved in to right the chair and lift Zed into it. With his arms bound behind his back, he couldn't get up by himself. They sat him down hard enough to drive a grunt from his lungs. "Well?" Sister Tahira demanded. "What is it?" Zed once again leaned in, staring down at the round object sitting by itself in the center of the table. The faint blue and pink lines zigzagging all around it stirred deep feelings. He thought he should know this thing. It's what?" Sister Tahira slammed the book against the edge of the table, causing the round object to bounce up and roll a few inches before it came to a stop closer to Zed. She tucked the book under one arm as she leaned with the other on the table. She bent down toward him. "What is it? What does it do?" I can't remember." "Would you like me to bring in some children," the sister said in the soft, sweet tone of a very bitter threat, "and show you their little faces before they are taken to the tent next to us to be tortured?" "I'm so tired," he said. "I'm trying to remember, but I'm so tired." "Maybe while the children are screaming, you would like to explain to their parents that you are tired and just can't quite seem to remember." Children. Parents. Zed suddenly remembered what the object was. Painful memories welled up. He felt a tear run down his cheek. "Dear spirits," he whispered, "where did you find this?" "What is it?" "Where did you find it?" Zed repeated. Huffing impatiently, the sister straightened. She opened the book and made a noisy show of turning heatedly through the pages. Finally, she stopped and tapped a finger in the open book. "It says here that it was found hidden in an open recess in the back of a black six-drawer chest in a corridor. There was a tapestry of 3 prancing white horses hanging above the chest." She lowered the book. "Now, what is it?" Zed swallowed. "A ball." The sister glared. "I know it's a ball, you old fool. What is it for? What does it do? What is its purpose?" Staring at the ball no bigger than his fist, Zed remembered.
It's a ball for children to play with. Its purpose is to bring them pleasure.
He remembered this ball, brightly colored back then, frequently bouncing down the halls of the wizard's keep, his daughter giggling and chasing after it. He had given it to her for doing well in her studies. Sometimes she would roll it down the halls, urging it along with a switch, as if she were walking a pet. Her favorite thing to do was to bounce it on the floor so that it would come up against a wall, after which it would bounce to another wall at an intersection of stone hallways. In that way she made it bounce around a corner. She would watch which hall it went down, left or right, then chase after it. One day she came to him in tears. He asked her to tell him her troubles. She crawled up in his lap and told him that her ball had gone somewhere and gotten itself lost. She wanted him to get it unlost. Zed told her that if she looked, she would likely find it. She spent days despondently wandering the halls of the keep searching for it. She couldn't find it. Finally, starting out one morning at sunrise, Zed made the long walk down to the city of Aidendrill, to the market on Stenter Street. That was when he had first come across a stand where they sold such toys and found the ball with the zigzagged lines. There he bought her another one, not just like it, but instead one with pink and green stars. He deliberately chose a ball unlike the one she'd lost because he didn't want her to think that wishes could be miraculously fulfilled, but he did want her to know that there were solutions that could solve problems. He remembered his daughter hugging his legs, thanking him for the new ball, telling him that he was the best father in all the world, and she would be ever so much more careful with the new ball and never lose it. He had smiled as he watched her put a little hand to her heart and recite a little girl oath she had invented on the spot. She treasured the ball with the pink and green stars. Since it was small, it was one of the few things she had been able to take with her after she was grown, when she and Zed ran away to Westland after Dark and Rahl had raped her. When Richard had been young, he had played with that ball. Zed remembered the smile on his daughter's face as she watched her own child play with that precious ball. Zed could see in her beautiful eyes the memories of her own childhood as she watched Richard play. She had kept that ball her whole life, kept it until she died. This ball before him was the very same one his daughter had lost. It must have bounced up behind the chest and fallen into a recess in the back where it had been for all those long years. Zed leaned forward, resting his forehead on the dusty ball surrounded with faded blue and pink zigzagged lines, the ball which her little fingers had once held, and wept. Sister Tahira seized a fistful of his hair and pulled him upright. "I don't believe you're telling me the truth. It's an object of magic. I want to know what it is and what it does." Holding his head back, she glared into his eyes. "You know that I will not hesitate to do what is necessary to make you cooperate. His Excellency accepts no excuses for failure." Zed stared up at her, blinking away his tears. "It's a ball, a toy. That's all it is." With a sneer, she released him. "The great and powerful wizard Zorander." She shook her head. "To think that we once feared you. You are a pathetic old man, your courage crushed by nothing more than the cry of a child." She sighed. "I must say your reputation far exceeds the reality of your mettle." The sister scooped up the ball, turning it in her fingers as she inspected it. She huffed with disgust and tossed it aside as if it were worthless. Zed watched the ball bounce and roll across the ground, coming to rest at the side of the tent, against the bench where Addie sat. He looked up into her completely white eyes to see her watching him. Zed turned away, waiting while the sister made notes in her book. "All right," she finally said. "Let's go have a look at what they've unloaded in the next tent." The soldiers lifted him from the chair before he had a chance to try to do it himself. His shoulders ached from his wrists being bound behind his back and from being lifted by his arms. Addie, too, was lifted to her feet. The book snapped closed. Sister Tahira's wiry gray hair whipped around as she turned and led them out of the tent. Because the sisters knew how dangerous items of magic from the wizard's keep could be, especially if the wrong combination of magic were to accidentally be allowed to combine or touch, they were cautious enough to bring the items one at a time out of each individual protected, shielded crate in the wagons. Zed knew that there were things in the keep that by themselves were not dangerous, but became so in the presence of other things that by themselves were also not dangerous. Sometimes it was only the combination of specific items that created a desired outcome. The sisters had vast experience in the most esoteric things of magic, and so they at least understood the principles involved. They treated the cargo with the care due such potentially hazardous goods. Once each object was uncrated, they placed it by itself in a tent to await examination. They took Zed and Addie from tent to tent so that Zed could identify each treasure, tell them what it was, explain how it worked. They had been at it for days. How many, Zed couldn't remember. Despite his best efforts, the endless days and nights had all begun to melt together in his mind. Zed did all he could to stall, but there was only so much he could do. These women knew magic. They would not easily be fooled by any invented explanation. They had made very clear the consequences of any such deception. And Zed didn't know how much they knew. At times they feigned ignorance of something which they actually understood quite well, just to see if he was telling the truth. Fortunately, as of yet, they had uncovered nothing that was extravagantly dangerous. Most of the items from the crates were simple-looking objects, but were actually for a narrowly focused purpose. A pole that could remotely judge the depth of water in a well, an iron decoration shaped like a fan of leaves that prevented words from carrying beyond an open door where it was placed, a large looking glass that revealed when a person entered another room. While possibly useful to Emperor Jagang, such items were not all that valuable or dangerous. They were not going to help him to conquer and rule the world. What dangerous things the sisters had uncrated and shown him were not really anything that a sister couldn't easily produce with a spell of her own. The most dangerous item had been a constructed spell held within an ornate vase that, under specific conditions, such as when the vase was filled with water, created a temperature inversion that produced a blast of flame. Zed was not betraying his cause or putting innocent lives at risk by revealing how the spell worked. Any sister worth her salt could reproduce the same effect. The purpose of the spell was protective. Had it touched other stolen items, which because they were stolen was a reversal of intended ownership that such a spell recognized, it would have ignited and destroyed those items, keeping them from covetous hands. None of the things so far discovered would do Jagang any real good. There were things in the keep, though, that could cause him harm. There were spells there, such as the constructed spell in the vase, that recognized the nature of the person invoking their magic. Opened by the right person, such as Zed, those things would do nothing, but opened by a thief, they would create calamity. Page 513. The keep had thousands of rooms. The looting of it had netted the imperial order a caravan of cargo wagons, but even that much hardly scratched the surface of the contents of the keep. So far, Zed had not seen any plums. He didn't know if he would live to see any. The ride in the box after his capture had been brutal. He was still not recovered from the injuries inflicted after meeting Jagang. Guards let the parents do what they would to convince Zed and Addie to give in, but they wouldn't allow the parents to get so carried away that they killed such prize prisoners. The parents had known that they weren't to kill them, but in the heat of such raw passion, Zed knew that such orders were easy to forget. Zed yearned for them to kill him and end it. The Emperor, though, needed them alive, so the guards stood careful watch. After the first few horrifying hours of listening to children being subjected to crippling torture, of being among their parents who understandably demanded quite forcefully that he cooperate and tell the Emperor what he wanted to know, Zed had given in, not for the sake of the parents, so much as to stop those brutal men from what they were doing to the children. He had figured that he had nothing to lose, really, by giving in. It stopped the torture of the children for the time being. The keep was vast. The things they brought were only a tiny portion of them. Zed reasoned that the caravan of wagons probably didn't hold anything of any real value to Jagang. It would take quite a while to catalog everything. It would be weeks more before they reached the last item. There was no purpose in allowing children to endure torture when there might not be anything useful for Zed to betray to Jagang. Once, when they were alone while the sister had gone to check on the preparations in the next tent, Addie had asked what he would do if they presented him with something that would materially help Jagang win. Zed hadn't had a chance to answer. The soldiers had come in then and taken the two of them to the sister in the next tent. He was hoping to drag out the process for as long as possible. He hadn't counted on how they would keep at it day and night. It sometimes took quite a while for the sisters to get out the next treasure and have it ready. They were understandably cautious and took no chances. Those strange men without any trace of the gift who helped them might not be harmed if any errant item of magic were to accidentally be set in motion, but everyone else certainly was vulnerable. Careful as they were, there were enough people working at the preparations that Zed and Addie were not allowed to sleep for long before they were taken off to unravel the next puzzle for them. As he and Addie were dragged through the dark camp to the next tent, Zed's legs would hardly hold him. Seeing his daughter's long-lost ball had sapped much of his remaining strength. He had never felt so old, so feeble. He feared that his will to go on was flagging. He didn't know how much longer he could keep his sanity. He wasn't at all sure that he actually still possessed it. The world seemed to have turned into a crazy place. At times, the whole thing seemed dreamlike. What he knew and what he didn't know sometimes seemed to have all twisted together into a knot of confusion. As he was marched through the dark camp through the humid heat, he began to imagine that he saw things, mostly people, from his past. He began to doubt that he really had seen that ball. He wondered if, like some of the other things he was seeing, he had imagined it as well. Could it maybe have been a simple ball, and he only thought that it was the one his daughter had lost? Had he imagined the zigzagged colors around it? He was beginning to question himself over every little thing. Looking up at all the people in the crowded encampment, he thought he saw his long-dead wife, Erilyn, in the faces of the women held nearby under guard. They were mothers, their worst nightmares ready to come to life if Zed didn't cooperate. His gaze passed over children clutching their mother's skirts or their father's legs. They looked at him, his wavy white hair in disarray, probably thinking he was some crazy man. Maybe he was. The torches lit the sprawling camp with a kind of flickering light that made everything seem imaginary. The campfires, spread as far as he could see, looked like a star field lying across the ground, as if the world had turned upside down. "Wait," the sister said to the guards. Zed was jerked to a halt as the sister ducked inside the tent. Addie cried out as the man holding her wrenched her arm in the act of stopping her. Zed swayed on his feet, wondering if he might pass out. The whole nighttime camp wavered in his vision. As he looked at one of the girls held captive across the way, he stared, astonished, thinking he recognized her. Zed looked up at the Emperor's elite guard in the distance holding the child. Zed blinked his blurred vision. The guard, in leather and mail armor with a belt full of weapons, looked like a man Zed used to know. Zed turned away at the memory, only to see a sister making her way among the tents not far away, who also looked like someone else he knew. He looked around at soldiers going about their business. Elite soldiers guarding the Emperor's compound looked like men he thought he remembered. Zed truly was terrified then. He was sure that he was losing his mind. He couldn't possibly be seeing the people he thought he saw. His mind was all he had. He didn't want to be some babbling old man sitting by the side of a road begging. He knew that people sometimes became irrational, lost their mind, when they got old or were pressed past their endurance. He had known people who had snapped, who had gone insane, and saw things that weren't really there. That's what he was doing. He was having visions of people from his past who weren't really there. That was a sure sign of insanity. Seeing your past come to life, thinking you were back with long-lost loved ones. His mind was the most important thing he had. Now he was losing that, too. He was losing his sanity. Chapter 50. Nicholas heard an annoying noise back in another place. A disturbance of some sort, back where his body waited. He ignored it, watching the streets, watching the buildings go by. The sun had just set. People, wary people, moved past. Color, sound, activity. It was a dingy place, with buildings crowded close. Watch, watch. Alleyways were dark and narrow. Strangers stared. The street smelled. None of the buildings were more than 2 stories. He was sure of it. Most were not even that. Again he heard the noise back where his body waited. It was forceful, calling his attention. He ignored the thump, thump, thump back somewhere else as he watched, trying to see where they were going. What's this? Watch, watch, watch. He thought he knew, but he wasn't positive. Look, look. He wanted to be sure. He wanted to watch. He so enjoyed watching. More noise, obnoxious, demanding, thumping noise. Nicholas felt his body around him as he slammed back to where it waited, sitting cross-legged on the wooden floor. He opened his eyes, blinking, trying to see in the dim room. Slivers of dusk leaking in around the edges of the closed shutters lent only somber light to the room. He stood, wavering on his feet for a moment, not yet used to the strange feeling of being back in his own body. He started walking across the room, looking down, watching as he lifted each foot out ahead, shifted his weight with every step. He had been gone so much lately, day and night, that he was not used to having to do such things on his own. He had been so often in another place, another body, that he had difficulty adjusting to his own. Someone was banging on the door, yelling for him to open it. Nicholas was furious at the uninvited caller, at such a rude intrusion. With wobbly gait he made his way to the door. It felt so confining being back in his own body. It moved in such an odd manner. He rolled his shoulders, resisting the urge to bend forward. He pulled and stretched his neck one way, then the other. It was bothersome to have to move himself about, to use his own muscles, to feel himself breathe, to see, hear, smell, feel with his own senses. The door was barred by a heavy bolt to prevent unwelcome callers from entering while he was off to other places. It wouldn't do to have someone messing with his body while he wasn't there using it himself. Wouldn't do at all. Someone pounding on the other side of the door bellowed his name and demanded to be let in. Nicholas lifted the heavy bolt and heaved it over. He threw open the thick door. A young soldier stood just outside in the hall. A common, grubby soldier. A nobody. Nicholas stared in stunned fury at the lowly man who would just walk up the stairs to the room everyone knew was off-limits and pound on the forbidden door. Where was Najari's flat, crooked nose when he needed it? Why wasn't someone guarding the door? A broken bone jutted from the back of the bloody fist the man had been hammering against the door. Nicholas craned his neck, peering past the soldier out into the dimly lit hall, and saw the bodies of guards sprawled in pools of blood. Nicholas ran his fingernails back through his hair, shivering with delight at the silken smooth feel of oils gliding against his palm. He rolled his shoulders with the pleasure of the sensation. Opening his eyes, he fixed his gaze on the wide-eyed common soldier whom he was about to kill. The man was dressed like many of the Imperial Order soldiers, at least the better outfitted soldiers, with leather chest armor, a sleeve of protective mail on his right arm, and a number of leather straps and belts holding a variety of weapons, from a short sword to a mace with a spiked metal head to knives. Despite how deadly all his gear appeared, the expression on his face was one of startled terror. Nicholas puzzled for a moment at what such a meaningless man could possibly have to say that would be worth his life. What is it, you insipid fool? The man lifted an arm, then the hand, then a single finger in a manner that reminded Nicholas of nothing so much as a puppet having its strings pulled. The finger tipped to one side, then the other, then back again, the way someone might waggle a finger in admonition. Ah, the finger twitched side to side again.
Be polite. Be awfully polite.
The soldier, his eyes wide, seemed surprised by his own haughty words. The voice sounded too deep, too mature to belong to this young man. The voice, in fact, sounded dangerous to the extreme. What is this? Nicholas frowned at the soldier. What's this about? The man started into the room, his legs moving in a most peculiar, stilted manner. In some ways it reminded Nicholas of how it must look when he used his own legs after not being in his body for a long spell. He stepped aside as the man walked woodenly into the center of the dim room and turned. Blood dripped from the hand that had been pounding against the door, but the man, his eyes still wide with fear, seemed not to notice what had to be painful injuries. His voice, though, came out anything but afraid.
Where are they, Nicholas?
Nicholas approached the man and cocked his head. They?
You promised them to me, Nicholas. I don't like it when people don't keep their word. Where are they?
Nicholas drew his brow down even farther, leaned in even more. Who?
Richard Rahl and the Mother Confessor,
the soldier bellowed in unrestrained rage. Nicholas backed away a few paces. He understood now. He had heard the stories, heard that the man could do such things. Now he was seeing it for himself. This was Emperor Jagang, the dream walker himself. Remarkable, Nicholas drawled. He approached the soldier, who was not a soldier, and tapped a finger against the side of the man's head. That you in there, Your Excellency? He tapped the man's temple again. That's you, isn't it, Excellency?
Where are they, Nicholas?
It was as dangerous-sounding a question as Nicholas had ever heard. I told you that you would have them, and you shall.
I think you're lying to me, Nicholas, the voice growled. I don't think you have them, as you promised you would.
Nicholas flipped a hand dismissively as he strolled off a few paces. Oh, phoo, I have them by a string.
I think otherwise. I have reason to believe that they aren't down here at all. I have reason to believe that the Mother Confessor herself is far to the north, with her army.
Nicholas frowned as he approached the man, leaning in close, peering into the eyes. Do you completely lose your senses when you go cavorting into another man's mind like that?
Are you saying it isn't so?
Nicholas was losing patience. I was just watching them when you barged in here to pester me. They were both there, Lord Rahl and the Mother Confessor.
Are you sure?
Came the deep, gravelly voice out of the young soldier's mouth. Nicholas planted his fists on his hips. Are you questioning me? How dare you? I am Nicholas the Slide. I will not be questioned by anyone. The soldier took an aggressive step forward. Nicholas held his ground and lifted a finger in warning. If you want them, then you had better be awfully careful. The soldier watched with wide eyes, but Nicholas could see more in those eyes. Menace.
Talk, then, before I lose my patience.
Nicholas screwed his mouth up in annoyance. Whoever told you that they were to the north, that the Mother Confessor is here with their army, either doesn't know what they're talking about or is lying to you. I've kept a careful eye on them.
But have you seen them lately?
The room was growing dark. Nicholas cast a hand toward the table, sending a small spark of his gift into 3 candles there, setting their wicks to flame. I told you I was just watching them. They are in a city not far from here. Soon they will be coming here to me, and then I will have them. You don't have long to wait.
What makes you think they're coming to you?
I know everything they do. Nicholas held his arms aloft, his black robes slipping up to his elbows, gesturing expansively as he walked around the man, speaking of what he alone knew. I watched them. I have seen them lying together at night, the mother confessor tenderly holding her husband in her arms, holding his head to her shoulder, comforting his terrible pain. It's quite touching, actually.
His pain?
Yes, his pain. They are in Northwick right now, a city not far to the north of here. When they are finished there, if they live through their visit, then they will be coming here to me. Jagang in the soldier looked around, taking in the freshly dead bodies lying against the wall. His attention returned to Nicholas.
I asked, what makes you think so?
Nicholas looked over his shoulder and lifted an eyebrow at the Emperor. Well, you see, these fool people here, the pillars of creation who so fascinate you, have poisoned the poor Lord Rao. They did it to try to ensure his help in getting rid of us.
Poisoned him? Are you sure?
Nicholas smiled at the note of interest he detected in the Emperor's voice. Oh, yes, quite sure. The poor man is in a great deal of pain. He needs an antidote.
Then he will do what he must to get such an antidote. Richard Rall is a surprisingly resourceful man.
Nicholas leaned his backside against the table and folded his arms. He may be resourceful, but he's now in a great deal of trouble. You see, he needs 2 more doses of the antidote. One of them is in Northwick. That's why he went there.
You would be surprised at what that man can accomplish.
It would have been impossible to miss the bristling anger in the Emperor's voice.
You would be a fool to underestimate him, Nicholas.
Oh, but I never underestimate anyone, Excellency. Nicholas smiled meaningfully at the Emperor, watching him through another man's eyes. You see, I'm reasonably sure that Richard Rao will retrieve the antidote in Northwick. In fact, I am counting on it. We shall see. I was watching him as you came in, watching what would happen. You spoiled it. But even if he obtains the antidote in Northwick, he will still need to get the last dose. The antidote in Northwick alone will not spare his life.
Where's this other dose of his antidote?
Nicholas reached in a pocket and showed the Emperor the square-sided bottle, along with a satisfied smile. I have it. The man with an emperor inside him smiled.
He may come to take it from you, Nicholas, but more likely he will have someone else make him more of the antidote so that he won't even have to bother coming here.
Oh, I don't think so. You see, Excellency, I am quite thorough in my work. The poison that Lord Rall took is complex, but not nearly as complex as the antidote. I know because I had the only man who can make it tortured until he told me what it was, told me all about it, told me its secrets. It contains a whole list of things I couldn't even begin to recall. I had the man killed, of course. Then I had the man who tortured the confession out of him, tortured the antidote's list of ingredients out of him, killed as well. It wouldn't do to have the resourceful Richard Rall find either man and somehow discover from them what was in the cure. So you see, Excellency, there is no one to make Lord Rall any more of the antidote. He held the bottle by the neck and wagged it before the man. This is the last dose, Lord Rall's last chance at life. Through the eyes of a young soldier, Jagang watched the bottle Nicholas dangled before him. Any trace of humor had vanished.
Then Richard Rall will come here and get it.
Nicholas pulled the cork. He took a whiff. The liquid inside carried the slight aroma of cinnamon. You think so, Excellency? Making a great show of it, Nicholas poured the liquid out onto the floor. As Emperor Jagang watched, Nicholas shook the bottle, making sure that the very last drop fell out. So you see, Excellency, I have everything well in hand. Richard Rall will not be a problem. He will shortly die from the poison, if my men don't manage to get him before then. Either way, Richard Rall is a dead man, just as you requested. Nicholas bowed as if at the conclusion of a grand performance before an appreciative audience. The man smiled again, a smile of strained forbearance.
"And what of the Mother Confessor?"
the Emperor asked. Nicholas noted the clear undertone of restrained wrath. He was displeased not to be roundly admired for his great accomplishment. After all, this Emperor Jagang had not managed to capture the prize he so keenly sought. Nicholas smiled indulgently. "Well, the way I see it, Excellency, now that I've told you Lord Ralph is soon to join the ranks of the Keeper's flock in the underworld, I have no assurance that you will keep your part of the bargain. I would like a commitment on your part before I give you the Mother Confessor."
"What makes you think you can capture her?"
"Oh, I have that well in hand. Her own nature will deliver her into my hands."
"Her own nature?"
"Let me worry about that, Excellency. All you need know is that I will deliver the Mother Confessor to you alive as promised. You might say that Lord Ralph was free, a gift on my part, but you will have to pay the price if you are to have the prize you covet, the Mother Confessor."
"And what would be your price?"
Nicholas strolled around the man in the center of the room. He gestured with the empty antidote bottle at the surroundings. "Not my idea of the proper way to live, if one has to live."
"So you would have riches as a reward for doing your duty to the Creator, to the Imperial Order, and to your Emperor."
The way Nicholas saw it, he had done more than his duty that night in the woods with the sisters. Instead of saying so, he shrugged. "Well, I will let you have the rest of the world you have fought so hard to gain. I only want Dahara, an empire of worth for my own."
"You wish to rule the land of Dahara?"
Nicholas performed an exaggerated bow. "Under you, of course, Excellency," he straightened. "I will rule as you do, through fear and terror, all in the name of sacrificing for the betterment of mankind." The dream walker watched through the eyes of the frightened soldier. The glint in those eyes was looking dangerous again.
"You play a risky game, Slide, making such demands. Your life must mean little to you."
Nicholas showed the Emperor a smile that said he was tiring of trifling. Hate to live, live to hate. Finally, the Emperor's smile returned to the man's lips.
"Dahara is your wish? It is done. Lord Ralph dead and the Mother Confessor delivered to me alive, and you will then have Dahara to do with as you wish, as long as you pay homage to the rule of the Imperial Order."
Nicholas indulged Jagang with a more polite smile as he bowed his head. "But of course."
"Then when Richard Ralph is dead, and I have the Mother Confessor, you shall be named Emperor Nicholas of the land of Dahara."
"You are a wise emperor." This was the man who had prescribed Nicholas's fate. This was the man who had sent those sisters to practice their vile craft, to sunder him with the terrible agony of destroying who he had been, to mother him in an agonizing second creation. They had decreed that he sacrifice himself to their cause. Nicholas had had no say in it. Now, at least, for the small task of dealing with the petty enemies of the Order, he would have his reward. He would have riches and power that he could never have dared imagine before he had been reborn. They had destroyed him, but they had created him again more powerful than he had ever been. Now he was but one step away from being Emperor Nicholas. It had been a bitter road. Driven by angry need, by hatred, Nicholas thrust out his hand as he thrust his own mind like a hot dagger into the mind of this man before him, into the spaces between his thoughts, into the marrow of his soul. He hungered to feel the slick heat of this other spirit slide into his own, the hot rush of taking him while Jagang was still within the man's mind. But there was nothing there. In that spark of time, Jagang had already slipped away. The man crashed to the floor, dead. Nicholas, Emperor Nicholas, smiled at the game only just begun. He was beginning to wonder if he had set the price too low. Chapter 51. As they made their way up the street, Kaelin glanced to the small windows in the surrounding buildings. In the gathering darkness, she doubted that the faces she saw peering out of the windows could tell much about the people they saw out in the street, but she pulled the hood of her cloak forward anyway. From the stories the men had told, it was not safe to be a woman in Bondakar, so Kaelin, Jensen, and Kara covered their identity to draw as little attention as possible. Kaelin knew that people in fear for their own lives sometimes tried to shift attention away from themselves by offering another to the wolves. Worse, she also knew that there were bitter people devoted to the morbid ideal of the perpetual cannibalism of appeasement that they defined as peace. Richard slowed and checked the alley as they passed. One hand gripped the front of his simple black cloak so that, if need be, he could lift it open and draw his sword. Their men were spread out so as not to appear to be a mob moving through Northwick. Any gathering of crowds of men, except in markets, would no doubt be reported and swiftly draw the attention of the Imperial Order soldiers. They had timed their entry into the city to be just as night fell, so as to better obscure them, yet not so late that their presence on the streets would be suspicious. "There," Owen said as they reached the corner, tilting his head to the right. "Down that way." Richard looked back over his shoulder to make sure that everyone was still with him, then turned down the narrow street. The buildings in the city were mostly single-story, but they were entering a district where a number had a second story, usually hanging several feet out over the street. Kaelin saw nothing taller than the squat two-story buildings. The area they had turned into reeked with the stench of sewage in a shallow ditch to the side. The dusty streets of Northwick kept making her cough. She imagined that when it rained, the place turned into a quagmire that stank even worse. She saw that Richard made a great effort not to cough. It wasn't always possible. At least when he did, he wasn't coughing up blood. As they kept to the shadows in under the overhangs and eaves, Kaelin moved up closer to him, Jensen following right behind. Anson, out ahead, scouted their route, looking for all the world as though he were by himself. Richard scanned the sky again. It was empty. They hadn't seen any black-tipped races since before they started up the pass into Bondakar. Kaelin and Kara were glad not to see the huge black birds. Richard, though, seemed as troubled by not seeing them as he once was when he did. Kara hung back a bit, along with a half-dozen men. Tom and some others were moving up a parallel street. Yet other men who knew where they were headed made their way through the city by a different route. Even though there were less than 50 in their force, such numbers together could bring attention and trouble. For now, they didn't need trouble. They needed the antidote. "Where is the city center?" Kaelin asked Owen when she got close enough to be able to speak in a low voice. Owen swept his arm around, indicating the street they were on. "This is the place. These shops are where the major commerce is, where people come. In the open squares, the people sometimes set up markets." Kaelin saw a leather shop, a bakery, a place that sold cloth, but nothing more elaborate. "This is the center of your great city? These post and beam buildings with living quarters over the shops? This is your major business center?" "Yes," Owen said, sounding half puzzled and half proud. Kaelin let out a sigh, but didn't comment. Richard did. "This is the result of your advanced culture?" He gestured around at the shabby daub and wattle buildings. "In close to 3,000 years, this is what your great culture has accomplished? This is what you have managed to build?" Owen smiled. "Yes, it is magnificent, is it not?" Instead of answering the question, Richard said, "I thought you were in All-Toorong." "I was?" "Well, even that dingy place was far more advanced than this city of Northwick." "It was? I am sorry, Lord Rald, but I didn't see much of All-Toorong. I was afraid to go far into such a place, and I did not stay for long." Owen looked back at Kaelin. "Do you mean to say that the city where you are from is more magnificent than this one?" Kaelin blinked at the man. How could she possibly explain Aidendrill, the Wizard's Keep, the Confessor's Palace, the palaces on King's Row, the People's Palace, the marble and granite work, the soaring columns, the noble works of art, or any of 100 other places and sites to a man who thought straw and dung buildings were an example of advanced culture. In the end, she decided that this was not the time to try. "Owen, I hope that when we are all free of the oppression of the Imperial Order, Richard and I can show you and your people some other places in the world outside of Bandakar. Show you some other centers of major commerce and art, some of what mankind elsewhere has accomplished." Owen smiled. "I would like that, Mother Confessor. I would like it very much." He stopped abruptly. "Oh, here is the place. It is down here." A head-high wooden gate, weathered to a brownish gray, barred the alleyway beyond from sight. Richard checked both ways up the street, looking to see if anyone was watching. The street was empty of everyone but their men. As he kept an eye to the street, he pushed the gate open enough to allow Owen to slip through. Owen poked his head back out. "Come, it is clear." Richard gave a hand signal to the men up at the corner. He put his arm around Kalen's waist, holding her close as he squeezed with her through the gate into the alley. The walls of the buildings on either side that came to the edge of the narrow, dusty alleyways had no windows. Some of the tightly packed structures that weren't set so far back had room for small backyards. As they moved cautiously up the alley, more of their men poured in through the gate at the far end. Chickens penned in one of the yards flapped their wings in fright at the people moving close by. Jensen pulled Betty along by her rope, keeping the goat close so she couldn't cause any trouble. Betty remained quiet, seeming nervous in the strange surroundings of a city. She wasn't even wagging her tail as she peered up at Richard, Kalen, and Jensen for reassurance as they moved deeper into the heart of the jumble of buildings. Tom appeared at the other end of the alleyway, bringing another group of men. Richard signaled for them to spread out and wait at that end of the alley. Kara came up from behind, the hood of her cloak pulled up like Kalen's and Jensen's. "I don't like it." "Good," Richard whispered in answer. "Good?" Kara asked. "You think it's good that I don't like this place?" "Yes," Richard said. "If you were ever happy and unconcerned, then I'd be worried." Kara twisted her mouth with a reply she decided to keep to herself. "Here," Owen said, grabbing Richard's arm to stop him. Richard looked where Owen had pointed and then stared down at the man. "This is a palace." Owen nodded. "One of them. We have several palaces. I told you we are an advanced culture." Richard gave Kalen a sidelong glance but said nothing. From what Kalen could see in the dim light, the backyard was dry dirt with clumps of grass growing here and there. A wooden stairway at the back of the building led up to a small balcony with a door onto the second floor. As they passed through a short gate into the yard, Kalen saw that under the stairs there was a stairwell going down. Owen looked around, then leaned close. "They are downstairs. This is where they are hiding the Wise One." Richard scanned the alley and the surrounding buildings. He rubbed his fingertips across his brow. "And the antidote is in there?" Owen nodded. "Do you wish to wait while I go get it?" Richard shook his head. "We'll go with you." Kalen held his arm, wishing she could do more to comfort his pain. The best thing, though, was to get the antidote. The sooner they rid him of the poison, the sooner he could deal with solving the problem of the headaches caused by the gift. Some of the men waited nearby. She saw in their eyes their fear of being back in a city where the Imperial Order soldiers had control. She didn't know what she and Richard could do to help them free their people of those troops, but she intended to come up with something. Were it not for her desperate act, no matter how unwitting, these people would not be suffering and dying at the hands of the Order. The last gray glow of twilight made Richard's eyes look as if they were made of steel. He pulled Jensen close. "Why don't you and Tom stay out here with Betty and stand watch? Stay under the concealment of the stairs and balcony. If you see any soldiers, come let us know." Jensen nodded. "I'll let Betty graze on the grass. It would look more natural if any patrols pass by." "Just keep out of sight," he said. "If soldiers see a young woman like you, they won't hesitate to snatch you." "I'll keep her out of sight," Tom said as he came up into the yard. He aimed a thumb over his shoulder. "I have the men spread out so they won't be so noticeable." Kalen and Kara followed Richard and Owen toward the back of the building. At the stairwell down, Owen paused when Richard instead went to the door into the building.
"This way, Lord Rall."
"I know. Wait while I check the hallway inside. Make sure it's clear."
"It is just empty rooms where people sometimes meet."
"I want to check it anyway. Kara, wait here with Kalen." Kalen followed Richard to the door under the balcony. "I'm going with you." Kara was right on Kalen's heels.
"If you want to check the hall," she told Richard, "then you may come with us."
After a quick glance at Kalen's eyes, he didn't argue with her. Looking at Kara, he said, "Sometimes." Kara flashed him a defiant smile.
"You wouldn't know what to do without me."
Kalen saw that as he turned to the door, he couldn't help but smile. Her heart lifted at seeing Richard's smile, and then she felt a sudden pang of sorrow for Kara, knowing how she must miss General Meifert with their army far to the north in Dahara. It wasn't often that a moored Sith could come to care about someone the way Kalen knew Kara cared about Benjamin. Kara wouldn't come out and admit it, though, and had put first her wish to protect Richard and Kalen. When she and Kara had been back with that army, Kalen had promoted the then captain to general after a battle in which they had lost a number of officers. Captain Meifert had risen to the occasion. Since then, he had held the army together. While she had complete faith in him, she also feared for his well-being, as Kara certainly must. Kalen wondered if they would ever again see the young general. Richard opened the door a crack and peered into the dark hallway beyond. It was empty. Kara, a Jeel in hand, pushed through and entered ahead of them, wanting to be sure that it was safe. Kalen followed Richard in. There were 2 doors to each side. At the far end of the hall stood a door with a small window. "What's out there?" Kalen whispered as Richard looked through the window. "The street. I see some of our men." On the way back, Richard checked rooms on one side while Kara checked the rooms on the other. They were all empty, just as Owen had said.
"This might be a good place to hide our men," Kara said.
Richard nodded. "That's what I was thinking. We could make strikes from here, from their midst, rather than risk being spotted coming in from the countryside to attack." Before they reached the back door, Richard suddenly stumbled, banging a shoulder against the wall before going to one knee. Kalen and Kara grabbed for him, keeping him from falling on his face. "What's wrong?" Kara whispered. He paused a moment, apparently waiting for a bout of pain to lift. His fingers squeezing Kalen's arm hurt so much that her eyes were watering, but she made herself remain silent. "I just got dizzy for a minute," he panted, trying to recover his breath. "The dark hall, I guess." His fingers released their vice-like grip on Kalen's arm.
"The second state, that's what Owen called it. He said that the second state of the poison was dizziness."
Richard looked up at her in the dark. "I'm all right. Let's go get the antidote." Owen, waiting in the shadows in the stairwell, started down when they reached him. At the bottom of the stairs, he pushed the door open and looked in.
"They are still here," he said with relief. "The speakers are still here. I recognize some of their voices. The Wise One must still be here with them. They have not moved to another hiding place as I feared they might."
Owen was hoping the great speakers would agree to help rid their people of the Imperial Order. After they had refused in the past, Kalen didn't think they would agree this time. But then Owen and his men had not at first agreed to fight. Owen believed that with the commitment of the men they had, and with what had happened in his town, the assembly of speakers would see that there was a chance of being free again, and would be more open to hearing what had to be done. Many of the men shared Owen's confidence that help was at hand. More important than talking to the speakers, as far as Kalen was concerned, was that this was where the second bottle of antidote was hidden. That came above all else. They had to secure the antidote. Whenever she thought about the possibility of Richard dying, it made her knees tremble. Just inside the small vestibule, Owen rapped gently on the door. Soft candlelight came from inside when the door pulled in a crack. A man peered out for a moment, then his eyes went wide. "Owen?" Kalen didn't think the man intended to open the door. Before he had a chance to think it over, Richard pushed the door open and moved into the room. The man hastily backed out of Richard's way. Richard pulled Kara close. "Guard the door. None of these people comes out unless I say so." Kara nodded and took up a position outside the door. "What is the meaning of this?" the man inside demanded of Owen as he gaped in fear at Richard and Kalin. "Great Speaker, it is vital that we speak with all of you." The place was aglow with candles. 12 men sitting around on rugs sipping tea or leaning against pillows lining the walls abruptly fell silent. The stone walls were the outer foundation of the building. Stone piers marched in 2 lines down the center of the large room, supporting fat beams far above Richard's head. There was no decoration. It looked like little more than a basement made comfortable with rugs and pillows where the men congregated at one end of the extensive room. Simple wooden tables against the walls at one end held candles. Some of the men rose to their feet. "Owen," one of them said in grave reprimand, "you have been banished. What are you doing here?" "Honored Speaker, we are well past petty issues of banishment." Owen held out an introductory hand. "These are friends of mine, from outside our land." Kalin grabbed Owen's shirt at the shoulder and pulled his ear close as she gritted her teeth. "Antidote." Owen nodded apologetically. The men, all older, watched indignantly as Owen went to the corner at the far right. He grasped a stone near chest height and twisted it side to side. Richard reached in and helped Owen wiggle the stone loose. When he finally pulled the heavy block out far enough to turn it to the side, Owen reached in behind and came out with the bottle. He wasted no time in handing it to Richard. When Richard pulled the cork, Kalin detected the slight aroma of cinnamon. Richard downed the contents. "You must leave," one of the men growled. "You are not welcome here." Owen didn't back down. "We must see the Wise One." "What?" "The men of the Order have invaded our land. They are torturing and murdering our people. Others they have taken away." "Nothing can be done about this," the red-faced speaker said. "We do as we must so that our people can go on with their lives. We do as we must to avoid violence." "We have ended violence," Owen told the man, "at least in our town. We killed all the men of the Order who held us in the grip of fear, who raped and tortured and murdered our people. Our people there are now free of these men of the Order. We must fight back and free the rest of our people. It is your duty as speakers to do right by our people and not accommodate their enslavement." The great speakers were apoplectic. "We will hear none of this." "We will speak of it with the Wise One and see what he has to say." "No, the Wise One will not see you, never. You are all denied. You must all leave." Chapter 52. One of the men came forward and angrily seized a fistful of Richard's shirt, trying to push him out. "You are the cause of this. You are an outsider, a savage, one of the unenlightened. You have brought profane ideas among our people." He did his best to shake Richard. "You have seduced our people to violence." Richard snatched the speaker's wrist and wrenched his arm around, taking him to his knees. The man cried out in pain. Without letting up, Richard leaned down toward him. "We have risked our lives helping your people. Your people are not enlightened, but people the same as anyone else. You are going to listen to us. This night, the future of you and your people will be shaped." Richard released the man with a shove, then went to the door and stuck his head out. "Kara, go ask Tom to help you get all the rest of the men to come down here. I think they had better all be part of this." As Kara ran to spread the word that Richard wanted all the men to gather into the basement of the palace, he ordered the speakers back against the wall. "You have no right to do this," one protested. "You are the representatives of the people of Vandakar. You are their leaders," Richard told them. "The time has come for you to lead." Behind, men started filing into the candle-lit room. It wasn't long before they were all quietly assembled. The basement was large enough that Owen's men took up only part of the available space. Kalin saw other unfamiliar people straggle in as well. Knowing the nature of these people, and since Kara was letting them in, Kalin didn't think that they presented a threat. Richard gestured toward the quiet gathering, watching the speakers. "These men from the town of Witherton have faced the truth of what is happening to their people. They will no longer tolerate such brutality. They will no longer be victims. They wish to be free. One of the speakers, a man with a narrow, pointed chin, huffed dismissively. Freedom can never work. It only gives people license to be self-centered. A thoughtful person dedicated to the welfare of an enlightened mankind must reject the immoral concept of freedom for what it is, selfish. That's right, another agreed. Such simplistic beliefs can only provoke a cycle of violence. This silly notion of freedom leads to viewing things as black or white. Such uninspired morals are obsolete. Individuals have no right to judge others, especially in such authoritarian terms. What is needed is compromise among all sides if there is to be peace. Compromise, Richard asked. A cycle of violence can only exist if you grant all people, including those who are evil, moral equivalence. If you say that everyone, including those who decide to harm others, has an equal right to exist. That is what you do when you refuse to crush evil. You give moral standing and power to those who murder. Devotion to compromise in such arenas is a sick idea that says you must cut off a finger, and then a leg, and then an arm to feed the monster living among you. Evil feeds on the good. If you kill the monster, the violence ends. You have two choices before you. Choose to live in cringing fear on your knees, apologizing endlessly for wishing to be allowed to live as you struggle to appease an ever-expanding evil, or eliminate those who would harm you and free yourselves to live your own lives, which means you must remain vigilant, ever ready to protect yourself. One of the speakers, his eyes going wide, lifted an arm to point at Richard. I know you now. You are the one who is named in prophecy. You are the one that prophecy says will destroy us. Whispers carried the accusation back through the crowd. Richard gazed back at his gathered men, then directed a withering glare at the speakers. I am Richard Rahl. You're right. I am the one named in the prophecy given to your people so long ago. Your destroyer will come, and he will redeem you. You're right. This prophecy is about me. But if I had not come along, it would eventually have been another who would have fulfilled those words, whether in another year or another 1,000 years, because these words are really about man's honorable commitment to life. Your people were banished because they refused to see the truth of the world around them. They chose to close their minds to reality. I have ended that blindness. Richard pointed back at the men with him. When the truth was put before these men, they chose at last to open their eyes and see it. Now the rest of your people must meet the same challenge and make a choice as to how they will live their future. Your destroyer will come and he will redeem you are words of the potential for a better future. They mean that your way of life, of impeding people from being their best, of restricting them from being all that they can be, of your blind, destructive ways that crush the spirit of each individual and over time have caused so many of the best of your people to abandon you and go into the unknown beyond the boundary, is ended. The men of the order may have invaded your land, but spiritually they change nothing for you. Their violence is merely more apparent than your slow suffocation of human potential. They offer the same unseeing lives you already live, simply with a more manifest form of brutality. I have brought the light of truth to some of your people, and in so doing I have destroyed their dark existence. The rest of your people must now decide if they will continue to cower in darkness or come into the light I have brought among you. In bringing that light to your people, I have redeemed them. I have shown them that they can soar on their own wings, aspire to reach for what they want for themselves. I have helped them take back their own lives. Yes, I have destroyed the pretext, that is, the chains of their repression, but in so doing, I have freed the nobility of their spirits. That is the meaning of the prophecy. It is up to each of you to rise to the occasion and seek to triumph, or to hide in your self-imposed darkness without trying. There is no guarantee that if you try, you will succeed. But without trying, you will assure failure and lives of dread for yourselves and your children. The only difference will be that if you choose to live the same as you do now, if you continue to appease evil, You will now know that it's at the price of your soul." Richard turned away from the speakers. Before he closed his eyes to rub them with his fingertips, Kaelin saw the terrible agony in those eyes. She wanted nothing more than to get to the last antidote and then to do what they must to rid him of the pain caused by his gift. She knew she was slowly losing him. It seemed to her as if Richard were somewhere all alone, dangling from the edge of a cliff, holding on by his fingertips, and his fingers were slowly slipping. Owen stepped forward. "Honored speakers, the time has come to hear from the Wise One. If you do not think this crisis for our people warrants it, then nothing does. This is our future, our lives, that are at stake. Bring out the Wise One. We will hear his words, if he truly is wise and worthy of our loyalty." After noting the murmurs of agreement throughout the room, the speakers put their heads together, whispering among themselves to find a consensus that would tell them what to do. Finally, about half of them went off into a back room. One of the remaining speakers bowed his bald head. "We will see what the Wise One has to say." Kaelin had seen such contemptuous smiles often enough. Lifting his pointed chin, he serenely clasped his hands before himself. "Before all these people, we will put your blasphemous words to the Wise One and hear his wisdom, so that this matter may be put to rest." Men emerged from the back room carrying posts draped with red cloth, notched boards, and planks. Before the door into a back room, they began assembling a simple platform with posts at each corner and the heavy red drapes designed to enclose it. When the structure was finally completed, they placed a large pillow on the platform and then drew the drapes together. Other men carried over 2 tables holding a number of candles and placed one on each side of the draped ceremonial seat of wisdom. In short order, the speakers had created a simple but reverent setting. Kaelin knew a number of people in the Midlands who had magic and functioned in the capacity she imagined that this Wise One did. They also usually had attendants, such as these speakers. She also knew better than to underestimate such simple shamans and their link to the spirit world. There were those who had very real connections and very real power over their people. What she couldn't imagine was how a people without any magic whatsoever could have such an agent of the spirits. If it was true that they did and such a person went against them, then all their work would have been for nothing. The speakers lined up to either side and then drew the curtains in the front just enough to see into the dim interior. There, sitting cross-legged on the pillow, was what appeared to be a boy in white robes, his hands resting prayerfully in his lap. He didn't look very old, maybe 8 or 10 at most. A black scarf was tied around his head to cover his eyes. "He's just a boy," Richard said. At the interruption, one of the speakers shot Richard a murderous glare. "Only a child is innocent enough of the contamination of life to be free to touch true wisdom. As we grow older, we layer our experiences over our once perfect insight, but we remember those once unadulterated connections, and so we realize how only in a child can wisdom itself be so pure." Heads throughout the room bobbed knowingly. Richard cast a sidelong glance at Kaelin. One of the speakers knelt before the platform and bowed his bald head. "Wise One, we must ask your knowing guidance. Some of our men wish to begin a war." "War solves nothing," the Wise One said in a pious voice. "Perhaps you would like to hear his reasons." "There are no valid reasons for fighting. War is never a solution. War is an admission of failure." The people in the room shrank back, looking ill at ease to have brought such crude inquiries before the Wise One. Inquiries he had no trouble untangling with simple wisdom that laid bare obvious immorality. "Very wise. You have shown us wisdom in its true, simple perfection. All men would do well to heed such truth." The man bowed his head again. "We have tried to tell—" "Why are you wearing a blindfold?" Richard asked, cutting off the speaker kneeling before the platform. "I hear anger in your voice," the Wise One said. "Nothing can be accomplished until you shed your hate. If you search with your heart, you can find the good in everyone." Richard put a hand on Owen's back, urging him ahead. He reached back into the crowd of men and grabbed a pinch of Anson's shirt, pulling him forward as well. The three men moved up to the Wise One's platform. Only Richard stood tall. With his foot, he forced the kneeling speaker aside. "I asked why you're wearing a blindfold," Richard said.
Knowledge must be denied so as to make room for faith. It is only through faith that real truth can be reached, the Wise One said. You must believe before you can see.
"If you believe without seeing the truth of what is," Richard said, "then you're simply being willfully blind, not wise. You must see first in order to learn and understand." The men around Kalin looked uncomfortable that Richard was speaking in this way to their Wise One.
Stop the hate, or you reap only hate.
"We were talking about knowledge. I haven't asked you about hate." The Wise One put his hands together prayerfully before him, bowing his head slightly.
Wisdom is all around us, but our eyes blind us, our hearing deafens us, our minds think and so make us ignorant. Our senses only trick us. The world can tell us nothing of the nature of reality. To be at one with the greater essence of the true meaning of life, you must first stare blindly inward to discover truth.
Richard folded his arms over his chest. "I have eyes so I can't see. I have ears so I can't hear. I have a mind so I can't know anything."
The first step to wisdom is to accept that we are inadequate to know the nature of reality, and so nothing we think we know can be real.
"We must eat to live. How is one to track a deer in the woods so you can eat? Blindfold yourself? Stuff wax in your ears? Do it while you're asleep so your mind won't contribute any thinking to the task at hand?"
We do not eat meat. It is wrong to harm animals just so that we might eat. We have no more right to live than an animal.
"So you eat only plants, eggs, cheese, things like that?"
Of course.
"How do you make cheese?" In the awkward silence, someone in the back of the room coughed.
I am the Wise One. I have not been called upon to do this work. Others make cheese for us to eat.
"I see. You don't know how to make cheese for your dinner because no one has ever taught you. That's perfect. Here you are then, blindfolded and with a clear mind, not all clogged up with troublesome knowledge on the subject. So, how do you make cheese? Is it coming to you? Is the method of making cheese being sent to you through your blindfolded divine introspection?
Reality cannot be tested.
Tell me how, if you were to wear a blindfold so you couldn't see, put wax in your ears so you couldn't hear, and put on heavy mittens so you couldn't feel anything, how you would even do something as simple as picking a radish to eat. Tell you what, you can leave the wax out of your ears and not bother with the mittens. Just leave that blindfold on and show me how you can pick a radish so you have something to eat. I'll even help you find the door first. Then you're on your own. Come on, then. Off you go." The Wise One licked his lips.
Well,
If you deny yourself sight, hearing, touch, how will you plant food to sustain your life? Or how can you even hunt for berries and nuts? If nothing is real, then how long until you starve to death while you wait for some inner voice of truth to feed you? One of the speakers rushed forward, trying to push Richard back. Richard shoved the man so hard that it sat him on the ground. The speakers cowered back a few paces. Richard put one boot up on the platform, laid his arm across his knee, and leaned close to the Wise One. "Answer my questions, Wise One. Tell me what staring blindly inwardly has so far revealed to you about making cheese. Come on, let's hear it."
But it's not a fair question.
"Oh? A question regarding the pursuit of a value is not fair? Life requires all living things to successfully pursue values if they are to continue to live. A bird dies if it can't succeed at catching a worm. It's basic. People are no different."
Stop the hate.
"You already have on a blindfold. Why don't you plug your ears and hum a tune to yourself so you won't be thinking about anything?" Richard leaned in and lowered his voice dangerously. "And in your state of infinite wisdom, Wise One, just try to guess what I'm about to do to you." The boy squealed in fright and scooted back. Kalin pushed her way between Richard and Anson and sat back on the platform. She put an arm around the terrified boy and pulled him close to comfort him. He pressed himself into her sheltering protection.
Richard, you're scaring the poor boy. Look at him. He's shaking like a leaf.
Richard pulled the blindfold off the boy's head. In confused dismay, he peered fearfully up at Richard. "Why did you go to her?" Richard asked in a gentle tone.
Because you were about to hurt me.
"You mean, then, that you were hoping she would protect you?"
Of course. You're bigger than me.
Richard smiled. "Do you see what you're saying? You were frightened, and you hoped to be protected from danger. That wasn't wrong of you, was it? To want to be safe? To fear aggression? To seek help from someone you thought might be big enough to stop the threat?" The boy looked confused.
No, I guess not.
"And what if I held a knife to you? Wouldn't you want to have someone prevent me from cutting you? Wouldn't you want to live?" The boy nodded.
Yes.
"That's the value we're talking about here." He frowned.
What do you mean?
"Life," Richard said. "You want to live. That is noble. You don't want someone else to take your life. That is just. All creatures want to live. A rabbit will run if threatened. That's why he has strong legs. He doesn't need the strong legs or big ears to find and eat tender shoots. He has the big ears to listen for threats and the strong legs to escape. A buck will snort in warning if threatened. A snake may shake a rattle to ward off threats. A wolf growls a warning. But if the danger keeps coming and they can't escape, a buck may trample it, the snake may strike, and the wolf may attack. None of them will go looking for a fight, but they will protect themselves. Man is the only creature who willingly submits to the fangs of a predator. Only man, through continual indoctrination such as you've been given, will reject the values that sustain life. Yet you instinctively did the right thing in going to my wife."
I did?
"Yes. Your ways couldn't protect you, so you acted on the chance that she might. If I really were someone intent on harming you, she would have fought to stop me." He looked up into Kalen's smile.
You would?
"Yes, I would. I, too, believe in the nobility of life." He stared in wonder. Kalen slowly shook her head. "But your instinctive act of seeking protection would have done you no good had you instead sought the protection of people who live by the misguided teachings you repeat. Those teachings condemn self-preservation as a form of hate. Your people are being slaughtered with the aid of their own beliefs." He looked stricken.
But I don't want that.
Kalen smiled. "Neither do we. That's why we came, and why Richard had to show you that you can know the truth of reality, and doing so will help you survive."
Thank you,
he said to Richard. Richard smiled and gently smoothed down the boy's blonde hair. "Sorry I had to frighten you to show you that what you were saying didn't really make any sense. I needed to show you that the words you've been taught can't serve you well. You can't live by them because they are devoid of reality and reason. You look to me like a boy who cares about living. I was like that when I was your age, and I still am. Life is wonderful. Take delight in it. Look around with the eyes you have and see it in all its glory."
No one has ever talked to me about life in this way. I don't get to see much. I have to stay inside all the time.
Tell you what, maybe before I go, I can take you for a walk in the woods and show you some of the wonders of the world around you. The trees and plants, birds. Maybe we'll even see a fox. And we'll talk some more about the wonders and joy of life. Would you like that? The boy's face lit up with a grin.
Really? You would do that for me?
Richard smiled one of those smiles that so melted Kalen's heart. He playfully pinched the boy's nose. "Sure." Owen came forward and ran his fingers affectionately through the boy's hair.
I was once like you, a wise one, until I got a little older than you.
The boy frowned up at him.
Really?
Owen nodded.
I used to think that I had been chosen because I was special, and somehow only I was able to commune with some glorious otherworldly dominion. I believed that I was gushing great wisdom. Looking back, I am ashamed to see how foolish it all was. I was made to listen to lessons. I was never allowed to be a boy. The great speakers praised me for repeating back the things I had heard,
and when I spoke then with great scorn to people, they told me how wise I was."
"Me too," the boy said.
Richard turned back to the men. "This is what your people have been reduced to as a source of wisdom, listening to children repeating meaningless expressions. You have minds in order to think and understand the world around you. This self-imposed blindness is a dark treason to yourselves." The men in front, that Kalin could see from where she sat holding the boy, all hung their heads in shame.
"Lord Rahl is right," Anson said, turning back to the men. "Until today, I never actually questioned it or thought about how foolish it really is."
One of the speakers shook his fist.
"It is not foolish!"
Another, the one with the pointed chin, leaned in and snatched Anson's knife from the sheath at his belt. Kalin could hardly believe what she had just seen. It felt as if she were watching a nightmare suddenly unfold, a nightmare she wasn't able to stop or even slow. It seemed she knew what was going to happen before she saw it. With an enraged cry, the speaker suddenly struck out, stabbing Anson before he could react. Kalin heard the blade hit bone. Driven by blind rage, the speaker swiftly drew back the fist holding the now bloody knife to stab Anson again. Anson's face twisted in shock as he began going down. Points of candlelight reflected off the polished length of razor-sharp steel blurred into streaks as Richard's sword flashed past Kalin. Even as the sword swept around, the unique ring of steel, as it had been drawn, accompanied its terrifying arc toward the threat. Driven by Richard's formidable strength, the tip of the sword whistled through the air. As the speaker's arm reached the apex of its swing, as it once more began a deadly journey down, Richard's blade slammed into the side of the speaker's neck and, without seeming to slow in the least, ripped through flesh and bone, cleaving off the man's head and one shoulder along with the arm holding high the knife. The lightning slash threw long strings of blood against the stone wall of the foundation of the palace of the Nekad Empire. As the speaker's head, and the one shoulder with the arm attached, tumbled through the air in an odd wobbly spiral, his body collapsed in a heap. The head smacked the floor with a sickening thud and bounced across the carpets, leaving a trail of blood as it tumbled. Richard swept the crimson blade around, directing it toward the potential threat of the other speakers. Kalin pressed the boy's face to her shoulder, covering his eyes. Some of the men fell in around Anson. Kalin didn't know how badly he was hurt, or if he was even still alive. Not far away, the gory head and the arm of the dead speaker lay before a table set with candles. The fist still held the knife in a death grip. The sudden carnage lying there before them all, the blood spreading across the floor, was horrifying. Everyone stared in stunned silence. "The first blood drawn by you great speakers," Richard said in a quiet voice to the cluster of cringing speakers, "is not against those who come to murder your people, but against a man who committed no violence against you. One of your own who simply stood up and told you that he wanted to be free of the oppression of terror, free to think for himself." Kalin stood and saw then that there were far more people in the room than there had been before. Most were not their men. When Kara made her way through the silent throng to Kalin's side, Kalin took her by the arm and leaned close. "Who are all those people?" "The people from the city. Runners brought them the news that the town of Witherton had been freed. They heard about our men being here to see the Wise One and wanted to witness what would happen. The stairs and halls upstairs are full of them. The words that have been spoken down here have spread up through the whole crowd." Kara was obviously concerned about being close enough to protect Richard and Kalin. Kalin knew that many of the people had been swayed by what Richard had been saying, but now she didn't know what they would do. The speakers seemed to have lost their conviction. They didn't want to be associated with the one among them who had done such a thing. One of them finally left his fellow speakers and made the lone walk over to the boy standing beside the curtain-draped platform and under Kalin's protective arm. "I am sorry," he said in a sincere voice to the boy. He turned to the people watching. "I am sorry. I don't want to be a speaker any longer. Prophecy has been fulfilled. Our redemption is at hand. I think we would do best to listen to what these men have to say. I think I would like to live without the fear that the men of the Order are going to murder us all." There were no cheers, no wild ovation, but rather silent agreement, as all the people Kalin could see nodded with what looked like expectant hope that their secret wish to be free of the brutality of the Imperial Order was not a sinful secret thought after all, but was really the right thing. Richard knelt beside Owen as other men worked at tying a strip of cloth around Anson's upper arm. He was sitting up. His whole arm was soaked in blood, but it looked like the bandage was slowing the bleeding. Kalin sighed in relief at seeing that Anson was alive and not seriously hurt. "It looks like it will need to be stitched," Richard said. Some of the men agreed. An older man pushed his way through the crowd and stepped forward. "I do such things. I also have herbs with which to make a poultice." "Thank you," Anson said as his friends helped him stand. He looked lightheaded, and the men had to steady him. Once sure of his feet, he turned to Richard. "Thank you, Lord Rahl, for answering the call in the words of the devotion I spoke. Master Rahl, protect us. I never thought I would be the first to bleed for what we have set out to do, or that the blood would be drawn by one of our own people." Richard gently clapped Anson on the back of his good shoulder, showing his appreciation for Anson's words. Owen looked around at the crowd. "I think we have all decided to be free again." When the crowd nodded their agreement, Owen turned to Richard. "How will we get rid of the soldiers in Northwick?" Richard wiped his sword clean on the cloth of the dead speaker's trouser leg. His gaze turned up to the crowd. "Any idea how many soldiers there are here in Northwick?" There was no anger in his voice. Kalin had seen since the moment he had drawn his sword that his eyes had been absent of the Sword of Truth's attendant magic. There was no spark of the sword's rage in the seeker's eyes, no magic dangerously dancing there, no fury in his demeanor. He had simply done what was necessary to stop the threat. While it was a relief that he had swiftly succeeded, it was gravely worrisome that the sword's magic had not come out along with the sword itself. What had always been there to help him before had apparently finally failed him. That absence of his sword's magic left Kalin feeling icy apprehension. People in the crowd looked around at others and then spoke of hundreds of men of the Order they had seen. Another man said there were several thousand. An older woman lifted her hand. "Not that many, but approaching it." Owen turned to Richard. "That's a lot of men for us to take on." Having never been in a real battle, he didn't know the half of it. Richard didn't seem to hear Owen. He slid his sword back into the scabbard, hidden under his black cloak. "How do you know?" he asked the woman. "I am one of the people who help prepare their meals." "You mean you people cook for the soldiers?" "Yes," the old woman said. "They do not wish to do it for themselves." "When do you next have to cook?" "We have large kettles we are just starting to get ready for tomorrow's meal. It takes us all night to prepare the stew so that we can cook it tomorrow for their evening meal. Besides that, we also have to work all night making biscuits, eggs, and porridge for their morning meal." Kalin imagined that the soldiers were probably pleased to have such a ready supply of pliant slaves. Richard paced in a short track between her and Owen. He pinched his lower lip as he considered the problem. With such a small force of their own, nearly 2,000 armed men was a lot to take on, especially considering how inexperienced the men were. Kalin recognized that Richard was scheming something. He took the arm of the older man, tightening the bandage around Anson's wound. "You said you had herbs. Do you know about such things?" The man shrugged. "Not a great deal, just enough to make simple remedies." Kalin's mood sank. She had thought that maybe this man might know something about making more of the antidote. "Do you have access to lily of the valley, oleander, yew, monkshood, hemlock?" The man blinked in surprise. "Common enough, I guess, especially just to the north in the wooded areas." Richard turned to his men standing at the fore of the crowd. "We must eliminate the men of the Order. The less fighting we have to do, the better. While it's still dark, we need to slip out of the city and go collect the things we need." He lifted a hand to the woman who had spoken about cooking for the soldiers. "You show us where you're going to do all the cooking of tomorrow's evening meal. We'll bring you some extra ingredients. With what we put in the stew, the soldiers will get violently sick within hours. We will put different things in different kettles, so that the symptoms will be different, to help create confusion and panic. If we can get enough of the poisons into the stew, most of them will die within hours, suffering everything from weakness and paralysis to convulsions. Late in the night, we'll go in and finish any who aren't yet dead or who may not have eaten. If we prepare carefully, Northwick will be free of the Imperial Order without having to fight them. It will be swiftly ended without any of us being hurt." The room was silent for a moment. Then Kalen saw smiles breaking out among the people. A ray of light had come into their lives. With the heady thought of imminent freedom, some began to weep as they suddenly felt the need to come forward and tell brief accounts of those they loved who had been raped, tortured, taken away, or murdered. Now that these people had been given a chance to live, none wanted to turn back. They saw salvation and were willing to do what had to be done to gain it. "This will destroy our way of life," someone said, not in bitterness, but in wonder. "Redemption is at hand," one of the other people in the crowd added. Chapter 53. Standing in dusty streamers of late-day sunlight, Zed wavered on his feet as he waited not far from the tent where Sister Tahira had just taken a small crate. While she was inside, carefully unpacking and preparing the item of magic for inspection, the guards stood not far off, talking among themselves about their chances of having ale that night. They were hardly worried about a skinny old man with a Radahan around his neck and his arms shackled behind his back, causing them any trouble or running off. Zed used the opportunity to lean against the cargo wagon's rear wheel. He wanted only to be allowed to lie down and go to sleep. Without being obvious, he looked over his shoulder at Addie. She gave him a brief, brave smile. The wagon he leaned against was full of items looted from the keep that had yet to be identified. For all Zed knew, he could be leaning against a wagon full of simple magic meant to entertain and teach children, or something so powerful that it would hand Jagang victory in one blinding instant. Some of the items brought from the keep were unknown to Zed. They had been locked behind shields that he had never been able to breach. Even in his childhood, the old wizards at the keep had not been able to get at what was behind many of the shields. But the men who had assaulted and taken the wizard's keep were untouched by magic, and apparently had no trouble getting through shields that had been in place for thousands of years. Everything Zed knew had been turned upside down. In some ways, it seemed like this was not only the end of the wizard's keep, as it had been intended and envisioned, but the end of a way of life as well, and the death of an era. The items brought from the keep that Zed had so far identified were of no great value to Jagang in winning the war. There were a few things, now back in protective crates, that were a mystery to Zed. For all he knew, they could be profoundly dangerous. He wished that they could all be destroyed before one of the Sisters of the Dark discovered how to use them to create havoc. Zed looked up when he saw one of the elite soldiers in leather and mail pause not far away, his attention keenly focused on something. His right ear had a big V-shaped notch taken out of the upper portion, the way some farmers marked their swine. Although he wore the same kind of outfit as the rest of the elite soldiers, his boots weren't the same. Zed saw, when the man looked around, that his left eye didn't open as wide as his right, but then he moved off into the bands of patrolling soldiers. As Zed watched the constantly churning press of soldiers, sisters, and others moving past, he kept having the disconcerting visions of people from his past, and others he knew. It was disheartening to be having such will-o'-the-wisps, illusions spawned by a mind that from lack of sleep and perhaps the constant tension was failing him. The faces of some of the elite guards looked hauntingly familiar. He guessed he had been seeing the men for days, and they were beginning to look familiar. In the distance, he saw a sister walking past who looked like someone he knew. He had probably met her recently, was all. He'd met a number of sisters recently, and it was never congenial. Zed admonished himself that he had to keep a grasp on his wits. One of the little girls not far away, being held prisoner by a big guard standing over her, was watching Zed, and when he glanced up at her, she smiled. He thought it the oddest thing a frightened child, amid such chaos of soldiers, prisoners, and military activity, could do. He supposed that such a child could not possibly understand that she was there to be tortured, if necessary, to make sure Zed told all he knew. He looked away from her long blonde hair cascading down around her shoulders, her beautiful, oddly familiar face. This was madness, in more ways than one. The hump-nosed sister emerged from the tent. "Bring them in," she snapped. The 4 guards jumped into action, 2 seizing Addie, the other 2 taking Zed. The men were big enough that Zed's weight was trivial to them. The way they held him up by his arms prevented half his steps from touching the ground. They horsed him into the tent, advanced him around the table, spun him around, and dropped him into the chair with such force that it drove the wind from his lungs in a grunt. Zed closed his eyes as he grimaced in pain. He wished they would just kill him, so that he wouldn't ever have to open his eyes again. But when they killed him, they would send his head to Richard. Zed hated to think of the anguish that would cause Richard. "Well?" Sister Tahira asked. Zed opened his eyes and peered at the object sitting before him in the center of the table. His breath caught. He blinked at what he saw, too astonished to let out the breath. It was constructed magic, called a sunset spell. Zed swallowed. Surely none of the sisters had opened it. No, they wouldn't have opened it. He wouldn't be sitting there if they had. Before him on the table sat a small box, the size of half his palm. The box was shaped like the upper half of a stylized sun, a half disk with 6 pointed rays coming out from it, meant to represent the sun setting at the horizon. The box was lacquered a bright yellow. The rays were also yellow, but with lines of orange, green, and blue along their edges. "Well?" Sister Tahira repeated. "Ah." She was looking in her book, not at the small yellow box. "What is it?" "I'm not sure I remember," he said, stalling. The sister wasn't in a patient mood. "Do you want me to—" "Oh, yes," he said, trying to sound nonchalant. "I recall now. It's a box with a spell that produces a little tune." That much was true. Page 554. The sister was still reading in her book. Zed glanced back over his shoulder at Addie sitting on the bench. He could see in her eyes that she knew by his demeanor that something was up. He hoped the sister couldn't detect the same thing. "It's a music box, then," Sister Tahira murmured, more interested in her catalog of magic. "Yes, that's right. A box that contains a spell for music. When you remove the lid, it produces a melody." Sweat trickled down from his neck, down between his shoulder blades. Zed swallowed and tried not to let his trembling carry in his voice. "Take the lid off, you'll see." She peered suspiciously over the top of the book. "You take the lid off." "Well, I can't. My hands are shackled behind my back." "Use your teeth." "My teeth?" The sister used the back end of her pen to push the yellow half-sun box closer to him. "Yes, your teeth." He had been counting on her suspicion, but he dared not overplay it. He worked his tongue in his mouth, desperately trying to work up some saliva. Blood would be better, but he knew that if he bit the inside of his lip, the sister would get suspicious. Blood was too common a catalyst. Before the sister got leery, Zed leaned forward and tried to stretch his lips around the box. He had to get his bottom teeth at the bottom of the sun and his top teeth hooked over a pointed ray. The box was a hair too big. With a hand on the back of his head, Sister Tahira pushed him down on it. That was all he needed, and he captured the lid with his teeth. He lifted the lid, but the whole box came up off the table. He shook his head, and at last the top came free. He set the lid aside. If not opened by a party to the theft of items preserved at the keep, a sunset spell had to be activated by a wizard whom the spell would recognize. Quickly, before she saw what he was doing, he let some saliva drop into the box in order to activate the spell. Zed felt giddy as the music started. It worked. It was still viable. He glanced through the narrow slit of the tent flap. The sun would be down soon. He wanted to jump up and dance to the merry tune. He wanted to let out a whoop. Even though he didn't have long to live, he still felt exhilarated. The ordeal was almost over. In a short time, all the things of magic that were stolen would be destroyed, and he would be dead. They would never get anything out of him. He would not betray their cause. He felt bad that the captured families who were being used to help gain his cooperation would also die, but at least they would no longer have to suffer. He felt a sudden pang of sadness that Addie, too, would die. He hated the thought of that nearly as much as the thought of her suffering. The sister reached in and replaced the lid. Very cute. The music stopped. It didn't matter, though. The spell had been activated. The music was simply confirmation, and a warning to get out of range. No chance of that. It didn't matter. Sister Tahira scooped the yellow box off the table. "I'm going to put this back." She leaned down toward Zed. "While I'm gone, I'm going to have the guards bring in the next child and let you have a good look at her. Let you think about what those men in the next tent are going to do to her, without hesitation, if you stall and waste our time like that again." "But I—" His words were cut off as she used the Radahan around his neck to send a shock of searing pain from the base of his skull down to his hips. His back arched as he cried out, nearly losing consciousness. He slumped back in his chair, his head hanging back, unable to lift it for the moment. "Come with me," Sister Tahira said to the guards. "I'll need some help. The guard who brings in the next child can watch them for a few minutes." Panting from the lingering pain, tears filling his eyes, Zed stared at the ceiling of the tent. He saw light as the flap was opened. Shadows moved across the canvas as the sister and the 4 men left, and she sent in the guard with the child. Zed stared up at the ceiling, not wanting to look at the face of another child. Finally, recovered from the bout of pain, he sat up. One of the big elite guards, dressed in their leather mail and a broad belt holding an assortment of weapons, stood to the side with a blonde-headed girl held before him. It was the girl who had smiled. Zed closed his eyes a moment in the agony of what they would do to this poor child who reminded him so much of someone he knew. When he opened his eyes, she smiled again. Then she winked. Zed blinked. She lifted up her flower-print dress just enough so that Zed could see 2 knives strapped to each of her thighs. He blinked again at what he was seeing. He looked up into her smiling face. "Rachel?" he whispered. Her smile widened into a beaming grin. Zed looked up at the face of the big man standing guard behind her. "Dear spirits," Zed whispered. It was the boundary warden. "I hear you've gotten yourself into a bit of trouble," Chase said. For an instant, Zed thought that for sure he must be seeing things. Then he realized why Rachel looked so familiar, yet different. She was more than 2.5 years older than the last time he'd seen her. Her blonde hair, once chopped short, was now long. She had to be nearly a foot taller. Chase hooked his thumbs behind the broad leather belt. "Addie, as level-headed as you are, I imagine it had to be Zed who got you into this fix." Zed looked over his shoulder. Addie wore a beautiful, tearful smile. He couldn't remember the last time he had seen her smile. "He be nothing but trouble," she told the boundary warden. It had been 2.5 years since he'd seen Chase. The boundary warden was an old friend. He was the one who had taken them to meet Addie back then, so she could show Richard the way through the boundary before Dark and Rahl had brought it down. Chase was older than Richard, but one of his dearest and most trusted friends. "An older boundary warden, Friedrich, came looking for me," Chase explained. "He said that Lord Rawl had sent him to the keep to warn you about some trouble. He said that Richard had told him about me, and since you were gone and the keep had been captured, he came to Westland looking for me. Boundary wardens can always count on one another. Rachel and I decided to come pull your scrawny hide out of the fire."
Zed glanced at the sunlight coming through the tent's narrow opening.
"You have to get out of here before the sun sets, or you'll be killed. Hurry, get out of here while you can."
Chase lifted an eyebrow.
"I've come all this way, and I don't intend to leave without you."
"But you don't understand."
A knife poked through the side of the tent and ran a slit down through the canvas. One of the elite guards pushed his way in through the slit. Zed stared in astonishment. The man looked familiar, but he didn't look right. "No!" Zed called to Chase as the big man went for the axe hanging at his hip.
"Stay where you are," the man who came in through the slit in the side of the tent said to Chase. "There's a man right outside who will put a sword through you if you move."
Zed's jaw dropped.
"Captain Zimmer?"
"Of course. I've come to get you out of here."
But you have black hair."
The captain flashed one of his infectious smiles.
"Soot! Not a good idea to have blonde hair in the middle of Jagang's camp. I've come to rescue you."
Zed was incredulous.
"But you all have to get out of here. Hurry, before the sun sets. Get out."
"Do you have any more men?" Chase asked the captain. "A handful. Who are you?"
"An old friend," Zed told him. "Now look here."
At that, cries and shouts came from outside. Captain Zimmer rushed to the tent's opening. A man poked his head in.
"It's not us," he said in answer to the captain's unspoken question.
In the distance, Zed could hear the shouts of
"Assassin!"
Captain Zimmer rushed behind Zed and worked a key in the manacles. They broke open. Zed's arms were suddenly free. The captain hurried to undo Addie's as she stood and turned her back to him.
"Sounds like our chance," Rachel said. "Let's use the commotion to get you out of here."
"The brains of the group," Chase said with a grin.
The first thing Zed did when his arms were free was fall to his knees and hug the girl. He couldn't bring forth words, but they weren't needed. To feel her spindly arms around his neck was better than any words.
"I've missed you, Zed," she whispered in his ear.
Outside the tent, mayhem had broken out. Orders were being shouted, men were running, and in the distance the clash of steel rang out. The sister burst back into the tent. She saw Zed free and immediately released a bolt of power through his collar. The shock sent him sprawling. Just then, a second young blonde sister in a drab brown wool dress charged in behind Sister Tahira. Sister Tahira spun around. The second sister smacked her so hard it nearly knocked the woman from her feet. Without pause, Sister Tahira unleashed a bolt of her power that lit the inside of the tent with a blinding flash. Instead of it blasting the second sister back through the tent's doorway, as Zed had expected, Sister Tahira cried out and crumpled to the ground. "Got you," the second sister growled as she planted a boot on Sister Tahira's neck, keeping her on the ground. Zed blinked in astonishment.
"Rika?"
Rika was already turning her aegil in her fist. She held it toward Chase.
"Rika?"
Captain Zimmer asked from the other side of the tent, sounding startled, not just to see who it was, but perhaps to see the Mord Sith with her blonde hair undone from its single braid and flying free.
"Zimmer?"
She frowned at his black hair. "What are you doing here?"
"What am I doing here? What are you doing here?"
He gestured to her dress. "What are you wearing?" Rika grinned, that wicked grin she had.
"The dress of a sister."
"Sister?" Zed asked. "What sister?"
Rika shrugged.
"One who didn't want to give up her dress. She lost her head over the whole affair."
With her finger and thumb, Rika pulled her lower lip out. "See, I borrowed her ring, too. I spread the split and hung it here, so I'd look like a real sister." Rika pulled Sister Tahira up by her hair and shoved her toward Addie. "Get that thing off her neck." "I will do no such—" Rika drove her aegil up under the sister's chin. Blood gushed out over her lower lip. The sister started choking on it as she gasped in agony.
"I said get that thing off Addie's neck, and don't you ever question me again."
Sister Tahira scrambled to Addie to do as the moored Sith had commanded. Chase planted his fists on his hips as he glared down at Zed, still on the ground.
So what are we going to do now? Draw straws to see who gets to rescue you?
Bags, isn't anyone listening? You people have to get out of here.
Rachel shook a finger at Zed. Now, Zed, you know you're not supposed to say bad words in front of children. Sputtering in frustration, Zed gaped up at Chase.
I know, the Boundary Warden said with a sigh. She's been a trial for me, too.
The sun's about to set,
Zed roared. It would be better if we could delay until it did, Captain Zimmer said. It would be easier to get out of camp in the dark. A humming noise filled the tent, making the very air vibrate, and then there was a sudden metallic pop. Addie cried out with relief as the collar fell away.
Isn't anyone listening?
Zed scrambled to his feet and shook his fists.
I've ignited a sunset spell.
A what?
Chase asked.
A sunset spell. It's a protective device from the keep. It's a shield of sorts. When it recognizes that other shields are being violated and protected items are being taken, it insinuates itself among the stolen goods. When a thief opens it to see what it is, it activates the spell. At the first sunset, the spell ignites and destroys everything that has been plundered.
Sister Tahira shook her fist at him.
You fool!
Rika seized his arm. Then let's get going. Chase grabbed Zed's other arm and pulled him back.
Now hold on.
Zed yanked both arms free and pointed out through the slit in the side of the tent in the setting sun.
We've got mere moments until this place is a fireball.
How big a fireball? Captain Zimmer asked. Zed threw up his hands.
It will kill thousands. It won't destroy the camp by any means, but this whole area is going to be leveled.
Everyone started talking, but Chase cut them all off with an angry command for silence.
Now, listen to me. If we look like we're escaping, we'll be caught. Captain, you and your men will come with me. We'll pretend like Zed and Addie are our prisoners. Rachel, too. That's how I got in here. I found out they were holding children.
He flipped a hand toward Rika and Sister Tahira.
They will look like sisters in charge of prisoners, along with us playing as the guards.
Do you want that thing off your neck first? Rika asked Zed.
No time for that now. Let's go.
Addie grabbed Zed's arm.
No. What? Listen to me, old man. There be those families and children in these tents around us. They will die. You go. Get to the keep. I will get the innocent people out of here.
Zed didn't like the idea, but arguing with Addie was a fool's task. And besides, there was no time. We split up then, Captain Zimmer said. Me and my men will play the part of guards and get the men, women, and children out of here, back to our lines, along with Eddie. Rika nodded. Tell Verna that I'm going to go with Zed to help take back the keep. He will need a moored Sith to keep him out of trouble. Everyone looked around to see if there would be any arguments. No one said anything. It suddenly seemed settled. Done, Zed said. He threw his arms around Addie and kissed her cheek. Be careful. Tell Verna I'm going to take the keep back. Help her defend the passes. Addie nodded. Be careful. Listen to Chase. He be a good man to come all this way for you. Zed smiled and then gasped as Chase grabbed his robes and yanked him out of the tent.
The sun is setting. Let's get out of here. Remember, you're our prisoner.
I know the part, Zed grumbled as he was dragged out of the tent like a sack of grain. He smiled as Addie, already rushing away, looked over her shoulder one last time. She smiled back and then was gone. Wait, Zed called. He quickly reached into one of the wagons and retrieved something he didn't want to be destroyed. He slipped it into a pocket. All right, let's go. Outside the tent, the camp was in pandemonium. Elite guards, in a state of high alert and with weapons drawn, raced past on their way toward the command tents. Other men ran to the ring of barricades. Trumpets blared alarms and coded messages that directed men to tasks. Zed feared his small group might be set upon and held for questioning. Instead of waiting for that to happen, Chase reached out and snatched a soldier running past.
What's the matter with you? Get me some protection for these prisoners until I can get them to a safe place. The Emperor will have our heads if we allow them to be recaptured.
The soldier quickly collected a dozen men and fell in around Rika, Sister Tahira, Chase, Rachel, and Zed. Rachel was doing a convincing job of bawling in fear. For effect, Chase would occasionally give her a shake and yell at her to shut up. Zed glanced back over his shoulder, seeing the sun touch the horizon. He growled at Rika out ahead for her to pick up her pace. At the barricades, scowling guards looked them over carefully as they approached and then opened their ranks. They were preventing anyone from getting in, and were momentarily confused by such a company of their own men with prisoners making their way out. One man decided to step out to stop and question them. Chase straight-armed him.
Idiot! Out of our way! Emperor's orders!
The man frowned as he stared at the procession sweeping past. While he considered what to do, they were past and gone, swallowed up in the larger camp. In moments, they were out of the heart of the camp. In short order, regular soldiers, seeing Rika at the lead, moved to block their path. A beautiful woman out among the regular soldiers was asking for trouble, and with the confusion the men saw in the command area, they believed they had an opportunity while those in authority were busy. Rika and Chase kept their small group moving at a quick pace. The grinning soldiers closed ranks, blocking the way. One of the men, missing his 2 front teeth, took a step out in front of his men. With one thumb hooked behind his belt, he held up the other hand.
Hold on there. I think the ladies would like to stay for a visit.
Without pause, Rachel reached under the hem of her dress and pulled a knife. She didn't slow or even look back as she flipped the knife up over her shoulder. In one fluid motion, without missing a step, Chase caught the knife by the tip and heaved it at the toothless man. With a thunk, the knife slammed hilt deep into the man's forehead. As he was still toppling back, Rachel flipped a second knife up over her shoulder. Chase caught it and sent it on its way. As the second man twisted toward the ground, dead, the rest of the men backed away to let the small group marching onward in among them. Deadly fights within the Imperial Order camp were not a rarity. Elite guards or not, the soldiers were confident in their numbers, and with a beautiful woman in their midst, sure of what they wanted. Men all around closed in. Zed snatched a quick glance back.
Now, hit the ground!
Rika, Chase, Rachel, and Zed dove to the dirt. For an instant, everyone above them froze, staring in surprise. The soldiers who were accompanying them, weapons already drawn for the fight they expected, also stopped and stood in confusion. Sister Tahira saw her opportunity and cried out,
Help! These people are...
The world ignited with brilliant white light. An instant later, a thunderous blast rocked the ground. A wall of debris followed, driven before a roar of noise. Men were blown into the air. Some were cut down by flying wreckage. The elite guards that had escorted them tumbled through the air over Zed. Sister Tahira had turned toward the flash. A wagon wheel shot toward them at incredible speed, hitting her chest high, cutting her in two. The bloodied wheel sailed onward without even being slowed. The sisters' shredded remains were flung across the ground along with the bodies of countless men. As the blast from behind still rumbled, the screams of terribly wounded men rose into the lingering rays of sunset. Zed dearly hoped that Addie had not wasted any time in escaping. Chase seized Zed's robes at one shoulder and hauled him to his feet as he swept Rachel up in his other arm. Rika grabbed Zed's robes at the other shoulder and pulled him ahead. Together, Zed's 2 rescuers rushed with him into the carnage. Rachel hid her face in Chase's shoulder. Zed was about to ask Chase why in the world he would teach a young girl such things with knives, when he recalled that he himself had been the one who had once commanded Chase to the task of teaching her everything the Boundary Warden knew. Rachel was a special person. Zed had wanted her to be prepared for what life might have in store.
You should have let me make the sister take off that collar when we had the chance, Rika said as they ran.
If we had taken the time, Zed answered, we would have been back there and caught up in that fireball.
I suppose, she said. As they slowed a bit to catch their breath, men ran in every direction. In the confusion and disorder, no one noticed that the 4 of them were making good their escape. As they hastily made their way through the vast Imperial Order encampment, Zed put an arm around Rika's shoulders and pulled her closer. "Thank you for coming to save my life." She flashed him a cunning smile. "I wouldn't leave you to those pigs, not after all you've done for us. Besides, Lord Rahl has Kara protecting him. I'm sure he would want a Mord Sith protecting his grandfather as well." Zed had been right. The world was turned upside down. "We have horses and supplies hidden," Chase said. "On our way out of this place, we'd better take a horse for Rika." Rachel looked back over Chase's shoulder, her arms around his neck. She gave Zed a serious frown as she whispered, "Chase is unhappy because he had to leave all his weapons behind and be so lightly armed." Zed glanced to the battle axe at one hip, the sword at Chase's other, and 2 knives at the small of his back. "Yes, I can see where being so defenseless would make a man grumpy." "I don't like this place," Rachel whispered in Chase's ear. He patted her back as she laid her head on his shoulder. "We'll be back in the woods in no time, little one." Amid the screams and death, it was as tender a sight as Zed could imagine. Chapter 54. Verna paused when the sentry rushed up in the dark. She moved her hands up on the reins closer to the bit to keep her horse from spooking. "Prelate, I think it might be an attack of some sort," the soldier said in breathless worry. She frowned at the man. "What might be an attack? What is it?" "There's something coming up the road." He pointed back toward Dobbin Pass. "A wagon, I think." The enemy was always sending things at them, men sneaking through the darkness, horses encased in spells designed to blow a breach in their shields, running wildly toward them. Innocent enough wagons with archers hiding inside, powerful spell-driven winds laced with magic conjuring of every sort. "Since it's dark, the commander thinks it's suspicious, and we shouldn't take any chances." "Sounds wise," Verna said. She had to get back to their camp. She had made the rounds herself to get a good look at their defenses, to see the men at the outposts before their nightly meeting back at camp to go over the day's reports. "The commander wants to destroy the wagon before it gets too close. I've checked, Prelate. There are no other sisters at hand. If you don't want to see to this, we can have the men up above drop a rock slide on the wagon and crush it." Verna had to get back to meet with the officers. "You had better tell your commander to take care of it in whatever manner he sees fit." The soldier saluted with snap of a fist to his heart. Verna pulled her horse around and put a foot into the stirrup. Why would the Imperial Order think they could get a wagon through, especially at night? Certainly they weren't foolish enough to think it wouldn't be seen in the dark. She paused and looked at the soldier hurrying away. "Wait." He stopped and turned. "I changed my mind. I'll go with you." It was foolish to use the rocks they had ready overhead. They might need them if a full-scale attack suddenly charged up this pass. It was silly to waste such a defense. She followed the man up the trail to the lookout point where his company waited. The men were all watching through the trees. The road out ahead and below them looked silver in the light of the rising moon. Verna inhaled the fragrance of balsam firs as she watched the wagon making its way up the silvery road, being pulled by a single plodding horse. Tense archers waited at the ready. They had a shielded lantern standing by to light fire arrows in order to set the wagon ablaze. Verna didn't see anyone in the wagon. An empty wagon seemed pretty suspicious. She recalled the strange message from Anne warning her to let an empty wagon through. But they had already done that. Verna recalled that the girl with the message from Jagang had come in by this route and method. Verna's heart pounded in worry at the thought of what new message Jagang might be sending now. Perhaps it was Zed's and Addie's heads. "Hold," she called to the archers. "Let it through, but stand at the ready in case it's a trick." Verna made her way down the narrow path between the trees. She stood behind a screen of spruce, watching. When the wagon was close enough, she opened a small gap in the weave of the vast shield she and the sisters had spun across the pass. The pattern of magic was barbed with every nasty sort of magic they could conjure. This pass was small enough that the shields alone could hold it, and if the enemy did come, it was too small for any numbers to come all at once. Even without the formidable shield, the pass was relatively easy to hold. When the wagon passed through the shield, Verna closed the hole. When it rolled close enough, one of the men ran out of the trees and took control of the horse. As the wagon drew to a halt, dozens of archers behind him and on the other side, behind Verna, drew their weapons. Verna had spun a web of magic, and she was prepared to unleash it at the slightest provocation. The tarp in the bed of the wagon eased back. A little girl sat up. It was the child who had brought the message the last time. Her face lit up at seeing Verna, someone she recognized. Verna's heart skipped a beat at the thought of what the message might be this time. "I brought some friends," the girl said. People lying in the back of the wagon pulled the tarp aside and started sitting up. They looked like parents with their frightened children. Verna blinked in shock when she saw some of the people help Addie up. The sorceress looked to be exhausted. Her black and gray hair was no longer parted neatly in the middle, but was in as much disarray as Zed's usually was. Verna rushed over, leaning in to help the woman. "Addie! Oh, Addie, am I ever glad to see you!" The old sorceress smiled.
"I be awfully happy to see you too, Verna."
Verna's gaze swept over the people in the wagon, her heart still pounding with apprehension. "Where's Zed?"
"He escaped as well."
Verna closed her eyes with a silent prayer of gratitude. Her eyes popped open. "If he escaped, then where is he?"
"He be on his way back to the keep in Aidendrill," Addie said in her raspy voice. "The enemy has captured it."
"We heard."
"That old man intends to have his keep back."
Knowing Zed, I feel sorry for anyone who gets in his way.
"Rika be with him."
Rika? What was she doing over there? I ordered her not to do that. Verna realized how that must have sounded. We thought it would be pointless, that she wouldn't have a chance, and we would just lose her for nothing.
"Rika be Mord Sith. She has a mind of her own."
Verna shook her head. Well, even though she wasn't supposed to do that, now that I see you again and know Zed has escaped as well, I'm glad that that obstinate woman didn't listen to me.
"Captain Zimmer be on his way back as well."
Captain Zimmer?
"Yes, he and some of his men decided to come to rescue us as well. They be coming back the way they travel, unseen in the night."
Addie gestured to the surrounding trees.
"They be up around us, protecting the wagon on our way in. The captain feared that some of the enemy might stop the wagon and capture us all over again. He wanted to make sure we be safe."
The captain and his men had special signals that allowed them to move through the pass without being attacked by their own men or the sisters by mistake. The nature of the way Captain Zimmer and his men worked was that they were, for the most part, outside regular command. Kalen had set it up that way so they could act on their own initiative. While it could at times be aggravating, those men accomplished more than anyone ever expected.
"Zed wanted me to help these people escape."
Addie gave Verna a meaningful look.
"There be others we could not help."
Verna glanced over at the people huddling together at the back of the wagon. I can only imagine what Jagang has been doing with people like that.
"No," Addie said. "I doubt you can."
Verna changed to an even more horrifying subject. Has Jagang been able to find anything from the keep so far that he will use against us?
"Thankfully, no. Zed set a spell that destroyed the things stolen from the keep. There be a big explosion in the middle of their camp."
Like the one back in Aidendrill that killed so many of them?
"No, but it still caused much destruction and killed some important people. Even some of Jagang's sisters, I believe."
Verna never thought she would see the day that she would be pleased to hear that Sisters of the Light had died. Those women were controlled by the Dreamwalker, and even when they had been offered freedom, they had been too afraid to believe those trying to rescue them. They had chosen to remain Jagang's slaves. With a sudden thought, Verna grabbed a fistful of Addie's robes. Could the spell Zed ignited possibly have taken out Jagang? With her completely white eyes, Addie looked back up Dobbin Pass toward the Imperial Order camp.
I wish I had better news, Prelate, but Captain Zimmer on the way out told me that just as we were about to be rescued, an assassin managed to get deep into the inner camp.
An assassin? Who was it? Where was he from?
None of us knows. He appeared much like others from the old world. The intruder be driven by a single-minded determination to get to Jagang and kill him. He somehow made it into the inner defenses, killed some people, and took the uniform of the elite guards so he might get to Jagang. The guards somehow recognized he not be one of their own. They hacked the man to pieces before he could get close to the Emperor. Jagang left the area until his men could check over their defenses and make sure there be no more assassins about. Many of the sisters went with him, helping with his safeguards. That be when Zed set off the sunset spell. We did not know Jagang had left the area, but it would have made no difference. Zed had to use the spell when it be put before him. The spell be triggered by the sun setting.
Verna nodded. For a moment she had been hoping. Still, you and Zed escaped, and that's what matters for now. Thank the Creator.
A surprising number of people showed up all at once to rescue us.
Addie lifted an eyebrow.
I do not recall seeing the Creator among them.
The warm breeze ruffled Verna's curly hair. I suppose not, but you know what I mean. The crickets in the woods kept up their steady chirping. Life seemed to be a little sweeter, their situation a little less hopeless. She let out a sigh. I hope the Creator will at least help Zed and Rika take back the keep.
Zed will not need the Creator's help, Addie said. Another man showed up to help get us out. Chase be an old friend of Zed, me, and Richard. Chase will have those holding the keep praying for the protection of the Creator.
Then we can look forward to the day the keep is back in our hands and Jagang is denied help in breaking through the passes into Dahara. Verna waved her arm, signaling, and the four couples standing at the back of the wagon shuffled forward with their children. Welcome to Dahara, Verna told them. You will be safe here.
Thank you for helping us get out, one of the men said with a bow of his head to Addie. I feel ashamed now of the terrible things I had been thinking of you.
Addie smiled to herself as she tightened her thin fingers on his shoulder.
True, but I could not blame you.
The girl who had brought the message the last time tugged on Verna's dress.
This is my mother and father. I told them how nice you were to me before.
Verna squatted down and hugged the girl. Welcome back, child. Welcome back. Chapter 55. Whenever a breath of wind sighed among the branches above, silvery streamers of moonlight cascading down through the forest canopy glided about in the darkness like ghosts on the prowl. Kaylin peered around, barely able to make out the somber shapes of the looming trees as she tried to see if there was anything that did not belong. She heard no chirps of bugs, no small animals scurrying among the leaf litter, no mockingbirds singing throughout the night as there had been. Carefully picking her way over the mossy ground, she did her best to see in the gloom so as not to step in holes and cracks in the rocky places or pools of standing water in the low areas. Ahead of her, Richard slipped through the open forest like a shadow. At times he seemed to disappear, causing her to fear that he might no longer be with them. He had ordered everyone following behind him not to talk and to walk as quietly as possible, but none of them could move through the woods as silently as he did. For some reason, Richard was as tense as his bowstring. He felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know what. While it might seem a beautiful moonlit night in the woods, the way Richard was acting on top of the haunting silence had draped a pall of foreboding over everyone. Kaylin was at least pleased that the skies had cleared. The rains of recent days had made travel not just difficult, but miserable. While it hadn't really been cold, the wet made it feel so. Taking shelter had not been an option. Until they had the final dose of the antidote, they had no choice but to press on. The antidote from Northwick had improved Richard's condition a little, in addition to stopping the advance of the symptoms of his poisoning, but now the temporary improvement was dissipating. Kalin was so worried for him that she had no appetite. They now had well over double the number of men with them, and many more than that were making their way toward the city of Houghton by different routes. Those other groups of men planned to eliminate the lesser detachments of Imperial Order soldiers stationed in villages along the way. Richard, Kalin, and their smaller group were pushing toward Houghton as rapidly as possible, deliberately avoiding contact with the enemy so as to get there before Nicholas and his soldiers knew they were on their way. Stealth would afford them the best chance of recovering the final dose of the antidote. Once they had the antidote, then they could gather with the rest of the men for an attack. Kalin knew that if they could first eliminate Nicholas, it would make it much easier and less risky to defeat the remaining Imperial Order troops. If she could somehow find a way to get close to Nicholas, she could touch him with her power. She knew better than to suggest such an idea to Richard. He would never go along with it. To a certain extent, Kalin felt responsible for what these people had suffered under the Imperial Order. After all, if not for her freeing the chimes, the boundary protecting Bandakar would still be in place. Yet if these people could rid themselves of the Imperial Order, the changes that had come about also meant the true freedom they had never really enjoyed, and, with it, the opportunity for better lives. The change in the people in Northwick had been heartening to witness. That night, the men Richard and Kalin had brought had stayed up most of the night talking to the people there, explaining the things Richard and Kalin had explained to them. The morning after the annihilation of the soldiers who had taken over the city and held them in the grip of fear, the people had celebrated by singing and dancing in the streets. Those people had learned not only just how precious freedom really was, but also that their old ways provided no real tools for improving the quality of their lives. After Richard had dissolved the ancient illusions of the wise one's wisdom and the meaningless tenets the speakers substituted for knowledge, and after the killing of the enemy soldiers, the men of Northwick had not been shy about volunteering to help rid their land of the Imperial Order. Freed from the enforced blindness of a repressive mindset, many now hungered aloud for a future of their own making. Kalin unexpectedly came up against Richard's outstretched arm. She put a hand to her chest over her galloping heart, then immediately turned and passed the signal to stop back to those behind. There was still no sound in the dark woods, not so much as the buzz of a mosquito. Richard slipped his pack off of his back, set it on a low rock, and started quietly searching through it. Kalin leaned close to whisper, "What are you doing?" "Fire. We need light. Pass the word back for some of the men to get out torches." While Richard pulled out a steel and flint, Kalin whispered instructions to Kara, who in turn passed them back. In short order, several men tiptoed forward with torches. The men gathered in close, squatting down beside a low jumble of rock next to Richard. He picked a stick up off the ground and dipped it in a small container from his pack. He then wiped the stick across the top of a high point on the rock. "I'm putting some pine resin on this rock," he told the men. "Hold your torches over it so that when I strike a spark and the resin flames up, it will light the torches." Pine resin, painstakingly collected from rotting trees, was valuable for starting fires in the rain. A spark would ignite it even when wet. It burned hot enough to often be able to catch damp wood on fire. Richard had always seemed at home in the dark. Kalin had never seen him need to have light like this. She stared intently out into the night, wondering what it was he thought might be out there that they couldn't see. "Kara," Richard whispered, "pass the word back. I want everyone to get out a weapon, now." Without hesitation, Kara turned to pass on the orders. After a seemingly endless span of silence, broken only by the soft whisper of steel sliding past leather, word came back, and she leaned down toward Richard. "Done." Richard looked up at Kalin and Jensen. "Both of you as well." Kalin drew her sword. Jensen, her silver-handled dagger with the ornate letter R that stood for the House of Rawl. Richard struck the spark. The pine pitch flamed up with an angry hiss. The torches caught. Light ignited in the heart of the dark forest.
In the sudden harsh glare, everyone turned and looked about to see what might be hiding in the darkness around them. Men gasped. In the trees all around them, perched on branches everywhere, sat black-tipped races. Hundreds of them. Beady black eyes watched the people. In that moment of sudden bright light, everything but the flickering flame was silent and still. With a burst of wild cries, the races launched their attack. From all around, all at once, the races descended on them. The night air suddenly filled with a riot of glossy black feathers, the sweep of huge wings, hooked beaks, and reaching talons. After such a long silence, the sound of piercing cries and beating wings was deafening. Everywhere the people met the attack with fierce determination. Some of the men were knocked to the ground or stumbled and fell. Others cried out as they tried to protect themselves with one arm while driving off the attack with the other. Men hacked at the races atop their friends and turned to ward off other screeching beasts that flew in toward them. Kaelin saw the red-striped breast of a race abruptly appear right before her face. She swung her sword, lopped off a wing, and spun around, bringing the sword up to hit another bird coming in from the other side. She stabbed a race on the ground at her feet as it reached in with its beak like a vulture to try to rip flesh from her leg. Richard's sword was a blur of silver slashing through the winged attackers. A cloud of black feathers surrounded him. The birds were attacking everyone, but the assault appeared to be centered around Richard. It almost seemed as if the races were trying to drive the people back from Richard so that more of the birds could get at him. Jensen frantically stabbed at birds going for him. Kaelin swung at others, knocking them to the ground, wounded or dead. With measured efficiency, Kara snatched them out of the air and swiftly wrung their necks. Everywhere, men stabbed, cut, and hacked at the onslaught of fierce raptors. Some men used their torches as weapons. The night was filled with the screams of the birds, with the flapping of wings, with the thud of weapons striking home. Birds tumbled and fell as they were hit. More dove in to take their place. The trees all around poured the monstrous birds down on them. Wounded and dying birds struggling on the ground made the forest floor a writhing sea of black feathers. The ferocity of the attack was frightening, and then it was suddenly over. A few of the birds on the ground, wings spread, still tried to get up, their feathers making a silken rasp as they rubbed against the feathers of dead birds beneath them. Here and there, men stabbed or chopped at a bird still alive on the ground at their feet. It wasn't long before all the creatures finally went still. No more races came from the sky. Dead races mounded up against Richard like snow drifted in a storm. Men panted as they held torches aloft. They peered into the darkness beyond the light, looking for any sign of more trouble from above. But for the hissing of the torches, the night was silent. The branches of the trees all around appeared to be empty. Kaelin could see scratches and cuts on Richard's arms and hands. She waded through the sea of dead birds to get to his pack sitting on a nearby rock. The forest floor around him was nearly knee-deep with dead races. She had to flip a dead bird off Richard's pack. Pushing her hand down into his pack, she blindly searched until her fingers found a folded wax paper that contained a salve. Kara rushed in close to Richard when she saw him unsteady on his feet. She grasped his arm, lending him support.
What in the world was that all about?
Jensen asked, panting, still catching her breath as she pulled strands of red ringlets off her sweaty face.
I guess they finally decided to try to get us, Owen said.
Jensen patted Betty's head when the goat stepped unhurt through the corpses of races to get in closer to her friends.
One thing for sure is that they finally found us again.
There was an important difference this time, Richard said. They weren't following us. They were here, waiting for us.
Everyone stared at him.
What do you mean?
Kaelin paused at daubing salve on his cuts.
They've followed us before. They must have seen us.
Betty moved in closer, leaning against Kaelin's leg to stand and watch her and Richard talking. Kaelin wasn't in the mood to be scratching the goat's ears, so she pushed her out of the way.
Richard laid a hand on Kara's shoulder to steady himself. Kalen noticed how he swayed on his feet. At times he was having difficulty standing. "No, they haven't been following us. The skies have been empty." Richard gestured to the dead birds all around him. "These races weren't following us. They were waiting for us. They knew we were coming here. They lay in wait." That was a chilling thought, if it was true. Kalen straightened, holding the waxed paper in one hand, a finger of her other hand loaded with salve, waiting. How could they possibly know where we were going? "That's what I'd like to know," Richard said. Nicholas glided back into his body, his mouth still opened wide in a yawn that was not a yawn. He stretched his neck to one side and then the other. He smiled with his delight in the game. It had been dazzling. It had been delicious. His widening grin bared his teeth. Nicholas staggered to his feet, wavering unsteadily for a moment. It reminded him of the way Richard Rahl swayed on his feet, dizzy with the effects of a poison that was inexorably doing its deadly work. Poor Richard Rahl needed the last dose of the antidote. Nicholas opened his mouth again in a yawn that was not a yawn, twisting his head, eager to be away, eager to learn more. He would return soon enough. He would watch them. Watch them as they worried, as they struggled in vain to understand what was happening. Watch them as they approached. They would reach him in mere hours. The fun was truly about to begin. Nicholas wound his way across the room, stepping between the bodies sprawled everywhere. They had all died suddenly when the races were killed. Here and there the dead were stacked in piles atop one another, the way the races in those dark woods had been heaped around Richard Rahl. Such violent deaths. Those spirits had been horrified as they were slaughtered, but there was nothing they could do to stop it. Nicholas had controlled their souls, their fate. Now they were beyond his control. Now they belonged to the keeper of the dead. Nicholas ran his fingernails back through his hair, shivering with delight as he felt the slick oils glide through his fingers and against his palm. He had to drag 3 bodies aside before he could get at the door. He threw the heavy latch over and opened the thick door. "Najari!" The man stood not far away, leaning against the wall, waiting. His muscular form straightened.
What is it?
Nicholas opened his arm back in a graceful indication, his fingers tipped with black nails stretching wide. "There is a mess in here that needs to be cleaned up. Get some men and have these bodies taken away." Najari stepped to the door and stretched his neck to peer into the room.
"The whole crowd we brought in?"
"Yes," Nicholas snapped. "I needed them all. And some more I had the soldiers fetch for me. I'm done with them all now. Get rid of them." When the races had attacked, each had been driven by the soul of one of these ungifted people, and each of those souls had been driven by Nicholas. It had been a stupendous achievement. The simultaneous command of so many with such precision and coordination. When the races had been killed, though, so too died the bodies back in the room with Nicholas. He supposed that one day he really should learn how to call back such spirits when their hosts died. It would save him from having to get new ones each time. But people were plentiful. Besides, if he were to find a way to call them back, then he would have to mind the people once their spirits returned, after they had learned his use of them. Still, it was annoying when Richard Rahl killed those Nicholas used to help him watch.
"How much longer?"
Najari asked. Nicholas smiled, knowing what the man was curious about. "Soon, very soon. You must get these people out of here before they arrive. Then, keep your men out of the way. Let them do as they will." Najari flashed a cunning smile.
"As you wish, Nicholas."
Nicholas lifted an eyebrow. "Emperor, Nicholas?" Najari chuckled as he started away to get his men.
"Emperor, Nicholas."
"You know, Najari, I've been thinking." Najari turned back.
"About what?"
"About Jagang. We've worked so hard. What reason is there for me to bow to him? A legion of my silent army could swoop in upon him, and that would be that. I wouldn't even need an army. He could mount his horse one day, and I would be there in the beast waiting to throw him and trample him to death. Najari rubbed his stubble. True enough. Of what use is Jagang, really? I could just as easily rule the Imperial Order. In fact, I would be better suited to it. Najari cocked his head. Then what of the plans we've already laid? Nicholas shrugged. Why change them? But why should I give the Mother Confessor to Jagang? And why let him have the world? Perhaps I will keep her for my own amusement, and have the world as well. Chapter 56. Richard pressed his back up against the clapboard wall. He had to pause a moment, waiting for the world to stop spinning. He was so cold he felt numb. As dark as it was, he was having difficulty seeing, but it was more than the darkness. He knew that his sight was beginning to fail him. At night it was worse. He had always been able to see better at night than most other people. Now he was no better able to see at night than Kalin. That wasn't a big difference, but he knew it was meaningful. The third stage of the poison had begun. Fortunately, they were close to having the final dose. "This is the alleyway here," Owen whispered. Richard looked up and down the street. He didn't see anything moving. The city of Houghton was asleep. He wished he could be, too. He was so exhausted and dizzy he could hardly put one foot in front of the other. He had to take shallow breaths to keep from coughing. Coughing brought on the worst pain. At least he wasn't coughing up blood. Coughing now, though, could be fatal, so he swallowed, trying to stifle the urge. If they made any noise, it might alert the soldiers. When Owen moved into the alleyway, Richard, Kalin, Kara, Jensen, Tom, Anson, and a handful of their men followed in single file. There had been no lights burning in the windows facing the streets. As the small group moved through the alley close to the walls, Richard saw no windows. A few of the walls did have doors. At a narrow space between buildings, Owen turned in, following the brick path hardly wider than Richard's shoulders. Richard seized Owen by the arm. "Is this the only way in?" "No. See there? The walkway goes through to the street in front, and there is another door inside that comes up on the other side of the building." Satisfied that they had alternative escape routes, Richard gave Owen a nod. They took the dark stairwell down to a room at the bottom under the building. Tom struck flint to steel a number of times until he managed to light a candle. Once the candle was lit, Richard gazed around at the small, empty, windowless room. "What is this place?" "The basement of a palace," Owen said. Richard frowned at the man. "What are we doing here?" Owen hesitated and glanced at Kalin. Kalin saw the look. She pushed Richard down until he sat and leaned back against the wall. A footsore Betty squeezed between them and lay down beside Richard, pleased to have a rest. Jensen squatted close on the other side of Betty. Kara closed him in from the other side. Kalin knelt in front of him and then sat back on her heels. "Richard, I asked Owen to bring us here, to a place where we would be safe. We can't all go into that building to get the antidote." "I suppose not. That's a good idea. Owen and I will go. The rest of you can stay here where no one will spot you." He started to get up, but Kalin pushed him back down. "Richard, you have to wait here. You can't go. You're dizzy. You need to save your strength." Richard gazed into her green eyes, eyes that always captivated him, always made everything else but her seem unimportant. He wished they could be alone somewhere peaceful, like the home he had built for her back in the mountains where he had taken her to recover after she had been hurt, when she had lost their unborn child after being beaten nearly to death by those brutes. She was the most precious thing alive. She was everything. He wanted so much for her to be safe. "I'm strong enough," he said. "I'll be fine." "If you start coughing in that place where the soldiers are, then you'll be caught and never get out, much less recover the antidote. You and Owen would both be caught." There is no telling how many soldiers are in there. What will happen to us if you're caught? What would happen if—" Her voice trailed off. She hooked a stray strand of hair behind an ear. "Look, Richard, Owen went in there before. He can go in there again." Richard saw desperation in her eyes. She was terrified of losing him. He hated that he was making her afraid. "That's right, Lord Rahl," Owen assured him. "I will get the antidote and bring it to you." "While we're waiting, you can get some rest," Kalin said. "Some sleep would do you more good than anything else until they bring back the antidote." Richard couldn't debate how tired he was. He still didn't like the idea of not going himself. "Tom could go with him," Kara suggested. Richard looked up into Kara's blue eyes. He looked up into Kalin's eyes. He knew he had already lost this argument. "How far is this place?" Richard asked Owen. "A goodly distance. Here we are just at the fringe of the city. I wanted to take us to a place where we would be less likely to encounter soldiers. The antidote is at most an hour distant. I thought it best if we were not too far into the city if we had to get back out, but we are close enough so that you will not have long to wait for the antidote." Richard nodded. "All right. We'll wait here for you and Tom." Kalin paced in the small, damp basement as the others sat against the wall, waiting in silence. She couldn't stand the tension. It felt too much like a death watch. They were so close that it made it seem impossibly far. They had waited so long that the small amount of time left seemed an eternity that would never end. Kalin told herself to calm down. Shortly, Richard would have the antidote. He would be better then. He would be cured of the poison then. But what if it didn't work? What if he had already waited so long that he was beyond any cure? No, the man who had made the poison and the antidote had told Owen that this last dose would cure Richard of the poison for good. Because of the beliefs of these people, they would be certain that the poison was reversible. They would never have used it if they believed it would risk a life. But what if what they believed was wrong? Kalin rubbed her shoulders as she paced and admonished herself to stop inventing problems to worry about. They had enough real problems without letting her imagination get carried away. They would get the antidote, and then they would address the problem with Richard's gift. After that, they had to turn their attention to larger issues of Jagang and his army. When Kalin glanced over and saw that Richard had fallen sound asleep, she decided to go outside and watch for Owen and Tom. Kara, leaning against the wall beside Richard, guarding him while he slept, nodded when Kalin whispered to her, telling her where she was going. Jensen, seeing that Kalin was heading for the door, quietly followed her out. Betty had fallen asleep beside Richard, so Jensen left her there. The moonlit night had cooled. Kalin thought she should be sleepy, but she was wide awake. She followed the brick path out between the buildings toward the alley.
"Owen will be back soon," Jensen said. "Try not to worry. It will be over soon."
Kalin glanced over in the dark. "Even after he has the antidote, we still have his gift to worry about. Zed is too far. We're going to have to get to Nietzsche right away. She is the only one close enough that might know what to do to help him."
"Do you think the trouble with his gift is getting worse?"
Kalin was haunted by the pain she so often saw in his eyes. But there was more to it. "When he used the sword the last 2 times, I could see that even the sword's magic had failed him. He's in more trouble with his gift than he will admit." Jensen chewed her lower lip as she watched Kalin pace.
"Tonight he will have the antidote," she finally said in soft assurance. "Soon we can be on our way to Nietzsche."
Kalin turned when she thought she heard a noise in the distance. It had sounded like the crunch of a footstep. 2 dark figures appeared off at the end of the alleyway. By the way one of them towered over the other, Kalin was pretty sure that it was Tom and Owen. She wanted to run to meet them, but she knew how deadly tricks could be, so she drew Jensen back with her around the corner of the building into the darkest part of the shadows. This was no time to get careless. When the 2 men reached the narrow walkway and started to turn in, Kalin stepped out in front of them, prepared to unleash her power if necessary.
Mother Confessor, it's me, Tom, and Owen, Tom whispered.
Jensen let out a breath.
Are we ever glad to see you back?
Owen looked both ways down the alley. When he turned to check, Kalen saw moonlight reflect off tears running down his face.
Mother Confessor,
We have trouble, Tom said. Owen spread his hands.
Mother Confessor, I...
Kalen grabbed his shirt in both hands.
What's wrong? The antidote was there, wasn't it? You have it, don't you?
No.
Owen choked back his tears and pulled out a folded piece of paper.
Instead of the bottle of antidote, I found this in its hiding place.
Kalen snatched it out of his hands. With trembling fingers, she unfolded the paper. She turned as she held it close so she could read it in the light of the moon. I have the antidote. I also hold by a thread the lives of the people of Bandakar. I can end all their lives as easily as I can end the life of Richard Rahl. I will give over the antidote and the lives of all the people in this empire in exchange for the Mother Confessor. Bring the Mother Confessor to the bridge over the river 1 mile to the east of where you are. In 1 hour, if I do not have the Mother Confessor, I will pour the antidote in the river, and then I will see to it that all the people of this city die. Signed, Emperor Nicholas. Kalen, her heart racing out of control, started east. Tom grabbed her arm and held her back. Mother Confessor, I know what it says. Kalen's hands wouldn't stop shaking.
Then you know why I have no choice.
Jensen put herself in front of Kalen to stop her from starting out once again.
What does the letter say? Nicholas wants me in exchange for the antidote.
Jensen put her hands against Kalen's shoulders to stop her.
What?
That's what the letter says. Nicholas wants me in exchange for the lives of everyone else in this empire and the antidote to save Richard's life.
The lives of everyone else? But how could he carry out such a threat?
Nicholas is a wizard. There are any number of deadly things available to such a man. If nothing else, he could use wizard's fire and incinerate the entire city.
But his magic won't harm the people here. They're pristinely ungifted, the same as me.
If he uses wizard's fire to set a building ablaze, like we did to those soldiers sleeping back in Owen's town, it won't matter to the people inside how the fire started. Once the buildings catch fire, then it's just regular fire. Fire that will kill anyone. If not that, Nicholas has soldiers here. He could immediately start executing people. He could have thousands beheaded in hardly any time at all. I can't even imagine what else he could do. But he put this letter where the antidote was hidden, so I know he's not bluffing. Kalen stepped around Jensen and started out again. She couldn't make herself stop trembling. She tried to slow her racing heart, but that didn't work either. Richard had to have the antidote. That was what mattered. She focused her attention ahead as she marched swiftly up the dark street. Tom paced along beside her, opposite Jensen. Mother Confessor, wait. We have to think this out. I already have. We can take a force of men to the meeting place. Take the antidote by force. Kalen kept going.
From a wizard? I don't think so. Besides, if Nicholas were to see such a force coming, he would probably pour the antidote in the river. Then what? We have to do as he demands. We have to get our hands on the antidote, get it safely away from them.
What makes you think that after Nicholas has you, he won't then pour it in the river? Tom asked.
We'll have to make the exchange in a way that best ensures we get the antidote. We aren't going to rely on his goodwill and honesty. Owen and Jensen are pristinely ungifted. They won't be harmed by his magic. They can help make sure we get the antidote in the exchange.
Jensen pulled her hair away from her face as she leaned close.
Kalen, you can't do this. You can't. Please. Richard will go crazy. We all will. Please, for his sake, don't do this.
At least he will be alive to go crazy. Tears streamed down Jensen's face.
But this is suicide.
Kalen watched the buildings, the streets, making sure there were no troops to hem them in. Let's hope Nicholas thinks so, too.
Mother Confessor, Owen pleaded, you can't do this. This is what Lord Rahl has shown us is wrong. You can't bargain with a man like Nicholas. You can't try to appease evil. I have no intention of appeasing Nicholas. Jensen wiped tears from her cheek. What do you mean? Kaelin stiffened her resolve. What is our best chance of getting rid of the Imperial Order in this city and all of Bandakar? Eliminating Nicholas. How better to get close to him than to make him think he has won? Jensen blinked in surprise. You intend to touch him with your power. That's what you're thinking, isn't it? You think you will have a chance to touch him with your confessor's power. If I get him in my sight, he's dead. Richard would never agree to this, Jensen said. I'm not asking him. This is my decision. Tom stepped in front of her, blocking the way. Mother Confessor, I'm sworn to protect the Lord Rahl, and I understand risking your life to protect him. But this is different. You may be acting to try to save his life, but at what cost? We would lose too much. You can't do this. Owen moved around in front of her, too. I agree. Lord Rahl will be more than crazy if you exchange yourself for the antidote. Jensen nodded her agreement. He will kill us all. He will take off our heads for allowing you to do this. Kaelin smiled at their tense expressions. She put a hand to the side of Jensen's face. Remember back just after we'd met you, and I told you that there were times when there was no choice but to act? Jensen nodded, her tears returning. This is one of those times. Richard is getting sicker by the day. He's dying. If he doesn't get the antidote, he has no chance and will soon be dead. That's the truth of the way things are. How can we let this chance slip away from us? There are no more opportunities after this. Our chances to save him will forever be lost. It will be the end. I don't want to live without him. I don't want the rest of our people to live without him. If I do this, then Richard will live. If Richard lives, then there will still be a chance for me too. I can touch Nicholas with my power, or Richard and the rest of you can think of something to do to save me. But if Richard dies, then our chances end. But Mother Confessor, Jensen sobbed, if you do this, then we'll lose you. Kaelin looked to each face, her anger rising. If any of you have a better idea, then put words to it. Otherwise, you are risking me losing the only chance left. No one had anything to say. Kaelin was the only one with a realistic plan of action. The rest of them had only wishes. Wishing would not save Richard. Kaelin started out once again, hurrying her pace to get there in time. Chapter 57. Kaelin paused in the quiet darkness not far from the bridge. She could just make out what appeared to be a burly man standing on the other side. He was all alone. She couldn't see his face or tell what he looked like. She scanned the far bank of the river along with the trees and buildings she could make out in the moonlight, looking for soldiers or anyone else. Jensen clutched her arm. Kaelin, please. Her voice was choked with tears. Kaelin felt oddly calm. There were no options for her to weigh, so she suffered no gnawing indecision. There was only one choice. Richard lived, or he died. It was as simple as that. The choice was clear. Her mind was made up, and with that came clarity and determination. She could now focus on what she was to do. The river through the city was larger than Kaelin had expected. The steep banks to each side, in this area anyway, were a few dozen feet high and lined with stone blocks. The bridge itself, wide enough for wagons to pass each other, had 2 arches to make the span and side rails with simple stone caps. The waters below were dark and swift. It was not a river she would want to have to try to swim. Kaelin approached as far as the foot of the bridge and stopped. The man on the other side watched her. "Do you have the antidote?" she called over to him. He lifted what looked like a little bottle high above his head. He lowered the arm and pointed to the bridge. He wanted her to come across. "Mother Confessor," Owen pleaded, "won't you reconsider?" She gazed into his wet eyes. "Reconsider what? If I will have Richard live rather than let him succumb to the poison?" If I will try to kill Nicholas in order to make it possible to defeat them and for your people to have a better chance to free themselves? How would I ever live with myself if Richard died without the antidote, and I knew there was something I could have done that would have saved him and also have given me a chance to get close enough to Nicholas to eliminate him? I couldn't live with myself if I failed to do this. We are fighting this war to stop people like this, people who bring death upon us, people who want us dead because they cannot stand that we live our lives as we wish, that we are successful and happy. These people hate life. They worship death. They demand that we do the same and join them in their misery. As Mother Confessor, I decree vengeance without mercy against the imperial order. Changing from our course is suicide. I will not reconsider.
What would you have us tell Lord Rahl? Tom asked.
She smiled. That I love him, but he knows that.
Kaelin unbuckled her sword belt and handed it to Jensen.
Owen, come with me.
Kaelin started out, but Jensen threw her arms around her and hugged her fiercely.
Don't worry, she whispered. We'll get the antidote to Richard, and then we'll come back for you.
Kaelin hugged Jensen briefly, whispering her thanks, and then started onto the bridge. Owen walked at her side, saying nothing. The man on the far side watched, but stayed where he was. In the center of the bridge, Kaelin stopped.
Bring the bottle, she called across.
Come over here and you can have it.
If you want me, you will come to the center of the bridge and give the bottle to this man to take back, as Nicholas offered.
The man stood for a time as if considering. He looked like a soldier. He didn't match the description of Nicholas that Owen had given her. Finally, he started onto the arch of the bridge. Owen whispered that it looked like the commander he had seen with Nicholas. Kaelin waited, watching the man walk through the moonlight. He wore a knife at one side and a sword at his other hip. When he had almost reached her, he came to a halt and waited. Kaelin held her hand out.
The note said we were to trade, me for what Nicholas has.
The man, his crooked nose flattened to the side, smiled. So we were.
I am the Mother Confessor. Either give me the bottle, or you die here now.
He pulled the square-sided bottle from his pocket and placed it in her hand. Kaelin saw that it was full of clear liquid. She pulled the cork and smelled it. It had the slight aroma of cinnamon, as had the other bottles of the antidote.
He goes back with this,
Kaelin said to the grim-looking man as she handed Owen the bottle.
And you come with me, the man said as he grabbed her wrist, or we all die on this bridge. He may go, as agreed, but if you try to run, you will die.
Kaelin glanced to Owen.
Go, she growled.
Owen looked over at the man with black hair, then back to her. He looked like he had a lot to say, but he nodded, and then ran back over the bridge to where Tom and Jensen stood waiting, watching. When Owen reached the other two, the man said,
Let's go unless you'd like to die here.
Kaelin yanked her arm back. When he turned and started out, she followed behind him as they crossed the rest of the way over the bridge. She scanned the shadows among the trees on the far side of the river, the 1,000 hiding places among buildings beyond, the streets in the distance. She didn't see anyone, but that didn't make her feel any better. Nicholas was there, somewhere, hiding in the darkness, waiting to have her. Suddenly, the night lit up from behind. Kaelin spun and saw the bridge enveloped in a boiling ball of flame. The fire turned black as it billowed up. Stones sailed into the air above the inferno. As the luminous cloud rose, she could see the bridge beneath the roaring fireball crumpling. The arches caved in on themselves, and the entire structure began the long drop into the river. With icy dread, Kaelin wondered if there were any more bridges across the river. How would she get back to Richard if she succeeded? How was help going to get to her if she didn't? On the far side, Kaelin could see Tom, Jensen, and Owen running back up the road toward where Richard slept. They were not about to waste time watching a bridge being destroyed. At the thought of Richard, Kaelin almost let out a sob. The man unexpectedly shoved her.
Move!
She glared at him,
at his self-satisfied smile, at the smug confidence she saw in his eyes. As she walked ahead of this man, and he occasionally shoved her, Kalen's temper was on a low boil. She had the urge to use her power and take out the despicable brute, but she had to concentrate on the task at hand, Nicholas. Walking up the street leading away from the river, she was just able to make out soldiers hanging back in the shadows on the dark side streets, blocking every escape route. It didn't matter. At the moment, she wasn't interested in escape, but in her objective. The man behind her, as arrogantly as he was behaving, was also wary and treated her with cautious contempt. The farther she walked into the city on the far side of the river, the closer the clusters of small buildings were packed together. Side streets of narrow, twisting warrens ran off among the ramshackle structures. What trees there were grew crowded in close to the street. Their branches hung out over her like arms raised to snatch her in their claws. Kalen tried not to think about how deep she was getting into enemy territory and how many men were surrounding her. The last time she had been surrounded and trapped by such savage men, she had been beaten and had come perilously close to dying. Her unborn child had died. Her child. Richard's child. She had also lost a kind of innocence that day, a simplistic sense of her invincibility. In its place had come the understanding of how frail life was, how frail her own life was, and how easily it could be lost. She knew how much it had hurt Richard to fear he might lose her. She remembered the terrible agony in his eyes every time he had looked at her. It was completely different from the pain she saw in his eyes from his gift. It had been a helpless suffering for her. She hated the thought of that pain returning to haunt him. From the shadows to the right side, a man stepped out from behind a building. He wore black robes, covered in layers of what looked like strips of cloth, almost as if he were covered in black feathers. They lifted in the breeze created by his stride, lending him an unsettling floating fluidity as he moved. His hair was slicked back with oils that glistened in the moonlight. Close-set small black eyes rimmed in red peered out at her from an altogether unwholesome face. He held his wrists to his chest, as if he were holding back claws tipped with black fingernails. Kalen needed no introduction to know that this was Nicholas the Slide. She had taken confessions from men who appeared to be no more than polite young men, working fathers or kindly grandfathers, but in truth were men who had carried out acts of ruthless cruelty. To look at them behind their bench where they made shoes, or behind a counter where they sold bread, or in a field tending their animals, it would be difficult to believe them capable of their vile crimes. But looking at Nicholas, Kalen saw such utter corruption that it tainted everything about the man, right down to the indecent squint of his eyes. "The prize of prizes," Nicholas hissed. He reached out, making a fist. "And I have her." Kalen hardly heard him. She was already lost to the commitment of wielding her power. This was the man who held the lives of innocent people hostage. This was the man who had brought suffering and death in his shadow. This was the man who would kill her and Richard if given the chance. She snatched his outstretched wrist, capped with his fist. He appeared no more than a statue before her. The night, sprinkled with a vault of stars, seemed cold and distant. Beneath her grip of him, Kalen could feel Nicholas tense, as if to draw back his arm, but it was too late. He had no chance. He was hers. Time was hers. The men all around who had begun rushing in were far too distant to matter. They could never reach her in time to save Nicholas. Not even the man who had brought her from the bridge, who now stood not more than a few paces away, was close enough to matter. Time was hers. Nicholas was hers. She gave no thought to what those men would do to her. Right then it didn't matter. Right then nothing but her ability to do what needed doing mattered. This man had to be eliminated. This was the enemy. This was the man who had invaded a land to torture, rape, and murder innocent people in the name of the imperial order. This was a man who had been mutated by magic into a monster designed to destroy them. This man was a tool of conquest, a being of evil. This was the man who held Richard's life in the balance. The power within raged to be released. All her emotions evaporated from the heat of that power. She no longer felt fear, hate, anger, horror. The emotions behind her reasons were now gone. In the all-consuming race of time suspended before the violent rush of her power, she felt only a resolute determination. Her power had become an instrument of pure reason. All her barriers fell before it. In an infinitesimal spark of time, as she watched the beady eyes staring at her, her power became all. As she had done countless times before, Kaelin released her restraint on it and released herself into the flux of violence focused to a singular purpose. Where she should have felt the exquisite release of merciless force, she felt instead a terrifying emptiness. Where there should have been the fierce twisting of her power through this man's mind, there was nothing. Kaelin's eyes went wide as she gasped, as she felt hot pain knife through her, as she felt the thrust of something foreign and terrible beyond anything she could have imagined. Hot agony lanced through her consciousness all the way into her very soul. It felt as if her insides were being ripped apart. She tried to scream, but couldn't. The night went blacker still. Kaelin heard laughter echoing through her soul. Chapter 58. Richard's eyes popped open. He felt suddenly, completely, horrifyingly wide awake. The hair at the back of his neck lifted. It felt as if all his hair wanted to stand on end. His heart raced nearly out of control. He shot to his feet. Kara, right beside him, caught his arm, surprised to see him suddenly stand up. Looking as if she feared he might fall, she frowned in concern. "Lord Ral, what's the matter? Are you all right?" The room was silent. Startled faces all around stared at him. "Get out!" he yelled. "Get your things! Everyone out now!" Nekad Empire by Terry Goodkind, continuing on page 595. Richard snatched up his pack. He didn't see Kaelin, but saw her pack and grabbed it as well. He wondered if he might still be dreaming, but he never remembered his dreams. He wondered if the feeling might be some lingering dread from a dream. No, it was real. At first made confused and indecisive by Richard's sudden commands, when the men saw him urgently picking up his gear, everyone scooped up their things and scrambled to their feet. Men everywhere were snatching anything they saw lying about, no matter whose it was. "Move!" Richard yelled as he pushed hesitant men toward the door. "Go! Move! Move! Move!" It felt as if something brushed against him, a sliding caress of his flesh, something warm and wicked. Goosebumps tingled up his arms. "Hurry!" Men scrambled wildly up the dark stairs ahead of him. Betty, caught up in the mood of panicked escape, shot between his legs and ran up the steps. Kara was close behind him. The hair at the nape of his neck prickled as if lightning was about to strike. Richard scanned the dark, empty room. "Where's Kaelin and Jensen?" "They went outside before," Kara said. "Good. Let's go." Just as Richard reached the top of the stairs, a fiery blast from back in the room knocked him sprawling. Kara fell on his legs. The stairwell lit in a flash of yellow and orange light as the entire basement filled with flames. Gouts of fire rolled up the stairwell. Richard seized Kara's arm and dove with her through the open doorway. As they burst out into the night, the building behind them erupted in a thunderous roar of flames. Parts of the building broke apart, lifting in the billowing blaze. Richard and Kara ducked as flaming boards fell all around them, bouncing and flipping across the ground lit by the glow. Finally away from the burning building, Richard made a quick appraisal of the alley,
looking to see if there were any soldiers about to set upon them. Not seeing anyone he didn't recognize, he started the men moving down the alley to put some distance between them and the burning building. "We have to get away from here," Richard told Anson. "Nicholas knew we were here. The fire will draw attention and troops. We haven't much time." Looking around, he still didn't see Kalen anywhere. His concern rising, he spotted Jensen, Tom, and Owen running up the alley toward him. By the looks on their faces, he immediately knew that something was wrong. Richard seized Jensen's arm as she ran up close. "Where's Kalen?" Jensen gulped air. "Richard, she... Jensen burst into tears. Owen waved a square-sided bottle and a piece of paper as he, too, wept uncontrollably. Richard looked at Tom, expecting an answer, and fast. "What's going on?" "Nicholas found the antidote. He offered it in trade, for the Mother Confessor. We tried to stop her, Lord Rawl. I swear we did. She wouldn't listen to any of us. She insisted that she was going to get the antidote and then stop Nicholas. After you have the antidote, if she fails to stop Nicholas and return, she wants you to come for her." The leaping flames lit the grim faces around him. "Once her mind is made up," Tom added, "there's no talking her out of it. She has a way of making you do as she says." Richard knew the truth of that. Amid the roar and crackle of the fire, the building groaned and popped. The roof began to fall in, sending showers of sparks skyward. Owen urgently handed the square-sided bottle to Richard. "Lord Rawl, she did it to get the antidote. She wanted you to have it so you could be well. She said that comes first, before it is too late." Richard pulled the cork on the bottle. It had the slight aroma of cinnamon. He took the first swallow, expecting a thick, sweet, spicy taste. It didn't taste that way at all. He looked at Jensen's and Owen's faces. "This is water." Jensen's eyes went wide. "What?" "Water. Water with a little cinnamon in it." Richard poured it on the ground. "It's not the antidote. She traded herself to Nicholas for nothing." Jensen, Owen, and Tom stood in mute shock. Richard felt a kind of detached calm. It was over. It was the end of everything. He now had a limited amount of time to do what had to be done, and then everything was at an end for him. "Let me see this note," he said to Owen. Owen handed it over. Richard had no trouble reading by the light coming from the fire. As Kara, Tom, Jensen, and Owen watched, he read it over 3 times. Finally, his arm lowered. Kara snatched the note away and read it for herself. Richard gazed up the alleyway at the burning building, trying to figure it out. How did Nicholas know that someone was coming for the antidote? He said we had an hour. How did he know we were here, this close, and coming for it, in order to write in the note that he gave us an hour? "Maybe he didn't," Kara said. "Maybe he wrote the note days ago. Maybe he just wrote that to make us rush without thinking." "Maybe," Richard gestured behind him. "But how did he know we were here?" "Magic?" Jensen offered. Richard didn't like the idea that Nicholas apparently knew so much and was always one step ahead of them. "How did you know that Nicholas was about to set this place ablaze?" Kara asked him. "I woke suddenly," Richard said. "My headache was gone, and I just knew we had to get out at once." "So your gift worked?" "I guess so. It does that. It works sometimes to warn me." He wished he could somehow make it more dependable. At least this time it had been, or they would all be dead. Tom peered out into the night. "So you think Nicholas is close? That he knew where we were and set the place afire?" "No. I think he wants us to believe he's close. He's a wizard. He could have sent wizard's fire from a great distance. I'm no expert on magic. He might have used some other means to set the fire from a distance." Richard turned to Owen. "Take me to this building where you hid the antidote, where Nicholas was when you first saw him." Without hesitation, Owen started out. The rest of the small group followed after him. "Do you think she will be there?" Jensen asked. "There's only one way to find out." By the time they reached the river, they were out of breath. Richard was furious to find the bridge gone, With stone blocks from it scattered on the banks far below, the rest of it had apparently vanished beneath the dark water. Owen and some of the other men said that there was another bridge farther to the north, so they took off in that direction, following the road that twisted along beside the river. Before they reached the bridge, a knot of soldiers rushed out from a side street with weapons raised, yelling battle cries. The night rang with the distinctive sound of Richard's sword being drawn. While the blade was free, its magic was not. With the heart-pounding threat, it didn't matter. Richard had anger to spare and met the enemy with a cry of his own. The first man lunged. Richard's strike was so violent it cleaved the burly man down through the leather armor over his shoulder to his opposite hip. As Richard spun without pause to a soldier coming at him from behind, he brought the sword around with such speed that the man was beheaded before he had cocked his sword arm. Richard drew his elbow back, smashing the face of a man rushing in to stab him from behind. A quick thrust took down another man before Richard could turn to finish the man behind, who had dropped to his knees, his hands covering his bleeding face. A moonlit flash of Richard's sword brought measured death. Tom slashed through the men at the same time as Kara's Aegil took others down. Cries of surprised pain shattered the quiet of the night. All the while, Richard swept through the enemy like a wind-borne shadow. In mere moments, the night was again silent. Richard, Tom, and Kara had eliminated the enemy squad before any of their men could react to the threat that had come out of the darkness. Scarcely had they caught their breath when Richard was already charging onward to the bridge. When they reached it, 2 slouching Imperial Order soldiers stood guard, pikes standing upright. The guards seemed to be surprised that people would be running toward them at night, probably because the people of Bandakar had never before dared to cause them any trouble. The 2 guards stood watching Richard come until he pulled his sword from behind and took them down with a rapid thrust to the first man and a powerful sweeping slice that cut the second in 2 along with the pike standing at his side. The small company raced unopposed across the bridge and into the darkness among the crowded buildings. Owen directed Richard at every turn as they rushed onward toward the place where Owen had hidden the antidote, and where he had recovered, instead of the antidote, the note demanding Kalin in exchange for Richard's life, in exchange for the lives of an empire naked to the dark talents of Nicholas the Slide. In the somber heart of the city made up of small, squat, mostly single-story buildings, Owen pulled Richard to a stop. "Lord Ral, down here at the corner we turn to the right. A short distance beyond is a square where people often gather. At the far end of the square will be a building taller than those around it. That is the place. Down a small street to the side of it, there will be an alleyway that runs behind the building. That is the way I got in before." Richard nodded. "Let's go." Without waiting to see if the tired men were with him, he started out, keeping in close to the buildings, to the shadows cast by the moon. Richard moved around the building at the corner. Hung over a small front window was a carved sign displaying loaves of bread. It was still too early for the baker to be at work. Richard looked up and froze. There before him was the square with trees and benches. The building across the open square was in ruin. Only smoldering timbers remained. A small crowd had gathered around, watching what had hours ago obviously been a large fire. "Dear spirits," Jensen whispered in horror. She covered her mouth, fearing to speak aloud the worry on everyone's mind. "She wouldn't be in there," Richard said in answer to the unspoken fear. "Nicholas wouldn't take her back here just to kill her." "Then why do this?" Anson asked. "Why burn the place down?" Richard watched the wisps of smoke slowly curling up into the cool night air, at his hopes disappearing. "To send me a message that he has her, and I'll not find her." "Lord Ral," Kara said under her breath, "I think we had better get out of here." From the darkness around the building that had burned down, Richard could just start to make out the sight of soldiers by the hundreds, no doubt waiting to catch them. "I feared as much," Owen said. "That's why I brought us in by such a circuitous route. See that road over there, where all the soldiers are? That's the road coming from the bridge we crossed." "How do they always know where we are, or where we will be?" Jensen whispered in frustration. "And when?" Kara grabbed Richard's shirt and started pulling him back. "There are too many. We don't know how many more are around us. We need to get out of here." Richard was loath to admit it, but she was right. "We have men waiting for us," Tom reminded him, "and a lot more coming." Richard's mind raced. Where was she? Finally, he nodded. The instant he did, Kara took him by his arm, and they dashed off into the darkness. Chapter 59. Under the sweep of stars, Richard willed himself to stand up straight and tall before all the men gathered beneath the spreading branches of the oak trees at the forest's edge. A few candles burned among the gathering so they could all see. By the time they charged into the city of Northwick to make their attack, it would just be light. Richard wanted nothing more than to get into the city and find Kalin, but he had to use everything he had at hand to help, or he might waste the chance. He had to do this first. Most of these men had never really fought before. Owen and Anson's men from the town of Witherton had been there at the first attack on the sleeping houses and had taken part in the skirmishes there. The rest of the men were from Northwick, where Richard had gone to see the Wise One. They had been in on the clashes with the soldiers who weren't poisoned. There had not been a great many enemy soldiers to fight, but the men had done what had to be done. If anything, those minor but bloody encounters had served only to make the men more determined, showing them that they could win freedom themselves, that they were in control of their own destiny. This, though, was different. This was going to be a battle on a scale they had not experienced. Worse, it was in a city that had, for the most part, willingly joined with the Order's cause. The populace was not likely to offer much help. Had he more time, Richard might have come up with a better plan that would have chipped away at the enemy's numbers first, but there was no time. It had to be now. Richard stood before the men, hoping to give them something to help them carry the day. He had trouble thinking of anything but finding Kalin. In order to have the best chance to save her, he put her from his mind and focused on the task at hand. "I had hoped we wouldn't have to do it this way," he said. "I had hoped we could do it in some manner like we've done before, with the fire or the poisoning, so that none of you would be hurt. We don't have that option. Nicholas knows we're here. If we run, his men will come after us. Some of us might escape, for a while." "We are finished running," Anson said. "That's right," Owen agreed. "We have learned that running and hiding brings only greater suffering." Richard nodded. "I agree. But you must understand that some of us are probably going to die today. Maybe most of us. Maybe all of us. If any of you choose not to fight, then we must know now. Once we go in, we'll all be depending on each other." He clasped his hands behind his back as he paced slowly before them. It was hard to make out their faces in the dim light. Richard knew, too, that his time was running out. His sight would only get worse. His dizziness would only get worse. He knew he was never going to get better. If he was to have a chance to get Kalin away from the men of the Order, it had to be at once, with these men or without them. When none said they wanted to quit, Richard went on. "We need to get to their commanders for two reasons: to find out where the Mother Confessor is being held, and to eliminate them so that they can't direct their soldiers against us. You all have weapons now, and in the limited time we've had, we've done our best to teach you how to use them. There's one other thing you must know. You will be afraid. So will I. To overcome this fear, you must use your anger." "Anger?" one of the men asked. "How can we bring forth anger when we're afraid?" "These men have raped your wives, your sisters, your mothers, daughters, aunts, cousins, and neighbors," Richard said as he paced. "Think about that when you look into the enemy's eyes as they come at you. They have taken most of the women away. You all know why. They have tortured children to make you give up. Think about the terror of your children as they screamed in fear and pain, dying bloody and alone after being mutilated by these men. The heat of Richard's anger seeped into his words. Think about that when you see their confident grins as they come at you. These men have tortured people you loved, people who never did anything against them. Think about that as these men come at you with their blood-stained hands. These men have sent many of your people away to be used as slaves. Many more of your people have been murdered by these men. Think about that when they come to murder you too. This is not about a difference of opinion or a disagreement. There can be no debate or uncertainty about this among moral men. This is about rape, torture, murder. Richard turned and faced the men. Think about that when you face these beasts. He tapped a fist to his chest as he ground his teeth. And when you face these men, men who have done all these things to you and your loved ones, face them with hate in your hearts. Fight them with hate in your hearts. Kill them with hate in your hearts. They deserve no better. The woods were silent as the men considered his chilling words. Richard knew that he had rage enough and hate enough to be eager to get at the men of the Imperial Order. He didn't know where Kaelin was, but he intended to find out and to have her back. She had done as she had to in order to get the antidote to save his life. He understood what she had done and couldn't fault her for it. That was the kind of woman she was. She loved him just as fiercely as he loved her. She had done what she had to do. But he was not going to let her down. She was depending on him to come for her. The terrible irony was that it had all been for nothing. The antidote she had made such a sacrifice to obtain was no antidote at all. Richard looked out at all their faces, so intent on what he had to tell them on the eve of such a momentous battle, and remembered then the words on the statue at the entrance to this land, the words of the wizard's 8th rule, Talga Vasternich. "There is one last thing to tell you," he said, "the most important thing of all." Richard faced them as the leader of the Daharan Empire, an empire struggling to survive, to be free, and told them those 2 words in their language. Deserve victory. It was just turning light as they charged into the city. Only one of them had remained behind, Jensen. Richard had forbidden her from joining the fight. Besides being young and not nearly as strong as the men they would come up against, she would only create a tempting target. Rape was a sacred weapon of the wicked, and one this enemy used religiously. The men of the Imperial Order would rally for such a prize. Kara was different. She was a trained warrior, and more lethal than any of them except Richard. Jensen hadn't been pleased to be left behind, but she had understood Richard's reasons and hadn't wanted to give him anything else to worry about. She and Betty had remained behind in the woods. A man they had sent out to scout because he knew the area well emerged from a side alley. As they reached him, they all moved up against the wall, trying to remain out of sight as best they could. "I found them," the scout said, trying to catch his breath. He pointed to the right of their route into the city. "How many?" Richard asked. "I think it must be their main force within the city, Lord Ral. It's where they sleep. They seem to still be there, as you expected, and not yet up. The place they've taken over contains buildings for city offices and administration. But I bring troubling news as well. They are being protected by the people of the city." Richard ran his fingers back through his hair. He had to concentrate to keep from coughing. He gripped the window frame of the building beside him to help himself stand. "What do you mean they are being protected?" "There are crowds of people from the city surrounding the place occupied by the soldiers. The people are there to protect the soldiers from us. They are there to stop us from attacking." Richard let out an angry breath. "All right." He turned back to the worried, expectant faces of all the men. "Now listen to me. We are joined in a battle against evil. If anyone sides with evil, if they protect evil men, then they are serving to perpetuate evil." One of the men looked unsure. "Are you saying that if they try to stop us, we might have to use force against them?" "What is it these people seek to accomplish? What is their goal?" They want to prevent us from eliminating the Imperial Order. Because they hate life, they despise freedom more than slavery." With grim determination, Richard met the men's gazes. "I'm saying that anyone who protects the enemy and seeks to keep them in power for whatever reason has sided with them. It's no more complicated than that. If they try to protect the enemy or hamper us from doing as we must, kill them." "But they aren't armed," a man said. Richard's anger flared. "They are armed with evil ideas that seek to enslave the world. If they succeed, you die. Saving the lives of innocent people and your loved ones, and having far less loss of life in the end, is best served by crushing the enemy as decisively and quickly as possible. Then there will be peace. If these people try to prevent that, then they are in effect siding with those who torture and murder. They help them to live another day to murder again. Such people must not be treated any differently than what they in truth are, servants of evil. If they try to stop you, kill them." There was a moment of silence, then Anson put a fist to his heart. "With hate in my heart, vengeance without mercy." Looks of iron determination spread back through the men. They all put fists to their hearts in salute and took up the pledge. "Vengeance without mercy!" Richard clapped Anson on the side of the shoulder. "Let's go." They raced out from the long shadows of the buildings and poured around the corner. The people off at the end of the street all turned when they spotted Richard's force coming. More people, men and women from the city, surged into the street in front of the compound of buildings the soldiers had taken up as barracks and a command post. The people looked like a scraggly lot. "No war! No war! No war!" the people shouted as Richard led the men up the street at a dead run. "Out of the way!" Richard yelled as he closed the distance. This was no time for subtlety or discussions. The success of their attack depended in large part on speed. "Get out of the way! This is your only warning! Get out of the way or die!" "Stop the hate! Stop the hate!" the people chanted as they locked arms. They had no idea how much hate was raging through Richard. He drew the sword of truth. The wrath of its magic didn't come out with it, but he had enough of his own. He slowed to a trot. "Move!" Richard called as he bore down on the people. A plump, curly-haired woman took a step out from the others. Her round face was red with anger as she screamed, "Stop the hate! No war! Stop the hate! No war!" "Move or die!" Richard yelled as he picked up speed. The red-faced woman shook her fleshy fist at Richard and his men, leading an angry chant. "Murderers! Murderers! Murderers!" On his way past her, gritting his teeth as he screamed with the fury of the attack begun, Richard took a powerful swing, lopping off the woman's head and upraised arm. Strings of blood and gore splashed across the faces behind her even as some still chanted their empty words. The head and loose arm tumbled through the crowd. A man made the mistake of reaching for Richard's weapon and took the full weight of a charging thrust. Men behind Richard hit the line of evil's guardians with unrestrained violence. People armed only with their hatred for moral clarity fell bloodied, terribly injured, and dead. The line of people collapsed before the merciless charge. Some of the people, screaming their content, used their fists to attack Richard's men. They were met with swift and deadly steel. At the realization that their defense of the Imperial Order's brutality would actually result in consequences to themselves, the crowd began scattering in fright, screaming curses back at Richard and his men. Richard's army did not pause as they tore through the ring of protectors, now on the run, but continued on to the maze of buildings among grassy open spaces dotted with trees. The soldiers who were outside began to realize that this time they would have to protect themselves, that the people of the city could no longer do it for them. These were men used to slaughtering defenseless, docile victims. For more than a year of occupation, they had not had to fight. Richard was the first on them, taking down men on his way into their midst. Kara charged in at his right, Tom at his left, the deadly point of a spear driving into soldiers only now pulling free their weapons. These were men used to overwhelming their cowering opponents with sheer numbers, not with fighting resolute opposition. They did so now, and for their lives. Richard moved through them as if they were statues. They thrust a blade at where he had been, while he cut where they were going, and met them there with razor-sharp steel. He came up behind others as they looked both ways, losing track of him, only to have him reach around and draw his sword across their throats. Others he beheaded before they realized he was about to strike. He wasted no effort with exaggerated movements and wild slashes. He cut with deadly proficiency. He didn't try to best men to show them he was better. He simply killed them. He didn't give them any chance to fight back. He cut them down before they could. Now that he was committed to the fight, he was committed to the dance with death, which meant one thing: cut. It was his duty, his purpose, his hunger to cut the enemy down quickly, resolutely, and utterly. They were not prepared for this level of violence unleashed. As his men fell on the soldiers, a great cry rose up. As men fell, their screams filled the morning. Seeing a man who looked like an officer, Richard wheeled around him and laid his blade across the man's throat. "Where is Nicholas and the Mother Confessor?" The man answered by trying to grab Richard's arm. He wasn't nearly quick enough. Richard pulled his sword across the man's throat, nearly severing his head, as he spun to a man coming at him from behind. The man skidded to a stop in an effort to avoid Richard's blade, only to be stabbed through the heart. The battle raged on, moving back between the buildings as they took down those men who met the attack. Yet more men, layered in leather, mail, hides, and weapon belts, came out of the barracks at hearing the clash. They were fierce-looking men, looking better suited to murder than any man Richard had ever seen. As they came onward, Richard seized anyone who looked like an officer. None of them were able to give him an answer. None of them knew the whereabouts of either Nicholas or Kalin. Richard had to fight off the dizziness as well as the soldiers. By focusing on the dance with death and the precepts the sword had taught him in the past, he was able to surmount the effects of the poison. He knew that such efforts couldn't long replace the required strength of endurance, but for the moment he was able to do as he had to. It was somewhat surprising to see how well his men were doing. They helped one another as they moved deeper into the enemy lines. By fighting in that way, using one another's strengths, they were often able to survive together where one alone would not have. Some of his men had not survived. Richard saw several lying dead, but the surprised enemy was being slaughtered. The Imperial Order soldiers were not charged with righteous, resolute determination. Richard's men were. The Order soldiers were little more than a gang of thugs allowed to run loose. They now faced men calling them to account. The men of the Order fought a disorderly attempt to spare their own individual lives without thought to a coordinated defense, while Richard's men fought to a singular purpose of exterminating the enemy's entire force. Richard heard Kara calling urgently for him from the narrow space between two buildings. At first he thought she was in trouble, but when he rounded the corner he saw then that she had a husky man on his knees. She held his head up by a fistful of his greasy black hair. One ear displayed a row of silver rings. Kara had her aegil at his throat. Blood ran down his chin. "Tell him," she yelled at the man when Richard ran up. "I don't know where they are." In a fit of fury, Kara slammed the tip of her aegil to the base of the man's skull. He flinched, his arms shaking with a shattering shock of pain that brought a gasp rather than a scream. His eyes rolled back in his head. Holding him by his tangled hair, Kara bent him back over her knee to hold him upright. "Tell him," she growled. "They left," he mumbled. "Nicholas left last night. They carried a woman away with them, but I don't know who she was." Richard went to a knee and grabbed the man's shirt. "What did she look like?" The man's eyes were still rolling. "Long hair." "Where did they go?" "Don't know. Gone in a hurry." "What did Nicholas tell you before he left?" The man's eyes slowly came into focus. "Nicholas knew you were going to attack at dawn.
He told me the route you would take into the city."
Richard could hardly believe what he was hearing. How could he possibly know that? He hesitated. The sight of Kara's Agile made him talk.
"I don't know. Before he left, Nicholas told me how many men you had, told me when you would attack and by which route. He told me to get people from the city to shield us from your attack. We gathered our most fanatical supporters and told them that you were coming to murder us, that you wanted to make war."
When did Nicholas leave? Where did he take this woman? Blood dripped from the man's chin.
"I dunno. They just left in a hurry last night. That's all I know."
If you knew we were coming, why didn't you make a better defense?
"Oh, but we did. Nicholas told me to take care of the city. I assured him that such a small force as yours cannot possibly defeat us."
Something was terribly wrong. Why not? For the first time the man smiled.
"Because you don't know how many men we really have. Once I knew where your attack was coming, I was able to call in all my forces."
The man's smile widened.
"Do you hear that horn in the distance? Here they come."
A belly laugh rolled up.
"You are about to die."
Richard gritted his teeth. You first. With a mighty thrust he ran his sword through the officer's heart. The man's eyes widened in shock. Richard gave the blade a twist as he withdrew it to be sure the job was done. "We'd better get the men out of here," Richard said as he took Kara's arm and ran for the corner of the buildings. "Looks like we're too late," she said when they came out from behind cover and saw the legions of men pouring in all around them. How did Nicholas know when and where they were going to attack? There had been no one around, no races. Not so much as a mouse had been there when they had made their plans as they moved through the countryside. How could he have known?
"Dear spirits," Kara said, "I didn't think they had this many men in Bandakar."
The roar of the soldiers was deafening as they charged in. Richard was already spent. Each deep breath he pulled was agonizingly painful. He knew that there was no choice. He had to find a way to get to Kalen. He had to hold out at least that long. Richard whistled in a signal to gather his men. As Anson and Owen ran up, Richard looked around and saw most of the others. "We have to try to break out of here. There's too many of them. Stay together. We're going to try to punch through. If we make it, scatter and try to make it back to the forest." With Kara at one side, Tom at the other, Richard charged at the head of his men toward the enemy lines. Thousands of the Imperial Order soldiers poured out from the city around them and into the open. It was a frightening sight. There were so many that it almost seemed as if the ground itself were moving. Before Richard reached the soldiers, the morning suddenly lit with blinding blasts of fire. Thunderous eruptions of flame tore through the enemy lines, killing men by the hundreds. Sod, trees, and men were hurled into the air. Men, their clothes, hair, and flesh burning, tumbled across the ground. Richard heard a howl coming from behind. It sounded somehow familiar. He turned just in time to see a roiling ball of liquid yellow flame wailing through the air toward them. It expanded as it came, tumbling with seething, deadly intensity. Wizard's fire. The incandescent white-hot inferno roared by just overhead. Once past Richard and his men, it descended, crashing down among the enemy soldiers, spilling a flood of liquid death out among them. Wizard's fire stuck to what it touched, burning with ferocious intensity. A single droplet of it would burn down through a man's leg to the bone. It was horrifyingly deadly. It was said to be so excruciatingly painful that those who lived longed only for death. The question was, who was it coming from? To the other side, men of the Order fell as something scythed through their ranks. It almost looked as if a single blade cut them down by the hundreds, ripping them apart with bloody ferocity. But who was doing it? There was no time to stand around and wonder. Richard and his men had to turn to meet the soldiers who made it through the devastating conjuring. Now that their numbers had been so thinned, the Imperial Order soldiers were unable to mount an effective attack. Their charge fell apart on the blades of Richard's men. As they fought, more deadly fire came in to catch those trying to run, or those who massed to attack. In other places, Order soldiers fell without Richard or his men touching them. They gasped in great agony, clutching their chests, and fell dead. Before long, the morning fell silent but for the groans of the wounded. Richard's men rallied around him, unsure of what had happened, worried that whatever had befallen these men might suddenly turn and befall them as well. Richard realized that they didn't see the attack of wizards' fire and magic in the same way as he did. To them, it must seem a miracle of salvation. Richard spotted two people beside one of the buildings off to the side of the grounds. One was taller than the other. He squinted, trying to make them out, but he just couldn't see who they were. With a hand on Tom's shoulder for support, they headed toward the two figures. "Richard, my boy," Nathan said when Richard made it over to him. "So good to find you well." Anne, a squat woman in a plain gray dress, smiled that knowing smile of hers, so filled with joy, satisfaction, and at the same time a kind of knowing tolerance. "I doubt you two could imagine how glad I am to see you," Richard said, still catching his breath, trying not to breathe too deeply. "But what are you doing here? How in the world did you find me?" Nathan leaned in with a sly smile. "Prophecy, my boy." Nathan wore high boots and a ruffled white shirt with a vest and an elegant green velvet cape attached at his right shoulder. The prophet cut quite the figure. Richard saw then that Nathan was wearing an exquisite sword in a polished scabbard. It seemed to Richard rather odd for a wizard who could command wizard's fire to carry a sword. It seemed even more odd to see the man abruptly draw the weapon. Anne suddenly gasped as someone sprang from behind the building and grabbed her. It was one of the people from the city who had gathered to protect the army, a tall, slender, pinch-faced woman with a formidable scowl and a long knife. "You are murderers!" she cried, her straight hair whipping side to side. "You are filled with hate!" The ground around Anne and the woman erupted, chunks of dirt and grass flying up into the air. Anne, a sorceress, was apparently trying to fight off her attacker. The woman was unaffected. Against a pristinely ungifted person, magic wasn't working. Nathan, not far to the side of Anne, stepped in and without ado ran the tall woman through with his sword. The woman staggered back, his sword through her chest, her face a picture of surprise. She dropped, sliding off the red blade. Anne, free of her attacker, glanced at the dead woman. She fixed Nathan in a scowl. "Dashing indeed." Nathan smiled at her private joke. "I told you they aren't touched by magic." "Nathan," Richard said, "I still don't understand." "Come here, my dear," Nathan said, signaling off behind him. Jensen ran out from behind the building. She threw her arms around Richard. "I'm so glad you're all right," she said. "I hope you aren't angry with me. Nathan showed up in the woods not long after you and the men left. I remembered seeing him before, at the People's Palace in Dahara. I knew he was a Ral, so I told him the trouble we were in. He and Anne wanted to help. We came as fast as we could." Jensen looked expectantly up at Richard. He answered her worry with a hug. "You did the right thing," he told her. "You used your head for something the orders didn't anticipate." Now that the heat of battle had ended, Richard was dizzier than ever. He had to lean on Tom for support. Nathan put a shoulder under Richard's other arm. "I hear you're having trouble with your gift. Maybe I can help." "I don't have time. Nicholas the Slide has Kaelin. I have to find her or—" "Don't play a fool when you aren't," Nathan said. "It won't take long to bring your gift into harmony. You need the help of another wizard to get it under control, like the last time I helped you, or you won't be of any use to anyone. Come on, let's get you inside one of these places where it's quiet. Then I can take care of that much of your troubles." Richard wanted nothing more than to find Kaelin, but he didn't know where to look. He felt like falling into the man's arms and surrendering his destiny to him, to his experience, to his vast knowledge. Richard knew Nathan was right. He felt like crying with relief that help was finally at hand. Who better to help him get his gift back under control than a wizard? Richard had never even dared to hope to have this opportunity. He had planned on trying to get to Nietzsche because she was the only one he could think of who might know what to do. This was infinitely better than a sorceress helping him. A wizard was the only one really meant to help with this kind of trouble with another wizard's gift.
"Just make it quick," he told Nathan. Nathan smiled that raw smile of his.
"Come on, then. We'll have your gift back to right in no time at all."
"Thank you, Nathan," Richard mumbled as he let the big man help him through a nearby doorway. Chapter 60. Richard sat cross-legged on the wood floor facing Nathan. The barren room had no furniture. Nathan said none was needed, that the floor was fine with him. Anne, not far away, sat on the floor as well. Richard was a little surprised that Nathan was allowing her to observe, but didn't question it. There was the possibility that he might want to have her help for some part of it. Everyone else waited outside. Kara wasn't happy about allowing Richard out of her sight, but Richard calmed her concern by telling her that he would feel more comfortable and able to concentrate on correcting the problem with his gift if he knew she was outside keeping an eye on everything for him. The 2 windows had been shuttered, allowing in only dim light and keeping out most of the noise. With his hands on his knees, the prophet pushed his back straighter and, drawing a deep breath, seemed to pull an aura of authority around himself. Nathan was the one who had first taught Richard about his gift, telling him how war wizards like Richard weren't like other wizards. Instead of tapping the core of power within themselves, they directed their intent through their feelings. It had been a difficult concept to grasp. Nathan had told Richard that his power worked through anger. "Lose yourself in my eyes," Nathan said in a quiet voice. Richard knew he had to try to put his worry for Kaelin aside. Trying to keep his breathing steady so as not to cough, he stared into Nathan's hooded, deep, dark azure eyes. Nathan's gaze drew him in. Richard felt as if he were falling up into the clear blue sky. His breath came in ragged pulls, and not of his own doing. He felt Nathan's commanding words more than heard them. "Call forth the anger, Richard. Call forth the rage. Call forth the hate and fury." Richard's head was swimming. He concentrated on calling his anger. He thought about Nicholas having Kaelin, and he had no trouble summoning rage. He could feel another force within his own, as if he were drowning and someone were trying to hold his head above water. He drifted alone in a dark and still place. Time seemed to mean nothing. Time. He had to get to Kaelin in time. He was her only chance. Richard opened his eyes. "Nathan, I'm sorry, but..." Nathan was drenched in sweat. Anne was sitting beside him, holding Richard's left hand, Nathan his right. Richard wondered what had happened. Richard looked from one face to the other. "What's wrong?" They both looked grim. "We tried," Nathan whispered. "I'm sorry, but we tried." Richard frowned. They had only just begun. "What do you mean? Why are you giving up so soon?" Nathan cast a sidelong glance at Anne. "We've been at it for 2 hours, Richard." 2 hours? "I'm afraid there is nothing I can do, my boy." By the sound of his voice, he meant it. Richard ran his fingers back through his hair. "What are you talking about? You're the one who told me the last time when I had this problem, joining with a wizard would set it straight. You said it was a simple matter for a wizard to fix such a disharmony with the gift." "That's the way it should be, but your gift is somehow tangled up into a knot that's strangling you." "But you're a prophet, a wizard, and you're a sorceress. Together you both probably know more about magic than anyone who has lived in thousands of years."
Richard, there has not been another born like you in the last 3,000 years. We don't know that much about how your particular gift works.
Anne paused to push stray strands of gray hair back into the bun at the back of her head.
We tried, Richard. I swear to you, we both tried our best. Your gift is beyond Nathan's help, even with my ability enhancing his power. We tried everything we know, and even a few things we thought up. None of it had any effect. We cannot help you.
So what must I do? Nathan's azure eyes turned away. Your gift is killing you, Richard. I don't know the cause. But I'm afraid that it has spiraled into a phase that is out of control and fatal. Anne's eyes were wet.
Richard, I'm so sorry.
Richard looked from one distraught face to the other. I guess it doesn't really matter, Richard said. Nathan frowned. What do you mean it doesn't matter? Richard rose up, groping for the wall to keep his balance. I've been poisoned. The antidote is gone. There is no cure. I'm afraid that I'm running out of time. I guess the joke is on my gift. Something else is going to get me first. Anne stood and gripped his upper arms.
Richard, we can't help you right now, but you can at least rest while we try to figure out...
No, Richard waved off her concern. No, I can't waste what little time I have left. I have to get to Kalin.
Anne cleared her throat. Richard, at the Palace of the Prophets, Nathan and I waited for your birth for a very long time. We worked to clear those obstacles that prophecy showed us lay in your path. The prophecies name you as central to the course of the future of the world. In fact, they say you are the only one with a chance. We need you to lead us in this battle. We don't know what is wrong with your gift, but we can work on it. You must be here, so that if we come up with a solution, we can set your power right.
I'll not live for you to cure me, don't you see? The poison is killing me. It has 3 states. I'm already entering the 3rd state, blindness. I'm going to die. I must use what time I have left to find Kalin. You aren't going to have me to lead you, but if I can get her away from Nicholas, you will have her to lead the struggle in my place. You know where she is, then? Nathan asked. Richard realized that in the state of focused, concentrated thought, as he was adrift in that quiet place while Nathan was trying to help him, it had come to him where Nicholas most likely had taken Kalin. He had to get there while Nicholas was still there with her. Yes, I believe I do. Richard pulled open the door. Kara, sitting right outside, shot to her feet. Her expectant expression quickly withered when he shook his head, signaling that it hadn't worked. We have to get going, right away. I think I know where Nicholas took Kalin. We have to hurry.
You know?
Jensen asked, holding Betty close by the rope. Yes. We need to leave at once.
Where is she, then?
Jensen asked. Richard gestured. Oh, and remember how you told us about a fortified encampment the Imperial Order built when they first came to Bandakar, and they were worried about their safety? Back near my town, Owen said. Richard nodded. That's right. I think Nicholas took Kalin there. It's a secure place they built to hold some of the women captive. There would be plenty of soldiers to protect him, and it's the kind of place built specifically to be defensible, so it would be much more difficult to approach than his place here in the city.
Then how will we approach it? Jensen asked.
We'll have to figure that out once we get there and see the place. Nathan joined Richard at the door. Anne and I will go with you. We might be able to help rescue Kalin from the slide. While we travel, the 2 of us can work on a solution for untangling your gift. Richard gripped Nathan's shoulder. There are no horses in this land. If you can run and keep up with us, you're welcome, but I can't afford to slow for you. I don't have much time, and neither does Kalin. Nicholas will not likely hold her there long. After he pauses for rest and supplies and then leaves this land, it will be even more difficult to find him. We have no time to lose. We're going to have to travel as swiftly as possible. Nathan's eyes turned down in disappointment. Anne drew Richard into a brief hug.
We're far too old to keep up the speed afoot that you and these young people can. When you get her away from the slide, come back, and we'll do our best to help you. We'll work on the problem while you're getting her out of his clutches. Come back then, and we'll have a solution.
Richard knew that he would never live that long, but there was no point in saying it. All right. What can you tell me about a slide? Nathan drew his thumb along his jaw as he considered the question. Slides are soul stealers. There is no defense against them. Even I would be powerless to stop them. Richard didn't suppose that needed any explanation. Kara, Jensen, Tom, you can come with me. What about us? Owen asked. Anson stood close by, looking eager to be included, and nodded at Owen's suggestion. There were others as well who had stood vigil outside the place where Nathan had tried to help Richard. They were all men who had fought hard. If he was to get Kalin back, he would likely need some men at least. Your help would be welcome. I think most of the men should stay here with Nathan and Anne. The people here in Houghton need to have your men explain everything to them, help them to understand all that you've learned. They will need to make some changes to adjust to interacting with the world out there now open to them. As Richard started away, Nathan grabbed a hold of his sleeve. Richard, as far as I know, you have no defense against a soul stealer. But there is one thing I recall from an old tome in the vaults in the Palace of the Prophets. I'm listening. They somehow travel outside their body, send their own spirit out. Richard rubbed his fingertips across his brow as he thought about Nathan's words. That has to be how he was watching me, tracking me. I believe he watched me through the eyes of huge birds that live here called black-tipped races. If what you're saying is right, then maybe he leaves his body in order to do this. Richard looked up at Nathan. How does this help me? Nathan leaned closer, cocking his head to peer with one azure eye. That is when they are vulnerable, when they are out of their body. Richard lifted his sword a few inches in the scabbard to be sure it was clear. Any idea how to catch him outside of his body? He let the sword drop back. Nathan straightened. Afraid not. Richard nodded his thanks anyway and stepped down out of the doorway. Owen, how far is this fortified encampment? Back close to where the path used to go out through the boundary. That was why Richard hadn't seen it. They had come on the ancient route used by Kaja Rang. Ordinarily, it would be a journey of well over a week. They didn't have nearly that long. He took in all the faces watching him. Nicholas has quite a head start on us, and he will be in a hurry to escape with his prize. If we travel swiftly and don't stop long to rest, there's a good chance we can still catch up with him by the time he reaches their encampment. We need to be on our way at once. We're only waiting for you, Lord Rahl, Kara said. So was Kalin. Chapter 61. Each day of hard travel, Richard's condition worsened, but his fear for Kalin drove him relentlessly onward. Most of the time, hour after hour, through sunlight, darkness, and occasional rain, they ran at a steady lope. Richard used a staff he'd cut himself to help keep his balance. When he thought he would be unable to go on, Richard deliberately picked up the pace to remind himself that he could not give up. They stopped at night only long enough to get a few hours' sleep. The men had trouble keeping up with him. Kara and Jensen didn't. They were both used to strenuous exertion in the course of difficult journeys. All of them, though, were so exhausted from the unrelenting pace that they talked only when necessary. Richard drove himself doggedly, trying not to think about his own hopeless condition. It didn't matter. He reminded himself that with every step they ran, if it was fast enough, they were gaining on Nicholas, and just that much closer to Kalin. In moments of despair, Richard told himself that Kalin had to be alive, that Nicholas could have killed her long ago, if that was his intention. He wouldn't have run if she were dead. Kalin would be much more valuable to him alive. In a way, he felt an odd kind of relief. He could push as hard as he needed. He didn't have to worry about his health. There was no antidote to the poison. Given the time, it would kill him. There was no solution to the problem of his gift being out of control. That, too, would kill him. There was nothing Richard could do about either. He was going to die. The wooded hills were easy enough traveling. They were open, with broad green meadows sprinkled with wildflowers and a patchwork of grassland. Wildlife was abundant. Were he not dying, in pain, and sick with worry for Kalin, Richard might have enjoyed the beauty of the land. Now it was just an obstacle. The sun in his eyes was slipping down behind the towering mountains. Soon darkness would be upon them. A little earlier, Richard had used his bow to take a buck when the opportunity presented itself. Tom had made quick work of butchering it. The rest of them needed to eat, or they would not be able to keep up the pace. Richard supposed that they would have to stop for a while to cook the meat and get some sleep. Owen came up beside Richard as they trotted through a sea of grass rolling beneath the breeze. Owen pointed ahead. "There, Lord Rall. That stream coming out of the hills is getting close to the Order's encampment. Just a little farther over that line of hills and toward the mountains." He pointed to the right. "Off that way, not far, is my town of Witherton." Richard changed his course a little to the left, heading for the woods that started at the foot of a gentle rise. They made the trees just as the orange disk of the sun slipped behind the snow-capped mountains. "All right," Richard said, coming to a breathless halt as they entered a small clearing. "Let's set up camp here. Jensen, Tom, why don't you two and the men stay here? Get some meat cooking while I go with Owen and Kara and scout this fortification and see if I can figure out how we're going to get in." When Richard started out, using his staff to help balance, Betty started following him. Jensen snatched Betty's rope. "Oh, no, you don't," Jensen said. "You're staying here. Richard doesn't need you tagging along to attract attention at the worst possible time." "What should we make for you to eat, Lord Rall?" Tom asked. Richard couldn't stand the thought of eating meat. After all the bloody fighting, he needed to balance his gift more than ever. His gift was killing him, but if he did the wrong thing, it might hasten the end, and then he might not last long enough to get Kalin away from Nicholas. "Whatever we have that isn't meat. You have time before we come back, so you can cook some bannock, some rice, maybe some beans." Tom agreed to take care of it, and Richard followed after Owen. Kara, looking more unhappy than he could ever remember seeing her, put a hand on his shoulder. "How are you holding up, Lord Rall?" He dared not tell her how much pain he was in from the gift, or that he had started to cough up blood. "I'm all right for now." By the time they dragged back into their camp almost 2 hours later, the meat on the spit was finished cooking, and some of the men had already eaten. They were just curling up in blankets to get some sleep. Richard was beyond being tired. He was certain that they had been close to Kalin. It had been agonizing to have to return, to leave the place where Nicholas held her, but he had to use his head. Wild, irrational action would bring only failure. It would not get Kalin out of there. Richard was being driven by needs beyond food or sleep, but as he watched Owen sit heavily near the fire, he knew that Owen and Kara were exhausted, and he imagined that they had to be hungry. Rather than sit, Kara waited at his side. She would not allow him to get far from her watchful protection, nor would she voice any concern for herself or her needs. He could never have imagined, back in the beginning, ever feeling this close to a moored Sith. Jensen stood and rushed to meet him. "Richard, here, let me help you. Come and sit." Richard flopped down on the grass near the fire. Betty came over and begged a place beside him. He let her lie down. "Well," Tom asked, "what do you think of the place?" "I don't know. It has well-made timber walls with trenches dug before them. There are snares and traps all around the place. It has a gate, a real gate." Richard sighed as he rubbed his eyes. His sight was getting blurry. It was getting more difficult all the time to see things. "I haven't quite figured it out yet." It was hard to think with the smell of the cooking meat. It was making him sick. Richard took a piece of bannock and the bowl of rice and beans Jensen handed him. He couldn't eat while watching them eat the meat, or worse, smelling it. Richard stood. "I'm going to go for a walk." He didn't want to make them feel bad about their dinner, or feel guilty for eating meat in front of him. "I need some time alone to think it out." Richard gestured for Kara to sit back down and stay where she was. "Get some dinner," he told her. "I need you to stay strong." Richard walked off through the trees, listening to the chirp of crickets, watching the stars through the canopy of leaves. It was a relief to be alone, not to have people asking him anything. It was tiring to have people always depending on him. Richard found a quiet place where an old oak had fallen. He sat and leaned back against the trunk. He wished he never had to get up. If not for Kalin, he wouldn't. Betty showed up. She stood before him, looking at him intently, as if to ask what they were going to do next. When Richard said nothing, Betty lay down in front of him. It occurred to him that maybe Betty just wanted to offer him some comfort. Richard felt a tear run down his cheek. Everything was falling to pieces. He couldn't hold those pieces together any longer. He could hardly breathe past the lump in his throat. He lay down and put an arm over Betty. "What am I going to do?" he sniffled. He wiped the back of his hand across his nose. "Kalin, what am I going to do?" he whispered in forlorn misery. "I need you so much. What am I going to do?" He was at the end of all hope. He had thought, when he'd seen Nathan unexpectedly arrive, that help was at hand. The bright ember of that last hope had been extinguished. Not even a powerful wizard could help him. Powerful wizard. Kajarang. Richard froze. The words sent to him by Kajarang, those two words emblazoned across the granite base of that statue, echoed through his mind. Those two words were meant for Richard. Talga Vasternich. Deserve victory. "Dear spirits," Richard whispered. He understood. Chapter 62. Nicholas watched as Lord Rahl made his way back into the camp among his men after his despairing whispered last prayer to the dear spirits. So sad. So very sad that the man was going to die. He would soon be with his dear spirits, in the Keeper's realm of the underworld. Nicholas relished the game. The poor Lord Rahl was so lost and confused. Nicholas wished the game could continue for a good long time, but Lord Rahl had little time left. So sad. But it would be much more fun after Lord Rahl died, after that last detail was finally finished. Jagang thought this pathetic man was resourceful. Don't underestimate him, Jagang had warned. Perhaps Jagang was no match for the great Richard Rahl, but Nicholas the Slide was. His spirit swelled with delight at the expectant thought of Lord Rahl's death. That was going to be something to watch. It would be a grand finale of the play of life. Nicholas intended to see it all, to see every sad moment of the last act. He imagined that Lord Rahl's friends would gather to weep and wail as they stood by, helpless, watching him slip into the welcoming embrace of death, eternity's shepherd, come to help him begin the magnificent, never-ending spiritual journey away from the bitter interlude that had been life. The final curtain was about to draw closed. Nicholas so loved sad endings, he could hardly wait to watch it played out. Hate to live, live to hate. Nicholas wondered, too, as did Lord Rahl, what would get him first, the poison or his gift. It seemed to tug first toward one and then toward the other. For a time, the headaches inflicted by his gift nearly put him down. Then the poison would tighten its pain and make him gasp in agony. It was a fascinating question, one that, as in any good play, would not be answered until the very end. The tension was delicious. Nicholas was rooting for the gift to win the fatal contest. Poison was all well and good, but what a vastly more intriguing twist of fate it would be to see a wizard of Lord Rahl's ability and potential, a wizard unlike any to be born since an era long buried in the dunghill of mankind's history, succumb to his birthright, to his own vast but vain power. Another victim of men reaching too high in life. That would be a fascinating and fitting end. Not long to wait. Not long at all. Nicholas watched, not wanting to miss a single delectable detail. With the spirit of Richard Rahl's lovely bride beside him, as it were, Nicholas felt almost a part of the family as he attended the approach of such a great man's tragic end. Nicholas felt it only fair that the mother confessor should get to see it all played out, see the sad end to her beloved. As she watched along with Nicholas, she was suffering, seeing the agony of it as Richard Rahl walked back into his camp. Nicholas savored her distress. He had not yet begun to make her suffer. He would soon have a very long time with her to explore her capacity for suffering. The people there in the woods around the campfire looked up, curious as their master returned among them. They all waited, with Nicholas, watching, with Nicholas, as their Lord Rahl stood over them. His figure wavered in the fire as it did in Nicholas's vision. It was almost as if he were already but a spirit, about to drift away into the glorious oblivion of the dead. "I've figured it out," Lord Rahl told them. "I know how to attack the fortification." Nicholas's ears pricked up. What was this? "At first light we go in," Lord Rahl said, "just as the sun breaks over the mountains. Right then, on the east side, we'll come in over the wall. The guards won't be able to see well because the sun will be in their eyes when they look in that direction. Men don't look where it's troublesome to look." "I like it," one of the other men said. "So we will sneak in, then, rather than try to attack?" another said. "Oh, no, there will be an attack," Lord Rahl said. "A big attack. An attack that will set their heads to spinning." What was this? What was this? Nicholas watched. This was most curious. First Lord Rahl was going to sneak over the wall, and then he would have his men attack? How was he going to set their heads to spinning? Nicholas was fascinated. He moved in a little closer, fearing to miss a precious word. "The attack will involve all the rest of you men," Lord Rahl said. "You will all come in toward the gate at first light. While you're attacking through the gate and drawing their attention, I will be slipping over the wall. While you will be there to distract them, in part, you will play an even more vital role that they will never expect." The game was afoot. Nicholas was in rapture as he listened, as he watched. He so liked the game, especially when he knew all the rules and could bend them to his wishes. It was going to be a glorious day tomorrow. "But Lord Rahl," the big man Tom asked, "how are we going to be able to attack through the gate, if it's as formidable as you say?" Nicholas hadn't thought of that. How curious! A key part of Lord Rahl's plan seemed to be faulty. "That's the real trick," Lord Rahl said. "I've already figured it out, and you'll be amazed to hear how you're going to do it." He had already figured it out? How curious! Nicholas wanted to hear what possible solution could solve such a major hitch in Lord Rahl's plan. Lord Rahl stretched and yawned. "Look," he said, "I'm exhausted. I can't stand up anymore. I need to get some rest before I lay it all out for you. It's complicated, so I'd better wait until just before we leave. Wake me up 2 hours before dawn, and I'll explain the whole thing then." 2 hours before dawn," Tom repeated in confirmation of the orders. Nicholas was furious. He wanted to hear it now. He wanted to know the wonderful, fabulous, complicated plan. Lord Rahl gestured to his delicious companion, the one named Kara, and then to several of the young men. "Why don't you come with me and get some sleep while the rest finish their meal?" As they started away, Lord Rahl turned back. "Jensen, I want you to keep Betty here with you. Make sure she stays here. I need some sleep. I don't need the smell of goat to wake me up." "Am I going with you in the morning, Richard?" the one called Jensen asked. "Yes, you play an important part in the plan." Lord Rahl yawned again. "I'll explain after I've slept. Don't forget, Tom, 2 hours before dawn." Tom nodded. "I will wake you myself, Lord Rahl." Nicholas would be there as well, to watch, to hear the final piece of Lord Rahl's plan. Nicholas could hardly stand to wait that long. He would be there early. He would hear every word of it. And then Nicholas would have a surprise waiting for Richard Rahl when he and his men came for a visit. Maybe neither the poison nor his gift would take Lord Rahl. Maybe Nicholas would do it himself. Her spirit a helpless prisoner to the slide, Kaelin could do nothing but watch along with him. She was unable to answer Richard's forlorn pleas, unable to cry in sorrow for him, unable to do anything. She ached to be able to hold him in her arms again, to comfort his pain, his heartache. He was near the end. She knew that. It broke her heart to see his precious life slipping away, to see his tears, to hear him cry her name in longing, to hear him say how much he needed her. She felt so cold and alone. She loathed the feeling of being adrift. She desperately wanted to be back in her body. It waited somewhere back in a lonely room in the fortified encampment. Nicholas's body waited there too. If only she could get back there. Most of all, she wished there were some way she could warn Richard that Nicholas knew his plan. Chapter 63. Nicholas lay in wait in the camp, sniffing, listening, watching, eager for the game to continue. He had come early, fearing to miss anything. He was sure it had to be 2 hours before dawn, time for the last act of the play. It was time for the man, Tom, to wake Lord Rall. It was time. Watch, watch, watch. Where was he? Somewhere, somewhere. Look, look, look. Men off through the trees stood guard over the camp. Where was Tom? There he was. Nicholas saw that Tom was one of the men standing vigil as others slept. Didn't want to be late. Lord Rall's orders. He wasn't sleeping, he was awake, so he should know it was time. What was the man waiting for? His master had given him a command. Why wasn't he doing as he had been told? The woman, Jensen, woke and rubbed her eyes. She looked up and took appraisal of the stars and moon. It was time. She knew it was. She threw off her blanket. Nicholas followed behind as she rushed past the low glow of the smoldering embers, rushed back through the stand of young trees, rushed to the big man leaning against a stump. "Tom, isn't it time to wake Richard?" Somewhere back in the distant room in the fortification, where his body waited, Nicholas heard an insistent noise. He was absorbed in the task at hand, in the game, so he ignored the sound. Probably Najari. The man was eager to have a chance to get at the Mother Confessor, a chance to enjoy her more feminine charms. Nicholas had told Najari that he would have his chance, but he had to wait until Nicholas returned. Nicholas didn't want the man tampering with her body while they were gone. Najari sometimes didn't know his own strength. The Mother Confessor was valuable property, and Nicholas didn't want that property damaged. Najari had proven to be a loyal man and deserved a small reward, but not until later. He would not disobey Nicholas's orders. He would be sorry if he did. Maybe it was just... Wait. What was this? Watch, watch, watch. The man stood and put a hand reassuringly on the young woman's shoulder. How very touching. Yes, I guess it is about time. Let's go wake Lord Rall. Again the noise, stealthy, sharp, yet soft. Most odd, but it would have to wait. Through the woods, hurry, watch, 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 hurry. Couldn't they move faster? Didn't they grasp the importance of the occasion? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Betty, the Jensen woman growled, stop bumping my legs. Again there was a skulking sound back somewhere with his body, and then another more urgent sound. This time the sound ran a sharp shiver through Nicholas's very soul. It was as deadly a sound as he had ever heard. As the sword of truth cleared its scabbard, the distinctive ring of steel filled the dimly lit room. With the sword came ancient magic, unhindered, unrestrained, unleashed. The sword's power instantly inundated Richard with its boundless fury, a fury that answered only to him. The force of that power flooded into every fiber of his being. It had been so long since he had truly felt it, truly felt the full magnitude of it, that for an instant Richard paused in the exultation of the profound experience of simply holding such a singular weapon. His own righteous wrath had already slipped its bounds. Joined now with the pure rage of the sword of truth, Both spiraled through him like twin storms rampaging unchecked. Richard gloried that they could, and at being the ultimate master of both. The seeker of truth willed both storms ever onward, even as the sword began its fearsome journey, the merciless lightning of those thunderheads about to strike. The tip of the blade whistled through the night air, still 2 hours before dawn. Hesitant and uncertain, Nicholas watched as the man, Tom, and the Jensen woman moved through the woods to awaken their dying Lord Rahl. Somewhere back in a distant room in the fortification where his body waited, Nicholas heard a scream. It was not a scream of fear, but a riotous cry of unbridled rage. It sent a shiver through his soul. With sudden alarm, knowing that it could not be ignored, Nicholas slammed back into his body where it sat on the floor waiting for him. Unsteady from the abrupt return, Nicholas blinked as he opened his eyes. Lord Rahl himself stood before him, feet spread, both hands gripping his sword. It was a picture of sheer muscular force focused by terrifying resolve. Nicholas's eyes went wide at seeing the gleaming blade arcing through the still air. Lord Rahl was in the midst of a scream of startling power and rage. Every bit of his might was committed to the swing of his sword. Nicholas had a sudden and completely unexpected realization. He didn't want to die. He very much wanted to live. As much as he hated life, he realized now that he wanted to hold on to it. He had to act. He summoned his power, rallied his will. He had to stop this avenging soul before him. He reached out with his power to seize this other's spirit. He felt the horrifying shock of a staggering blow against the side of his neck. Richard was still screaming as his sword, with every ounce of power and speed he could put behind it, swept around, just clearing the top of Nicholas's left shoulder. Richard saw every detail as the blade tore through flesh and bone, turning muscle, tendon, arteries, and windpipe inside out, following with precision the path to which the seeker had justly committed it. Richard had dedicated everything to the swift journey of his sword. Now he watched as that journey reached its destination, as the blade cleared the neck of Nicholas the Slide, as the man's head, its mouth still opened in the beginning of shock not fully comprehended, his beady eyes still trying to grasp the totality of what they were seeing, lifted into the air, beginning to turn ever so slowly as the sword below it passed along its deadly arc, as curved ropes of the man's blood began tracing a long wet line across the wall behind him. Richard's scream ended as the sword's swing reached its limit. The world came crashing back around him. The head hit the floor with a loud, bone-cracking thunk. It was ended. Richard recalled the rage. He had to get it under control immediately. He had something yet more important to accomplish. In one fluid motion, Richard slid the bloody blade home into its scabbard as he turned to the second body leaned up against the wall to the right. The sight of her almost overcame him. To see her there, alive, breathing, seemingly unhurt, brought a wild rush of joy. His worst fears he would not even allow into his conscious mind, evaporated in an instant. But then he realized that she was not all right. She could not have slept through such an attack. Richard fell to his knees and took her up in his arms. She felt so light, so limp. Her face was ashen and beaded with sweat. Her eyelids were half closed, her eyes rolled back in her head. Richard sank back within himself, seeking strength to bring back the one he loved more than life itself. He opened his soul to her. All he wanted, all he needed, as he held her to him, was for her to live, to be whole. Instinctively, in a way he did not fully understand, he let his power well up from a place deep inside his mind. He released himself into the torrent as it rushed onward. He let his love of her, his need of her, flood through their connection as he hugged her to his breast. "Come home to where you belong," he whispered to her. He let the core of his power course through her, intending it to be like a beacon to light her way. It felt as if he were searching through the dark, using the light of ability from deep within to help him. Even though he couldn't define the precise mechanism, he could consciously focus his purpose, his need, and what he wanted to accomplish. "Come home to me, Kaylin. I'm here." Kaylin gasped. Even though she hung limp, he felt the intensity of the life in his arms. She gasped again, as if she had nearly drowned and needed air. At last, she stirred in his arms, her limbs moving, groping. She opened her eyes, blinking, and looked up. Astonished, she sank back into his arms.
"Richard, I heard you. I was so alone. Dear spirits, I was so alone. I didn't know what to do. I heard Nicholas scream. I was lost and alone. I didn't know how to get back. And then I felt you."
She embraced him tightly, as if she never wanted to let go.
"You led me back through the darkness."
Richard smiled down at her. "I'm a guide, remember?" She puzzled at him.
"How could you do that?"
Her beautiful green eyes opened expectantly.
"Richard, your gift."
"I figured out the problem with my gift. Kajarang had given me the solution. I'd had the solution long before that, but I never realized it. My gift is fine now, and the sword's power works again. I was being so blind that I will be ashamed to tell it all to you." Richard's breath caught, and he coughed then, unable to hold it back any longer, nor could he hold back grimacing at the pain. Kaylin gripped his arms.
"The antidote! What happened to the antidote? I sent it back with Owen. Didn't you get it?"
Richard shook his head as he coughed again, the pain feeling as though it ripped him deep inside. He finally regained his breath. "Well, now, that is a problem. It wasn't the antidote. It was just water with a bit of cinnamon in it." Kaylin's face went ashen.
"But—"
She looked over at Nicholas's body, at his head lying upended at the end of a bloody trail across the floor.
"Richard, if Nicholas is dead, how are we going to get the antidote?"
"There isn't any antidote. Nicholas wanted me dead. He would have destroyed the antidote long ago. He gave you a fake to be able to capture you." Her face had gone from joy to horror.
"But without the antidote—"
Page 638. Chapter 64. "There's no time to worry about the poison just now," Richard told her as he helped her to her feet. No time? She watched his step falter as he made his way across the room. He groped for the window ledge. At the small window opening in the outer wall of the fortification, he signaled with the high, clear whistle of the common wood pewee. The whistle Kara thought was that of the mythical short-tailed pine hawk. "I used a ladder pole," he explained. "Kara is on her way." Kaylin tried to make her way over to him, but her body felt alarmingly unfamiliar to her. She staggered a couple of steps, her legs moving woodenly. She had the urge to get down on her hands and feet to walk. She felt like a stranger inside her own skin. It seemed foreign to have to breathe on her own, to have to look through her own eyes, to have to listen through her own ears. It was a strange, haunting sensation to feel her clothes against her skin. Richard held out his hand to help steady her. Kaylin thought that as wobbly as she was, she might still be more steady on her feet than Richard. "We're going to have to fight our way out," he said. "But we'll have some help. I'll get you the first sword I can." Richard blew out the flame of the single candle before a tin reflector on a small shelf.
"Richard, I'm not yet used to being back inside myself. I don't think I'm ready to go out there. I can hardly walk."
"We don't have a lot of choice. We have to get out. Learn as you go. I'll help you."
"You can hardly walk yourself."
Kara, at the top of a pole ladder Richard had cut, leaned forward and wriggled in through the small window. Halfway in, Kara gaped in delighted wonder.
"Mother Confessor, Lord Rahl did it."
"You don't need to sound so surprised," Richard griped as he helped the moored Sith the rest of the way in. Kara only briefly took note of the dead man sprawled across the floor before Kaylin threw her arms around the woman.
"You can't imagine how glad I am to see you," Kara said. "Well, you can't imagine how glad I am to see you through my own eyes." "If only the trade you made had worked."
Kara added in a whisper. "We'll find another way," Kaylin assured her. Richard slowly drew the door open a crack and peeked out. He shut the door and turned back. "It's clear. Doors to the left and around the balcony are the rooms with the women in them. Stairs to the right are the closest that lead down. Some of the rooms at the bottom are for officers, others are barracks for soldiers." Kara nodded. "I'm ready." Kaylin looked from one to the other. "Ready for what?" Richard took her by the elbow. "I need you to help me see." "Help you see? Is it progressing that fast?" "Just listen. We're going to move along the balcony to the left and open the doors. Do your best to keep the women calm. We're going to break them out of here." Kaylin was a bit confused by everything. It was completely different from the plans she had been hearing along with Nicholas. She knew she would just have to follow Richard and Kara's lead. Outside on the simple wooden balcony, there were no lamps or torches. The moon was down behind the black sprawl of the mountains. Kaylin's sight when Nicholas had controlled her had been like looking through a greasy pane of wavy glass. The sparkling vault of stars overhead had never looked so beautiful. In that starlight, Kaylin could see simple buildings lined up around the outer wall of the fortification. Richard and Kara moved along the balcony, opening doors. At each one, Kara quickly ducked inside. Some of the women came out in their nightshirts. Some Kaylin could hear inside rushing to get dressed. In some of the rooms, babies cried. While Kara was in one of the rooms, Richard opened another door. He leaned close to Kaylin and whispered, "Go in and tell the women inside that we've come to help them escape. Tell them that their men have come to get them out, but they must be as quiet as possible or we'll be caught." Kaylin rushed in as best she could on unsteady legs and woke the young woman in the bed to the right. She sat up terrified but silent. Kaylin reached around and shook the woman in the other bed. "We've come to help you escape. You mustn't make any noise. Your men are going to help. You have a chance to be free." "Free?" the first woman asked. "Yes, it's up to you, but I strongly advise you to take the chance and to hurry." The women flew out of their beds and grabbed for clothes. Richard, Kaylin, and Kara moved farther down the balcony, asking the women who had already come out to help rouse the others. In a matter of a few minutes, hundreds of women were huddled together out on the balcony. There was no problem keeping them quiet. They were all too familiar with the consequences of causing trouble. They didn't want to do anything to get themselves caught trying to escape. Before long, they had made it all the way around the fortification balcony. Most of the women had very young babies, ones too young to be taken away. The babies were mostly sound asleep in their mother's arms, but some of them started to cry. The mothers desperately tried to rock and cuddle them into silence. Kaylin hoped that it was a common enough sound that it wouldn't draw the attention of the soldiers. "Wait here," Richard whispered to Kaylin. "Keep everyone up here until we get the gate open." With Kara right behind him, Richard slipped carefully down the steps and started across the open yard. When one of the babies suddenly began bawling, soldiers came out of a building to see what was going on. They spotted Richard and Kaylin. The soldiers yelled, sounding an alarm. Kaylin heard the distinctive ring of steel as Richard drew his sword. Men rushed out of some of the doors, heading Richard and Kara off. Being used to dealing with these people, the men rushing toward Richard apparently weren't greatly concerned about violence. They were wrong, and fell as soon as they got close enough for Richard to strike. Some Richard took down as he ran, others Kara caught as they tried to come in from the side. The screams of some of the men as they fell woke the whole encampment. Men rushed out of barracks below, pulling on their trousers and shirts, dragging weapon belts behind. In the faint starlight, Kaylin spotted Richard by the drop gate. He took a mighty swing. Sparks showered across the wall as the sword shattered one of the heavy chains holding up the gate. Richard ran to the other side to cut the other chain. Two men caught up to him there. In one fluid movement, Richard cut them both down. As Kara dropped other men who were rushing in at Richard, he swung the sword again. White-hot fragments of steel filled the air along with the ringing sound of metal shattering. The gate groaned and slowly started to fall outward. Richard heaved his weight against it, and it picked up speed. With a resounding crash, it came down, raising clouds of dust. A great cry rose up as men outside, wielding swords, axes, and battle maces, charged in across the broken bridge and into the fortification. The soldiers rushed to meet the invasion, and there was a great clash of weapons and men. Kalin saw then that soldiers were racing up the stairway on the opposite side of the balcony. "Come on," Kalin yelled to the women. "We have to get out now." Holding the rail to keep her balance, Kalin raced down the steps, all the women pouring down behind her, a number carrying screaming babies. Richard ran to meet her at the bottom. He tossed her a short sword with a leather-wound grip. Kalin caught it by the handle just in time to turn and slash a soldier running up from beneath the balcony. Owen made his way through the fighting and over to the women. "Come on," he called to them. "Get to the gate! Run!" The women, galvanized by his command, started running across the compound. As they reached the fighting, some of the women, instead of running out the gate, took the opportunity to leap on the backs of soldiers fighting Owen and his men. The women bit the men on the backs, beat at their heads, tore at their eyes. The soldiers were not restrained in dealing with the women, and several were brutally killed. It didn't stop others from joining the fight. If they would only run for the gate, they could escape, but instead they were attacking the soldiers with their bare hands. They had been held in bondage to these men for a very long time. Kalin could only imagine what they had gone through and couldn't say she blamed them. She was still having difficulty moving, making her body do what she wanted it to do, or she would have joined them. Kalin turned at a sound only to see a man charging in at her. She recognized his flattened nose. Najari, Nicholas's right-hand man. He was one of the men who had carried her to the fortification. He wore a wicked grin as he came for her. She could have used her power on him, but she feared to trust it right then, so instead brought the short sword out from behind her back and slammed it through Najari's gut. He stood stiffly right in front of her, his eyes wide. She could smell the stink of his breath. Kalin wrenched the handle of the sword to the side. Mouth opened wide, he panted, fearing to draw a deep breath, fearing to move and cause any more damage. Kalin gritted her teeth and swept the sword's handle around in an arc, ripping his insides apart. She stared into his startled eyes as he slid off her sword. He grunted in pain as he dropped to his knees, holding his wound together as best he could. He never got what Kalin knew he intended, what Nicholas had promised him. He fell forward onto his face, spilling his insides across the ground at her feet. Kalin turned to the attack. Richard was engaged in slashing his way through men trying to surround him as he fought to keep the gate clear. Others, Richard's men, came at the enemy from behind, cutting into them the way Richard had taught them. Kalin saw Owen not far away. He was standing in the open among the fallen and the fighting, staring across the raging battle to a man just outside one of the doors under the balcony. The man had a thick black beard, a shaved head, and a ring through one ear and one nostril. His arms were as big as tree limbs. His shoulders were twice as wide as Owen's. "Luchan," Owen said to himself. Owen started across the open area of the fortification, past men engaged in pitched battle, past those crying out and those falling to blades, past swords and axes sweeping through the air, as if he didn't even see them. His eyes were locked on the man watching him come. The face of a young woman appeared in the dark doorway behind Luchan. He turned and growled at her to go back inside, that he was going to take care of the little man from her village. When Luchan turned back around, Owen was standing before him. Luchan laughed and put his fists on his hips.
"Why don't you scurry back into your hole?"
Owen said nothing, gave no warning, made no demands. He simply lit into Luchan with a vengeance, just as Richard had counseled him to do, slamming a knife into the big man's chest over and over before Luchan had a chance to react. He had underestimated Owen. It had cost him his life. The woman rushed out of the doorway and came to a halt over the body of her former master. She stared down at him, at his one arm splayed out to the side, at the other lying across his bloody chest, at the unseeing eyes. She looked up at Owen. Kalin assumed that this was Mara Lee, and feared that she was going to reject Owen for harming another, that she would castigate him for what he had done. Instead, she rushed to Owen and threw her arms around him. The woman went to her knees beside the body and took the bloody knife from Owen's hand. She turned to the fallen Luchon and stabbed him 6 times with such force that it drove the knife in up to the hilt with every thrust. Watching her tearful fury, Kaelin didn't have to wonder how she had been treated by the man. Her anger spent, she stood again and tearfully hugged Owen. Kaelin needed to get to Richard. She was relieved that her ability to move as she intended was returning. She started making her way around the edge of the battle, staying close to the walls, past men who saw her and thought she would be an easy mark. They didn't know that from a young age she had been taught to use a sword by her father, King Wyborn, and that Richard had later honed her skill to deadly proficiency, teaching her how to use her lighter weight to give her lethal speed. It was the last mistake the men made. Off across the open area, a mob of soldiers, now fully awake and fully prepared to engage in battle, swarmed out of the barracks. They all charged for Richard. Kaelin knew right away that there were too many. Richard's men couldn't stop the flood of soldiers as they streamed across the encampment. All of them crashed in toward Richard. Kaelin heard a deafening crack like lightning as the walls of the fortification lit with a flash. She had to turn away and shield her eyes. Night turned to day, and at the same time, a darkness darker than any night was loosed. A blazing white-hot bolt of additive magic twisted and coiled around and through a crackling black void of subtractive magic, creating a violent rope of twin lightning joined to a terrible purpose. It seemed as if the noonday sun crashed down among them. The air itself was drawn into the fierce heat and light. Try as she might, Kaelin couldn't draw a breath against the force of it. Richard's fury gathered it all into a single point. In an explosive instant, the thunderous ignition of light unleashed a devastating blast of staggering destruction, radiating outward across the entire encampment, annihilating the Imperial Order soldiers. The night fell dark and silent. Men and women stood stunned among the sea of blood and viscera, gazing around at the unrecognizable remains of the enemy soldiers. The battle was over. The people of Bandakar had carried the day. At last the women fell to wailing and crying, ecstatic to be free. They knew many of the men who had come to free them and clung to them in gratitude, overwhelmed with joy to be reunited. They hugged friends, relatives, and strangers alike. The men, too, wept with relief and happiness. Kaelin rushed through the maze of rejoicing people crowded into the open area of the fortification. Men cheered her, thrilled that she, too, had been liberated. Many of the men wanted to talk to her, but she kept running to get to Richard. He stood to the side, leaning against the wall, Kara helping to hold him up. He still gripped his blood-slicked sword in his fist, the blade's tip resting on the ground. Owen, too, made his way over to Richard. "Mother Confessor, I'm so relieved and thankful to have you back." He looked over at a smiling Richard. "Lord Rahl, I would like you to meet Marilee." This woman, who only a short time ago had savagely stabbed the corpse of her captor, now seemed too shy to speak. She dipped her head in greeting. Richard straightened and smiled that smile Kaelin so loved to see. A smile filled with the sheer pleasure of life. "I'm very happy to meet you, Marilee. Owen has told us all about you, and about how much you mean to him. Through all that happened, you were always first in his mind and heart. His love for you moved him to act to change his entire empire for the better." She seemed to be overwhelmed by it all, and by his words. "Lord Rahl came to us and did something more important than saving us all," Owen told Marilee. "Lord Rahl gave me the courage to come and fight for you, to fight to save you, for all of us to fight for our own lives and the lives of those we love." Beaming, Marilee leaned in and kissed Richard on the cheek. "Thank you, Lord Rahl. I never knew my Owen could do such things." "Believe me," Kara said, "we had our doubts about him too. She clapped Owen on the back of the shoulder. "But he did well." "I, too, have come to understand the value of what he has done," merrily said to Richard, "of the things you seem to have taught our people." Richard smiled at the two of them, but then he could no longer hold back the coughing that so hurt him. The mood of joyous liberation suddenly changed. People rushed in around them, helping to hold him up. Kaelin saw blood running down his chin. "Richard," she cried, "no!" They eased him to the ground. He clutched at Kaelin's sleeve, wanting to have her close. Kaelin saw tears running down Kara's cheek. It seemed that he had spent all the strength he had left. He was slipping into the fatal grasp of the poison, and there was nothing they could do for him. "Owen," Richard said, panting to catch his breath when the spell of coughing stopped. "How far to your town?" His voice was getting hoarse. "Not far, only hours, if we hurry." "The man who made the poison and the antidote, he lived there?" "Yes, his place is still there." "Take me there." Owen looked puzzled, but he nodded eagerly. "Of course." "Hurry," Richard added, trying to get up. He couldn't. Tom appeared in the crowd. Jensen was there, too. "Get some poles," Tom commanded, "and some canvas or blankets. We'll make a litter. 4 men at a time can carry him. We can run and get him there quickly." Men rushed to the buildings, searching for what they would need to make a litter.
Enjoy wherever they go, amidst the celebrations, their beauty beams. In the heart of dance, a tranquil dream. Symbol of renewal, of hope and cheer. May blossoms whisper, the new year's here. In their delicate hues, a tale they weave.
Chapter 65. Kaelin hurriedly pulled the tin off the shelf and opened the lid. The tin contained a yellowish powder. It was the right color. She leaned down and showed it to Richard as he lay in the litter. He reached in and took a pinch. He smelled it, he put his tongue to it, and then nodded. "Just a little," he whispered, lifting it out to her. Kaelin held out her palm while he dribbled some of the crushed powder in her hand. He threw the rest on the floor, too weak to bother returning it to the tin. Kaelin added the small portion on her palm to one of the pots of boiling water. Cloth bags of herbs steeped in other pots of hot water. Alkaloids from dried mushrooms were soaking in oil. Richard had other people grating stalks of plants. "Lobella," Richard said. His eyes were closed. Owen bent down. "Lobella?" Richard nodded. "It will be a dried herb." Owen turned to the shelves and started looking. There were hundreds of little square cubbyholes in the wall of the place where the man who had made Richard's poison and the antidote used to work. It was a small, simple, single-room building with little light. It was not nearly as well equipped as the herbalist places Kaelin had seen before, but the man had an extensive collection of things. More than that, he had once made the antidote, presumably from what was there. "Here," Owen said, holding a bag down for Richard to see. "It says Lobella on the tag." "Grind a little pile half the size of your thumbnail. Sift out the fibers and discard them. Then add what's left to the bowl with the darker oil." Richard knew about herbs, but he didn't know anywhere near enough about herbs to concoct the cure for the poison he had been given. His gift seemed to be guiding him. Richard was in a near trance, or nearly unconscious. Kaelin wasn't exactly sure which. He was having difficulty breathing. She didn't know what else to do to help him. If they didn't do something, he was going to die, and soon. As long as he lay quietly on the litter, he was resting more comfortably, but that was not going to make him recover. It had been a short run to Witherton, but it had taken too long as far as Kalin was concerned.
"Yarrow,"
Richard said. Kalin leaned down. "What preparation?"
"Oil,"
Richard said. Kalin fumbled through the shelves of small bottles. She found one labeled yarrow oil. She squatted down and held it before Richard. "How much?" She lifted one of his hands and put the bottle in it, closing his fingers around it so he could tell its size. "How much?"
"Is it full?"
Kalin hurriedly wiggled out the whittled wooden stopper.
Yes.
"Half," Richard said. "In with any of the other oils."
I found the feverfew, Jensen said as she hopped down from the stool.
"Make a tincture," Richard told her. Kalin replaced the stopper in the bottle and squatted down beside Richard.
What next?
"Make an infusion of mullein."
Mullein,
Kalin mumbled as she turned to the task. As Richard gave them instructions, half a dozen people worked at boiling, blending, crushing, grating, filtering, and steeping. They added some of the preparations together as they were completed and kept others separate as they worked on them. As they worked, the number of various tasks were combined and reduced at specified points. Richard gestured for Owen. Owen brushed his hands clean on his trouser legs as he bent down to await instruction.
"Cold," Richard said, his eyes closed. "We need something cold. We need a way to cool it."
Owen thought a moment. "There's a stream not far." Richard pointed to various stations where people labored.
"Pour those bowls of preparations and powders into the boiling water in the kettle there. Then take it to the stream. Hold the kettle down in the water to cool it."
Richard held up a finger in caution.
"Don't put it in too deep and let the water from the stream run in over the top, or it will be ruined."
Owen shook his head. "I won't." He stood impatiently as Kalin poured the contents of shallow bowls into the boiling pot of water. She didn't know if any of this made sense, but she knew that Richard had the gift, and he certainly had figured out and eliminated the problem he had been having with it. If his gift could guide him in making the antidote, it might save his life. Kalin didn't know anything else that would. She handed the kettle to Owen. He ran out the door to put it in the stream to cool it. Kara followed him out to make sure that nothing happened to what might be the only thing that could save Richard's life. Jensen sat on the floor on the other side of him, holding his hand. With the back of her wrist, Kalin pushed her hair off her face. She sat beside Richard and took his free hand to wait for Owen and Kara to return. Betty stood in the doorway, her ears pricked forward, her tail intermittently going into a hopeful blur of wagging whenever Jensen or Kalin looked her way. It seemed like hours until Owen came running back with the kettle, although Kalin knew it really hadn't been all that long.
"Filter it through a cloth," Richard said. "But don't squeeze the cloth at the end. Just let the liquid run through until you have half a cup of it. Once you've done that, then add the oils to the liquid you collected in the cup."
Everyone stood watching Kalin work, snatching up what she needed, tossing it away when she was finished with it. When she had enough liquid from the kettle collected in the cup, she poured in the oils.
"Stir it with a stick of cinnamon," Richard said.
Owen climbed up on the stool. "I remember seeing cinnamon." He handed a stick down to Kalin. She stirred the golden liquid, but it didn't seem to be working.
The oil and water don't want to mix, she told Richard.
His head was rolled to the side away from her.
"Keep mixing. A moment will come when they suddenly come together."
Dubious, Kalin kept stirring. She could see that the oils were sticking together in globs and not mixing with the water she had filtered through the cloth. The more it cooled, the less and less it looked like it was going to work. Kalin felt a tear of desperation run down her cheek and drip off her jaw. The contents of the cup stiffened. She kept stirring, not wanting to tell Richard that it wasn't working. She swallowed past the growing lump in her throat. The contents in the cup began to melt. Kalin gasped. She blinked. Everything in the cup suddenly went together in a smooth, syrupy liquid. "Richard!" She wiped the tear from her cheek. "It worked! It mixed together. Now what?" He held his hand out. "It's ready. Give it to me." Jensen and Kara helped him to sit up. Kalin held the precious cup in both hands and carefully put it to his mouth. She tipped it up to help him drink. It took a while to get it down. He had to stop from time to time as he sipped, trying not to cough. It was a lot more than had been in any of the little square-sided bottles, but Kalin figured that maybe he needed more, since he was so late to be taking it. When he was finished, she reached up and set the cup on the counter. She licked a drop of the liquid off her finger. The antidote had the slight aroma of cinnamon and a sweet, spicy taste. She hoped that was right. Richard worked at recovering his breath after the effort of drinking. They gently laid him back down. His hands were trembling. He looked miserable. "Just let me rest now," he murmured. Betty, still standing in the doorway watching intently, bleated her wish to come in. "He will be all right," Jensen said to her friend. "You just stay out there and let him rest." Betty puled softly and then lay down in the doorway to wait along with the rest of them. It was going to be a long night. Kalin didn't think she was going to be able to sleep until she knew if Richard would be all right. Zed pointed.
"There's another one there that needs to be cleaned up," he said to Chase.
Chase wore a chain-mail shirt over a tan leather tunic. His heavy black trousers held a black belt set with a large silver buckle emblazoned with the emblem of the boundary wardens. Beneath his black cloak, strapped everywhere, legs, waist, upper arms, over the backs of his shoulders, was a small arsenal of weapons. Everything from small, thin spikes held in the fist and used to puncture the skull, to a crescent-shaped battle axe used to divide a skull cleanly with one blow. Chase was deadly with any of them. It had been a while now since they needed the skills of a boundary warden. Chase seemed to be a man without a mission. The big man walked across the rampart and bent to pull a knife from beneath the body. He grunted in recognition.
There it is.
He held the walnut-handled knife up to the light as he inspected it.
I was worried I'd lost it.
He slipped the knife into an empty sheath without having to look. With one hand, he grabbed the waistband of the trousers and picked up the stiff body. He stepped into an opening in the crenellated wall and heaved the body out into the air. Zed looked over the edge. It was a drop of several thousand feet before the rock of the mountain flared enough for anything falling to make contact. It was several thousand more feet down a granite cliff before the forest began. The golden sun was getting low in the mountains. The clouds had taken on streaks of gold and orange. From this distance, the city below was as beautiful as ever, except Zed knew that it was an empty place without the people to bring it life.
"Chase! Zed!" Rachel called from the doorway. "The stew is ready."
Zed threw his skinny arms into the air.
"Bags, it's about time. A man could starve waiting for stew to cook."
Rachel planted her fist with the wooden spoon on her hip and shook a finger of her other hand at him.
"If you keep saying bad words, you'll not get any dinner."
Chase let out a sigh as he glanced over at Zed.
And you think you have troubles? You wouldn't think that a girl who doesn't come up to my belt buckle could be such a trial.
Zed followed Chase to the doorway through the thick stone wall.
"Is she always this much trouble?"
Chase mussed Rachel's hair on the way past.
Always,
he confided.
"Is the stew good?" Zed asked. "Worth watching my language for?"
"My new mother taught me how to make it," Rachel said in a tempting sing-song. "Rika had some before she went out, and she said it was good."
Zed smoothed back his unruly white hair.
"Well, Emma can cook better than any woman I ever met."
"Then be good," Rachel said, "and I'll give you biscuits to go with the stew."
"Biscuits?"
"Sure. Stew wouldn't be stew without biscuits."
Zed blinked at the child.
"Why, that's what I always thought, too."
You'd better let me see if she made it right first,
Chase said, as they passed through the tapestry-lined halls of the keep. I'd hate you to go making any firm commitments before we even know if the stew is edible.
Friedrich helped me with the heavy parts, Rachel said. He says it's good.
We'll see, Chase said.
Rachel turned and shook her wooden spoon at him. You have to wash your hands first, though. I saw you throwing that dead man over the wall. You have to wash your hands before you come to the table and eat.
Chase gave Zed a look of strained forbearance. Somewhere there's a boy enjoying himself right now, probably carrying around a dead frog, oblivious to the sorry fact that he's someday going to be married to Little Miss Wash Your Hands Before You Eat.
Zed smiled. When Chase had taken Rachel in to be his daughter, it was just about the best thing Zed could ever have wished for. Rachel thought so too, and it looked like she still did. She was fiercely devoted to the man. As they sat at the table before the cheery fire in the hearth, Zed enjoying his third bowl of stew, he couldn't recall the keep being such a wonderful place. It was because there was a child, along with friends, once again in the halls of the keep. Friedrich, the man who had come on Richard's orders to warn Zed of the impending attack on the keep, had realized he had not been in time. The man used his head and had sought out Chase, the old friend he had heard Richard talk about. While Chase had gone to rescue Zed and Addie, Friedrich had returned to the keep to spy on the people who had taken it. By watching carefully and staying out of sight of a sister, Friedrich had been able to provide Chase and Zed invaluable information about the number of people occupying the keep and their routines. He then helped take the place back. Zed liked the man. He was not only frightfully handy with a knife, but entertaining at conversation. Friedrich, since he had been married to a sorceress, was able to converse with Zed without being intimidated, as some were of wizards. Having lived in Dahara all his life, Friedrich was also able to fill in pieces of information. Rachel held up a carving of a hawk. Look what Friedrich made for me, Zed. Isn't it the most beautiful thing you ever did see?
Zed smiled.
It certainly is.
It's nothing, Friedrich scoffed. If I had some gold leaf, then I could gild it for you. That used to be what I did for a living.
He leaned back and smiled to himself.
Until Lord Rahl made me a boundary warden.
You know, Zed drawled offhandedly to both men, the keep is even more vulnerable now to those who might come and don't have magic than to those who do. I'm just fine protecting against those who are affected by magic, but not the other kind.
Chase nodded.
Seems so.
Well, the thing is, he went on, I was thinking that since there's no boundary any longer, and what with all the trouble about, perhaps you two would like to take on the responsibility of helping to protect the wizard's keep. I'm not nearly so fit for the task as would be someone trained in such things.
Zed leaned in, his brow lowering.
It's vitally important.
Elbows on the table, Chase chewed a bite of biscuit as he watched Zed. Finally, he stirred his spoon around in his bowl.
Well, it could be a disaster if Jagang were to use those ungifted men to get his hands on the place again.
He thought about it.
Emma will understand.
Zed shrugged.
Bring her here.
Chase frowned.
Bring her here?
Zed gestured around.
The keep is certainly big enough.
But what would we do with our children? Chase leaned back. You don't want all my children here in the keep, Zed. They'd be running up and down, playing in the halls. It would drive you batty. Besides,
Chase added, peering with one scowling eye at Rachel,
each one's uglier than the next.
Rachel hid her giggle behind a biscuit. Zed remembered the sounds of children's laughter in the keep, the sounds of joy and love.
Well, it would be a burden, he agreed. But this is, after all, about the protection of the keep. What sacrifice wouldn't it be worth making to protect the keep?
Rachel looked from Chase to Zed.
My new sister, Lee, could bring Cat back to you, Zed. That's right, Zed said, throwing his hands up. I haven't seen Cat for ages. Is Lee treating Cat well?
Rachel nodded earnestly.
Oh, yes. We all take good care of Cat.
What do you think, Rachel? Chase finally asked. Would you want to live here in this dusty old place with Zed?
Rachel ran over and hugged Chase's leg.
Oh, yes, can we, please? It would be ever so grand.
Chase sighed. "Then I guess it's settled. But you'll have to behave and not bother Zed by being too loud."
"I promise," Rachel said. She frowned up at Zed. "Will Mother have to crawl into the keep through that little tunnel like we did?"
Zed chuckled. No, we'll let her come in the proper way like the lady she is." He turned to Friedrich. "How about it, Boundary Warden? Would you be willing to continue doing Lord Raoul's bidding and stay to help guard the keep?" Friedrich slowly spun the bird carving by the tip of one wing, thinking. "You know," Zed added, "while you're waiting for some fearsome attack, there are any number of old gilded things here at the keep that are in terrible need of repair. Perhaps you would consider taking on the job of being the keep's official gilder? We have plenty of gold leaf. And someday, when the people return to Aidendrill, you would have a steady supply of customers." Friedrich stared down at the table. "I don't know. This one adventure was all well and good, but since my wife Althea died, I don't seem to be interested in much."
Zed nodded. "I know how it is. I used to have a wife. I think it would do you good to get paid to do something needed."
Friedrich smiled. "All right, then. I will take your job, wizard." "Good," Chase said. "I'll have someone to help me when I need to lock troublesome children in the dungeon."
Rachel giggled as he set her on the ground. Chase pushed his chair back and stood.
"Well, Friedrich, if we're going to be keep wardens, then I think we ought to make some rounds and satisfy ourselves about the security of a few things. As big as this place is, Rika could use the help."
"Just mind the shields," Zed reminded them as they headed for the door. After the two men had gone off, Rachel got Zed another biscuit to go with the rest of his stew. Her little brow bunched together earnestly. "When we live here, we'll try to be real quiet for you, Zed."
"Well, you know, Rachel, the keep is a big place. I doubt you would bother me much if you and your brothers and sisters wanted to play a little bit."
"Really?" Zed pulled the leather-covered ball painted with faded blue and pink zigzagged lines all around it out of his pocket and set it on the table. Rachel's eyes lit up in astonishment.
"I found this old ball," he said, gesturing with his biscuit. "I think a ball has a much better time if it has someone to play with it. Do you think you and your brothers and sisters might like to play with this when you live here? You can bounce it down the halls to your heart's content."
Her mouth fell open.
"Really, Zed?"
Zed grinned at the look on her face.
"Really?"
"Maybe I can bounce it in the dark hall that makes the funny noises. Then it wouldn't bother you any more than now."
"This old place is full of funny noises, and a bouncing ball isn't liable to cause too much trouble."
She climbed up in his lap and put her little arms around his neck, hugging him tightly. "It's a lot better hugging you now that you found those things to get that awful collar off your neck." Zed rubbed her back as she hugged him.
"Yes, it is, little one. Yes, it is."
She leaned back and looked at him. "I wish Richard and Kaylin could be here to play with the ball, too. I miss them something fierce."
Zed smiled.
"Me too, little one, me too."
She frowned at him. "Don't get tears, Zed. I won't make a lot of noise to bother you."
Zed shook a bony finger at her.
"I'm afraid you have a lot to learn about playing with a ball."
"I do?"
"Of course. Laughing goes with playing with a ball, like biscuits go with stew."
She frowned at him, not sure if he was telling the truth. He set her on the floor.
"Tell you what, why don't you come with me and I'll show you?"
"Really, Zed?" Zed stood up and mussed her hair.
"Really."
He scooped the ball off the table.
"Let's see if you can show this ball how to have a good time."
Chapter 66. Richard rested his back against a rock in the shade of a stand of white oaks as he gazed off at the line of silver maples shimmering in the breeze. The air smelled fresh after the rain of the day before. The clouds had moved on and left a clear, bright blue sky behind. His head finally felt clear as well. It had taken 3 days, but he was finally recovered from the effects of the poison. His gift had not only helped bring Kaylin back from the brink, but himself as well.
The people of the town of Witherton were just beginning to try to put their lives back together. With all the people they'd lost, it was going to be difficult for them. There were gaping holes where there used to be friends or members of families. Still, now that they were free, there was the beginning of a vibrant sense of their future being better. But just because they were free, that did not mean they would stay that way. Richard gazed up at the broad valley beyond the town. People were out working with their crops and tending to the animals. They were going back to their lives. He was impatient to be on his way and back to his own life. This place had kept them from important business, from people who had been waiting for them. He guessed that this place had been important business as well. It was hard telling what this all had begun, or what the future would hold. For sure, the world would never be the same. Richard saw Kalin coming out through the gate, Kara beside her. Betty frolicked along at their side, eager to see where they were going. Jensen must have let the goat go for a romp. Betty had grown up and spent her entire life on the move. She'd never stayed in one place for long. Maybe that was why she always wanted to follow Richard and Kalin. She recognized family and wanted to be with them. "So, what's she going to do?" Richard asked Kalin as she came close and set her pack down beside Richard's. "I don't know." With the flat of her hand to her brow, Kalin shielded her eyes from the sunlight. "I think she wants to tell you first." Kara set her pack beside Kalin's. "I think she's torn and doesn't know what to do." "How do you feel?" Kalin asked, as she reached down and with her fingertips rubbed the back of his shoulder. Her gentle touch was a calming connection. Richard smiled up at her. "I keep telling you, I'm fine." He tore off a strip of dried venison and chewed as he watched Jensen, Tom, Owen, Marilee, Anson, and a small group of the men finally emerge through the gates and make their way across the waving field of waist-high green grass. "I'm hungry," Kalin said. "Can I have some?" "Sure." Richard pulled strips of the meat from his pack, stood, and handed a piece to both Kalin and Kara. "Lord Rahl," Anson said, waving as the group joined Richard, Kalin, and Kara in the shade of the oaks. "We wanted to come out to say goodbye and see you off. Maybe we will walk with you toward the pass?" Richard swallowed. "We'd like that." Owen frowned. "Lord Rahl, why are you eating meat? You just healed your gift. Won't you harm your balance?" Richard smiled. "No, you see, incorrectly trying to apply a false notion of balance was what caused the problem I was having with my gift." Owen looked puzzled. "What do you mean? You said that you must not eat meat as the balance to the killing you sometimes must do. After the battle at the fortification, don't you need to balance your gift all the more?" Richard took a deep breath and let it out slowly as he gazed out over the mountains. "You see, the thing is," Richard said, "I owe you all an apology. You all listened to me, but I didn't listen to myself. Kaja Rang tried to help me with the words revealed on the statue, the words I told you. Deserve victory. They were, first of all, meant for me." "I don't understand," Anson said. "I told you that your life is your own to live and that you have every right to defend it. Yet I was telling myself that I had to balance the killing I did to defend my life and the lives of my loved ones by not eating meat. In essence, saying my self-defense, my killing of those who attacked me and other innocent people, was morally wrong. And so for the killing I'd done, I needed to make amends to the magic that helped me by offering it the appeasement of balance." "But your sword's magic didn't work either," Jensen said. "No, it didn't. And that should have been the thing that made me realize what the problem was. Because both my gift and the sword's magic are different entities, yet they reacted logically to the same unreasoned action on my part. The sword's magic began to fail because I myself, by not eating meat, was saying that I did not completely believe that I was justified in using force to stop others who initiate violence. The sword's magic functions through the belief structure of the sword's owner. It only works against what the seeker himself perceives as the enemy. The sword's magic will not work against a friend. That was the key I should have understood. When I thought that the use of the sword had to be balanced, I was, in effect, expressing a belief that my actions were in some way unjustified.
Therefore, because I held that remnant of faith in a false concept that had been inculcated in me throughout my life, just as all the people of Bandakar were taught, that killing was always wrong, the sword's magic began to fail me. The Sword of Truth's magic as my gift could only again be viable when I comprehended completely that the magic needs no balance for the killing I've done, because the killing I've done is not only moral, but the only moral course of action I could have taken. By not eating meat, I was acknowledging that some part of my mind believed the same thing that the people here in Bandakar believed when we first met Owen and his men, that killing is always wrong. By thinking that I must not eat meat as a balance, I was denying the moral necessity of self-preservation, denying the essential of protecting the value of life. The very act of seeking balance for what I'm right in doing is a conflict which is what was causing the headaches, and also caused the Sword of Truth's power to fail me. I was doing it to myself. Richard had violated the wizard's first rule by believing a lie, that it was always wrong to kill, because he feared it was true. He had also violated the second rule, among others, but most grievous of all, he had violated the sixth rule. In so doing, he had ignored reason in favor of blind faith. The failure of his gift and the sword's power was a direct result of not applying reasoned thought. Fortunately, with the eighth rule, he had come to re-examine his actions and finally realized the flaw in his thinking. Only then was he able to correct the situation. In the end, he had fulfilled the eighth rule. Richard shifted his weight to the other foot as he gazed at the faces watching him. I had to come to understand that my actions are moral and need no balance, but are in themselves balanced by my reasoned actions, that killing is sometimes not only justified, but the only right and moral thing to do. I had to come to understand the very thing I was asking all of you to understand. I had to understand that I must deserve victory. Owen looked over at those with him and then scratched his head. Well, considering everything, I guess we can understand how you could make such a misjudgment. Jensen, her red hair standing out against the green of the trees and fields, squinted at him in the sunlight. Well, she said with a sigh, I'm glad to be pristinely ungifted. Being a wizard sounds awfully hard. The men all nodded while voicing their agreement. Richard smiled at Jensen. A lot of things in life are hard to figure out, like what you've been considering. What have you decided? Jensen clasped her hands and glanced over at Owen, Anson, and all the rest of the people with them. Well, this is no longer a banished empire. It's no longer an empire naked to the aggression of tyrants. It's part of the Daharan Empire now. These people want the same as us. I think I'd like to stay with them for a while and help them come to be part of the wider world, just as I've been starting to do. It's kind of exciting. I'd like to take your suggestion, Richard, and help them in that. Richard smiled at his sister. He ran his hand down her beautiful red hair. On a condition, she added. Richard let his hand drop back. Condition? Sure. I'm a Rawl, so I was kind of thinking that I ought to have some proper protection. I could be a target, you know. People want to kill me. Jagang would love to. Richard laughed as he drew her into a hug with one arm to silence her. Tom, being as you are a protector to the House of Rawl, I'm assigning you to protect my sister, Jensen Rawl. It's an important job, and it means a great deal to me. Tom lifted an eyebrow. Are you sure, Lord Rawl? Jensen swatted him with the back of her hand. Of course he's sure. He wouldn't say it unless he was sure. You heard the lady, Richard said. I'm sure. The big blonde Daharan smiled with a boyish grin. All right, then. I swear I will protect her, Lord Rawl. Jensen gestured vaguely back at the men and the town behind her. Since I've been with them, they have come to see that I'm not a witch, and Betty is not a spirit guide, although for a time there I was afraid they might be right about Betty. Richard peered down at the goat. Betty cocked her head. I guess none of us but Betty knew the truth of what Nicholas was up to. At the sound of her name, Betty's ears pricked forward, and her tail went into a fit of expectant wagging.
Jensen patted Betty's round middle. "Now that these people understand that I'm not a witch, but I do share some of their traits, I suggested I might play an important role." She drew the knife at her belt and held it up, showing Richard the ornate letter R engraved on the silver handle. "I suggested that I be the official representative of the House of Rahl, if you approve." Richard grinned. "I think that's an excellent idea." "I think that would be wonderful, Jensen." Kaelin pointed to the east with her chin. "But don't wait too long before you get back to Houghton to see Anne and Nathan. They will be a valuable help in ensuring that the people here are no longer the prey of the Imperial Order. They will help you." Jensen twisted her fingers together. "But aren't they going to want to be going with the both of you? Helping you?" "Anne thinks she should direct Richard's life," Kaelin said. "I don't think some of her directions have been the best thing." She slipped her arm through Richard's. "He is the Lord Rahl now. He needs to do things his way, not theirs." "They both feel responsible for us," Richard explained. "Nathan Rahl is a prophet. Prophecy, because of the way it functions, actually does require balance. The balance to prophecy is free will. I am the balance. I know those two don't like it, but I think I need to be free of them. For now, at least. But there is more to it. I think it's more important that they help the people here first. We already know the uses to which Jagang will put the pristinely ungifted. I think it's vital that these people here, who are willing to value and protect the freedom they've won, are given some guidance in how to do that. Anne and Nathan will be able to set up defenses that will help protect the people here. They will also be valuable in teaching you the history that is important for you to know." After Richard picked up his pack and slipped his arms through the straps, Owen gripped Richard's hand. "Thank you, Lord Rahl, for showing me that my life is worth living." Marilee stepped forward and hugged him. "Thank you for teaching Owen to be worthy of me." Richard laughed. Owen laughed. Kara gave Marilee an approving clap on the back, and then all the men laughed. Betty pushed in and with a flurry of tail-wagging got the point across that she didn't want to be left out. Richard knelt down and scratched Betty's ears. "And you, my friend, from now on I don't want you letting any slides using you to spy on people." Betty pushed her head against his chest as he scratched her ears and bleated as if to say she was sorry. Chapter 67. Alone at last beneath the vast blue sky, the soaring walls of snow-capped mountains, and in among the trees, Richard felt good about being on their way. He would miss Jensen, but it was only for a time. It would do her good to be on her own, yet among people also discovering how to live their own lives as they learned more about the wider world. He knew he would not trade away all he had learned since he'd left his sheltered life in Heartland. If not for that, he wouldn't be with Kaelin. It felt good to walk and stretch his legs. He hitched his bow up higher on his shoulder as they made their way through the dappled sunlight of the hushed forest floor. After being so close to death as well as to losing his ability to see, he found everything more vibrant. The mosses looked more lush, the leaves more shimmery, the towering pines more awe-inspiring. Kaelin's eyes seemed more green, her hair softer, her smile warmer. As much as he at one time had hated the fact that he had been born gifted, he was now relieved to have his gift back. It was part of him, part of who he was, part of what made him the individual he was. Kaelin had once asked him if he wished she had been born without her confessor's power. He had told her that he would never wish that, because he loved her for who she was. There was no way to separate out the parts of a person. That was to deny their individuality. He was no different. His gift was part of who he was. His abilities touched everything he did. His problem with his gift was of his own making. The magic of the Sword of Truth had helped him understand that by failing him. In so doing, it had revealed his own failure to recognize the truth. To have it back at his hip, and to know that it was once again in harmony with him and ready to defend him and those he loved, was a comforting feeling, not because he wished to fight, but because he wished to live. The day was warm, and they made good time climbing the rocky trail up into the pass. By the time they reached the crown of the notch through the formidable mountains, it was colder, but without a biting wind it was not unpleasant. At the top of the pass, they stopped to gaze up at the statue of Kajarang, sitting where it had been for thousands of years, all alone, keeping vigil over an empire of those who once could not see evil. In some ways, the statue's presence was a monument to failure. Where Kajarang and his people had failed to get these people to see the truth, Richard had succeeded, but not without Kajarang's help. Richard put his hands on the cold granite, on the words Tauga Vasternich, that had helped save his life. "Thank you," he whispered up at the face of the man staring off toward the pillars of creation, where Richard had discovered his sister. Kara placed her hands over the words, and Richard was surprised to see her look up at the statue and say, "Thank you for helping to save Lord Ral." After they started descending the pass, first crossing the open ledges and then making it down into the dense woods, Richard heard the call of a peewee, the signal he had taught Kara that had served them so well. "You know," Kara said, as she led them down the rocky ground beside a small stream, "Anson knows a lot about birds." Richard stepped carefully among the tangle of cedar roots. "Really?" "Yes. While you were recovering, we spent time talking." She put a hand against the fibrous bark of the reddish trunk of a cedar to keep her balance. She pulled her long blonde braid forward over her shoulder as she started out again, running her hand down the length of the braid. "He complimented me on my bird whistle," Kara said. Richard glanced to Kalin. She shrugged to let him know that she didn't have any idea what Kara was getting at. "I told you that you learned it well," Richard said. "I told him that you taught it to me, that it was the call of the short-tailed pine hawk. Anson said that there wasn't any such bird as a short-tailed pine hawk. He said the call I used as a signal, the call you taught me, was a common wood pewee. Me, a Mord Sith, using the call of a bird named a pewee. Imagine that." They walked in silence for a moment. "Am I in trouble?" Richard finally asked. "Oh, yes," Kara answered. Richard couldn't help smiling, but he made sure the Mord Sith didn't see it. Nor did Kara see Kalin look back over her shoulder with the special smile she gave no other but him. Kalin lifted an arm, pointing. "Look." Through the gaps in the crowns of the cedars, against the bright blue sky, they saw a black-tipped race circling high above them, riding the mountain air currents. The races were no longer hunting them. This one was simply looking for its dinner. "What's that old saying?" Kara asked. "Something about a bird of prey circling over you at the beginning of a journey being a warning sign." "Yes, that's right," Richard said. "But I'm not going to let that old tale bother me. We'll let you come with us anyway." Kalin laughed and received a scolding scowl. Kalin laughed all the more when Richard started laughing too. Kara couldn't hold out, and as she turned back to the trail, Richard saw the smile spread across her face. End of Nekad Empire, The Sword of Truth, Book 8, by Terry Goodkind.